Regardless of your overwhelming power or your immeasurable wealth, do not dare to be arrogant in my presence. I am Yi Qiu, capable of saving your life or taking it away. Chapter 1. The red apricot leaps over the wall. As Yi Qiu pushed open the door, he was greeted by the unmistakable sounds of a man and a woman emanating from bathroom. I feel like I'm going to suffocate if this goes on any longer. Someone is still in the shower. Why are you so impatient? Boom. Yi Qiu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face turning as pale as a ghost. For it was Zhang Lili who had uttered those words. Zhang Lili was Yi Qiu's girlfriend. He could scarcely fathom that Zhang Lili would betray him. As the sounds of heavy breathing drifted from the bathroom, Yi Qiu's fury escalated to its zenith. He clenched his fists and strode purposefully towards the bathroom. He yearned to discover the identity of the man within. However, upon reaching the doorway, he hesitated. What difference would it make to see that man? Could it alter the reality of the situation? A mere door's distance made Yi Qiu feel as though an insurmountable chasm separated him from Zhang Lili at that moment. Perhaps it was best to leave some semblance of dignity for the sake of their past affection. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qiu turned to depart, just as voices emerged from the bathroom. Hurry up! Yi Qiu is about to finish work. If he sees us, it will be over. If he sees us, so be it that I am not afraid of him. Yi Qiu frowned. The man's voice sounded oddly familiar. Zhang Lili then remarked, "You're truly wicked. By the way, have you mentioned my promotion to your father? Rest assured, my father is the deputy director. Securing a permanent position is merely a matter of his word." It was he. Yi Qiu instantly recognized the identity of the man in the bathroom. Guo Xiaozong. Guo Xiaozong was a surgeon at Jiangzhou Hospital, accustomed to arrogance, bolstered by his father's position as deputy director. Since the very first day in surgery, Yi Qiu had heard numerous scandals surrounding Guo Xiaozong, such as pressuring his pregnant girlfriend to have an abortion, seducing married men, and coercing beautiful nurses. In short, Guo Xiaozong was a scoundrel. For the sake of a permanent position, Lily has actually become involved with this scoundrel. Is it truly worth it? Yi Qiu's heart ached. In the bathroom, Zhang Lili inquired, "Will Yi Qiu secure a permanent position?" "He has no chance," Guo Xiaozong replied. "I asked my father, and among your group of probationary doctors, there is only one slot for permanent employment. The others must wait until next year." Zhang Lili countered. Yi Qiu scored full marks on the entrance exam and has performed exceptionally well during the probationary period. Most importantly, Director Bai holds him in high regard. What does Director Bai's regard amount to? "The final decision lies with my father," Guo Xiaozong retorted. "However, I heard from my father that Director Bai approached him, hoping to allocate the permanent position to Yi Qiu. I cannot fathom why Director Bai is so favorable toward Yi Qiu. Could there be something more between them?" "Don't be absurd. Director Bai is so beautiful. How could she possibly be interested in Yi Qiu?" "That's true. Director Bai always wears a cold expression, exuding an air of aloofness, clearly a person who is emotionally distant." "Have you asked your father yet about who will be granted the permanent position this time? Is there any need to inquire?" "Naturally, it is meant for you. It's just a pity for that fellow Yi Qiu. Not only will he fail to secure a position, but he's also been cuckolded. Truly unfortunate. Do you feel sorry for him?" Zhang Lili questioned. "Feel sorry? Not at all," Guo Xiaozong chuckled. "To be honest, that guy is quite foolish after 2 years of courting you. He hasn't even shared a bed with you. One might think he is practicing celibacy. All right, let's refrain from saying too much. Am I touching a nerve? Well, it is understandable, considering you two have been together for 2 years. What nonsense! He is nothing but a bastard. Why would I feel sorry for him?" Zhang Lili scoffed. Outside the door, Yi Qiu heard those words. His breath quickened, his face flushed crimson, and his eyes nearly sparked with fury. Bastard. Though the term was harsh, it was undeniably accurate. He was indeed a bastard. It was precisely because he was a bastard that his mother was cast out from the family. This matter was the most difficult secret for Yi Qiu to utter. He had only confided in Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili remarked, "To this day, Yi Qiu does not even know who his biological father is." "Is that possible? He doesn't even know who his father is? He must be lying to you. He genuinely does not know. Then who was his mother with when he was conceived?" Guo Xiaozong stated, "Even if it were with a dog, he should at least know the dog's name." Yi Qiu's forehead throbbed with visible veins. His mother was his Achilles' heel, and he would not tolerate anyone's humiliation. In a fit of rage, he kicked the door open. Bang! The bathroom door was suddenly kicked open, unleashing a flurry of chaos within. Ah! Zhang Lili shrieked, hastily wrapping a towel around her body. Guo Xiaozong was startled, quickly rising from the bathtub. However, when he recognized Yi Qiu standing at the doorway, the tension dissipated, and he chuckled, "Lily, look who Hasa arrived." Zhang Lili attempted to explain, "Yi Qiu, it's not what you think. I witnessed everything with my own eyes. Do you still wish to convince me that what I saw was a fabrication?" "Zhang Lili, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Yi Qiu's accusations ignited Zhang Lili's fury. In her vexation, she dismissed any further explanation, coldly retorting, "I must have been blind back then. How else could I have fallen for a spineless wretch like you? After being with you for 2 years, you gifted me only a broken bracelet, claiming it to be a family heirloom." "Huh!" Zhang Lili removed a white jade bracelet from her wrist and tossed it into Yi Qiu's hands, declaring, "From now on, I shall walk my own path, and you yours. We are no longer connected in any way." Yi Qiu stood there, stunned, his heart sinking in despair. How could the woman he loved transform into this? Guo Xiaozong wrapped his arm around Zhang Lili's waist and grinned at Yi Qiu. "Kid, would you like to witness a live performance? I can put on a show with Lily for you." "Go to hell," Yi Qiu retaliated, landing a punch squarely on Guo Xiaokong's face. Bang! Blood streamed from Guo Xiaokong's nose. "Dare to hit me? I'll make you pay." Guo Xiaozong retaliated, raining down blows upon Yi Qiu like a torrential downpour. Guo Xiaozong stood at an imposing height of 1.90 meters, towering over Yi Qiu by a head. With his penchant for fitness, his physique was robust, rendering Yi Qiu utterly defenseless. In no time, Yi Qiu found himself knocked to the ground. "You, a bastard child, dare to strike me? Truly, you must be tired of living." After toying with him for a while, Guo Xiaozong, exhausted, mercilessly crushed 2 of Yi Qiu's fingers underfoot. "Ah!" Yi Qiu cried out in agony before losing consciousness. "So fragile, yet you dare to lay a hand on me? What a worthless fool!" Guo Xiaozong spat disdainfully at Yi Qiu's body, oblivious to the trickle of blood seeping from Yi Qiu's fingers into the jade bracelet. Chapter 2. The Beautiful Superior. As Yi Qiu lay unconscious, an ancient voice resonated within his mind. "I am the elder ancestor of the Yi family, having traversed the realms with unrivaled prowess. In my final moments, I left a trace of my consciousness within this jade bracelet, transforming it into a treasured heirloom of the Yi family. Who could have imagined that, with the passage of time, my descendants would fall to such depths? It is both lamentable and tragic. Since fate has brought us together today, I shall impart to you the knowledge I have accumulated throughout my life. Remember, to inherit my legacy is to uphold righteousness. Do not stray into malevolence, or you shall find no resting place in death." At that moment, Yi Qiu observed the jade bracelet he had gifted to Zhang Lili suddenly morph into a 5-clawed golden dragon, burrowing into his chest. "Ah!" Startled, Yi Qiu jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was still in Zhang Lili's rental apartment, and both she and Guo Xiaozong had long since vanished. Despicable couple. Why? Yi Qiu uttered a curse and rose from the ground. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that he felt no pain whatsoever. There was not a single mark upon his body. He distinctly recalled that it was Guo Xiaozong who had crushed his finger, causing him to faint from the excruciating pain. Yet now, not only had his finger returned to its original state, but his skin seemed even more radiant than before. What could possibly be happening? Suddenly, Yi Qiu recalled the dream he had just experienced. Could it be that everything within that dream was indeed real? He closed his eyes. In the next instant, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. His mind was now filled with an array of peculiar knowledge, medical skills, martial arts, cultivation, methods, esoteric techniques, and the ancient art of feng shui. Moreover, he discovered a compendium titled The Complete Guide to Maoshan Talismans. This tome detailed the application of various Maoshan talismans, including those for misfortune, divine movement, exorcism, and the opening of the heavenly eye altogether, a totalo. 108 types. Yi Qiu felt a sense of bewilderment wash over him. Suddenly, a frantic ringtone jolted him from his reverie. He pulled out his phone and saw the name by Bing flashing on the screen. He quickly pressed the answer button and replied respectfully, "Director Bai, how may I assist you?" Yi Qiu inquired, "Director Bai, Is there something you need from me? How dare you question me about your own actions? Bang! The call abruptly ended. Ichio's heart sank. He sensed an ominous undertone in by Bing's voice. What actions could I have possibly taken? He muttered to himself, hastily making his way to the hospital. Bai Bing, true to her name, possesses a porcelain complexion and a statuesque figure, her exquisite features exuding an innate nobility. Yet, she perpetually wears a frigid expression, emanating an aura of aloofness, which has led her colleagues at the hospital to privately refer to her as the Ice Mountain Goddess. Beautiful women never lack admirers, and Bai Bing is no exception. Many have sought her affection, yet none have succeeded. It appears that women are inherently imbued with a certain pride, though Bai Bing's arrogance surpasses that of the average woman. Of course, she possesses the credentials to justify her haughtiness. Despite her youth, Bai Bing is an exceptionally skilled physician, having earned her doctoral degree from the Royal College of Physicians in the UK by the age of 23. By 24, she had gained renown throughout Jiangzhou, and at 25, she was exceptionally promoted to become the youngest head of surgery in the history of Jiangzhou. Titled in the realm of medicine in Jiangzhou, Bai Bing's name is universally recognized and respected. What perplexes Ichio the most is that after joining the hospital, he overheard colleagues mention that several prestigious hospitals in the capital and Suzhou Hangzhou had offered substantial sums to recruit Bai Bing, all of which she declined. The reasons for her refusals remain undisclosed, shrouded in mystery. As Ichio arrived at the hospital, he entered the lobby to find several young nurses at the reception desk whispering and casting pointed glances in his direction. Their disdain unmistakable that a sense of foreboding intensified within him. The expressions of those young nurses indicated that something had indeed gone awry, and it seemed to be connected to him. Yet, he could not fathom what misstep he had committed. Ichio had no time to ponder further and proceeded directly to the office of the chief surgeon, rapping his knuckles against the door. "Come in." A cold voice emanated from within. Taking a deep breath, Ichio pushed the door open and entered, only to find Bai Bing engrossed in perusing patient records. "Director Bai, you summoned me?" Ichio inquired softly. Bai Bing did not lift her gaze, her eyes fixated on the documents in her hands. A sense of unease gripped Ichio, intensifying within him. Could it be that I have indeed erred? Otherwise, why would Director Bai be upset? He questioned himself, yet upon reflection, he felt he had done nothing wrong. Silence hung between them, and Ichio dared not speak, standing before the desk while stealing glances at Bai Bing. Today, she was adorned in a sleek silver professional outfit that accentuated her statuesque figure exquisitely. With each breath, her remarkable silhouette seemed poised to burst forth from her blouse. Her long, jet black hair was elegantly tied back, revealing a stunningly beautiful oval face. Efficient, aloof. After a prolonged 5 minutes of tension, Bai Bing finally lifted her head, slapping the patient record onto the desk before Ichio, her voice icy as she demanded, "Did you compose this medical record?" Ichio swiftly picked up the document, glanced through it, and nodded, "Yes, Director Bai, I authored this morning." "Why does your medical record mirror Guosheikong's exactly?" Bai Bing retorted sharply. "Confess, why did you plagiarize Guosheikong's record?" "Identical. That is impossible." Ichio hastily defended himself. "This record was written by me in the office this morning. I did not plagiarize." "You claim it was you who wrote it. Oh, you have any evidence?" "I do. Zhang Lili delivered a cola to me this morning, and she saw me writing it." But Zhang Lili has already testified on behalf of Guo Xiaocong, asserting that this medical record was authored by him. What more do you wish to explain? Bai Bing's expression was as cold as ice. Ichio was taken aback. Realization dawned upon him. It was undoubtedly this pair of unscrupulous individuals attempting to frame him. "Director Bai, I swear this medical record is mine. I toiled late into the night to ensure its accuracy, having consulted numerous resources. As for Zhang Lili's testimony for Guo Xiaocong, it is because you need not provide any further explanations." By being interjected, "The medical department is already aware of this matter. From today onwards, you will report to the nursing station as an aide. Without my permission, you are prohibited from attending to any patients." "Director Bai, leave." Bai Bing pointed to the door, utterly unyielding. Ichio clenched his fists, suppressing the surge of anger and grievance within him as he stormed out of the director's office. "Guo Xiaocong, Zhang Lili, Just wait, I shall not let this go unpunished. Chapter 3. Retribution. As Yi Qiu exited Bai Bing's office, he felt a surge of indignation threatening to bring him to tears. Guo Xiaocong had not only usurped Zhang Lili from him, but had also conspired with her to defame him. Most disheartening was the fact that Bai Bing had chosen to believe their allegations, relegating him to the role of a caregiver. What does being a caregiver entail? To put it bluntly, it is akin to being a servant. His daily duties would consist of washing the patient's faces and feet, feeding them, assisting with personal hygiene, laundering their clothes, and attending to their bodily needs. After all, he was a distinguished student from a medical school. If he were to engage in such tasks, it would render his 5 years of medical education utterly futile. Yi Qiu recognized that, at the core of this predicament, was his lack of power and influence, which had led to his current misfortune. Had he been born into wealth, Zhang Lili would never have betrayed him, Guo Xiaocong would not have dared to confront him, and Director Bai would never have assigned him such menial work. Ultimately, it was his financial and social inferiority that had brought about this unfortunate fate. In this lifetime, he vowed to rise above the fray, to become a person of significance, and to trample upon those who looked down upon him. Yi Qiu clenched his fists, silently making a promise to himself. Ding! The elevator door slid open, and as Yi Qiu stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a familiar scent of perfume. Looking up, he was greeted by the sight of Guo Xiaocong and Zhang Lili standing within the elevator. The scar on Guo Xiaocong's nose was a stark reminder of their earlier confrontation in Zhang Lili's rented apartment, where Yi Qiu had struck him. What a twist of fate! Instinctively, Yi Qiu considered retreating, unwilling to share an elevator with this despicable pair. However, to his dismay, Guo Xiaocong erupted into a mocking laugh, exclaiming, "Well, if it isn't Yi the caregiver, what a coincidence." Zhang Lili cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qiu, muttering, "Why do we keep running into you? What bad luck?" Yi Qiu chose to ignore the provocations of the couple, feeling no inclination to engage in conversation with them. Little did he know, his indifference only served to infuriate Guo Xiaocong further. "Yi Qiu, I will not let this matter rest," Guo Xiaocong declared. "Today, you were fortunate to have that wretched Bai Bing protecting you. Otherwise, you would have been expelled from the hospital long ago. You wouldn't even be considered for a caregiver position. What does this have to do with Director Bai?" Yi Qiu inquired. "Humph. If it weren't for Bai Bing's steadfast assurances to the medical department that she would take full responsibility should you encounter any issues again, do you think they would have overlooked this?" Guo Xiaocong retorted, his curiosity piqued. "I simply cannot comprehend your relationship with Bai Bing. Why is she so protective of you? Are you two involved?" "None of your concern." Yi Qiu shot back, as Guo Xiaocong raised his fist, poised to strike. "Don't act impulsively," Zhang Lili interjected, swiftly restraining Guo Xiaocong. "There are surveillance cameras in the elevator. If you're caught on tape, you will face consequences." Yi Qiu disregarded Guo Xiaocong's threats, lost in thought. It appeared he had misjudged Director Bai. Had she not intervened on his behalf, he would have surely been expelled from the hospital. A warmth spread through his heart. Seeing Yi Qiu's lack of reaction, Guo Xiaocong's eyes darted as he turned to Zhang Lili. "What on earth did you see in this waste of space?" "I must have been blind," she replied. "Indeed, if I weren't blind, how could I have ever been attracted to such a useless individual?" "Lily, that themed hotel we visited last time was quite enjoyable. Shall we go there again soon?" Guo Xiaocong suggested mischievously, his intentions unmistakable. "How scandalous. Thinking of such things in broad daylight. Do you not like it? I recall you called for over half an hour last time." The conversation between the two became increasingly explicit. Yi Qiu's anger surged within him. This brazen couple spoke so provocatively before him, clearly intending to provoke his ire. He nearly succumbed to the urge to strike them. However, he managed to restrain himself at the last moment. Yi Qiu understood that should he resort to violence, the elevator's surveillance would capture the act, and then Guo Xiaocong would present the footage to the medical department, leaving even Bai Bing unable to defend him. At that point, he would be expelled from the hospital, reduced to a stray dog. A gentleman avenges himself after a decade. What harm is there in enduring a little longer? Yi Qiu silently reassured himself. As the elevator reached the first floor, it opened into the bustling hospital lobby. The area was filled with people, all queuing to register, collect medications, or settle payments. Guo Xiaocong cast a cold glance at Yi Qiu, inwardly contemplating how long he could endure. Noticing Guo Xiaocong's gaze, Yi Qiu felt a sense of foreboding and quickened his pace, eager to escape. "Hey, Nurse Yi, don't be in such a hurry to leave." Guo Xiaocong obstructed Yi Qiu's path, a grin plastered across his face. "What do you want?" Yi Qiu asked, wary. "What I want, you will soon find out." Guo Xiaosong replied with a sinister smile, then proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, look over here. I would like to introduce you to someone." Instantly, several individuals were drawn to Guo Xiaosong's voice and turned their attention in his direction. Pointing at Yichio, Guo Xiaosong announced to the crowd, "This is Yichio, a probationary doctor at our hospital. However, his intentions are not noble. He has plagiarized my medical records and, upon being caught, even attempted to assault me. Do you see the injury on my nose? He was indeed assaulted by him. Now, he has been relegated to the role of a caregiver. Everyone must remember his face. When seeking a caregiver, ensure it is not him. Should you find yourselves in a situation of being struck, do not say I did not forewarn you." The patients and their families in the hall were oblivious to the true circumstances. Upon hearing Guo Xiaosong's words, they erupted in outrage. Jiangzhou Hospital is a reputable tertiary institution. How could they employ such a person? He is clearly a menace. In my opinion, individuals like him should be expelled from the hospital. Yichio was acutely aware that in the face of such a scenario, no matter what he said or did, no one would believe him. He cast a cold glance at Guo Xiaosong and prepared to leave. What is wrong? Feeling guilty and wanting to flee? Guo Xiaosong obstructed Yichio's path and addressed the crowd once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, let me reveal a shocking secret." Upon hearing the word secret, Yichio immediately grasped Guo Xiaosong's intentions and retorted angrily, "Guo Xiaosong, do not take your deceit too far." Guo Xiaosong smirked ominously and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, I must inform you that this caregiver, Yi, is actually a bastard child, raised by a mother without a father." A collective gasp echoed through the room. Who would have thought that Yichio was a bastard? No wonder he dared to plagiarize Dr. Guo's medical records and even assault him. It was evidently due to a lack of proper upbringing. Such a bastard should be expelled from the hospital. All gazes turned to Yichio with disdain. His face turned ashen, and he glared fiercely at Guo Xiaosong, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Guo Xiaosong did not cease his humiliation of Yichio, advancing to deliver a resounding slap across Yichio's face, boasting arrogantly, "I am bullying you, and what of it?" Yichio, consumed by rage, clenched his fists tightly. How could this scoundrel, Guo Xiaosong, trample upon his dignity in front of so many? It was intolerable. Yet, Yichio understood that should he strike back, he would face expulsion from the hospital. Jiangzhou Hospital was the finest in Jiangzhou. Being dismissed would tarnish his reputation irreparably, leaving him undesirable to any other institution. It was all due to his lack of power and influence. Otherwise, how could Guo Xiaosong act so brazenly? If only, suddenly, an idea sparked in Yichio's mind. Why not give it a try? With this thought, he exclaimed, "Guo Xiaosong, do you not fear divine retribution for your blatant distortion of truth?" Divine retribution? What nonsense! I fear not even the King of Heaven. Bang! Just as Guo Xiaosong finished his taunt, a loud crash echoed through the air, and he was left bloodied. It turned out that the chandelier above had suddenly fallen, striking Guo Xiaosong squarely on the head. Fortunately, the chandelier was not overly large. Otherwise, the consequences could have been far graver, potentially resulting in his death. Guo Xiaosong grasped his head, kneeling on the ground in agony. "Ah, Xiaosong, what has happened to you?" Zhang Lili inquired anxiously. "Are you blind? Can't you see I've been struck?" Guo Xiaosong bellowed. Amidst the public spectacle, being scolded in front of so many left Zhang Lili feeling deeply aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. Observing this scene, Yichio could not help but sneer, "You deserve it." "What did you say?" Zhang Lili glared, pointing at Yichio, and exclaimed, "Was it you? Which of your eyes saw that I did it?" She retorted, "If it wasn't you, then how could the chandelier fall down for no reason? As the saying goes, above one's head, 3 feet have deities." Guo Xiaosong, distorting the truth, was surely being punished by heaven. "Nonsense!" Guo Xiaosong shouted back, "Stop pretending to be divine." He then barked at Zhang Lili, "Help me up." "Oh." Zhang Lili hurried to assist Guo Xiaosong. At that moment, a nurse passing by to fetch medication suddenly slipped, losing her balance and crashing forward, sending 2 bottles of alcohol flying from her hands. Bang! The bottles collided with Guo Xiaosong's head in a rather intimate encounter. Crash! The glass shattered, and the alcohol drenched Guo Xiaosong's injury, causing an excruciating pain that felt unbearable. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Guo Xiaosong clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. Zhang Lili, flustered, scolded the nurse. "What on earth are you doing? Can't you watch where you're going?" "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." The nurse stammered. "If anything happens to Xiaosong, I want to let this go." Zhang Lili shouted at the nurse, then waved to the 2 nurses at the consultation desk, calling out, "Come here and help." Two nurses rushed over swiftly. "Sister Lily, what do you need us to do?" One asked. "What do I need you to do? Are you blind? Can't you see Xiaozong is hurt? Quickly, come with me to help bandage his wound." Two young nurses felt a twinge of displeasure, yet dared not defy Zhang Lily's wishes, for within the hierarchy of the hospital, doctors invariably held a superior status over nurses. In that moment, Zhang Lily and the two nurses supported Guo Xiaozong as they hurriedly entered the elevator. Unexpectedly, a tragic scene unfolded. Guo Xiaozong became ensnared by the elevator doors. Initially, being aided by the two nurses, it seemed implausible that the elevator could trap him, yet as they entered, the nurses released their hold on him. One of the nurses turned to Zhang Lily and said, "Sister Lily, we still have duties to attend to and cannot accompany Dr. Guo." With that, they turned away, and in an instant, Guo Xiaozong found himself caught between the doors. "Oh, it hurts so much," he cried out, startling numerous bystanders, including security personnel who rushed over to pry open the elevator doors and rescue him. Suddenly, the power went out. What a twist of fate. Guo Xiaozong felt an overwhelming desire to escape from this calamity. It seemed as if the heavens were conspiring against him today, his misfortunes mounting. He could not help but wonder if divine retribution truly existed. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu, recalling the methods from the comprehensive guide to Maoshan talismans, secretly drew a symbol of misfortune. To his astonishment, it proved remarkably effective. A wave of relief washed over him as he strode away from the hospital. Every evening, the lakeside buzzed with activity, filled with lively elderly women performing group dances. Old men engrossed in chess, playful children, and fishing enthusiasts congregating in harmony. As Yi Qiu strolled along the water's edge, he suddenly heard a piercing scream. "Oh no, someone has fallen into the lake." Yi Qiu swiftly turned his head, only to witness a 5- or 6-year-old boy floundering in the lake, perilously close to drowning. The elderly on the shore were in a state of panic. "Whose child is this? Where are the parents? Quickly, call for emergency help." There was no time to waste. The child's life was at stake. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiu plunged into the water. His form was agile, akin to that of a flying fish. As he swam rapidly to the boy's side, wrapping his arms around the child's waist and swimming towards the shore. Only after Yi Qiu had brought the boy to safety did the crowd gather around them. The boy had ingested a significant amount of water, rendering him unconscious. His face ashen and lips faintly tinged with purple, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. "This child is in dire straits. He must be rushed to the hospital for immediate assistance," someone remarked. Yi Qiu remained silent, gently lifting the boy and delivering 2 firm slaps to his back. With a gasp, the boy began to expel the water from his mouth. After approximately half a minute, the boy's eyelids fluttered open. He is awake. The crowd collectively sighed in relief. "Thank you, Uncle," the boy said in a childlike voice to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu smiled and inquired, "Where are your family?" "Grandpa and Uncle Zhao don't know where they went," the boy replied. No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man and a middle-aged man rushed over. "Xiao, are you all right?" The old man anxiously embraced the boy. "I'm fine, Grandpa. I accidentally fell into the lake, and this uncle saved me." The boy pointed to Yi Qiu. The old man quickly turned to Yi Qiu, expressing, "Young man, thank you." "Old man, I do not mean to criticize, but at your age, how can you still be so careless? If anything were to happen to the child, not only would the family blame you, but you would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime." Yi Qiu admonished the elderly man with a stern expression. Before the old man could respond, a middle-aged man behind him spoke up. "Young man, do you know whom you are addressing? Let me tell you." However, he abruptly closed his mouth. The old man smiled at Yi Qiu and said, "Young man, I will certainly be more careful in the future. Thank you immensely for your help today." "It was merely a small effort. No need for gratitude," Yi Qiu replied. It was only at this moment that he took a closer look at the old man. Dressed in a traditional Tang suit with meticulously styled hair, the old man wore a jade ring on his left thumb, exuding an extraordinary presence. The middle-aged man beside him had a resolute expression and fierce eyes, clearly not an ordinary individual. "Young man, what is your name?" the old man inquired kindly. "It seems you must be employed by now." After speaking, he turned to leave. "Please wait," the old man quickly called out, pulling out a bank card and extending it towards Yi Qiu. "What do you mean by this?" Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. The old man smiled and said, "Young man, thank you for saving my grandson. There is 500,000 in this card. I hope you do not find this amount too little. Please accept it." Yi Qiu was somewhat taken aback. The elder's generosity was remarkable, indicating his considerable wealth, yet he felt no temptation. "I do not save lives for money," Ichio declared, suddenly stepping forward. Upon witnessing his actions, the middle-aged man scoffed inwardly, asserting he was not motivated by monetary gain. However, Ichio did not reach for the bank card in the old man's hand. Instead, he fixated his gaze upon the elder's face, scrutinizing it intently. After a full half-minute, Ichio inquired, "Are you unwell?" "I am not ill. I just underwent a health examination a few days ago, and I am in good health." The old man replied with a smile. "That is indeed peculiar," Ichio remarked, furrowing his brow. "What seems to be the matter?" The old man asked. "I sense that you are afflicted with an ailment, and it appears to be quite severe. Yet, I cannot articulate it at this moment," Ichio expressed apologetically. "Perhaps my intuition has misled me. I hope you do not take offense." "I am not offended," the old man chuckled. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With a wave, Ichio departed in haste. As soon as he left, the old man's demeanor shifted entirely. If he had appeared as a friendly neighbor moments ago, he now resembled a formidable sovereign wielding the power of life and death, his face etched with authority. "Over the years, I have sought the counsel of esteemed physicians, none of whom have discerned my grave illness. Yet, this young man has seen through me. Could it be that fate has smiled upon me, granting this dying man a few more years of life?" "Jiayun," the elder commanded. "Present," the middle-aged man responded respectfully. "Dragon King, what are your orders?" "Immediately investigate Ichio. I wish to know everything about him." "Understood." Chapter 5, The Enchantress. Seeing Ichio drenched from head to toe, Ye's mother inquired with a smile. "Chioer, how did you get so soaked? You haven't fallen into the mirror lake, have you?" "Mother, you are truly remarkable. You seem to know everything." Ichio recounted the incident at Mirror Lake where he saved someone. Upon hearing his tale, Ye's mother nodded in approval and remarked, "You did the right thing. Saving a life is worth more than building a grand temple. However, my dear, in the future, do exercise caution in such situations and prioritize your safety." "I understand," he replied. "Please change into clean clothes, and then we shall have our meal." "All right." Ichio's mother, Chen Jinglan, hails from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Ichio knows little about his mother's family background, having only gathered vague hints from her that she was born into a prominent family. As for the extent of that family's influence, he remains oblivious and indifferent. In fact, he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards that family. Were it not for their heartlessness in casting Qian Jinglan out, their mother and son would not have endured such a wretched existence. Nevertheless, Ichio's animosity is more directed towards his father. Throughout the years, his father never once visited them, showing no concern for their well-being. Ichio believes that such an irresponsibly negligent man has no right to exist in this world. Qian Jinglan, all alone, raised Ichio amidst hardships, and as a result, white strands of hair have begun to appear at her temples, despite her being only in her 40s. He longs to inquire about the identity of his biological father. However, upon seeing the white hairs and the deep crow's feet at his mother's eyes, he refrains from asking. "Chioer, I haven't seen Lily lately. Have you two had a falling out?" Qian Jinglan inquired. "There is no conflict. She has just been quite busy with work," he replied. Ichio told a lie. He dared not directly inform Qian Jinglan that Zhang Lily had betrayed him. In Qian Jinglan's eyes, she had long regarded Zhang Lily as a daughter-in-law. Should she discover Zhang Lily's betrayal, it would likely leave her in a state of utter shock. Ichio looked at Qian Jinglan with confusion and inquired, "Mom, what do you wish to say to her?" "What else could I possibly say? Naturally, it concerns your marriage." Qian Jinglan replied with a smile. "You two have been together since university for 2 years now, and your relationship appears quite stable. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to meet with Lily's parents and formalize your engagement. What do you think?" "I think not," Ichio muttered internally, then replied, "Mom, Lily and I have just graduated, and our work situations are still not settled. There's no rush regarding marriage." Ichio felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After finishing dinner, he retired early to bed. "One day, I will make you realize that betraying me is the gravest mistake of your life." Unable to sleep, he resolved to reflect upon the thoughts swirling in his mind. The ancestral legacy of the Yi family encompassed not only the comprehensive guide to Maoshan talismans, but also an array of medical skills, martial arts, cultivation techniques, and the art of Chimen Duanjia. Ichio closed his eyes and began to practice these disciplines. As the night passed, when he opened his eyes in the morning, Ichio felt not a shred of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, as if he possessed an inexhaustible energy. After having breakfast, Ichio proceeded to report to the nursing station. Jiangzhou Hospital is a large institution, and the nursing station housed over 30 individuals, predominantly middle-aged men and women. Yiqiu was the sole caregiver of his age. Upon arriving at the nursing station, Yiqiu immediately noticed two elderly women wiping away their tears. Having been scolded by a patient, a middle-aged man remarked, "In room 301, a particularly irritable patient was admitted yesterday. She has already driven away 4 caregivers. Each one berated mercilessly. She is exceedingly difficult to manage." Just as he spoke, the head nurse overseeing the station spotted Yiqiu and commanded, "Yi, you are assigned to room 301. A sense of trepidation swept over Yiqiu as he glanced up at the nurse. "What are you staring at? Hurry along. If the patient files a complaint against you, prepare to pack your things and leave." The nurse barked sternly. "Understood," Yiqiu replied, turning to depart. At that moment, he heard the nurse's derisive laughter behind him. What a fool! Even daring to offend Guoxiao, completely unaware of the consequences. Yiqiu chose to ignore her and proceeded directly to room 301. Upon entering, he beheld a woman seated on the bed, and a fleeting sense of astonishment washed over him. This woman was undeniably, extraordinarily alluring. She donned a light purple 3/4 sleeve blouse, the neckline plunging to reveal ample fair skin, reminiscent of a lychee, pale with a hint of blush, quivering enticingly. Moreover, her waist was exquisitely slender, and even seated, her perfect curves were visible from the side. Most striking was the sight of her left leg, exposed beyond the covers, long and straight. The pristine skin accentuating her delicate features, evoking involuntary fantasies about what level of beauty could possibly match such a physique. Instinctively, Yiqiu's gaze wandered to the woman's face. Just then, she too became aware of his presence, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual recognition. At that moment, Yiqiu found himself momentarily breathless, his mind consumed by a singular thought. How could such a captivating woman exist in this world? She appeared to be around 30 years of age, with cascading black hair, an oval face, and enchanting grape-like eyes, exuding an innate allure that effortlessly conjured the term siren. "Who are you? What do you do?" she inquired first, her voice melodious yet frigid. "Are you a caregiver?" The woman scrutinized Yiqiu from head to toe, then asked, "Where are your credentials?" Yiqiu hastily produced his identification. The woman glanced at the caregiver's certificate before asking, "What were you just looking at?" Yiqiu felt his cheeks flush, thinking to himself that he could not possibly admit he was gazing at her. To his surprise, she spoke the thought aloud. "Were you looking at me?" Reluctantly, Yiqiu nodded. "Am I attractive?" she teased, her eyes twinkling playfully. "Yes, indeed. And what do you find most appealing about me? My face, perhaps, or—" At this point, she suddenly made a move that left Yiqiu's heart racing. Chapter 6. The Talismans of Mao Shan. In an instant, she leaned forward, revealing an alluring panorama that captivated Yiqiu's gaze. It was irresistible. What made matters even more precarious was the way she looked at him. Her eyes filled with flirtation, seemingly inviting him with an unspoken suggestion. "Come and play, young man." Instantly, Yiqiu's face burned with embarrassment. He had never encountered such a scene before, and the most shameful aspect was the surge of heat rising within him. As he pondered how to mask his awkwardness, the woman suddenly spoke again. "Young man, do you like it when older sisters act like this?" Her voice was soft and soothing, sending a shiver down the spine, enveloping him in a tingling sensation. This enchantress was truly irresistible. Yiqiu swiftly turned and dashed out of the ward. "Don't go, handsome. I have so much more to share with you," the woman exclaimed, laughter echoing down the corridor. Yiqiu touched his face, feeling an intense heat rising, inwardly berating himself for his lack of composure. How embarrassing it was for a grown man to be frightened away by a woman. Yet, he had to concede. This woman was undeniably stunning, both in appearance and figure. Among all the women he had encountered, only Bai Bing could rival her. However, Bai Bing always wore a frosty expression, resembling a block of ice, making her unapproachable. In stark contrast, this woman radiated warmth and allure. Every glance from her was utterly captivating, rendering men powerless. She was truly a nemesis to them. Taking a few deep breaths, Yiqiu endeavored to calm himself, contemplating a strategy. He realized he must re-enter the ward and win the woman's favor. But how? Yiqiu felt a headache coming on, as he had no experience in such matters. Regardless, he decided to push forward and entered the ward once more. "Ah, why have you returned?" The woman looked up at Yiqiu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, followed by a playful grin. "What is this? Did you miss me so soon?" Yichio's face flushed involuntarily. Oh, you're so shy? How adorable. Now tell me, what do you wish to do? I shall indulge you. Yichio cast a glance at the woman and remarked, I would like to see your leg. Oh, you rascal. You seem quite honest, but who would have thought you were so lewd as to wish to gaze upon another's leg? How embarrassing. The woman feigned shyness in a flirtatious tone. Yichio hurriedly clarified, Madam, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inspect the wound on your leg. The woman paused. Surprised. You do not wish to see my leg? No, Yichio denied. She scrutinized him for a moment before teasingly stating, Young man, you are not being truthful. I am a caregiver. It is my duty to assist you in examining your wound, and if necessary, I shall help you with the dressing. Yichio replied earnestly. Very well. The woman lifted the covers, revealing her right leg, which was wrapped in bandages. Yichio approached the bedside and carefully unwrapped the bandages on her leg to inspect the injury. The wound was a full 10 centimeters long, with stitches densely packed, resembling a centipede, and appeared quite ghastly. What a pity for such beauty! Yichio's mood soured. This woman, so exquisitely lovely, had suffered such a fate truly. The heavens are blind. How did this happen? Yichio inquired softly. A car accident. My bone is fractured. I am scheduled for another surgery in a few days. The woman replied. Wasn't he a surgery already performed? Why must there be another? Yichio questioned, puzzled, as his medical experience indicated that her current condition did not necessitate another operation. I am rather vain. I do not wish to be left with scars, the woman smiled. Oh, I see. The attending physician informed me that my injury is quite extensive, and the difficulty of a secondary surgery to eliminate the scar is exceedingly high. He has not yet conceived a solution, and if the scar cannot be removed, I shall never wear a short skirt again, which is truly disheartening. As the woman lamented, a middle-aged male doctor entered, followed by several interns. Ms. Lin, how are you feeling today? He inquired, a gentle smile gracing his face. Not too bad, she replied. Dr. Wang, have you thought of a way to eliminate the scar? She asked eagerly. Ms. Lin, I fear I must disappoint you, Dr. Wang said, his smile fading as he spoke with a tone of regret. I have consulted with dermatology specialists, and in cases such as yours, it is virtually impossible to completely eradicate the scar. Even with another skin repair surgery, the scar cannot be entirely removed. Is there truly no way? The woman implored, her hope unyielding. Dr. Wang, I am willing to pay any amount if you can help me eliminate the scar. Her heart felt as cold as ash. For a woman, a prominent scar is akin to an imperfection in life. It signifies incompleteness. Furthermore, she had a profound appreciation for beauty, for reasons unknown. Seeing her despondent stirred a twinge of sympathy in Yichio, who, almost as if compelled by fate, remarked, Actually, there may be a way. At these words, all eyes turned to Yichio. Dr. Wang scrutinized Yichio and asked, Who are you? I am. Yichio began to introduce himself, but was preempted by an intern behind Dr. Wang, who interjected, Dr. Wang, this is Yichio. He is a caregiver. Caregiver? Doctor. Wang furrowed his brow and inquired of Yichio, What did you mean by that statement? Yichio hastily clarified, Dr. Wang, in fact, there are ways to address Ms. Lin's situation. Dr. Wang's frown deepened as he questioned, Are you suggesting that you possess a solution? Indeed, Yichio affirmed with a nod. What is the solution? Utilizing the charms of Mao Shan, he replied. Nonsense. Dr. Wang's expression darkened abruptly, and he exclaimed, What era are we in? You dare to engage in superstitious practices? Do you wish to forfeit your position at the hospital? Dr. Wang, please listen to me. Mao Shan charms are not mere superstition. They represent a profound metaphysical discipline that can genuinely assist Ms. Lin in eliminating her scars. Leave. Before Yichio could finish his explanation, Dr. Wang retorted angrily. If you continue spewing such nonsense, I will have you expelled from the caregiver station immediately. Why is it that truth goes unrecognized? Yichio pondered, wishing to elaborate further. However, upon seeing Dr. Wang's displeasure, he sighed softly and turned to depart. Just then, a voice interrupted. Wait. The woman spoke suddenly. You claimed you could assist me in removing my scars. Is that true? She inquired. The woman turned to Dr. Wang and asked nonchalantly, Are you Yichio? Doctor. Wang chuckled. Ms. Lin, please do not jest. How could I possibly be Yichio? A cold sweat broke out on Dr. Wang's forehead. Yichio cast a startled glance at the woman, noticing that her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Bai Bing, albeit with a more pronounced aura of hostility. He could not help but wonder, who exactly was this woman? Dr. Wang, wiping the sweat from his brow, apologized. Ms. Lin, I am truly sorry. What exactly is the Maoshan talisman you mentioned? The woman ignored Dr. Wang, her curiosity directed towards Yi Qiu. Her face adorned with a smile that starkly contrasted her previous expression. Can the Maoshan talisman truly help me eliminate my scars completely? She inquired once more. Indeed, Yi Qiu replied with utmost certainty. The book Complete Collection of Maoshan Talismans contains a specific talisman known as the Scar-Removing Talisman. Once invoked, it has the power to erase scars in a remarkably short span of time, restoring the skin to its original state. The woman pondered, wondering how long it would take to remove her scars. If it were a year or so, it would be manageable. However, if it stretched to 3 or 5 years, would she not be deprived of wearing short skirts? Yi Qiu considered for a moment before declaring, approximately 10 minutes. What did you say? The woman looked at Yi Qiu in astonishment. Mistaking her surprise for dissatisfaction with the duration, Yi Qiu pressed on. If I put in a bit more effort, perhaps it could be done in 5 minutes. The woman was left speechless, unable to believe her ears. Meanwhile, several interns behind Dr. Wang erupted into laughter, mocking, Yi Qiu, who do you think you're fooling? You're just spouting nonsense. Dr. Wang is a medical expert, and he cannot help. What can a mere nurse do? Maoshan talisman? Huh. Why not claim you possess the secret arts of Longhushan? One intern scoffed. I actually have some knowledge of the Longhushan secret arts, Yi Qiu stated earnestly. But they hold no efficacy in scar removal. In the legacy of the Yi family's ancestors, there exists a plethora of enigmatic elements, among which is the secret technique of Longhu Mountain. The intern chuckled. Ha ha, this is too amusing. If I had asked you earlier whether you understood feng shui, would you have also claimed to know a little? Yi Qiu nodded. Yes, I possess some knowledge of feng shui. The intern retorted, since you were so competent, why did you resort to plagiarizing Guo Xiao's medical records? Yi Qiu glared at the intern, asserting, I did not plagiarize. The intern sneered, if you truly did not, then why were you relegated to the nursing station? Yi Qiu fell silent, his face flushed, and responded, regardless, I did not plagiarize. It was Guo Xiao who framed me enough. Dr. Wang interjected, displaying a hint of impatience as he cast a cold glance at Yi Qiu. This matter does not concern you. Leave. Wait. The woman spoke again, gazing intently at Yi Qiu. Can I trust you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Fixing his gaze upon her, he earnestly replied, You can trust me. I shall not disappoint you. When can you assist me with my treatment? She inquired. Anytime, he responded. Then let it be now. The woman declared to Yi Qiu. If you can truly help me eradicate this scar completely, I shall reward you handsomely. Dr. Wang, overhearing their exchange, hastily cautioned, Ms. Lin, treating ailments is no trifling matter. One cannot proceed recklessly. Yi Qiu is merely a junior nurse. He lacks the requisite knowledge. The woman then asked Yi Qiu, if the treatment is unsuccessful, what harm could it inflict upon my body? Even if it cannot be cured, there will be no harm, Yi Qiu remarked. The woman then addressed Dr. Wang, saying, Did you hear that? Even if it cannot be cured, there is no detriment. Why not give it a try? However, do you have a solution? Dr. Wang immediately fell silent. If you have no solution, why do you impede Yi Qiu from assisting me? Is it merely because he is a caregiver? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? The woman's voice turned icy, her gaze piercing into Dr. Wang. Startled, he quickly replied, Ms. Lin, please do not misunderstand. I am simply concerned that Yi Qiu may not be able to help you. I have no other intentions. It is best that you harbor no other intentions. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. The woman then turned, a seductive smile gracing her face as she sweetly said, Young man, please assist me with my treatment. Her mood shifted more swiftly than one could turn a page. Yi Qiu nodded gently, internally wary. This woman was capricious and must not be offended, lest he face dire consequences. He first retrieved a bowl of water, then extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to gesture over the bowl as if inscribing something, murmuring softly, barely audible, words akin to an urgent incantation. Quack! Scoffed an intern behind Dr. Wang, while several others displayed expressions of disdain. In their view, healing should involve injections, medications, or surgeries. As for the incantations of Maoshan, they deemed them mere tricks. 3 minutes later, Yi Qiu gently applied water from the bowl onto the woman's stitched wound and remarked, Wait a couple more minutes, and the scar should vanish. A nearby intern could not contain a chuckle. Yi Qiu, I never realized you were such a performer. Perhaps you should abandon nursing and try your hand at acting in Hongdian. With your talent, you'll surely make a name for yourself. Another intern chimed in. In this day and age, if modern medicine can't solve an issue, what makes you think a few drops of water will do the trick? You must be joking. Dr. Wang, too, was skeptical. After years in practice, he had never heard of any talisman from Maoshan capable of healing. If that were the case, what need would there be for doctors? As time ticked by, the 2-minute mark approached. Suddenly, the woman exclaimed, "The scar is disappearing. The scar is disappearing." Dr. Wang raised an eyebrow, dubious yet instinctively glanced at the woman's calf. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, akin to saucers, reflecting sheer astonishment. The interns behind him were equally stunned. How could this be possible? Chapter 8. The fairy land before their eyes. The woman's scar was vanishing at an observable rate. In less than 30 seconds, it had completely disappeared, along with the threads that had once held the wound together. Upon examining the woman's calf, her skin was restored to its pristine state, smooth as jade and dazzling like fine porcelain. The interns who had previously mocked Yi Qiu were left speechless, and Dr. Wang stood in stunned silence. In all his years of practice, he had never witnessed such an occurrence. How did you accomplish this? Dr. Wang could not help but inquire. Did you not see it yourself? Yi Qiu replied. Could it truly be the talisman from Maoshan? Dr. Wang still found it hard to believe. Yi Qiu responded earnestly. I have already stated that the Maoshan talisman is not mere superstition, but a remarkable arcane art. However, the woman impatiently interrupted Dr. Wang, saying, This matter no longer concerns you. You may leave. Very well, Ms. Lin, I shall take my leave. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call. Before exiting the ward, Dr. Wang cast a cold glance at Yi Qiu. Once in the corridor, several interns expressed their indignation. Teacher, Yi Qiu is clearly deceiving us. Such a scoundrel should be expelled from the hospital. Indeed, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. If Yi Qiu remains, he will inevitably bring calamity upon our institution. Teacher, you are Ms. Lin's attending physician. Should anything happen to her, the responsibility will fall upon you. Silence. Dr. Wang admonished sharply, his expression grave as he asked, Do you know where young Master Gu is? When I arrived at the ward, I saw young Master Gu heading to the nurse's station, one intern replied. Sensing Dr. Wang's displeasure, the interns hastily departed. Dr. Wang lingered for a moment before making his way toward the nurse's station. Inside the ward, the woman rested her chin on her hands, gazing intently at Yi Qiu with her large, sparkling eyes. Yi Qiu felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over him. I am contemplating how to express my gratitude for the immense assistance you have provided. Perhaps a kiss? The woman blinked her large eyes, her eyelashes fluttering delicately, creating a captivating sight. Yi Qiu's face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly said, Ms. Lin, please don't do that. What would you have me do, then? Perhaps offer myself to you? The woman responded playfully, blowing a kiss toward Yi Qiu and winking at him. Yi Qiu felt his heart race and quickly averted his gaze. This woman was truly a bewitching enchantress. Is it true that you shy so easily? Have you never interacted with women before? That shouldn't be the case, as a doctor. You must frequently engage with them. The woman smiled mischievously and continued, Is it because I am more beautiful than any woman you have encountered? Yi Qiu's face grew even redder, and he conceded this point. Indeed, she was the most stunning woman he had ever seen. With a mere glance, she could leave one spellbound. It was likely that no ordinary man could resist her allure. All right, I shall cease my teasing, the woman said. Her playful demeanor replaced with sincerity. Yi Qiu, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lin Jingji. Jingji? Yi Qiu glanced at her, finding her indeed exquisite, but... Sigh. Why the sigh? The woman inquired, puzzled. Do you find my name unappealing? I believe Lin Yaojing would suit you better, Yi Qiu remarked, instantly regretting his words. Realizing how careless he had been. What if she took offense and refused to allow him to be her caregiver? However, the woman did not seem upset. Instead, she laughed and said, You are quite clever. Others refer to me as Lin Yaojing. Is that so? Yi Qiu remarked. In truth, calling you a fairy is somewhat inaccurate. Why? Because you surpass fairies in beauty. The woman chuckled softly, gazing at Yi Qiu with intrigue. What would you like me to do? Speak plainly. Yi Qiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his little ruse would be so easily unraveled. Ms. Lin, I wish to be your caregiver. Is that all? Lin Jingji responded, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Yi Qiu affirmed with a decisive nod. I was originally a probationary surgeon. But due to a malicious scheme against me, I have been reassigned to the caregiving station. If I cannot serve as your caregiver, I will be left without employment. Lin Jingji found this curious. With your capabilities, losing this position should not be a significant concern. I am passionate about this profession. I aspire to be a distinguished doctor, Yi Qiu stated with earnestness. Lin Jingji scrutinized Yi Qiu, her eyes reflecting admiration, and smiled. I am quite fond of men with dreams. From this moment on, you shall be my caregiver. Shall we need to sign a contract? I will fetch the documents. Yi Qiu hurriedly exited the ward. This little man is rather intriguing. Lin Jingji mused, smiling as she took out her phone to call her assistant. Shao Jie, please investigate a caregiver named Yu Qiu at Jiangzhou Hospital. I want to know everything about him in 3 minutes. Understood, Ms. Lin, came a melodious voice from the other end. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Jingji received the information, perusing it carefully, her brows furrowing slightly. An illegitimate child? Was your girlfriend robbed? Did he also plagiarize someone else's medical records? This fellow seems to have quite a story. Suddenly, the sound of knocking at the door interrupted Lin Jingji's contemplations. She looked up to see a young doctor entering the room. Who are you? Hello, Ms. Lin. My name is Guo Xiaocong, a surgeon at this hospital. I heard you are considering hiring Yi Qiu as a caregiver, Guo Xiaocong said, his gaze furtively darting towards Lin Jingji. What do you wish to convey? Lin Jingji inquired coolly. I would like to inform Ms. Lin that you cannot employ Yi Qiu as a caregiver. Why is that? Ms. Lin, you may not be aware, but Yi Qiu was originally an intern in surgery. He has been neglecting his duties, behaving irresponsibly at work, and has even plagiarized my medical records. Such a reckless individual should be firmly rejected, otherwise. What are you doing here? Yi Qiu's expression darkened upon seeing Guo Xiaocong. Why should you care where I am? Guo Xiaocong retorted arrogantly. Lin Jingji smiled and said, Dr. Guo just informed me that you are neglecting your responsibilities, behaving irresponsibly at work, and have plagiarized his medical records, advising me against hiring you as a caregiver. Yi Qiu replied angrily. Guo Xiaocong, why are you always targeting me? Because I cannot stand you. Is that reason not sufficient? Guo Xiaocong turned to Lin Jingji again, saying, Ms. Lin, I urge you to carefully consider my suggestion. And what if I insist on hiring Yi Qiu as my caregiver? Lin Jingji replied with a smile. Guo Xiaocong paused for a moment before saying, Ms. Lin, if you insist on employing Yi Qiu as a caregiver, the hospital will bear no responsibility should any issues arise. If I truly encounter a problem, will your hospital take responsibility? Lin Jingji's smile abruptly vanished, and a formidable aura emanated from her. In that moment, she resembled a queen perched high above. Guo Xiaocong felt a jolt within. He had never witnessed such an overwhelming presence, even in the hospital director. He couldn't help but speculate about the true identity of this woman. Yi Qiu, Lin Jingji called out. Yi Qiu turned to face her. Lin Jingji continued, Today, I shall impart a lesson on how to navigate this world. It is a misconception that if you take a step back, others will follow suit. More often than not, retreating only signals to others that you are easy to bully, prompting them to press further. The saying a kind person is easily taken advantage of encapsulates this notion. Yi Qiu pondered her words. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Lin Jingji inquired after a brief pause. Yi Qiu nodded. I understand. Then what are you waiting for? Yi Qiu took a deep breath, lifting her gaze to coldly regard Guo Xiaocong. His demeanor irritated Guo Xiaocong, who barked. What are you staring at, you illegitimate child? A sudden slap echoed in the hospital room. The sharp sound reverberated as Guo Xiaocong's left cheek swelled visibly. Why you dare strike me? Guo Xiaocong stared at Yi Qiu in disbelief. For a long time, he had regarded her as a pushover, but now, I tolerate you not out of fear, Yi Qiu stated coldly. I will destroy you. Guo Xiaocong raised his fist, ready to retaliate. You dare to lay a hand on him, try it. The cold, refined voice of Lin Jingji echoed, declaring, Dare to touch Yi Qiu, and I shall take your life. Guo Xiaocong turned, only to find Lin Jingji's expression devoid of any emotion, her eyes icy and remote, clearly not jesting. Who exactly are you? Guo Xiaocong inquired in a hushed tone. I am someone you can never provoke, Lin Jingji retorted, her almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely. Leave. The authority in her voice was palpable. Guo Xiaocong hesitated for a moment, reluctantly unclenching his fists. Before ascertaining Lin Jingji's true identity, he dared not act rashly. He could not afford to provoke someone beyond his means. Yi Qiu, this matter will not end here. You shall await the consequences, Guo Xiaocong uttered menacingly before swiftly exiting the hospital room. At last, tranquility enveloped the room. Sister Lin. Thank you, Yi Qiu expressed gratefully, deeply moved by Lin Jingji's protection. It was merely a trivial matter, no need for thanks, Lin Jingji replied with a smile. How did it feel to slap Guo Xiaocong? she inquired. Exhilarating, Yi Qiu exclaimed, feeling as if that single slap had released all the pent-up frustration within him. Then, he posed another question to Lin Jingji. Sister, do you think I am weak? No, you are not weak. Rather, you are excessively kind, Lin Jingji clarified. You have just stepped into society, reluctant to stir trouble and fearful of conflict, fully aware of your lack of wealth, power, and connections. Thus, you retreat time and again, preferring to endure grievances rather than offend others. I understand your sentiments well, yet I do not admire them. Lin delicately shifted the conversation, stating, as I mentioned earlier, a good person is often taken advantage of, much like a gentle horse is ridden. Unwavering forbearance and retreat do not truly resolve issues. Guo Xiaozong's repeated bullying serves as the finest testament to this. Remember my words, a man must possess a resolute heart to stand firm. Yi Qiu sighed. I understand the reasoning, but do you believe that your lack of connections makes you unable to confront them? Indeed, Yi Qiu nodded. Lin smiled. Have you considered the perspective that those who are barefoot fear not the one wearing shoes? If you exhibit a bit more assertiveness, do you truly think they would dare to challenge you? Yi Qiu paused, reflecting. In this society, the wealthier and more powerful one is, the more they fear death. If you stand your ground, they will surely back down. Lin continued. Moreover, you are not entirely without support. What do you mean? From this day forward, I shall be your stronghold. Anyone who dares to bully you shall face my wrath. Yi Qiu was uncertain of the truth behind Lin's words, yet felt a warmth within. Thank you, sister. I prefer actions over mere words of gratitude. Could you offer something more tangible? Lin narrowed her alluring eyes, casting a flirtatious glance at Yi Qiu. Kiss me. Ah, that is rather direct. Yi Qiu's face flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha, you truly are adorable. But I shan't tease you any longer. Hand me the contract. Lin giggled. Yi Qiu promptly handed her the contract and a pen. Without even glancing at the contents, Lin signed her name at the designated spot. All done. Yi Qiu finally exhaled in relief. Thus, the nursing station had no grounds to expel him, which signified that he could continue his employment at the hospital. By the way, can you employ the Maoshan talisman to heal my leg? Lin Jingji inquired. Yi Qiu shook his head, explaining, there is indeed a miraculous bone-setting technique within the Maoshan talismans. But regrettably, I have yet to learn it. Moreover, your leg has already undergone surgery. It merely requires a period of rest. However, I abhor lying in a hospital bed. Really? Yi Qiu, I find you to be exceedingly considerate. If only you were my boyfriend. Lin Jingji gazed at Yi Qiu, her large, watery eyes fluttering playfully. A blend of charm and mischief. Here we go again. Yi Qiu found himself somewhat exasperated. Why does this woman always delight in teasing him? Sister Lin, I shall fetch you something to eat from the cafeteria. Do lie still and rest. Yi Qiu hastily retreated from the ward. Qian Jinglan had been preoccupied with Yi Qiu's marital prospects these past few days. Since she had the day off, after completing her household chores, she decided to visit the hospital to discuss matters with Zhang Lili regarding their parents' meeting to finalize the arrangement between Zhang Lili and Yi Qiu. Upon arriving at the entrance of the inpatient department, she observed Zhang Lili supporting a young male doctor as they exited together. The doctor had one arm wrapped around Zhang Lili's waist, and they appeared quite intimate. Qian Jinglan, being a rather traditional woman, felt a twinge of displeasure at this sight. At that moment, Zhang Lili also noticed Qian Jinglan and, frowning, asked, Auntie, what brings you here? Lily, I have come to find you, Qian Jinglan stated straightforwardly. Looking for me? For what purpose? I wish to discuss with you the possibility of arranging a day to meet your parents. To formalize the relationship between you and Yi Qiu. Zhang Lili furrowed her brow more tightly and inquired, Auntie, has Yi Qiu mentioned anything to you? What is there to tell? Qian Jinglan responded with confusion. It appears Yi Qiu truly has kept you in the dark, Zhang Lili remarked. I have already broken up with Yi Qiu. You have separated? Qian Jinglan's expression turned to one of shock. When did this happen? Yi Qiu never mentioned a word of it. Indeed, Yi Qiu must not have informed you. He was discovered to have plagiarized Dr. Was medical records and has now been assigned to the nursing station as an aide. What? Qian Jinglan's face went pale. As a mother, her greatest concern was Yi Qiu's future. Is there still a chance for Yi Qiu to be promoted? Qian Jinglan asked anxiously. If he is on the verge of losing his job, do you think he can still be promoted? Dream on. Guo Xiaozong sneered from the side. Old lady, you have raised a fine son. Not only did he plagiarize my medical records, but he also struck me. Truly outrageous. You claim Yi Qiu hit you? That is impossible. Qian Jinglan refused to believe it. Yichio has always been kind to others and has never been violent. Surely there must be a misunderstanding between you. A misunderstanding. My foot. Guo Xiaocong pointed to his swollen left cheek and said, Old lady, open your eyes and see. This is what your son did. Zhang Lili chimed in, Auntie. I can attest that it was indeed Yichio who struck him. Xiaocong's father is the deputy director of the hospital, which means Yichio will never have a chance to be promoted. Qian Jinglan's face drained of color in an instant. Yichio was her greatest hope, but now? No, she could not allow her son to lose his job. For your sake? Gu Xiaocong spat in Qian Jinglan's face, cursing, What are you worth? Is your face of any value? Dr. Gu, please be forgiving. It is all Yichio's fault for being inconsiderate. I apologize on his behalf. Before Qian Jinglan could finish her plea, Gu Xiaocong struck her across the face, rebuking, A lowly person like you dares to ask for my forgiveness? Covering her face. Qian Jinglan cast a desperate glance at Zhang Lili, pleading, Lili, since you once had a connection with Yichio, please intercede with Dr. Gu on my behalf. Zhang Lili coldly replied, I have severed all ties with Yichio. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me. Qian Jinglan stared at Zhang Lili in disbelief. At that moment, Gu Xiaocong smirked darkly, Old woman, if you kneel and apologize to me, I will give Yichio a chance. With a thud, Qian Jinglan knelt without hesitation. For her son's future, her personal dignity meant nothing. Just then, Yichio emerged from the hospital ward and witnessed this scene, his eyes instantly turning red. Chapter 10. To stand firm. One must be resolute with the speed of a wild stallion breaking free. Yichio rushed forward and seized Gu Xiaocong by the throat. How dare you bully my mother? You are seeking death. Yichio roared. Qian Jinglan was the dearest person to him in this world, and he would never allow anyone to mistreat her. Guo Xiaocong delivered a forceful kick to Yichio's abdomen, yet it failed to dislodge him. On the contrary, Yichio's strength was astonishing, rendering Guo Xiaocong utterly powerless. If you have the guts, kill me. Guo Xiaocong seethed. Do you think I am afraid? Yichio tightened his grip, causing Guo Xiaocong's face to flush crimson, his breath becoming increasingly labored. Zhang Lili urgently exclaimed, Yichio, let Xiaocong go. Get lost. Yichio retorted without hesitation, viewing both Zhang Lili and Guo Xiaocong as two of a kind. You. Zhang Lili, both angry and anxious, quickly turned to Qian Jinglan, saying, Auntie, please persuade Yichio. If anything happens to Xiaocong, he will pay with his life. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qian Jinglan stood and firmly grasped Yichio's arm, imploring, Chioer, please release Dr. Guo. Mother, he has wronged you. I will never let him off the hook. Yichio stubbornly replied, Dr. Guo has not wronged me. It was my choice. Let him go. I will not release him. Tears nearly brimmed in Qian Jinglan's eyes as she pleaded, Chioer, do you no longer heed my words? Cough, cough. Guo Xiaocong finally regained his breath after a fit of coughing, darkly stating, Old woman, did you see that? In broad daylight, your son attempted to kill me. Tell me, can a person like this remain in the hospital? Zhang Lili glared at Yichio in displeasure, angrily remarking, Yichio, you've become quite audacious. How dare you offend Xiaocong? Apologize to him at once. Apologize? Not a chance. Yichio glared at Zhang Lili and coldly remarked, You are well aware of how my mother treats you. How could you conspire with Guo Xiaocong to bully her today? Have you no humanity? I did not bully Auntie. You can ask her, Zhang Lili retorted. Qian Jinglan interjected, attempting to mediate, Chioer, Lili did not mistreat me. It was entirely my choice. Mother, Yichio, did you hear that? I did not bully her. The old lady chose to kneel of her own accord. Guo Xiaocong sneered. You dare lay a hand on me? This is not over. He threatened as Yichio prepared to speak, only to be pulled back by Qian Jinglan. Dr. Guo, I sincerely apologize. Yichio was unaware of the situation and mistakenly thought I was wronged, which led to her impulsive reaction. I hope you can forgive her. She then retrieved 1,000 yuan from her pocket, bending slightly as she humbly offered it to Guo Xiaocong. With a resounding slap, Guo Xiaocong struck Qian Jinglan across the face. Dr. Guoyu, another sharp sound of a slap echoed in the air. This paltry sum. You think you can dismiss me with such an insult? Guo Xiaocong declared arrogantly. Let me tell you, even if you offered me 1,000,000, I would not spare your son. To dare strike my mother, you must truly be tired of living. Yichio clenched her fists. Fury etched across her face as she contemplated charging at Guo Xiaocong. Chioer, do not act recklessly. Qian Jinglan firmly grasped Yichio's arm. Mother, this scoundrel is utterly intolerable. How dare he bully you in my presence? Today I must. Qian Jinglan had often felt humiliated, Yet for the sake of Yi Qiu's future, she could endure anything. To prevent Yi Qiu from acting impulsively, she firmly grasped his arm, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. However, just as they turned to depart, Guo Xiaocong picked up a brick from the nearby flower bed and, catching them off guard, struck Yi Qiu squarely on the back. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered into 2 pieces. Guo Xiaocong stood there, stunned, wondering if this fellow had cultivated an indestructible body, for he appeared wholly unscathed. Meanwhile, Yi Qiu was consumed with rage. Guo Xiaocong's ruthless attack could have proven fatal had the brick struck him on the back of his head. In that fleeting moment, Lin Jingji's words echoed swiftly in his mind. Remember my words, brother. For a man to stand firm, he must possess a ruthless heart. With a sudden, incredulous swiftness, Yi Qiu turned and seized Guo Xiaocong by the throat, and before the latter could fully comprehend the situation, Yi Qiu forcefully slammed him to the ground. Bang! Guo Xiaocong's head struck the cement floor, resulting in a violent gash that bled profusely. This scene left Zhang Lili utterly dumbfounded. Guo Xiaocong stood at 6 feet 3 inches and weighed 200 pounds, yet Yi Qiu lifted him with the ease of grasping a mere chicken. How could he possess such strength? Zhang Lili, her face a mask of shock, had no time to intervene before hearing Yi Qiu declare to Guo Xiaocong, Sister Lin is right. A kind horse is ridden, and a good person is bullied. My incessant retreat has only emboldened your audacity. I recall that just a moment ago, you struck my mother with that very hand, did you not? Yi Qiu fixed his gaze upon Guo Xiaocong's right hand. What do you intend to do? Guo Xiaocong bellowed in anger. Dare to lay a finger on me, and you shall meet your demise. In response, Yi Qiu forcefully stomped down on Guo Xiaocong's palm with great precision and decisiveness. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Guo Xiaocong's fingers were crushed, leaving them a grotesque mess. Ah! Guo Xiaocong cried out in agony. I could tolerate your bullying, your false accusations, your insults, your exclusion, and even your usurpation of Zhang Lili, but when it comes to my mother, I shall not stand idly by. Yi Qiu seized Guo Xiaocong by the hair, lifting him up, and then delivered a swift kick to his knee. Thud! Guo Xiaocong collapsed to the ground in submission. Apologize to my mother, Yi Qiu commanded coldly. You can forget it. Slap! A resounding blow landed on Guo Xiaocong's face. Apologize? You expect me to apologize to that old hag? In your dreams. I would rather die than utter a word of apology. Guo Xiaocong remained defiant. Very well, then I shall render you powerless. Yi Qiu swiftly unleashed 2 punches, shattering Guo Xiaocong's arms, followed by 2 lightning-fast kicks to his knees. Crack! Crack! The sound of knee bones fracturing resounded. Ah! Guo Xiaocong cried out in pain, struggling to rise, but with all his limbs broken, he found himself utterly powerless. Bang! Yi Qiu stomped down on Guo Xiaocong's face once more, his voice icy. Guo Xiaocong, will you not apologize? Enough, Yi Qiu. Zhang Lili, awakened from the turmoil, exclaimed in fury. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Prepare yourself for imprisonment. To harm another person results in imprisonment. What then of death? A murderous intent surfaced on Yi Qiu's face as his foot gradually lifted from Guo Xiaocong's face, ultimately pausing above his throat. Then, with sudden ferocity, he brought it down. Chapter 11. Ruined him. Stop. Just as Yi Qiu was about to strike, a sharp voice rang out. He quickly halted his foot and looked up to see Bai Bing striding toward him, her expression frigid. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease crept into Yi Qiu's heart, akin to a schoolboy caught red-handed by a teacher. Upon seeing Bai Bing, Guo Xiaocong appeared to glimpse a lifeline, desperately shouting, Director Bai, save me. Yi Qiu is trying to kill me. Please help. Zhang Lili seized the moment to add, Director Bai, Yi Qiu has lost his mind. He intends to commit murder. You must stop him. Release Dr. Guo, Bai Bing said, her gaze fixed coldly on Yi Qiu. Director Bai, let me explain. He began, but she interjected with an authoritative tone. Let him go. Unbeknownst to her, her commanding demeanor ignited Yi Qiu's intense displeasure. You are not my superior right now. By what right do you command me to release him? Bai Bing, both furious and anxious, retorted, Do you not wish to remain in the hospital? As for the matter regarding the medical records, it was Guo Xiaocong and Zhang Lili who conspired to frame me. If you do not investigate thoroughly and instead relegate me to the nursing station, then I see no reason to remain in such a hospital. Yi Qiu resolved that even if he could no longer be a doctor, his skills would ensure he would not starve. Bai Bing suppressed her anger and advised, Yi Qiu, although I am not your superior at present, I have served as your mentor during your probationary period. If you still consider me your teacher, Heed my words and release Dr. Gua. After years of medical study, you have finally obtained your physician's credentials. Would you truly relinquish them so easily? Is this how you honor your mother? Her final words struck Yichio's heart like a heavy hammer. Turning his head, he noticed Chen Jinglan's tear-streaked face, and guilt washed over him. Mom, Chioer, please let Dr. Gua go. However, his mother had already acknowledged the man as a scoundrel. You were right to strike him, but sacrificing your life for such a wretch is utterly unworthy. Chen Jinglan's words rang like a clarion call, instantly calming Yichio. Indeed, it was not worth dying for someone like Gua Xiaozong. Listen well, Gua Xiaozong, I shall spare your life today, but if you dare to bully my mother again, I will ensure your demise. With that, Yichio withdrew his foot and supported Chen Jinglan, saying, Mom, let us depart. Stop right there. Zhang Lili blocked Yichio's path, declaring, You've beaten Xiaozong to a pulp, and now you think you can just walk away? Good dogs don't obstruct the way, step aside. Yichio's expression darkened. I have already called Vice Director Gua. None of you are permitted to leave until he arrives, Zhang Lili threatened. Are you courting death, Zhang Lili? Yichio, given the gravity of the situation, I advise you to exercise caution. You have rendered Xiaozong incapacitated. Should he file a complaint, you would spend the remainder of your life in prison. Upon hearing Zhang Lili's words, Bai Bing finally noticed the bloodied state of Gua Xiaozong's limbs. This is disastrous. Bai Bing quickly urged, Yichio, take Auntie and leave immediately, the farther the better. Director Bai, what do you mean? Zhang Lili glared at Bai Bing, her dissatisfaction evident. Yichio has violently assaulted Xiaozong, leaving him severely injured. If he flees, who will take responsibility? Will you? I will, Bai Bing declared. You? Zhang Lili looked at Bai Bing in astonishment. Bai Bing replied, I already stated yesterday in the infirmary that if Yichio errs again, I will bear the consequences on his behalf. What is your relationship with him? Why would you take responsibility for him? A twinge of discomfort flared within Zhang Lili, as she silently pondered whether Yichio and Bai Bing truly shared a deeper connection. Our relationship is none of your concern. Yichio, take Annie and go. Bai Bing commanded. Director Bai, what will you do if I leave? Do not worry about me. I have my own means. Yichio felt a surge of gratitude. Bai Bing was not only assisting him, but also prepared to shoulder the burden of responsibility. He was at a loss as to whether to regard her actions as commendable or foolish. However, as a man, how could he allow a woman to bear such a weight on his behalf? Director Bai, I appreciate your goodwill, but it was I who struck him. I do not require you to take responsibility for my actions, Yichio stated firmly. I am doing this for your own good, Bai Bing insisted urgently. Given the severity of your assault on Gua Xiaozong, do you truly believe Vice Dean Guo will let you off the hook? If one were to pursue the matter, imprisonment would be the consequence. Gua Xiaozong's father holds the esteemed position of executive vice president, a figure of considerable prominence in Jiazhou, possessing an extensive network. Should you delay any longer, escape may no longer be an option. Director Bai, I am aware of everything you mentioned, yet I harbor no fear of him. Yichio has made up his mind. If it comes to it, he is prepared to face the direst of outcomes. As Lin Jingji aptly stated, those unshod fear not the well-shod, and he feels no apprehension. Director Bai continued to implore Yichio, have you considered your mother? If you were to be imprisoned, what would become of her? Could you truly bear to leave her in solitude? Director Bai, I appreciate your concern, Qian Jinglan interjected at an opportune moment. Thank you for looking after Yichio. As his mother, I am sincerely grateful. However, a man must take responsibility for his actions. If Yichio lacks even this measure of accountability, he is unworthy of being my son. But, Auntie, Yichio is still so young. Imprisonment would ruin his life. Director Bai, there is no need for your worry. Chioer will not be imprisoned. While I may lack notable abilities, I can certainly protect him. Qian Jinglan spoke with resolute conviction, her words imbued with unwavering confidence. Director Bai was perplexed, pondering how this ordinary woman could possess such assurance. She scrutinized Qian Jinglan closely, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity and warmth. Auntie, have we met before? Director Bai inquired suddenly. Yes, we have encountered each other once. Qian Jinglan chuckled. I was the one who accompanied Yichio on his first day reporting to the surgery department. I even greeted Director Bai at that time. Is that so? Bai Bing was about to speak when a furious roar echoed from behind. Who harmed my son? Turning around, they beheld a corpulent, balding middle-aged man storming out of the inpatient department, flanked by several security guards. This man was Gua Danu, the executive vice president of Jiangzhou Hospital and the father of Gua Xiaozong. Uncle, You arrived just in time. Xiaozong has been injured, Zhang Lili exclaimed urgently. Guo Dinu rushed to Guo Xiaozong's side, crouching down to inquire anxiously, Xiaozong, how are you? Is your injury serious? Dad, save me, I've been ruined. What? Guo Dinu scrutinized his son, and, upon seeing that all of Guo Xiaozong's limbs were broken, an expression of murderous rage overtook his face. He bellowed. Who did this? It was him. Zhang Lili pointed at Yi Qiu, addressing Guo Dinu. Uncle, he is the one who injured Xiaozong. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive today, he could not save you. Guo Dinu's eyes burned with venomous fury as he glared at Yi Qiu, then shouted at the security guards, what are you waiting for? Dispose of him. Chapter 12. In Jiangzhou, he is the king. The security guards swiftly encircled Yi Qiu, rolling up their sleeves, evidently ready to strike at any moment. Bai Bing exclaimed in desperation, Vice President Guo, Yi Qiu is one of our surgical staff. Could you not grant me this favor? Guo Dinu shot a cold glare at Bai Bing and retorted, my son is also part of your surgical team. Why did you not ensure his safety? Bai Bing was rendered speechless. Director Bai, today I will hold this brat accountable, and I hope you will not interfere, otherwise. Do not blame me for lacking consideration for you. Guo, in a fit of rage, barked at the security guards, subdue him. Wait. Bai Bing interjected hastily. Vice President Guo, these individuals are hospital security, not your personal enforcers. You have no authority to command them to resort to violence. Ridiculous. I am the executive vice president. Apart from the president, I can command anyone, including you. According to hospital management regulations, no leader is permitted to abuse their power. Do not bore me with your futile arguments. I am solely focused on avenging my son. You all move in. As the security guards prepared to act, Bai Bing stepped protectively in front of Yi Qiu, declaring loudly, I challenge anyone to lay a hand on him. The security guards, recognizing Bai Bing, found themselves in a quandary. What should we do? Vice President Guo, one of the guards inquired. Guo glared at Bai Bing with an unfriendly expression, stating, Director Bai, are you truly prepared to oppose me? Vice President Guo, you misunderstand. I do not wish to be your adversary. I merely wish to remind you, as a leader of this hospital, to be mindful of your image. It is inappropriate to instruct security to engage in violence. Why did you not intervene when he assaulted my son? Guo shouted. Today, no one will stop me from avenging Shao Kong. You all, incapacitate that brat. Any consequences will fall solely on me, Guo Dinu. With such declarations made, the security guards no longer hesitated. Director Bai, please step aside. Or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy, one of the security guards stated. Yi Qiu interjected, Director Bai, please move aside. I can handle these individuals. However, he added, trust me, Director Bai. A potent confidence radiated from Yi Qiu's visage. He had assimilated a modicum of the heritage, and though it was merely a fragment, it sufficed to confront the security personnel. Then, be careful, Bai Bing hesitated before pulling Chen Jing on aside. Yi Qiu stood alone against the group of security guards, who fixated on him, clenching their fists in readiness to strike. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a Maybach surged through the entrance, elegantly executing a tailspin before halting in front of Guo Dinu. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who emerged from the driver's seat. His countenance was resolute, and his gaze fierce. Yi Qiu felt a twinge of curiosity upon seeing the man. What brought Zhao Yun here? Upon recognizing the middle-aged man, Guo Dinu abandoned Guo Xiaozong and hastened towards him, bowing respectfully as he inquired, Mr. Zhao, what brings you here today? Zhao Yun surveyed the scene with an unchanging expression, speaking coolly, I have matters to attend to. Mr. Zhao, you need not come in person, simply give a command, and I shall ensure it is executed flawlessly, Guo Dinu replied, nodding obsequiously, akin to a servant. Only then did Zhao Yun cast a purposeful glance at Guo Dinu, asking, can you manage the tasks assigned by the Dragon King? The mention of the Dragon King sent a jolt of shock through Guo Dinu's heart. Meanwhile, a sense of confusion deepened. What was Mr. Zhao sent by the Dragon King to the hospital for? Could it be that a person of great significance was hospitalized here? That should not be the case. If a prominent figure were indeed admitted to Jiangzhou Hospital as the executive vice president, he would certainly be well aware of it. At that moment, Zhao Yun approached Yi Qiu and said, Dr. Yi, we meet again. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Yi Qiu responded politely. Dr. Yi, do you have a moment? Zhao Yun inquired. I fear I do not. Yi Qiu gestured towards the security guards, saying, they seem intent on eliminating me. Zhao Yun raised his gaze, casting a sharp look at the security guards. Instantly, they felt as if they were being scrutinized by a fierce predator. their hearts trembling as they instinctively took a few steps back. From Zhao Yun's gaze, they sensed an aura of menace. This man had undoubtedly been stained with blood. Your son? Zhao Yun glanced at the fallen Guo Xiaozong and remarked, he is not dead yet. What vendetta do you seek? At these words, everyone was taken aback. Guo, enraged, failed to comprehend Zhao Yun's implication and asked, Mr. Zhao, do you mean? Zhao Yun replied, Dr. Yi is a friend of the Dragon King. I have been sent by the Dragon King to invite Dr. Yi to his residence as a guest. What? Guo, incredulous, turned to stare at Yi Qiu. To his knowledge, the Dragon King's friends were all elderly gentlemen, individuals whose very footsteps could cause tremors in Jiangzhou. Yi Qiu was merely in his early 20s, a probationary doctor. How could he possibly be a friend of the Dragon King? Was there something amiss here? What? Do you suspect I am deceiving you? Zhao Yun's expression bore a hint of displeasure as he pointed at the Maybach and directed his ire towards Guodanru. If you doubt my words, you may verify for yourself. That vehicle is the Dragon King's exclusive conveyance. Mr. Zhao, you jest. How could I ever harbor doubts about you? Guodanru retorted, stealing a glance at the license plate of the Maybach, Zhang 888888. An unparalleled registration indeed, undeniably the Dragon King's chariot. A wave of trepidation began to wash over Guodanru. The Dragon King had actually dispatched a personal bodyguard to fetch Yi Qiu. This was no trifling honor. What was the true nature of Yi Qiu's relationship with the Dragon King? Were they merely friends? Zhao Yun stated, I am to escort Dr. Yi to meet the Dragon King. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. Guodanru dared not voice any dissent. Despite being the executive vice president of Jiangzhou Hospital, in the presence of true magnates, he felt utterly insignificant. Better that way. If there were any, let them be directed at me. Zhao Yun's countenance darkened ominously. Guodanru's heart skipped a beat, an unsettling sensation enveloping him, and he hastily donned a smile. Mr. Zhao, even if you granted me 1,000-fold courage, I would not dare to oppose you. That is for the best. Dr. Yi, please, Zhao Yun said, graciously holding the car door open for Yi Qiu. Observing this scene, Guodanru felt a jolt. This was undeniably the treatment afforded to a magnate. May I bring my mother along? Yi Qiu inquired. Zhao Yun glanced at Qian Jinglan and nodded, certainly. Yi Qiu assisted Qian Jinglan into the vehicle and turned to Bai Bing. Director Bai, thank you for today. I shall treat you to a meal another time. Upon witnessing Yi Qiu's departure, Guo Xiaozong anxiously exclaimed, Father, why did you allow them to leave? Quickly, stop Yi Qiu and eliminate him. Silence. Guo angrily glared at Guo Xiaozong before bowing slightly and addressing Zhao. Mr. Zhao, please take care. Zhao Yun departed with Yi Qiu and his mother, leaving Guo to exhale deeply, straightening his posture only after they had gone. Guo Xiaozong, still seething with indignation, questioned, Father, why did you let Yi Qiu escape? Aren't you seeking revenge for me? With a face full of bitterness, Guo replied, I'm afraid we must accept today's outcome. Why? Because he is a friend of the Dragon King. Is that all? Guo Xiaozong retorted angrily, Who is the Dragon King? Why are you so afraid of him? Is he more formidable than the Celestial King? Guo sighed deeply and remarked, In Jiangzhou, the Dragon King is akin to the heavens. Chapter 13. I am dying in the car. Yi Qiu said, Mother, I am truly sorry for the distress I caused you today. Oh, you foolish child. What are you saying? Qian Jinglan replied, You encountered so many troubles at the hospital and concealed them from me. How long did you intend to keep this from me? Had I not visited the hospital today, when would you have chosen to reveal it? I merely wished to spare you worry. Listen to your mother. Do not force yourself. If this hospital proves unsuitable, seek another. As for Zhang Lily, she has changed. She is no longer the kind girl she once was. Parting ways may be for the best. Indeed, Mr. Zhao surely has important matters to attend to. I shall not delay you further. I will alight from the vehicle ahead. After the car came to a halt, Yi Qiu assisted Qian Jinglan in alighting. Mr. Zhao, I appreciate your help today, Qian Jinglan said politely. There is no need for such formality, Auntie. It was merely a trifling matter, Zhao Yun replied graciously. As the car resumed its journey, Yi Qiu, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, My mother tends to be quite talkative. I apologize, Mr. Zhao, for any embarrassment this may have caused you. Not at all. It was quite pleasant, Zhao Yun responded. Pleasant? Yi Qiu glanced at Zhao Yun in confusion, but the latter remained silent, engrossed in driving. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly tense, with Yi Qiu hesitating to voice his thoughts on several occasions. It was not until 20 minutes had elapsed that Zhao Yun suddenly broke the silence. Dr. Yi, I presume you have many questions on your mind. Indeed, Yichio admitted. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall share all that I can. Who is the Dragon King? Yichio inquired directly, a question that had been weighing on him throughout the journey. The Dragon King is the sovereign of the underground world of Jiangzhou. He was once a formidable master on the Tiger List, Zhao Yun explained. In fact, you have already met the Dragon King. Was it the elderly gentleman in the Tang suit who was with you yesterday? Yichio asked. Precisely. So it was him. When Yichio encountered the elder in the Tang suit, he had sensed that the man was no ordinary individual. Now it seemed his intuition had been correct. Is Dragon King his real name? Yichio pressed further. Not at all. It is merely a title, Zhao Yun clarified. The Dragon King's true name is Long Qianxiu, and he is known throughout the martial world as the Dragon King. I see. May I inquire, Mr. Zhao, what is your relationship with the Dragon King? Yichio asked. Intrigued by Zhao Yun's identity. I serve as the personal bodyguard to the Dragon King. Your martial skills must be exceptional, I presume? As the vehicle made its way into the heart of the city and then onto a secluded mountain road, Yichio glanced out of the window and inquired. Are we headed to Yunwu Mountain? Indeed, the Dragon King resides at Yunwu Mountain, came the reply. Yichio was taken aback. In the center of Jiangzhou, there lies a peak rising 500 meters high, known as Yunwu Mountain, renowned for its picturesque scenery and exquisite environment. In the early days of the nation's establishment, this area was a park, later transformed into an elite enclave reserved solely for the highest echelons of Jiangzhou's society. 15 minutes later, a series of exquisitely designed villas, embodying traditional Chinese aesthetics, came into view, nestled amongst lush greenery, serene and distant. The vehicle continued its ascent to the summit, ultimately halting before an ancient, yet charming villa. Dr. Yi, we have arrived, Zhao Yun announced. Yichio nodded and alighted, immediately noticing 4 guards stationed at the entrance of the villa, each possessing a robust physique and piercing gazes. The aura emanating from these guards bore resemblance to that of Zhao Yun, albeit considerably less potent. Brother Zhao. Upon seeing Zhao Yun, the guards greeted him with respect. This is Yichio, a guest invited by the Dragon King, Zhao Yun introduced. The guards cast a quick glance at Yichio and promptly stepped aside. Dr. Yi, please follow me, Zhao Yun gestured, leading the way. As Yichio crossed the threshold, a courtyard sprawling over several hundred square meters unfolded before him, adorned with pavilions, fish ponds, artificial hills, and an array of exotic flora, evoking the ambience of a summer retreat. In the center of the courtyard stands a robust phoenix tree, boasting an age of at least a century. Its branches lush and verdant. Beneath its canopy lies a stone table adorned with rice paper, where the Dragon King practices calligraphy. While engrossed in his craft, the Dragon King prefers solitude, so tread lightly, Zhao Yun softly advised. Yichio nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching the Dragon King, Yichio leaned in to observe the paper, where a few lines were inscribed. To resolve the king's affairs across the realm, to earn renown in life and beyond. Alas, the fleeting nature of youth. The strokes flowed like dragons and serpents, their force penetrating the very essence of the paper. Between the ink and brush, an indomitable aura of martial prowess vividly sprang to life. The characters were exquisite, yet. Yichio suddenly interjected. Yet what? The Dragon King inquired nonchalantly. Yet the aura of aggression is too pronounced. With a swift motion, the Dragon King cast aside his brush and raised his gaze to Yichio. In that instant, Yichio felt as though he were under the scrutinizing gaze of a legendary beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Observing this, Zhao Yun hastily urged. Yichio quickly apologized to the Dragon King. You understand calligraphy as well? The Dragon King asked before Yichio could utter an apology. I possess a modicum of knowledge. Yichio replied. Within the legacy of the Yi family's ancestors, there exists a wealth of understanding regarding calligraphy. You just mentioned the aura of aggression. Do you believe my mindset while writing is amiss? The Dragon King probed further. With a gulp, Yichio responded, the author of this poem is Xian Qiji, a renowned general of the Southern Song dynasty who valiantly advocated for the reclamation of the Central Plains, yet faced rejection and suppression, living in obscurity for nearly 2 decades. This poem was composed during his disillusionment while residing in Xinzhou. In his verses, he expresses a fervent desire to vanquish foes and establish a distinguished legacy for his country. However, a poignant line, "Pity the white-haired," encapsulates the frustration, anguish, and fury of Xian Qiji, who feels helpless in his quest to serve the nation. In stark contrast, your writing, characterized by a vigorous and formidable style, evokes a sense of overwhelming ambition reminiscent of Cao Cao's famous lines. The old steed in the stable aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, even in the twilight of life. The spirit of the hero remains undiminished. The Dragon King gazes at Yi Qiu, his eyes deep as the abyss, silent yet exuding an immense presence. Yi Qiu, overwhelmed with tension, feels cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After a prolonged silence of 2 minutes, the Dragon King suddenly bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Yi Qiu, you are quite impressive." Upon hearing these words, Yi Qiu finally exhales in relief. The Dragon King then kindly inquires, "Yi Qiu, did Zhao Yun disturb your work when he came to fetch you?" "Not at all," Yi Qiu replies. "That's good." The Dragon King resumes his serious demeanor and states, "Yi Qiu, I have summoned you because there is a matter on which I seek your assistance." "What is it?" Yi Qiu asks. "I wish to request your help in treating my ailment." The Dragon King reveals, "I am nearing death." Chapter 14. The strange illness. Yi Qiu is startled. Looking up at the Dragon King, who appears robust and vibrant, hardly a figure on the brink of death. He quickly responds, "Dragon King, please do not jest. You seem very healthy." "I am not joking. I am truly on the verge of death," the Dragon King asserts with utmost seriousness. Yi Qiu feels a wave of regret wash over him. "Had I known I would find myself in such a predicament, I surely would have refrained from coming here. The venerable elder before me is a formidable figure in the underworld of Jiangzhou. If I fail in my treatment, I might even jeopardize my own life." "I believe you can heal me," the Dragon King proclaimed. Yi Qiu offered a wry smile and replied, "To be honest, you may not believe me, but I scarcely believe in my own abilities." "Young man, you must possess confidence in yourself," the Dragon King continued with a chuckle. "Do you know why I sought you out?" Yi Qiu shook his head, perplexed. With so many esteemed physicians available, why had the Dragon King chosen an unknown like him for this task? Surely, it must be a lapse in judgment. The Dragon King seemed to sense Yi Qiu's thoughts and inquired with a smile, "Do you think I've lost my senses?" "Not at all. The primary reason I invited you here is that during our meeting yesterday, you asked me if I was unwell. Do you recall?" "I do." Yi Qiu wished he could slap himself. Had he known, he would have kept his mouth shut. The Dragon King continued, "For 9 years, I have consulted numerous renowned doctors. Yet none have discerned my affliction. Only you, after a mere meeting, recognized my ailment. Therefore, I believe you possess the ability to cure me." Yi Qiu sighed in resignation. "Dragon King, to be candid, my remark yesterday was merely a casual observation. A casual observation that could unveil my illness only underscores your extraordinary medical skills." "Extraordinary? Nonsense. If I truly possessed such prowess, would I have been relegated to a nursing station?" Yi Qiu resolved in his heart that this malady was beyond his capacity to treat. The Dragon King is no ordinary individual. Should any complications arise during treatment, one might find themselves oblivious to the manner of their demise. Yi Qiu harbors aspirations of becoming the world's greatest physician. Yet such ambitions are contingent upon the preservation of one's life. If life itself is forfeited, what significance does a dream hold? Contemplating this, Yi Qiu remarked, "Dragon King, you overestimate me. I am merely a modest intern doctor. As of today, I have been reassigned to the nursing station as an aide. And perhaps in a couple of days, I will be dismissed from the hospital entirely. I truly cannot attend to your ailment. I suggest you seek someone of greater expertise." "Are you refusing me?" The smile upon the Dragon King's face gradually faded. Yi Qiu fell into silence. Silence, in this context, implied acquiescence. "Do you know what became of those who previously rejected me?" "What became of them?" "Zhao Yun, enlighten him." Zhao Yun glanced at Yi Qiu and stated, "Those who have turned down the Dragon King in the past were all disposed of in the river to feed the fish." Yi Qiu gasped in shock. His complexion paling as he exclaimed, "Dragon King, please do not frighten me. I am rather timid." "I am not frightening you. It has been many years since anyone dared to refuse me," the Dragon King replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, turned away from Yi Qiu. "I summoned you because I believe you possess the capability to cure me. If you succeed in healing my affliction, I can bestow upon you endless wealth and glory, allowing you to traverse Jiangzhou with ease. However, if you fail to remedy my condition..." The Dragon King's voice abruptly halted. "If I fail, will you kill me?" Yi Qiu asked, his anxiety palpable. "Are you afraid of death?" The Dragon King suddenly inquired. "Are you afraid?" Yi Qiu pondered. Surely, every human harbors a fear of death. If that is the case, then I must exert every effort to cure him, for I too fear for my life. Upon hearing the Dragon King's words, Yi Qiu realized that he had no avenue for retreat. He was compelled to heal the Dragon King. Otherwise, his own life would be in peril. Allow me to examine your health first, Ichio stated. Are you willing to treat me? The Dragon King queried. Is it even a question? If I were unwilling, I would certainly meet my demise. Do I dare refuse? For the first time, Ichio felt that being a doctor was a perilous profession. The Dragon King chuckled heartily. Little Yi, have you been frightened? Not at all, Ichio retorted defiantly. The Dragon King continued to laugh, saying, Zhao Yun did not deceive you. Those who previously rejected my request were cast into the river to feed the fish. However, none of them were doctors. Ichio suddenly felt as though he had fallen into a trap. The Dragon King asserted, those whom I have slain were deserving of their fate. A doctor is meant to save lives. To kill them would tarnish my moral standing. To be honest, I possess no understanding of your ailment, and I cannot guarantee a cure, Ichio admitted. The Dragon King replied with a smile. Ichio, if you exert yourself to the utmost, and still cannot heal me, I shall not hold it against you. That would merely indicate that my fate has been sealed, and the heavens wish to claim me. Then let me proceed with your examination, Ichio proposed. Very well, the Dragon King acquiesced, inquiring, what must I do? Simply follow my instructions, Ichio replied, focusing intently on the Dragon King's visage, observing with meticulous detail. Yesterday, when Ichio encountered the Dragon King, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt that the Dragon King was gravely ill, though the latter denied it at the time, and Ichio did not scrutinize him closely. After gazing at the Dragon King for a while, Ichio's brow gradually furrowed. The Dragon King's complexion was vibrant, his eyes sparkling with vitality. And from his facial expressions alone, he appeared to be in perfect health, even exuding an impression of robustness that surpassed that of an ordinary person. How peculiar. Ichio mused internally before stating, Dragon King, please extend your right hand to me. The Dragon King complied, extending his right hand. Upon grasping the Dragon King's pulse, Ichio was taken aback, as if he had seized a block of ice. The Dragon King's arm was chillingly cold, reminiscent of having been stored in a freezer. A bone-deep coldness penetrating his palm, causing Ichio to involuntarily shiver. He felt a wave of compassion for the elderly man before him, pondering how the Dragon King had endured over the years. Closing his eyes, he meticulously examined the pulse. To his surprise, the Dragon King's pulse was steady, showing no signs of illness. Ichio furrowed his brow once more and said, Dragon King, please present your left hand to me. The Dragon King obliged, offering his left hand. Its warmth was in stark contrast to the right. It felt as if he were holding a piece of burning charcoal, the heat radiating intensely from his palm. Ichio checked the pulse again. Strangely, the pulse remained remarkably steady, devoid of any abnormalities. How could this be? Xiaoyi, have you discerned anything? The Dragon King inquired with a cheerful smile. Let me ponder, Ichio replied, furrowing his brow and contemplating for a full 10 minutes. Suddenly, he exclaimed, I understand. What have you discovered? The Dragon King inquired urgently. You are gravely ill, with less than 7 days to live. Chapter 15. The Yin-Yang Snake Gu What? Less than 7 days to live. Zhao Yun's complexion changed dramatically as he exclaimed, Ichio, do you realize the gravity of your words? Speak carelessly again, and I shall not hesitate to show you my displeasure. Silence. The Dragon King shot Zhao Yun a sharp glance before addressing Ichio. Zhao Yun has a temper, but do not take offense. You mentioned my life expectancy is dwindling. Have you discerned the cause of my ailment? Indeed, Ichio nodded. What is the cause? Zhao Yun pressed. In his mind, if numerous esteemed physicians could not determine the source of the affliction, what could Ichio possibly uncover? Upon hearing this, the Dragon King exhibited a flicker of surprise. Zhao Yun, initially taken aback, could not suppress his astonishment. Ichio, how did you come to this conclusion? Ichio replied, this peculiar poison is exceedingly rare. Found in the Miao region, known to the world as Gu poison. I have indeed not sought the wrong person. While countless medical experts failed to identify the cause, you, after merely a brief observation, have uncovered that I am afflicted by Gu poison. You are truly formidable, the Dragon King remarked, then continued, what else have you discerned? Well, do ask. After being poisoned, your body exhibited no abnormalities at first. Only after 6 months did symptoms begin to manifest. Am I correct? Yes. Initially, there were no symptoms. But after 6 months, I suffered excruciating abdominal pain during the day, yet hospital examinations yielded no results. You speak the truth. At that time, Zhao Yun accompanied me to numerous hospitals, and none could provide a diagnosis. Ichio continued to inquire. The poison lay dormant within your body for half a year before manifesting its symptoms. Initially, you experienced excruciating abdominal pain during the day, and later, it became unbearable at night, correct? Indeed. Then, you began to feel an aversion to cold, as if you were perpetually trapped in an ice cellar. Am I right? Absolutely, the Dragon King remarked. Even during the sweltering days of midsummer, I found it necessary to sit by the stove, and at night, I would cover myself with a thick quilt. This condition persisted for 3 years, after which your body exhibited a starkly contrasting state, becoming extremely sensitive to heat. Is that not so? Yes. The Dragon King nodded emphatically, stating, in the depth of winter, while heavy snowflakes fell outside, I would wear short sleeves indoors and feel excessively warm. Eventually, your body began to oscillate between cold and heat, resulting in your current condition. I surmise that this situation has arisen in less than a fortnight, correct? Indeed. From the onset of the abdominal pain to the present symptoms, they have remained unabated, particularly over the past year, displaying a remarkable regularity. Every night at midnight, the affliction strikes with precision, ceasing by 6 in the morning, and the pain feels akin to a multitude of ants gnawing at the heart, impervious to any remedy. Would you not agree? Yes, 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 everything you say is accurate. At this juncture, Ichio was nearly certain of the type of poison afflicting the Dragon King. Little Leaf, do you have any further inquiries? There are no questions. But I do have a minor request, and I hope for your cooperation, Ichio stated. What is your request? I would ask that you remove your clothing. Ah. The Dragon King stared at Ichio in astonishment, his gaze peculiar. Noticing his expression, Ichio quickly clarified, please do not misunderstand. My request for you to remove your clothing is solely to ascertain the presence of the poison within you. Understanding the intent, the Dragon King chuckled and removed his upper garment. Ichio circled to the back of the Dragon King, and upon lowering his gaze, he inhaled sharply, murmuring, indeed. As I suspected. On the Dragon King's back, the skin exhibited a stark contrast. One side was a dark crimson, resembling charred flesh, while the other side was strikingly pale, as if preserved in a cold storage. At the junction of these two hues, a purplish vein protruded, resembling 2 serpents entwined, emanating a chilling aura. What exactly have you discerned? Zhao Yun could not contain his curiosity. Ichio's expression grew grave as he replied. I can now assert with absolute certainty that the poison afflicting the Dragon King is the yin-yang serpent goo. How could you possibly deduce that? The Dragon King was deeply astonished. Over the years, he had consulted numerous physicians, many of whom were renowned masters, yet none had been able to identify his affliction. Yet here was Ichio, who not only recognized the condition at a glance, but also precisely named the type of poison. Could it be that this young man was a medical prodigy? Little did the Dragon King know that Ichio's ability to identify his ailment and accurately describe its symptoms stemmed from the profound legacy of the Yi family. As he pondered, he was essentially sifting through a vast repository of medical cases akin to the Dragon King's symptoms. Ultimately, he discovered the yin-yang serpent goo. To exercise caution, Ichio deliberately posed several inquiries to the Dragon King and examined the meridians on the back of the Dragon King, ultimately confirming that the Dragon King was indeed afflicted by the yin-yang serpent goo. This particular goo poison is exceedingly insidious. The afflicted do not perish immediately and initially. There are no discernible symptoms. Typically, it lies dormant within the body for half a year before manifestations commence. Gradually, it tortures the victim. At first, there is an aversion to cold, followed by a fear of heat, culminating in the disruption of the body's yin-yang balance, leaving one half warm and the other cold, accompanied by persistent abdominal pain, rendering existence a torment. It is unfathomable how the Dragon King has endured these years. Ichio expressed sympathy for the Dragon King, saying, these years must have been quite unbearable for you. Indeed, came the response. For 9 years, each time the poison flares up, the abdominal pain is excruciating, and with no remedy available, it is akin to wishing for death. The Dragon King chuckled lightly. Yet, no matter how painful, I have persevered. Ichio admired. Your fortitude is truly commendable. Had it been another, they would scarcely endure for 3 years. I have practiced martial arts since childhood. My constitution is somewhat stronger than the average person, he replied. Little Yi, since you can discern the poison in me, does that mean you can cure me? The Dragon King's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Ichio. Ichio smiled wryly. You overestimate my capabilities. The yin-yang serpent goo is no ordinary poison, and seeking a cure is a formidable challenge. Is there truly no way? The Dragon King inquired, his determination unwavering. Yichio pondered for a moment and said, actually, there is a way unless. Unless what? Chapter 16, Continuation of Life. Unless I could open the heavenly eye. Yichio contemplated inwardly. Among the mystical talismans of Mao Shan, there exists a remarkable secret technique known as the opening of the heavenly eye. It is said that concealed 2 inches above a person's third eye lies a hidden eye, referred to as the heavenly eye. Once this eye is opened, it not only grants the ability to see through illusions, but also reveals things that are ordinarily invisible, such as spirits, malevolent energies, demons. Furthermore, should one cultivate the heavenly eye to its utmost potential, they may foresee fortune and misfortune, discerning personal fate and the tides of the world. In short, its applications are boundless. However, the ability to open the heavenly eye is not accessible to everyone. The process is divided into innate and acquired methods. Some individuals are born with their heavenly eye already opened, such as the Yellow Emperor, Shennong, Fuxi, and Nuwa, legendary figures of myth. Others, through diligent cultivation, have attained this ability, like Zhuge Liang, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiangang, and Lu Bowen. Without exception, each individual who has opened their heavenly eye has left an indelible mark on history, their names echoing through the ages as paragons of their time. Yet, having only received the inheritance yesterday, he has not yet had the chance to cultivate his own heavenly eye. Even if he were to begin his training now, it would be too late. For the Dragon King has but 7 days to live. Xiao Yi, you mentioned unless. Unless what? Have you discovered a way to cure me? The Dragon King inquired anxiously. Concerning matters of life and death, even this formidable figure, who commanded the underground world of Jiangzhou, could no longer remain composed. Yichio nodded and replied, indeed. There exists a method that could cleanse the poison within you, but unfortunately, I do not possess the knowledge to perform it. Since you are unable to learn, then hurry and do so, Zhao Yun exclaimed. Yichio responded with a wry smile. If it were possible to master it in a short time, I would certainly do so immediately. Little Yi, do you believe that others can learn this method you speak of? Long Wang pondered. If it were indeed attainable by others, he would spare no effort to gather talents for instruction. Anything that could save his life would be worth any sacrifice. Yet, he feared that perhaps others might not be able to grasp it. Yichio remarked, throughout the centuries, only a handful have succeeded in mastering it. What you describe sounds so enigmatic. What exactly is this method? Zhao Yun questioned skeptically. I refuse to believe that no one can learn it. Indeed, what is this method? Please enlighten us, Long Wang echoed, sharing Zhao Yun's skepticism. Have you heard of the opening of the heavenly eye? Yichio inquired. Instantly, Long Wang's body trembled. I have heard of the heavenly eye. It is said to be a profound secret technique, attainable only by enlightened monks and reclusive sages, Long Wang responded. Does this relate to the treatment of my poison? It not only relates, but significantly so, Yichio clarified. The yin-yang snake goo is concealed within the blood, making it extraordinarily difficult to detect. However, by opening the heavenly eye, one can easily locate the goo worms. Do you know who possesses this secret technique? Long Wang asked. Yichio replied, such a technique is not something ordinary individuals can master. Across the realm, if anyone truly possesses it, it would likely be those 3 individuals. Who are those 3? The heads of Wudong Mountain and Longhu Mountain, as well as the living Buddha of the Heavenly Palace in the Tibetan region. Dragon King, heed my counsel and hasten to find them. Perhaps they may save your life, Yichio advised. The masters of Wudong Mountain and Longhu Mountain had closed themselves off for a decade, striving to ascend to the pinnacle of the dragon list. As for the living Buddha from the hidden region of the Tibetan plateau, it was said he ventured into the vast desert a year ago in search of the true essence of Buddhism, and since then, no news of him has emerged. Whether he lives or has perished remains unknown. The Dragon King gazed skyward, a deep sigh of despair escaping his lips. It seems heaven has decreed my end. Zhao Yun promptly responded, Dragon King, I shall lead a party to the desert at once to seek the living Buddha. There's no need to expend effort in vain, the Dragon King replied. Setting aside whether we can find the living Buddha, even if we do, it is uncertain whether he has awakened his celestial vision. And even if he has, as a mere insignificant figure, I doubt I possess the merit to warrant his intervention. Despite the Dragon King's formidable reputation as the sovereign of the Jiangzhou underworld, to the living Buddha and the masters of Wudong, he remained merely a minor character. Yet Zhao Yun wished to continue speaking, but was silenced by a gesture from the Dragon King. As the saying goes, life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are ordained by heaven. Since there is no recourse, let us submit to destiny, the Dragon King declared. A look of sorrow crossed Zhao Yun's face. At that moment, the Dragon King turned to Yi Qiu with a gentle demeanor, saying, "Thank you, young Yi, for coming to tend to my ailments today. Please, do not mention it." "I have been of no help," Yi Qiu replied. The Dragon King chuckled heartily. "Did I not just say that life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by heaven? This is my destiny. Nevertheless, I must commend you." Yi Qiu looked at the Dragon King with a puzzled expression. Dragon King said, "Over the years, I have consulted various renowned physicians, yet none of them could discern the poison coursing through my body. However, you recognized it at a glance. In my eyes, your medical skills far surpass those of the pretentious charlatans. Keep up the excellent work. I firmly believe you will become a distinguished physician in the future. No, a legendary healer. I will certainly strive for that. Yi Qiu, is there anything you require my assistance with?" The Dragon King continued, "Although I am on the brink of death, I still possess a modicum of influence in Jiangzhou." Yi Qiu almost spoke up. He contemplated asking the Dragon King for help with his work, ideally to resolve matters with Guo, but then reconsidered, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. After all, it is rather ungracious to impose requests upon a man nearing his end. With this thought, Yi Qiu replied, "I appreciate your kind offer. I sincerely wish for your health to improve, with no other desires." I knew you would respond thus. The Dragon King's expression turned solemn as he commanded, "Zhao Yun, heed my words." Zhao Yun responded promptly. The Dragon King continued, "After my passing, you must look after Yi Qiu closely. Should Yi Qiu have any requests, as long as they do not contravene the principles of the martial world, you are to grant them without hesitation. Do you understand?" "I understand." "Excellent." The Dragon King then addressed Yi Qiu. "I have never been one to enjoy being indebted to others. Yesterday, when my grandson fell into the water, it was you who rescued him. Today, you have once again aided me with my ailment. I fear I shall have no opportunity to repay this kindness, and must entrust it to Zhao Yun. Yi Qiu, should you encounter trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Zhao Yun." "Dragon King, you are too gracious. I have done nothing to deserve such praise, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. These trivial matters need not trouble you. I hope that in the future, you shall become a revered healer, alleviating the suffering of many." The Dragon King patted Yi Qiu's shoulder and instructed Zhao Yun, "See our guest out. Dr. Yi, please take care." Yi Qiu exchanged a few words with the Dragon King before turning to leave. Chapter 17. The 9 Needles of Rejuvenation. Xiao Yi, do you have something else to attend to? Yi Qiu responded, "I just suddenly thought of a method that may be of some benefit to your condition." "Oh." The Dragon King's eyes sparkled with interest, and he eagerly inquired, "What method?" "Acupuncture." Upon hearing this, the spark in the Dragon King's eyes extinguished instantly. "Xiao Yi, thank you. But in my current state, acupuncture will yield no results." Over the years, the Dragon King had sought the counsel of countless renowned physicians and had even attempted acupuncture to treat the poison, yet to no avail. Yi Qiu remarked, "Dragon King, although this acupuncture technique may not eliminate the poison or cure your ailments, it can extend your life. My time is limited. Perhaps it is futile to pursue this." The Dragon King suddenly recalled Yi Qiu's words, his gaze fixed in astonishment. "Extend my life?" "Yes, it can help prolong your existence," Yi Qiu affirmed. "You are not jesting with me, are you?" The Dragon King expressed skepticism, for after all, the art of extending life was thought to exist only in legends and television dramas. In reality, he had never heard of anyone possessing such a secret skill. "I assure you, I speak only the truth." Yi Qiu spoke with utmost seriousness. The Dragon King scrutinized Yi Qiu for a moment, realizing that he was indeed not speaking falsely, and then inquired, "How long can you extend my life?" "If all goes well, it could grant you an additional month." "Just a month?" A look of despondency returned to the Dragon King's face. "Is there any difference between 7 days and a month?" "None at all. It is merely prolonging the inevitable." Zhao Yun, having accompanied the Dragon King for so many years, immediately discerned his thoughts and hastily advised, "My lord, since Yi Qiu possesses this ability, allow him to extend your life. Though a month is brief, it could provide you with precious time. Perhaps within this month, someone might emerge who can cure your poison." "It is easy for you to say. For a full 9 years, I have sought numerous renowned physicians, yet none have been able to discern the poison within me. Do you truly believe that in just a month, I could find someone to heal my affliction?" The Dragon King held no hope. Over the years, he had learned a painful truth. the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Each time he found a new physician, he would feel a surge of excitement and immense confidence, only to face disappointment time and again. Zhao Yun continued to persuade him, "My lord, in these 9 years, we have consulted countless doctors, none of whom could detect your poison. Yet Yi Qiu, upon his arrival today, recognized it at once, and he can still extend your life. What does this signify? It signifies that your fate is not yet sealed. Please allow Yi Qiu to assist you. I believe that fortune favors those who are deserving. Within this month, a turning point will surely arise. Yi Qiu, do you not agree?" Zhao Yun playfully winked at Yi Qiu, who understood the unspoken message and urged, "Dragon King, please do not hesitate any longer. Allow me to extend your life." The Dragon King replied, "There is little distinction between 7 days and a month, in truth. An earlier demise might offer me a form of release. You cannot fathom the agonizing torment of unbearable abdominal pain in the dead of night. It truly renders life less than bearable." Yi Qiu countered, "Dragon King, I neglected to mention that upon the successful extension of your life, the abdominal pain will cease immediately. Is that truly the case?" The Dragon King expressed skepticism, saying, "If the poison has not been purged, how can the pain vanish?" Such is the wondrous nature of this acupuncture technique. While it cannot eradicate the poison, it can prolong life and alleviate suffering. If what you say holds true, and the pain will indeed dissipate, then I am willing to give it a try. Zhao Yun quickly interjected, "Yi Qiu, the Dragon King has consented. You should hasten to administer the needles for his life extension. Do you have silver needles?" Yi Qiu inquired. Upon opening the medicine box, he found silver needles, alcohol, and disinfecting cotton balls, all necessary items at hand. Yi Qiu first grasped a piece of disinfecting cotton with tweezers, poured alcohol onto it, and then took a silver needle. Using the alcohol-soaked cotton to disinfect it, he meticulously repeated this process for nearly 3 minutes, ensuring all the needles were sterilized. "Dragon King, please turn your back to me and loosen your shirt," Yi Qiu instructed. The Dragon King complied without hesitation. Yi Qiu then cautioned, "The needle insertion may be quite painful. If you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to cry out. Rest assured, after enduring abdominal pain for so many years, the pain of the needles pales in comparison. Shall we begin?" With a swift motion, Yi Qiu plunged a needle into the Dragon King's Dazui acupoint. 2 seconds later, Yi Qiu inquired, "Do you feel anything?" "A bit numb, a bit painful, and the pain is intensifying." "Ah, it hurts," the Dragon King exclaimed. Zhao Yun, alarmed, quickly asked, "Yi Qiu, is the Dragon King going to be all right?" "Do not worry. This is a normal reaction," Yi Qiu reassured him, as he took another silver needle and swiftly inserted it into the Dragon King's Shindao acupoint. "Ah!" The Dragon King's cries grew louder. Yi Qiu then proceeded to insert a needle into the Dragon King's Lingtai acupoint. Suddenly, the Dragon King ceased his cries of agony. "Do you feel better now?" Yi Qiu asked. "Yes," the Dragon King nodded, recalling the previous 2 needles that nearly took his life, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Qiu continued with the acupuncture, administering the 4th needle into the Jiang acupoint, the 5th into the Zhongshu acupoint, the 6th into the Jizhong acupoint, the 7th into the Juyinshu, and the 8th into the Sanjiao acupoint. Finally, he inserted the 9th needle into the Mingmen acupoint. Upon completing the treatment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The prominent purple meridian that had been visible on the Dragon King's back vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. With a long exhale, Yi Qiu sighed in relief. "It worked. How do you feel now?" he asked the Dragon King. "I feel much better. My body is warm and comfortable, just like before I was afflicted by the poison." "Little Yi, what kind of acupuncture technique is this? It is truly remarkable. You are extraordinary to have mastered such an impressive art of acupuncture." Yi Qiu smiled to himself, pondering that it was not his own prowess that was impressive, but rather that of the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family. The ancestor had imparted numerous remarkable skills to him. Any single one of them was indeed extraordinary. One could only wonder how formidable this ancestor had been in life. "Has Yi Qiu succeeded in prolonging his life?" Zhao Yun inquired anxiously. "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied. "Within a month, the Dragon King's life is secure." "That's a relief," Zhao Yun exhaled in relief. Just then, Yi Qiu's phone rang unexpectedly from his pocket. Chapter 18. The Tiger List. The Dragon List. The Divine List. Yi Qiu glanced at the phone and noticed an unfamiliar number. He quickly answered, "Hello, this is Yi Qiu." It suddenly struck him that Lin Jingji was still waiting for him in the hospital room. Oh no, This woman was notoriously capricious. Should she become enraged, there would be dire consequences for him. Yichio fabricated a response. Yes, I'm on my way. Yichio, please tell me the truth. Can the Dragon King truly survive another month? Zhao Yun pressed. Do you doubt me? Yichio retorted. It is not a matter of disbelief. But the notion of extending life seems utterly implausible. Moreover, you have only administered a few needles, and I have yet to witness any miraculous results, Zhao Yun explained. Understood. I shall arrange for someone to head to the desert shortly to seek out the living Buddha. A period of silence enveloped the car. Yichio suddenly recalled something and remarked, Brother Zhao? I remember you mentioning during our journey that the Dragon King is the sovereign of the underground world in Jiazhou, and was once a master of the Tiger List, correct? Indeed. Previously, the Dragon King remarked that the leaders of Wudong Mountain and Longhu Mountain were undergoing a life-and-death trial, vying for the top position on the Dragon List. Did I hear that correctly? Indeed, you did. I would like to inquire, what exactly are the Tiger List and the Dragon List? They sound quite formidable. Not only do they sound impressive, but they are indeed so. Zhao Yun asked, Are you familiar with the Forbes billionaires list? Yes. I am aware that those listed are super-rich individuals worth hundreds of millions or even billions. Similarly, the Dragon List and the Tiger List serve as ranking lists. The distinction lies in the fact that those who ascend the Forbes list are super tycoons, while those who attain positions on the Dragon List and Tiger List are martial arts masters. Martial arts masters? Yichio expressed curiosity, wondering if practitioners of martial arts could be ranked. Zhao Yun continued, Let me first speak about the Tiger List. Before the Dragon King fell victim to the poison, he was ranked 12th on the Tiger List, the sole expert from Jiangzhou to achieve such a distinction. Ever since succumbing to the poison, the Dragon King's condition has deteriorated day by day. During the Tiger List competition 5 years ago, he voluntarily withdrew and did not participate. Therefore, it can only be said that he was once a master of the Tiger List. And what of the Dragon List? Yichio inquired further. The Dragon List. Zhao Yun's face lit up with admiration as he explained. To ascend the Dragon List is to be recognized as a grandmaster of martial arts, with one's name engraved upon the stone cliffs of Mount Tai for posterity to admire. This is the aspiration of every martial artist. The Dragon List is compiled every decade, and on the 15th day of the 8th month, martial arts experts from all corners converge upon Dongma Mount Tai, where those wishing to challenge the Dragon List may face any expert listed therein. Indeed, those who dare to challenge the masters of the Dragon List predominantly hail from the Tiger List. However, it is not inconceivable that a few obscure yet formidable individuals may occasionally emerge. Nonetheless, the probability of success in such challenges remains exceedingly low. Each time the Dragon List is updated, the most captivating spectacle lies in the contests among its champions. Those ranked lower on the list will endeavor to challenge those positioned above them. Zhao Yun remarked, In essence, each master on the Dragon List possesses extraordinary strength, akin to insurmountable peaks, their prowess instilling a sense of despair. What manner of individuals populate the Dragon List? Yichio found it unfathomable to conceive the level of martial prowess required to ascend the ranks of the Dragon List. The 4th position is held by the abbot of the Heavenly Dragon Temple in Dali. The 5th is occupied by a lady hailing from the Morong family of Gusu. And the 1st? Yichio, filled with curiosity, inquired, Who holds the top position on the Dragon List? The champion is. Why do you wish to know? Zhao Yun responded, somewhat perplexed. Yichio smiled. I am merely curious. Zhao Yun then revealed, The foremost master of the Dragon List is named Xiaojiu, the war god of the Northern Realm. He commands an army of 1 million, wielding immense power and influence, having single-handedly vanquished 5,000 foes in battle, earning him the title of Champion Marquis from the current ruler. A decade ago, at Mount Tai in the east, the leaders of Wudong and Longhu Mountain jointly challenged Xiaojiu, aiming for the pinnacle of the Dragon List. Ultimately, despite their combined efforts, they were unable to withstand Xiaojiu's prowess for even 3 moves. The most astonishing aspect is that Xiaojiu is merely 35 years old this year. What? Only 35? This implies that when Xiaojiu aspired to the Dragon List, he was a mere 25 years old. Goodness, this is utterly bizarre. Yichio exclaimed, taken aback. However, in my opinion, the likelihood of the two succeeding in their challenge is exceedingly slim. Zhao Yun remarked. There have long been rumors in the martial world that Xiaojiu's prowess is nearing the divine level, perhaps even ranking among the elite of the divine list. The divine list? Yichio furrowed his brow, pondering this unfamiliar concept. My knowledge of the divine list is quite limited. I have merely heard that it is updated every 30 years, where world-class martial artists contend for their ranks, although the location of the competition remains unknown. Zhao Yun chuckled. I haven't even managed to make it onto the tiger list. The divine list feels impossibly distant for me. How I wish to become a master of the divine list one day. Yichio suddenly mused. You? Zhao Yun glanced at him and replied with a smile. You should focus on mastering medicine. Do you have so little faith in me? Yichio retorted. You are merely an ordinary person at present, let alone the divine list. Even the dragon list would be out of reach for you, even with 30 years of effort. What if I were to become a master of the dragon list someday? Zhao Go, would you consider me your little brother? Yichio joked. Sure, Zhao Yun responded without a hint of hesitation. To him, Yichio lacked any foundational skills. Not only was the dragon list unattainable, but even the tiger list seemed unlikely in his lifetime. As he contemplated this, Zhao Yun realized that the rankings for the dragon list and tiger list would be updated next year again. And he wondered if he might manage to make it onto the tiger list this time. Just then, they arrived at the hospital. Zhao Yun handed his phone number to Yichio, saying, if anyone gives you trouble, call me. Understood, Yichio replied as he exited the vehicle, making his way directly to the intensive care unit. Chapter 19. Lin Jingji's subtle reminder. Yichio entered the intensive care unit, only to be startled upon seeing Lin Jingji without any clothing. A sense of modesty urged him to retreat, yet he swiftly sensed something amiss. Lin Jingji had her head bowed, one hand busily moving behind her, seemingly unaware of his entrance. Lin Jia, what are you doing? Yichio could not help but inquire. What is the matter? He pressed further. Lin Jingji replied, my hair is tangled in my clothing buttons, and I have been struggling with it for quite some time. Please, help me. Lin Jia, this might not be appropriate. Yichio hesitated. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he understood the decorum between men and women. Should someone stumble upon this scene, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Moreover, the hospital was no sanctuary. The nurses thrived on gossip. Should rumors arise of a caregiver entangled with a female patient, his career in the hospital would be jeopardized. Unaware of Yichio's myriad of concerns, Lin Jingji, noticing his hesitation, urged, why are you just standing there? Hurry and assist me. Lin Jia, perhaps I should fetch a nurse? Yichio suggested. Fetch a nurse for what? Lin Jingji shot him a glance, instantly comprehending. With a playful laugh, she remarked, I am not afraid as a woman. Why should you, a grown man, be? But, stop hesitating and hurry up. She feigned annoyance, adding, if you dare disobey me, I shall file a complaint. Yichio, resigned, understood that as her caregiver, he had no choice but to comply. Lin Jingji turned to the side, instantly revealing her flawless, pristine back to Yichio's gaze, akin to exquisite mutton fat jade, emitting a luminous, pearly glow. There was not a trace of excess flesh, just as her name suggested, remarkably delicate. Upon lowering his head to examine closely, it became evident that her hair was entangled in the button. Hurry and help me, Lin Jingji urged. Yichio approached the bedside, cautiously extending his hand. After considerable effort, and with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he finally managed to resolve the issue. All done, Sister Lin, Yichio exhaled in relief. Help me unfasten it. Lin Jingji requested once more. What? Yichio momentarily failed to comprehend. Unfasten the button for me, Lin Jingji clarified, adding, I didn't expect the size to be too small. It constricts me uncomfortably. Next time, I must choose a larger one. Yichio was speechless. Hurry up. Lin Jingji pressed again. Perhaps you should do it yourself? Yichio took a couple of steps back, contemplating that this woman, possessing her own hands, was attempting to take advantage of him. He resolutely decided not to let her succeed. Coward. Lin Jingji shot him a glance, then added, retrieve an outfit for me from the wardrobe. The special care ward was not an ordinary hospital room. Each chamber was equipped with a private bathroom and a solid wood wardrobe. Yichio approached and opened the wardrobe, only to be taken aback. Inside, a plethora of garments hung, short skirts, professional attire, evening gowns, a veritable cornucopia. There were at least a dozen pieces, including 2 particularly stunning camisole dresses. Yichio discreetly swallowed hard. Was this woman here for hospitalization or a vacation? Sister Lin, which one do you wish to wear? Yichio inquired. Did you see the white t-shirt on the far left? Quickly, hand it to me. Yichio took down the garment and passed it to Lin Jingji. Lin Jingji did not hasten to don the clothing. Instead, she gazed at Yichio with her sparkling eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately, and playfully asked, Do you like me, handsome? Isn't that a redundant question? Any ordinary man would surely be captivated. After all, a beauty like Lin Jingji is the object of desire for countless men who dream of winning her affection. Would it be too forward to confess my feelings outright? It seems wiser for a young man to maintain a sense of reserve. Yichio cast a glance at Lin Jingji, who was still not fully dressed. Her beauty partially concealed like a pipa. She was stunning. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. I do. Then shall I be your girlfriend? Lin Jingji inquired again. Sure. Yichio replied without a second thought. You wish. Lin Jingji erupted in a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Damn, I've been played. Sister Lin, perhaps you should hurry and put on your clothes. Yichio turned his back to her. Lin Jingji's lips curled into a triumphant smile. By the time Yichio turned around again, she had already dressed, albeit the t-shirt was a tad snug, clinging tightly. You handled today's matters rather indecisively, Lin Jingji suddenly remarked. Yichio, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? Your situation with Guo Xiaozong. Sister Lin, how did you know? Yichio was taken aback. Lin Jingji chuckled. You've made quite a stir. Such news spreads like wildfire in the hospital. I heard it from a little nurse. So that is how it is. Sister Lin, you just mentioned that I lacked decisiveness. If it were you in my position, what would you do? Yichio inquired with curiosity. Lin, with a delicate smile, replied, If it were me, I would eliminate Guo Xiaozong. As the saying goes, it is easier to provoke the king of hell than to deal with a petty ghost. Guo Xiaozong is a thoroughly despicable character. If you do not dispose of him, he will undoubtedly return to trouble you. Moreover, when he next comes to bother you, it will not be a trivial matter, and it may even pose a threat to your very life. Surely that cannot be the case? You doubt it. I believe that although Guo Xiaozong is somewhat arrogant, he would not dare to threaten my life. Do not underestimate the resolve of a petty man seeking revenge. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, in another special care ward of Jiangzhou Hospital, Guo Xiaozong slowly regained consciousness. Xiaozong, you are awake, exclaimed Zhang Lili, her face lit with joy. Where am I? Guo Xiaozong asked. In the special care ward. Zhang Lili responded. Several experts from the hospital collaborated on your surgery, successfully reattaching your severed arm and knee. They said that with 6 months of proper rest, you will fully recover. What about my father? Guo Xiaozong inquired. Vice President Guo is at work, she replied. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaozong erupted in fury. I am in this condition, and he still has the mind to work? Xiaozong, please do not be angry. The doctor said that being upset during recovery is detrimental. Get out. Guo Xiaozong bellowed. In an instant, tears welled in Zhang Lili's eyes, feeling utterly wronged. Are you deaf? I told you to leave. Guo Xiaozong shouted once more. With a sob, Zhang Lili fled from the room. Despicable woman. Were it not for you, would I have become this way? After a moment of calm, Guo Xiaozong gazed at the ceiling, his eyes filled with malice as he gritted his teeth and declared, Yichio, wait for me. I will not let you off. I shall annihilate your entire family. Chapter 20. The heroic dreams of the underdog at 7 in the evening. Yichio finished his shift. Standing at the entrance of the hospital, he exhaled deeply. Caring for Lin Jingji throughout the day had been nothing short of torment. This enchanting and seductive woman relished teasing him. Countless times, she had left Yichio blushing and his heart racing. Yet, he dared not respond with any impolite gesture. For he was merely a caregiver, and should he incite Lin Jingji's displeasure, he risked losing his job. How long must he endure this tormenting enchantress? With a sigh of resignation, Yichio stepped out of the hospital. Just then, a Mercedes sped toward him recklessly, as if it were on a death wish. Yichio quickly sidestepped. As the window rolled down, he caught sight of Zhao Yun behind the wheel, his expression grave. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? Yichio inquired. Puzzled. Get in, Zhao Yun commanded. A wave of anxiety washed over Yichio. Zhao Yun's visit could only mean something was amiss with Long Wang's health. Zhao Yun remained silent, driving with a stern demeanor, which only heightened Yichio's unease. Was it Long Wang? The thought sent a shiver down Yichio's spine. He quickly reassured, it shouldn't be. I administered the acupuncture treatment to Long Wang, and logically, his poison should be under control. It shouldn't worsen within a month. Who claimed that the Dragon King's condition had deteriorated? Zhao Yun inquired. What you just mentioned about the Dragon King. I intended to convey that the Dragon King sent me, Zhao Yun clarified. It was then that Yichio realized his misunderstanding and could not help but ask, what has the Dragon King summoned you for? Naturally, it is to express his gratitude towards you. At that moment, a red light appeared ahead, prompting Zhao Yun to brake. He reached into the back seat and retrieved a wooden box, tossing it to Yichio while stating, This is a gift from the Dragon King. What is it? Yichio questioned. You shall see for yourself. Upon opening the box, Yichio discovered a ginseng with long roots, resembling a slumbering elder, remarkably lifelike. This ginseng must have quite a history, am I right? Yichio asked. Indeed, it is a century-old mountain ginseng, Zhao Yun replied. What, 100 years old? Yichio exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary ginseng fetches a high price on the market, with those of slightly greater age costing several tens of thousands. A century-old mountain ginseng like this one starts at $1 million, and its rarity makes it even more elusive. Possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. The Dragon King stated that this is a gift for you, and if you acknowledge him as a friend, you should not refuse it. But, accept it. Zhao Yun chuckled. Didn't you wish to become a master on the dragon rankings and have me as your subordinate? I assure you, consuming this will elevate your prowess. Really? The century-old mountain ginseng is indeed a potent tonic, immensely beneficial for martial artists. Very well, then. After you depart. The Dragon King fell asleep and did not awaken until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, having consumed 2 large bowls of rice, his vitality surpassing that of any previous moment. However, this situation can only be sustained for a month. You must find a way to swiftly locate a master who can heal the Dragon King, Yichio advised. Zhao Yun replied. I have already dispatched someone to the desert. Whether we can find the living Buddha depends on fate. I believe it is unwise to place all your hopes on a single individual. What do you mean? Yichio inquired. The living Buddha is seeking the true essence of Buddhism in the vast desert. It remains uncertain if he can be found. Therefore, I suggest you consider visiting Wudong Mountain or Longhu Mountain. Forget it. There is no hope in either of those places, Zhao Yun remarked. The leaders of Wudong and Longhu Mountains are currently in seclusion, facing life and death, and will not see anyone. Not even the Dragon King would gain an audience. Let alone the Champion Marquis. By the way, why not seek out the Champion Marquis for assistance? Yichio suggested. Xiao Jiu ranks first on the dragon list. His strength surpasses that of the leaders of Wudong and Longhu. Surely, he must have a way. My dear brother, you still do not understand Xiao Jiu, Zhao Yun sighed. As the Champion Marquis, he commands an army of 1 million and wields great power over the realm. Such a person cannot be approached casually. To him, we are like mere ants. If the Dragon King were to seek his help, he might not even get an audience, and in that event, the poison would remain. Adding further humiliation, Zhao Yun continued, thus, our only hope lies with the living Buddha. Let us hope that the Dragon King finds favor with destiny. Minghu Road, number 188. 15 minutes later, Yichio arrived home. Upon entering, Chen Jinglan anxiously inquired, Chior, are you all right? I'm fine, Yichio replied with a smile. Mother, I apologize for causing you worry. Has he imposed any punishment upon you? None at all. And what of Guo Xiaozong? Have he and his father troubled you? Not at all. How can this be? When I observed Vice President Guo earlier, he looked as though he wished to eliminate you. Chior, speak to me truthfully. Qian Jinglan's expression hardened, sensing Yichio might not be forthcoming. Mother, I truly am unharmed. Yichio himself found the situation perplexing, had it been in the past. The sycophants from the medical department would have sought him out to create trouble long ago. Given the magnitude of today's events, their absence was rather unscientific. Furthermore, Guo's fury was evident. He had seemingly wished for Yichio's demise during the day, yet now, not a single trace of him could be found. Why? After much contemplation, Yichio concluded that there was but one plausible explanation. Guo was aware of Zhao Yun's true identity and feared the Dragon King. Hence he dared not act against him for the time being. The entire matter appeared quite peculiar. Yichio had severely injured Guo Xiaozong. Yet they had neither penalized him nor had the father and son duo sought retribution, which was exceedingly unusual. Chior, you must exercise utmost caution, Qian Jinglan advised. Do not worry, mother. I shall be fine. After dinner, Yichio retired early. His years of medical study had instilled in him the habit of rising early and retiring early. However, this evening, he found slumber elusive. The words exchanged between the Dragon King and Zhao Yun seemed to have unveiled a new realm of possibilities, particularly the figure of the champion, Xiao Jiu, which filled Yichio with admiration. Suddenly, an idea began to take shape in his mind. If I were to embark on the path of martial arts now, might I someday become a figure like Xiao Jiu, basking in the limelight and wielding unparalleled power? Chapter 21. The 9 Turns Divine Dragon Technique. Every young boy harbors a dream of heroism, yearning to become an unparalleled master, to rob the rich and aid the poor, to act chivalrously alongside a beloved companion, wandering the world. Figures such as Zhang Wuji, Yanghua, and Li Xuanhuan epitomized this ideal. Yet, as time passes and one matures, the realization dawns that such dreams of heroism seem increasingly distant. Especially when life's pressures suffocate one's spirit, the notion of heroism can appear utterly ephemeral, even somewhat absurd. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that, regardless of the time or place, age or circumstance, the anticipation remains ever present, even when it is understood that such dreams may be mere illusions. What if, one day, fortune smiles upon us, transforming us into masters? In that moment, we could soar to new heights, altering our realities and reaching the pinnacle of life. Yichio is no exception. Growing up in poverty alongside his mother, he often faced bullying at school. From that early age, he nurtured a singular dream: to become strong. Strong enough that no one would dare to bully him. He frequently envisioned a day when he could emulate the protagonists of martial arts dramas, safeguarding his family and serving his country and people. However, as he matured, he came to understand that the tales depicted in television dramas were mere fabrications. The world held no true heroes, nor did it harbor any practitioners of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Yet today, the words of the Dragon King and Zhao Yun have expanded his horizons. Although the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms does not exist in this world, there are indeed martial arts masters, unbeknownst to oneself. Additionally, there are the Tiger List, Dragon List, and Divine List, all of which evoke a sense of yearning. In particular, the champion, Ho Xiaojiao, has become the target of pursuit for Yichio. Once a thought takes root in one's mind, it becomes uncontrollable, stirring increasing excitement. Yichio immediately sought martial arts manuals within the ancestral teachings, yet the Yi family's lineage boasts tens of thousands of tomes, overwhelming his senses. Just as he found himself at a loss regarding which manual to select, a slender booklet caught his eye. The cover bore several archaic characters, imparting an aura of antiquity. 9 turns Divine Dragon Technique. After some time deciphering the characters, Yichio recognized the name, which sounded quite formidable. Upon opening it, he discovered that the first page contained notes from the Yi family's ancestor. This technique was acquired by chance, its origins and creator shrouded in mystery. Based on my research, this art is exceedingly enigmatic and, if cultivated to perfection, could potentially transcend the ages. However, it is only suitable for those devoid of martial prowess. When I obtained it, I had already attained significant skill, thus I could not practice this technique, which is indeed regrettable. Upon reading this, Yichio was filled with joy. The ancestor stated that only those without cultivation could practice this manual, which suited him perfectly. He turned to the second page, which provided a detailed introduction to the 9 turns Divine Dragon Technique. After perusing it, Yichio felt that this art was remarkably well suited for him. Typically, martial training commences with foundational stances and postures, requiring decades of practice to achieve even modest success. This particular technique is unlike any other. The success of one's cultivation relies entirely on innate talent. Those endowed with high talent achieve results with minimal effort, effortlessly breaking through realms, while individuals of lesser talent may spend their entire lives struggling to comprehend even the first realm of transformation. I wonder what my innate talent is like. Yichio felt an urge to give it a try. According to the description, the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon Technique encompasses 9 realms, with the first realm being the body refinement stage. The initial step in this stage involves guiding the innate energy and unblocking the Ren and Du meridians. The second step requires perceiving the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, utilizing this energy to refine the body. As the accumulation of spiritual energy increases, the cultivator's physical strength gradually enhances, and only when the strength of one's arms reaches 3,000 pounds can one consider themselves to have achieved great success and proceed to the next realm. Strangely, after Yichio read the introduction and cultivation method for the first realm, he attempted to turn the page to see the subsequent realms, only to find it utterly unyielding. The thin sheet of paper felt as heavy as Mount Tai. After pondering for a while, Yichio understood. If one cannot comprehend the first realm, then they cannot access the subsequent realms. This technique seems a bit deceptive. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall attempt it first. Yichio followed the cultivation method. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, placing his hands upon his knees, palms facing upwards, and closing his eyes to attentively sense the flow of energy within. As stated in the technique's introduction, each person harbors a form of energy at the biwi acupoint atop their head, referred to as innate energy. Only by perceiving this innate energy and guiding it to break through the rin and du meridians can one take the first step. 15 minutes elapsed. Yet Yi Qiu felt nothing. He had achieved no results. Could it be that my method is flawed? Yi Qiu scrutinized the cultivation method once more. Convinced he had not erred, yet a perplexing question lingered in his mind. Why could he not perceive the existence of innate energy? Determined, he decided to give it another attempt. Half an hour later, Yi Qiu opened his eyes, only to find himself still empty-handed, which led him to doubt his own capabilities. Could it be that his talent was lacking, rendering him unsuitable for the 9 turns divine dragon technique? Little did he know. Many individuals spend their entire lives without ever sensing the presence of innate energy. Moreover, he had barely practiced for an hour. The existence of this technique implied a certain rationale. Surely, he must have made some error during his practice. Suddenly, he recalled Zhao Yun's words. Consuming a century-old mountain ginseng would elevate one to mastery. With this thought, he retrieved the century-old ginseng, unwashed, and bit into it directly. Within 3 minutes, a surge of warmth rose from his dantian, enveloping his entire body in heat. Yi Qiu promptly closed his eyes, attentively feeling this wave of warmth, and proceeded to practice according to the cultivation method. Another half an hour passed when, all of a sudden, Yi Qiu's mind jolted. He distinctly felt a stream of cool energy radiating down from the Baihui acupoint at the crown of his head. Innate energy. Yi Qiu suppressed his excitement and, adhering to the cultivation method, endeavored to guide this energy into his Rin and Du meridians. However, to his astonishment, the Rin and Du meridians were as impenetrable as fortified walls, and the innate energy could not break through. Undeterred, Yi Qiu persisted in his efforts. As dawn broke, with a resounding crack, the innate energy finally surged through the Rin and Du meridians. In that instant, Yi Qiu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. An exhilarating sensation unlike any other. Moreover, after a night of cultivation, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of buoyancy. Rising from his bed and approaching the window, he gazed at the sun ascending the horizon, a formidable confidence radiating from his countenance. I must locate my biological father and compel him to kneel before my mother in repentance and apology. I shall ensure that those who look down upon us are forever forced to regard me with reverence. Chapter 22. Yi Qiu, would you like to be my boyfriend? In the morning, Yi Qiu arrived at the hospital. After checking in at the caregiver station, he proceeded to the cafeteria to purchase breakfast for Lin Jingji. A caregiver, in essence, is akin to a housekeeper, tasked with numerous responsibilities. As he exited the cafeteria with breakfast in hand, he encountered Zhang Lili at the entrance. Yi Qiu chose to disregard her and brushed past. Stop, Zhang Lili called out. Yi Qiu feigned ignorance and continued on his way. Yi Qiu, halt this instant, Zhang Lili shouted once more. Only then did Yi Qiu pause, turning to face her and inquiring, are you addressing me? Zhang Lili, visibly agitated, retorted. If I weren't speaking to you, would I be conversing with a dog? Speak your mind. Yi Qiu responded brusquely, then say it quickly. Zhang Lili's face turned a shade of deep anger as she warned. Yi Qiu, I advise you to apologize to Xiao Tsong immediately, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Are you concerned for my well-being? Yi Qiu's tone softened slightly, mistakenly believing Zhang Lili was worried about potential retribution from Guo Xiaokong. However, her subsequent words revealed the fallacy of his assumption. Worried about you? Humph. What does a bastard like you warrant my concern for? I merely wish for Xiao Tsong to recover swiftly. He now harbors a deep resentment towards you. If you were to kneel and apologize to Xiao Tsong, perhaps his anger would dissipate, allowing for a swifter recovery. Is that all? Did you expect me to say anything further? Let me make it clear. Were it not for Xiao Tsong, I would not even spare you a glance. Zhang Lili, I have a piece of advice for you. Do not elevate yourself too highly as a person, nor should you diminish the humanity of others. Once, you were my girlfriend, and I tolerated your capriciousness, cherishing you like a precious gem. But from now on, in my eyes, you are nothing but worthless. With that, Yi Qiu strode away with an air of arrogance. Zhang Lili, infuriated, stamped her feet and cursed Yi Qiu's retreating figure. I must have been blind to have fallen for such a spineless fool. In the intensive care unit, Yi Qiu remarked, Sister Lin, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I brought you some crystal dumplings. Crystal dumplings? They are my absolute favorite. Lin Jingji exclaimed with delight, her gratitude evident. Thank you, Yi Qiu. No need for thanks. It's the least I could do. Yi Qiu, I have a small request. Would you grant it? Speak, Sister Lin. Could you feed me? Lin Jingji pouted, gazing at Yi Qiu with an adorably pitiful expression. Yi Qiu felt a twinge of exasperation and replied, Sister Lin, may I refuse? No, Lin Jingji replied, her eyes narrowing, a captivating smile gracing her lovely face. With a sense of resignation, Yi Qiu sat on the edge of the bed, picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, and brought it to Lin Jingji's lips. Lin Jingji savored her food slowly, taking delicate bites while occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Yi Qiu, her demeanor reminiscent of a leading lady from a cinematic masterpiece. Truly, she was enchanting. Yi Qiu found himself unable to meet her gaze. After consuming half of a crystal bun, Lin Jingji remarked, Yi Qiu, could you do me one more favor? Would you mind finishing the other half of this crystal bun for me? Yi Qiu glanced down at the bun, noticing the remnants of her lipstick upon it. If he were to eat it, would that not be akin to an indirect kiss? He hesitated. Come on, just eat it, Lin Jingji urged. Lin Jia, I've already had breakfast, so I'm not hungry, Yi Qiu replied, feeling uneasy about the situation. Their relationship was merely that of patient and caregiver, not romantic partners. Should someone witness this, it could lead to misunderstandings. Yi Qiu, do you think it's unclean since I've had a bite, and that's why you refuse to eat? Lin Jingji inquired. Lin Jia, you're misunderstanding me. You simply find me distasteful, Lin Jingji declared, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the verge of crying. Yi Qiu hastily reassured her, Lin Jia, I truly do not think that way. Then you should eat it, she insisted. If you finish this half of the crystal bun, I will trust you. Yi Qiu remained somewhat reluctant. Allow me to feed you. Lin Jingji took the initiative, picking up the remaining half of the crystal bun with chopsticks and bringing it to Yi Qiu's lips. He was at an impasse. Should he eat it or not? It was indeed a dilemma. Open your mouth. Lin Jingji's voice was gentle, akin to a devoted wife feeding her husband. With no other choice, Yi Qiu reluctantly parted his lips. After finishing the steamed buns, Lin Jingji gently used a tissue to wipe the corner of Yi Qiu's mouth and inquired, was it delicious? Indeed. Do you wish to have more? I can share the remaining crystal buns with you. Half for you and half for me. What do you think? Lin Jia. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a heavy cough resonated from the doorway. Yi Qiu turned to see Bai Bing standing at the entrance of the ward, her professional attire accentuating her tall figure, her hair neatly tied back, and her delicate face bearing an icy expression. Director Bai. Yi Qiu hurriedly stood up and asked, when did you arrive? Bai Bing cast a cold glance at Yi Qiu before addressing Lin Jingji. How is your injury? I'm not on the verge of death. Lin Jingji replied with a smile, yet her tone was laced with frost. Yi Qiu raised his gaze to Bai Bing, then back to Lin Jingji, asking, do you two know each other? None of your concern. The two women replied in unison. Yi Qiu, feeling out of place, chose to remain silent. Bai Bing, have you come specifically to see me? Lin Jingji asked with a smile. Do not call my name. We are not that familiar. I am here to find Yi Qiu. Bai Bing replied coldly. Yi Qiu, come with me. All right, Yi Qiu acknowledged and followed Bai Bing toward the door. Wait. Lin Jingji interjected, Director Bai. Yi Qiu is currently my caregiver. If you wish to take him away, shouldn't you inform me first? I am the head of surgery. And Yi Qiu is a probationary doctor in my department. I do not need to notify anyone, Bai Bing stated firmly. However, he is no longer a probationary doctor. He is now my caregiver. So what? I have the authority to assign every caregiver in this hospital. Bai Bing continued, Lin Jingji. I must caution you that Yi Qiu is unreliable and lacks diligence in his work. It would be prudent to consider a different caregiver. Yi Qiu stared at Bai Bing in astonishment. What did she mean? Did she not realize that losing this job would mean his expulsion from the hospital? Yi Qiu felt a twinge of discontent towards Bai Bing. Lin Jingji smiled and replied, thank you for your reminder, Director Bai. I have taken a liking to Yi Qiu. Not only is he handsome, but he also tends to my needs with utmost care. Bai Bing retorted, perhaps everything you perceive is merely a fade crafted by Yi Qiu. Do not be deceived by appearances. Yi Qiu cast another glance at Bai Bing. What was the matter with Director Bai today? Why was she persistently disparaging him? Fortunately, Lin Jingji did not heed Bai Bing's words. Instead, she declared, I trust my own judgment. In this day and age, there are too few men like Yi Qiu. How wonderful it would be if you were my boyfriend. Yi Qiu, would you like to be my boyfriend? Yi Qiu was taken aback. Although he understood that Lin Jingji was jesting, he could not help but feel a flutter in his heart. If only she were serious. Seeing Yi Qiu lost in thought, Bai Bing's irritation flared. And she shouted, Yi Qiu, come here. Chapter 23. The kidnapping case. Yi Qiu followed closely behind Bai Bing as she exited the intensive care unit. trailing her to the director's office. Upon entering, Bai Bing seated herself in the office chair, her beautiful visage adorned with a frosty demeanor. Observing her state, Yi Qiu felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously inquired, "Director, did you need to see me for something? Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without a specific reason?" Bai Bing replied with a sharp tone. Yi Qiu, feeling the pressure, forced a sheepish smile and said, "Director, you jest. As my superior, you may summon me at your convenience. I ask you, do you harbor feelings for Lin Jingji?" Bai Bing bluntly questioned. "Absolutely not. Director, please do not misunderstand." "Misunderstand? Are you implying that my perception is flawed?" Bai Bing retorted angrily. "Do not think I am oblivious. I witnessed her feeding you dumplings, and you appeared quite pleased. Director, the situation is not as you perceive. In truth." "Silence." Bai Bing interrupted Yi Qiu, continuing, "Let me remind you, Lin Jingji is not a virtuous woman. It would be prudent to maintain your distance, lest you find yourself in grave peril. What are you staring at? Do you believe I have a personal vendetta against Lin Jingji? I assure you, I do not. My advice to keep your distance is solely for your own benefit." Yi Qiu was taken aback. Although Bai Bing had previously treated him well, their conversations were sparse, often limited to a few words over the course of a week. Yet today, her discourse seemed unusually abundant, quite abnormal. "Director Bai, I am currently a caregiver, and Sister Lin is my patient. Attending to her is my duty." "Sister Lin? You dare to address Lin Jingji as sister?" Bai Bing exclaimed in outrage. "How long have you known her? You possess no insight into her character, yet you presume to call her sister? Isn't it merely a title?" Yi Qiu felt somewhat perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend why Bai Bing was so incensed. With a resounding clap, Bai Bing struck the table, exclaiming, "Yi Qiu, I shall remind you once more. Do not approach Lin Jingji. I do this for your own good." "Director Bai, I understand that you mean well, but could you please clarify your words? It is rather confusing for me," Yi Qiu replied. Bai Bing continued, "Though Lin Jingji possesses striking beauty, she harbors a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Do you know that her fiancé was poisoned by her?" "What?" Yi Qiu's face was a mask of astonishment, struggling to grasp the incredulity of it all. "Do you truly doubt my words?" Bai Bing's gaze was sharp. Yi Qiu hastily shook his head, saying, "I certainly believe you. But it is difficult for me to accept that Sister Lin could be such a person." "You still refer to her as sister?" Bai Bing's voice turned cold. "Remember, in my presence, you are forbidden from addressing her as such. Some may appear respectable, yet their true nature is concealed. The incident of Lin Jingji poisoning her fiancé stirred considerable uproar years ago, known to all in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. However, no substantial evidence was found at the time. Otherwise, she would have long been imprisoned. Consequently, she was expelled from her family and came to Jiangzhou to forge her own path. In just a few short years, she has thrived in Jiangzhou, her company successfully listed, and she has been lauded by financial magazines as the most beautiful CEO in Jiangzhou. At this juncture, Bai Bing could not suppress a cold smile. Others may be oblivious to her true nature, but I am acutely aware. She is merely a social butterfly, deserving of no undue praise. Yi Qiu, intrigued, inquired, "Director Bai, how come you were so well acquainted with Lin Jingji's affairs?" Bai Bing began to respond, "Because I am," but abruptly fell silent, then added, "In any case, she is not a good person. Remember to keep your distance from her. Earlier, in the hospital room, I had remarked in her presence that you were not diligent in your work, solely to prevent any further association between you two." Understanding dawned upon Yi Qiu. Initially, she had harbored some reservations about Bai Bing, but upon hearing her explanation, all resentment dissipated. "Director Bai, thank you," Yi Qiu expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks," Bai Bing replied. "From now on, you may call me sister in private." "Ah." Yi Qiu stood in stunned silence, believing she had misheard. "What do you mean? I am older than you." Bai Bing shot a glance at Yi Qiu before quickly averting her gaze. Yi Qiu, keenly perceptive, detected a flicker of shyness in Bai Bing's eyes. How peculiar. Why would Director Bai be shy? "By the way, Guo Xiaozong and Guodanu have not caused you any trouble, have they?" Bai Bing suddenly asked. Yi Qiu shook her head. "No? Even though they have not troubled you for now, remain vigilant. One must always be cautious of others," Bai Bing advised. "I will be," Yi Qiu assured her. Bai Bing, decisive and efficient, led Yi Qiu to the intensive care unit. "I am here to inform you that, effective immediately, Yi Qiu will no longer serve as your caregiver." "What do you mean, Bai Bing?" The smile on Lin Jingji's face vanished. "Bai Bing, what do you mean? Yi Qiu is my caregiver. On what grounds do you intend to transfer him?" Lin Jingji was furious. Because I am the head of surgery. If you dare to abuse your power, I will file a complaint against you. Go ahead. Lin Jingji was enraged, but in the next moment, she burst into laughter. I almost forgot, given your status. Even if a complaint is lodged, no one in this hospital would dare to touch you. However, I am quite curious as to why you wish to transfer Yiqiu. Is it because you are envious of him being with me? Lin Jingji, do not speak nonsense, Bai Bing retorted sharply. If it is not true, then why get angry? Lin Jingji's smile grew wider as she adopted a tone of feigned concern. Bai Bing, I must say, with such a temper, you should find a man to soothe you. Or you might risk hormonal imbalances. After saying this, Lin Jingji winked at Yiqiu and asked, Yiqiu, do you think I am right? Humph, Bai Bing scoffed heavily. Yiqiu, let's go. Stop. Lin Jingji suddenly turned hostile. Yiqiu is my caregiver, and without my permission, I do not allow anyone to transfer him. I am his superior. I have the authority to transfer him, Bai Bing stated. I have signed an employment contract with Yiqiu, clearly documented in black and white. Bai Bing, do you intend to force Yiqiu to breach his contract? Let it be a breach. I will cover all compensations for Yiqiu. Bai Bing, are you deliberately opposing me? Lin's delicate complexion was far from pleasant, exuding an imposing aura that, despite her seated position on the bed, emanated a regal presence. What of it? Bai Bing, undeterred, radiated a unique charm of her own, a cold elegance intertwined with nobility, akin to a goddess perched high above. The two locked eyes. Their gazes frosty, causing the temperature in the hospital room to plummet to sub-zero levels. Yiqiu was taken aback, never anticipating such a turn of events. He wished to intercede but found himself at a loss for words. Just then, his phone rang, the sound piercing through the tension. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Yiqiu inquired politely. Are you Yiqiu? Came a hoarse voice from the other end. That's me, Yiqiu replied. May I ask who you are? You need not concern yourself with my identity, the raspy voice continued. I merely wish to inform you that Qian Jinglan is in my possession. If you wish for her to remain alive, you must rush to the abandoned building beside Zhongbei Road immediately. You are all doomed, Yiqiu uttered, before dashing out of the hospital room. Chapter 24. You are all doomed. Lin and Bai were momentarily stunned, perplexed by the sudden shift in Yiqiu's demeanor. As Bai chased after him, she observed him descending the stairs with remarkable speed. Yiqiu, Yiqiu, she called out, but he paid her no heed. Sprinting towards another floor of the hospital. Oh no, Guo Xiaocong is on this floor, Bai realized, her expression shifting as she pursued him, shouting, Yiqiu, don't act recklessly. Yet it was still too late. Bang! Yiqiu forcefully kicked open the door to the hospital room. Upon entering, he found no trace of Guo Xiaocong, only to see Zhang Lili seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Where is Guo Xiaocong? Yiqiu inquired. Suddenly, someone barged in, startling Zhang Lili. As she recognized Yiqiu, disdain washed over her face. What do you want? Here to apologize to Xiaocong? I ask you again, where is Guo Xiaocong? Yiqiu pressed. No comment, Zhang Lili replied, gesturing to the floor. If you're here to apologize, then kneel right here. With a swift motion, Yiqiu stepped forward, grasped Zhang Lili by the throat, and lifted her off the ground. What are you doing? Let me go, let me go. Zhang Lili struggled desperately. Just then, Bai Bing entered the room and witnessed the scene, exclaiming, Yiqiu, let her go. Tell me, where is Guo Xiaocong? Yiqiu's gaze turned icy. His brows furrowed with fury. Release me. Help. Someone's going to kill me. Zhang Lili screamed. Yiqiu tightened his grip, and in an instant, Zhang Lili found it difficult to breathe, her eyes glazing over. I will ask you one last time, where's Guo Xiaocong? If you refuse to answer, I will end you. Yiqiu's demeanor was menacing, devoid of any humor. Bai Bing realized the gravity of the situation and quickly urged, Zhang Lili, where's Guo Xiaocong? He went out, Zhang Lili stammered. He said he felt stifled in the room and asked the nurse to take him for a stroll in the garden downstairs. Yiqiu was skeptical of Zhang Lili's words and inquired, why weren't you by Guo Xiaocong's side? He wouldn't let me accompany him, Zhang Lili replied, feeling utterly wronged. Earlier that morning, Guo Xiaocong expressed a desire to stroll through the garden, and Zhang Lili had intended to join him. However, out of the blue, Guo Xiaocong erupted in anger and scolded her. Subsequently, he insisted that she not accompany him and demanded that a nurse push him to the garden instead. Zhang Lili, feeling aggrieved, resorted to playing on her phone alone on the sofa, only to be confronted by Yiqiu, who burst in and bullied her. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Zhang Lili broke down in tears. With a loud thud, Yiqiu forcefully threw her to the ground and turned to leave. Yichio, stop right there. Bai Bing intercepted him in the corridor, her face cold as she asked, "What on earth happened?" "My mother has been kidnapped." "What?" Bai Bing was taken aback, finally realizing why Yichio's demeanor was so unsettling. It was due to his mother's predicament. "Do you suspect Guo? Bai Bing continued to inquire. "He is my only enemy," Yichio asserted with unwavering certainty, believing that the kidnapping of Qian Jinglan was undoubtedly linked to Guo. "Let's go find Guo." Bai Bing and Yichio headed straight for the garden. The garden was bustling with patients, yet Guo was conspicuously absent. "That bastard must be the one who kidnapped my mother," Yichio seethed. "Should we call the police?" Bai Bing suggested. "If it truly is Guo, then I am his target. As long as he sees me, he won't harm my mother. If I were to call the police, he might act out of desperation, which would be detrimental to my mother." Yichio then addressed Bai Bing, saying, "Director Bai, could you please explain to Sister Lin that I am going to rescue my mother right now? Do you know where your mother is?" "Yes, she is at." Just as Yichio was about to finish his sentence, his phone rang again. He hurriedly pulled it out of his pocket and saw that the caller ID displayed that same ominous number. He answered the call. A raspy voice inquired, "Yichio, where are you? What do you want?" Yichio retorted angrily, "If you have the guts, come for me, but leave my mother out of this." "If I don't take your mother, will you obediently follow my instructions?" The raspy voice warned, "I advise you against any tricks. If you dare to call the police, I will immediately harm your mother." The voice continued, "You have 15 minutes to arrive at the unfinished building beside Zhongbei Road. If I don't see you in 15 minutes, today will mark your mother's day of mourning." "Are you Guo?" Yichio asked sternly. "Haha, curious to know who I am. You'll find out when you arrive." The raspy voice sneered. "Regardless of whether you are Guo or not, let me make it clear, if you touch my mother, you will face dire consequences." With a decisive click, Yichio hung up the phone. Time was of the essence. Yichio did not indulge in sentimentality. Bai Bing drove him directly to Zhongbei Road. Along the way, Yichio called Zhao Yun. Once the call connected, Yichio got straight to the point, saying, "Brother Zhao, I am in a bit of trouble and need your assistance." Yichio speculated that, regardless of who was responsible, the adversary had undoubtedly set a trap awaiting his arrival. Seeking assistance from Zhao Yun was merely a precaution. "What has transpired?" Zhao Yun inquired. "My mother has been kidnapped." "What?" Zhao Yun expressed his astonishment and asked for the location. "At the abandoned building next to Zhongbei Road. The kidnappers instructed me to arrive within 15 minutes. And I am currently en route," Yichio replied. Zhao Yun assured him, "Stay calm. I will be there shortly." After ending the call, Yichio turned to Bai Bing and said, "Director Bai, once we reach our destination, you must leave immediately after I disembark." "Why?" she asked. "I fear for your safety." "In that case, I cannot possibly leave," Bai Bing insisted. "I will accompany you to confront the kidnappers. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Yichio glanced at Bai Bing, who was elegantly clad in professional attire that accentuated her exquisite figure, particularly at that moment, as she fastened her seatbelt. She resembled a winding mountain path traversing a lofty canyon, breathtaking yet perilous. The thought of such a beautiful woman falling into the hands of the kidnappers was unsettling. "Director Bai, please heed my advice and do not enter," Yichio urged. "I do not wish for you to be in harm's way. If you truly cannot be at ease, then wait for me outside." "Very well, I shall wait for you outside. However, Yichio, you must prioritize your safety and hastily escape after rescuing my aunt." Bai Bing cautioned. "Rest assured, I will exercise caution." 12 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at Zhongbei Road and came to a halt before a towering, abandoned building. Chapter 25. Thunder Tiger. The unfinished building on North Central Road stands as the largest derelict structure in Jiangzhou. Years ago, a prominent real estate company invested a staggering sum to acquire this land, proclaiming their ambition to construct the tallest building in Jiangzhou. However, midway through the project, the company collapsed, and the owner absconded, leaving the city with this monumental eyesore. Over the years, the municipal government has sought to engage another firm to take over the project, yet various impediments have thwarted their efforts, leaving the building in neglect. While this unfinished skyscraper tarnishes the city's image, it has inadvertently become a refuge for some homeless individuals and beggars, providing them shelter from the elements. Early this morning, a band of uninvited guests descended upon the derelict building, each one exuding menace and brandishing clubs, driving out the vagrants and beggars within. At that moment, on the ground floor of the unfinished structure, a line of men stood with clubs in hand, seemingly awaiting an event. Not far off, two individuals engaged in conversation. One of them was Guo, seated in a wheelchair, his body swathed in bandages, revealing only his face, reminiscent of a mummy. Guo, it will be 15 minutes. Do you think that fellow will arrive? Inquired a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut and bearing a fearsome scar on his left cheek. He will come. I have this old woman in my grasp, and he dares not refuse, Guo Xiaozong replied with unwavering confidence. The scarred man cast a glance at the unconscious Qian Jinglan on the ground, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes, and remarked, Guo, may I propose a matter for discussion? What is it? Guo Xiaozong cautiously fixed his gaze on the scar-faced man and inquired, You're not suggesting a price increase, are you? I remind you, we had an agreement. You eliminate Yi Qiu for $1 million, not a penny more. Guo, what are you insinuating? Am I, Lei Hu, a man of dishonor? We agreed on $1 million, and once the task is completed, I assure you, I will not demand an extra cent, replied the scar-faced man. Guo Xiaozong appeared perplexed and asked, Then what do you wish to discuss with me? Actually, I wanted to ask Guo if, after dealing with that kid, you could leave her to me, Lei Hu said, gesturing towards the unconscious Qian Jinglan. Guo Xiaozong was even more bewildered. Lei Gu, what do you want with this old woman? Lei Hu chuckled softly and replied, I have rather peculiar tastes. I'm not interested in young and beautiful maidens. Instead, I find myself drawn to mature and respectable women of her age. Guo Xiaozong felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, thinking to himself, This is quite a peculiar preference. How about it, Guo? Once we've dealt with that young man, will you hand over this woman to me? Lei Hu continued, If you grant me this woman, I can reduce my price by 100,000. You would only need to pay me 900,000. Let us adhere to our original agreement. After the task is accomplished, you shall receive 1 million. As for this woman, consider her a gift, Guo Xiaozong responded. Thank you. Guo, that works perfectly, Lei Hu said, beaming with delight. At that moment, what a curious place this was. Just then, Qian Jinglan slowly opened her eyelids. Her mind still not fully alert. She recalled descending the stairs to purchase groceries, yet upon reaching the ground floor, she was abruptly seized by 2 individuals and thrust into a van. This is quite an intriguing place. Lei Hu suddenly leaned in closer to Qian Jinglan, remarking, Ah. Qian Jinglan was taken aback by the scar on Lei Hu's face, exclaiming, Who are you? What do you want? Lei Hu replied with a sinister chuckle, Fear not. It is quite safe here. As long as you obediently follow my instructions, everything will be fine soon. Who exactly are you? Qian Jinglan demanded in a stern voice. Noticing a dozen men armed with clubs, she sensed the peril of her situation. Old woman, do you not even recognize me? Guo Xiaozong turned his gaze coldly towards Qian Jinglan. Dr. Guo, what are you doing here? Qian Jinglan was utterly astonished. Why am I here? Ha. That is a splendid question. To be frank, I am awaiting your precious son. Awaiting Yi Qiu? Dr. Guo, what business do you have with him? Qian Jinglan was momentarily at a loss. You shall soon find out. Guo Xiaozong's expression darkened ominously. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Qian Jinglan struggled and shouted, Release me at once, or I shall call the police. Call the police? Guo Xiaozong scoffed disdainfully. In your current state, do you truly believe you have the opportunity to do so? With her hands and feet bound by ropes, Qian Jinglan could scarcely stand, let alone alert the authorities. You are kidnapping me. This is a crime. Do you comprehend? Qian Jinglan asserted firmly. Indeed, we are well aware of that, Lei Hu replied with a grin. I only engage in matters that are not criminal. Qian Jinglan felt a sudden heaviness in her heart, and she comprehended fully that Guo Xiaozong had come today for vengeance. Dr. Guo, the incident involving Yi Qiu is entirely his fault. I apologize on his behalf. I implore you not to make things difficult for him. I can offer compensation. Compensation? Indeed, compensation is necessary, Guo Xiaozong declared fiercely. Yi Qiu incapacitated me last time. Today, I shall demand his life as recompense. Qian Jinglan's face turned ashen, and she hurriedly pleaded, Dr. Guo, please do not harm Yi Qiu. I beg you. Save your breath. You are currently in no position to negotiate for anyone. Your own safety is at stake, Lei Hu retorted, stepping in front of Qian Jinglan and scrutinizing her intently. What do you want? Qian Jinglan asked in terror. Having only just noticed, he remarked, I must say, you are rather beautiful. With a little enhancement, you could become an absolute enchantress. I can hardly contain myself. As he spoke, Lei Hu reached out towards her leg. Don't touch me, Qian Jinglan screamed, instinctively recoiling. If you dare to lay a finger on me, you will suffer a terrible fate. Ha. Today it will not be I who meets my end, but rather your son. If you do not comply, you too shall perish. With that, Lei Hu suddenly seized her chin, grinning malevolently. I advise you to behave, as long as you listen to me, once I have dealt with your son. I can offer you some pleasurable company. Get away from me. In a fit of rage, Qian Jinglan forcefully headbutted Lei Hu. Unprepared, Lei Hu was knocked to the ground by Qian Jinglan, instantly consumed by rage. Rising from the floor, he delivered a fierce slap to Qian Jinglan's face, barking, You wretched woman, how dare you resist? Do you wish for death? He then viciously seized her hair, threatening, Once I finish with your son, I will deal with you. At that moment, Yi Qiu's figure appeared at the doorway. Chapter 26. How do you wish to die? Yi Qiu had arrived in haste, still clad in his caregiver's uniform, his youthful appearance akin to that of a student. Yet, at that moment, his face bore an expression of palpable malice, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Brother Lei, he has come, Guo Xiaozong remarked with a smile. Turning to see Yi Qiu enter, Lei Hu released Qian Jinglan's hair with a disdainful snort, asserting, After I deal with your son, I will handle you. Upon spotting Yi Qiu, Qian Jinglan cried out, Qiu'er, run quickly. They intend to kill you. Go. Lei Hu, fearing Yi Qiu might escape, commanded his underlings armed with clubs to swiftly surround him. Yi Qiu disregarded the men encircling him. His gaze fixated on Qian Jinglan's face as he asked with genuine concern, Mother, are you all right? I'm fine. Qiu'er, you must leave quickly. They want to kill you. Slap. Lei Hu struck Qian Jinglan again, growling, If you shout once more, I will end your life. In an instant, Yi Qiu's icy gaze turned to Lei Hu, coldly declaring, Dare to hit my mother, and you shall meet your demise. Lei Hu met Yi Qiu's stare, sensing the boundless murderous intent in his eyes, his heart tightening in trepidation. In this moment, Lei Hu experienced an illusion, as if he were not being scrutinized by Yi Qiu, but rather targeted by a formidable beast of unparalleled ferocity. Within mere seconds, his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he soon found the situation somewhat amusing. After all, he was merely a powerless and insignificant caretaker, devoid of any connections. What could he possibly fear? With this thought, Lei Hu let out a derisive chuckle. Kid, I advise you to take your own life. It would spare you a modicum of suffering. Otherwise, Guo Xiao will first reduce you to a cripple, then slowly torment you to death. It was only then that Yi Qiu's gaze shifted to Guo Xiaozong, still brimming with murderous intent. This time, he was enraged, furious. In fact, that Guo Xiaozong had the audacity to kidnap his mother, a violation of his fundamental principles. Yi Qiu, I must admit, you truly dare to show up. Guo Xiaozong remarked with a relaxed chuckle, seemingly delighted, perhaps believing that vengeance was imminent. What is it that you intend to accomplish? Yi Qiu inquired coldly. You dare ask what I wish to do? Are you foolish? I summoned you here for what purpose? Of course, for revenge. Guo Xiaozong's smile gradually morphed into a menacing grimace as he venomously declared, Yi Qiu, you shattered my knee and my arms. Today, I shall repay you in kind. Do you truly believe that summoning a group of imbeciles will suffice to deal with me? Yi Qiu scoffed, his lips curling in disdain as he dismissed the assembly before him. In the past, faced with such a multitude, Yi Qiu would have indeed found himself at their mercy. However, he had since opened his meridians, and now he harbored confidence in confronting these petty ruffians. It is not immediately apparent, but you possess quite an audacious spirit. I am eager to witness just how far your bravado extends. Thunder Tiger exclaimed, Second, incapacitate him. At that moment, a young man emerged from the group of ruffians wielding clubs. He brandished a baseball bat towards Yi Qiu and arrogantly inquired, Which limb shall I render useless first? The left leg or the right leg? Or perhaps the third leg? A chorus of laughter erupted from the other thugs. Yi Qiu cast a disdainful glance at the young man and retorted, Trash. How brazen to insult me even when death is imminent. You must be tired of living. The young man raised the baseball bat and swung it fiercely towards Yi Qiu's head. Watch out, Qiu. Qian Jinglan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears as she turned her head away, unwilling to witness the impending tragedy. However, just 20 centimeters from Yi Qiu's head, the bat suddenly halted. The young man focused intently and realized that the opposite end of the bat was being held firmly by Yi Qiu. Oh, you're quite quick on the uptake. The young man chuckled as he pulled with all his might. Yet, the bat remained as if rooted in Yi Qiu's grasp, impervious to the young man's desperate efforts. With such feeble strength, you dare to be the first to charge out as cannon fodder? With a slight twist of his wrist, Yi Qiu wrested the bat from the young man's grip, then retaliated with a powerful swing to the young man's chest. Thud! The young man's body flew backward, crashing into the ground several meters away, blood spattering from his mouth as he lost consciousness on the spot. A look of sheer astonishment spread across the faces of all present, especially Guo Xiaozong, who looked at Yi Qiu as if he had encountered a ghost, exclaimed in astonishment. When did his strength become so formidable? Lei Hu's countenance was equally grim. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qiu was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he had only exerted 50% of his strength to knock the young man unconscious. Had he unleashed his full power, the consequences would have been dire, perhaps even fatal for that fellow. Instantly, Yi Qiu's confidence surged. Wielding the baseball bat, he pointed it at Lei Hu and coldly declared, "Come forth and meet your demise. Do you think that incapacitating one of my subordinates can alter the outcome? Let me assure you, even the mightiest fists cannot prevail against a multitude, no matter how great your strength. Death is inescapable for you today." Subsequently, Lei Hu commanded his band of ruffians, instructing, "Brothers, charge together and eliminate him." Yes, the thugs responded eagerly, yet none dared to rush towards Yi Qiu. The earlier display of power, when Yi Qiu sent one of their own flying with a single strike, had instilled a palpable fear within them. They realized that anyone who advanced would likely meet the same fate, if not worse. Thus, no one was willing to take the lead. Guo Xiaozong expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold snort. "Lei Gu, look at your subordinates, a bunch of cowards. Guo Xiao, it's not entirely their fault. That kid's earlier blow was too fierce. I believe we need to incentivize them," Lei Hu remarked. "What do you mean?" Guo Xiaozong inquired. "With great rewards come brave men," Lei Hu replied. Understanding the implication, Guo Xiaozong shouted, "As long as you help me eliminate Yi Qiu, I shall reward each of you with 10,000. In an instant, the group of delinquents, as if fueled by a stimulant, recklessly charged towards Yi Qiu, vociferously shouting. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre scene unfolded. Yi Qiu wielded a baseball bat, unleashing a torrent of strikes. Anyone who dared to approach him was sent flying, akin to baseballs, soaring several meters away, blood spewing as they fell unconscious. In less than 3 minutes, over a dozen ruffians lay sprawled on the ground. Guo Xiaozong was left in astonishment. Is this truly a human? Lei Hu was equally dumbfounded. This is astounding prowess. Even Qian Jinglan gazed at Yi Qiu with a vacant stare, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Is this truly my son? When did he become so formidable? There was not a single capable adversary among them. They were all worthless. After delivering his words, Yi Qiu pointed the baseball bat at the astonished Lei Hu and inquired, "What is your name?" Lei Hu, he stammered, an unsettling dread bubbling from deep within. "Speak, how do you wish to die?" Chapter 27. Buried alive, Yi Qiu regarded Lei Hu with an icy gaze, devoid of any emotion. "Speak, how do you wish to die?" From the moment Lei Hu struck Qian Jinglan, Yi Qiu had harbored murderous intent. Although Lei Hu felt a flicker of fear towards Yi Qiu, he maintained a facade of bravado, darkly retorting, "Kid, do you have any idea who I am?" "I don't know, nor do I care," Yi Qiu replied. "If you harm my mother, there is but one outcome, death. Do you wish to kill me?" Lei Hu suddenly laughed. "Do you not realize that murder is a crime?" Smack! Yi Qiu appeared before Lei Hu like a specter, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Lei Hu's expression turned blank, momentarily unable to fathom that he had been struck, and by a mere attendant lacking any notable background. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Rage, fury, a tumult of anger surged within Lei Hu's chest, and he yearned to rend Yi Qiu into 1,000 pieces. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Lei Hu bellowed. "I have no interest in knowing who you are. Allow me to ask you once more, how do you wish to die?" Yi Qiu's gaze grew even colder. "If you wish for my demise, then I shall ensure your death first." As Lei Hu's words fell, he suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from his lower back, lunging fiercely at Yi Qiu. One must admit, Lei Hu's movements were swift. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Qiu, the dagger aimed at his chest. Yet, Yi Qiu remained unmoved. Unleashing a powerful punch, bang! His fist collided with the dagger, producing a resounding crack as the blade shattered, while Yi Qiu's hand bore not a scratch. This, Lei Hu was taken aback, realizing at that moment that he had gravely underestimated Yi Qiu. He was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Could it be that this lad was a master on the tiger rankings? But he appears far too youthful. With this thought, Lei Hu turned to flee, seeking refuge from the impending danger. However, Yi Qiu offered him no respite. He stepped forward, delivering a crushing blow to Lei Hu's shoulder. Crack! The scapula shattered. Oh! Lei Hu's agonized scream pierced the silence of the abandoned building, resonating with an eerie sharpness that sent chills down one's spine. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Yi Qiu seized the opportunity to grasp Lei Hu's right arm, twisting it with great force, resulting in a resounding crack as the bone fractured. With a swift motion, Yi Qiu delivered a kick to Lei Hu's knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me," Lei Hu pleaded, his face a mask of terror as he begged for mercy. Had he foreseen this moment, he might have acted differently. Yi Qiu tightened his grip around Lei Hu's neck, the tension of life and death hanging in the balance. "You dare to kill me? The Dragon King will not spare you," Lei Hu shouted defiantly. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you know the Dragon King?" "I know the Dragon King. He is my boss," Lei Hu replied hastily. "Brother, I acknowledge my mistakes today. I implore you to spare my life. I will atone to you and your mother. I beg you." Yi Qiu's frown deepened. This man was a subordinate of the Dragon King, complicating matters significantly. To kill him would be to disrespect the Dragon King, yet to spare him could lead to dire consequences. Previously, when dealing with Guo, Lin Jingji had warned Yi Qiu to be ruthless, cautioning that while the King of Hell may be manageable, the little ghosts could be troublesome, urging him to guard against Guo reprisal. Yi Qiu had dismissed her concerns at the time, never anticipating the swift retaliation from Guo, who had resorted to not only calling upon his associates, but also kidnapping his mother. Yi Qiu glanced at Chen Jinglan, who was tearfully imploring, "Qiu'er, promise me. Do not take a life, do not engage in unlawful acts, please." "Very well," Yi Qiu conceded, loosening his grip. Lei Hu crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. Yi Qiu untied the ropes binding Chen Jinglan's hands and feet, gently arranging her hair as he expressed his remorse, saying, "Mother, it is all my fault. I have brought trouble upon you. I am unscathed." With Yi Qiu's support, Chen Jinglan stood up. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Mere seconds later, Zhao Yun appeared, clad in black, his countenance austere, accompanied by 4 burly men. Upon seeing that both Yi Qiu and Chen Jinglan were unharmed, Zhao Yun exhaled in relief. He quickly surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on the unconscious forms of a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground, astonishment flickering across his face. Just as he was about to speak, Lei Hu lunged forward, kneeling before Zhao Yun in a state of despair. "Mr. Zhao, please help me." "It was him," Lei Hu cried, pointing at Yi Qiu. "This brat knocked out all my brothers and intends to kill me. Mr. Zhao, you must save me." Zhao Yun was skeptical, retorting, with Yi Qiu's slight frame, "How could he possibly incapacitate so many of you?" "It was indeed him. I witnessed it with my own eyes, and he even fractured my arm," Lei Hu insisted. "If you doubt my word, you may inquire with Guo Xiaozong." Zhao Yun cast a glance at Guo Xiaozong, whose face had turned ashen. Unbeknownst to Lei Hu, Guo Xiaozong was painfully aware of the truth. Zhao Yun and Yi Qiu had been acquainted for quite some time, and their relationship appeared rather amicable. "Is fate conspiring against me?" Guo Xiaozong trembled in fear. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Zhao Yun delivered a kick that sent Lei Hu sprawling to the ground. "Mr. Zhao, what is the meaning of this?" Lei Hu questioned, perplexed as to why Zhao Yun would strike him unprovoked. Zhao Yun spoke coldly. "Yi Qiu is my brother. How dare you lay a hand on him? It seems you wish to court death." "What? Yi Qiu is actually Mr. Zhao's brother? This is unfathomable. Isn't he merely a nameless, illegitimate child?" Thunder Tiger's mind buzzed, engulfed in confusion. "Brother Zhao, please keep an eye on them for me. I shall return shortly." Yi Qiu greeted Zhao Yun and then assisted Chen Jinglan as they departed. "Brother, how do you intend to deal with these two?" Zhao Yun inquired. Yi Qiu pointed at Thunder Tiger and remarked, "I was about to strike, but he claimed to be a subordinate of the Dragon King, hence I spared him." "Is he truly a subordinate of the Dragon King?" Zhao Yun explained, "He hasn't been under the Dragon King's command for quite some time. Thunder Tiger violated the gang's rules, repeatedly refusing to mend his ways. 2 years ago, under the bright sunlight, he molested a woman and even took photographs. Ultimately, the woman, unable to endure the humiliation, took her own life by jumping from a building. Because of this incident, he was expelled from the gang by the Dragon King. So, he is nothing but scum. If I kill him, the Dragon King won't object, will he?" Yi Qiu asked. "There will be no objections," Zhao Yun replied. "Brother, what do you plan to do with them?" "Bury them alive." Chapter 28. Rooting out the evil in Jiangzhou, 2 mountains are renowned. One is the Misty Cloud Mountain, frequented by the powerful and influential, while the other is the desolate South Mountain. At this moment, on the summit of South Mountain, Zhao Yun's subordinates were laboriously digging a pit with shovels. Meanwhile, Thunder Tiger, bound hand and foot, knelt before Yi Qiu, pleading for mercy. Mr. Yi, I beg you, do not kill me. This whole affair was orchestrated by Guo Xiaocong. He promised me 1 million if I eliminated you and your mother. Although Lei Hu appears to be robust and intimidating, with a scar etched across his face, at this moment, he trembles in fear. If you command me to kill, I would comply. Would you also have me eat excrement if you so wished? Yi Qiu remarked with a frigid demeanor. Mr. Yi, if you would spare my life, I would serve you faithfully, not as a mere servant, but as your devoted dog. Woof woof. Lei Hu surprisingly began to bark like a dog. To aspire to be my dog, you are sorely lacking in merit. Yi Qiu had resolved to eradicate any potential threats without hesitation. Mr. Yi, you and your mother share a deep bond. She cherishes you dearly. Have you considered her plight? If you take my life, you will breach the law and face its consequences. In such a case, you would languish in prison, leaving your mother to suffer alone in this world. Can you bear that? Lei Hu made a final attempt, knowing that Yi Qiu's Achilles heel was Qian Jinglan, hoping to sway him with his words. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yi Qiu's resolve to kill. Regardless of the consequences, I will not permit either of you to survive today, Yi Qiu declared, casting a glance at Guo Xiaocong, who sat in a wheelchair. The words of Lin Jingji echoed in his mind. To stand firm, a man must possess a ruthless heart. If he showed mercy today, it was likely that Guo Xiaocong and Lei Hu would seek vengeance in the future. Thus, the only solution was to eliminate both. Killing me will only lead to your imprisonment. Lei Hu shouted, Mr. Yi, my life is but a trifling matter. Is it worth it to take it? Yi Qiu sneered coldly. Did I ever state that I would dirty my hands personally? Lei Hu was taken aback. Zhao Ge, I appreciate your help. Yi Qiu suddenly said to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun smiled and replied, it's merely a trivial matter, no need for formality. It was then that Lei Hu comprehended Yi Qiu's intentions. He wished for Zhao Yun to end his life. If that were to occur, not only would his demise go unnoticed, but Yi Qiu would also evade any repercussions. Yet, the thought of dying in such a manner left him deeply unsatisfied. Lei Hu then pleaded with Zhao Yun, Mr. Zhao, I implore you, considering our past service under the Dragon King, please speak on my behalf to Mr. Yi and spare my life. I promise to mend my ways. Future? You, of all people, dare to speak of a future? Zhao Yun replied candidly. The Dragon King has long harbored intentions to deal with you. Over the past 2 years, every action you have taken has been meticulously noted by him. Let us not delve into the distant past. Consider merely this year. In March, to aid a construction group with their demolition, you forcibly evicted residents. And when an elderly couple refused to leave, you callously orchestrated their demise using an excavator. In May, you encountered a young and beautiful female teacher in the university town, and in your arrogance, you assaulted her. To prevent her from reporting you, you filmed her and issued threats, subsequently harassing her to the point that she ended up in a mental institution. A month later, while singing at a club, you ordered numerous expensive foreign wines. But when it came time to settle the bill, lacking funds, you and your associates concocted excuses, claiming the wine was counterfeit. You then proceeded to vandalize the establishment and extorted a sum of 100,000 from the club's owner. Furthermore, Zhao Yun recounted a multitude of transgressions committed by Lei Hu. The brethren had long since reported your misdeeds to the Dragon King. Had it not been for the Dragon King's ailing health and his preoccupation, do you truly believe you would have survived this long? Zhao Yun stated. In our line of work, we must adhere to principles, uphold loyalty, and, above all, honor the code of the Jianghu. Those who persist in wrongdoing shall inevitably meet their demise. Lei Hu, in your next life, strive to be a better person. A chill enveloped Lei Hu. With Zhao Yun's proclamation, it became evident that his fate was sealed. Brother Zhao, the pit is prepared, one subordinate announced. Lei Hu, do you have any final words? Zhao Yun inquired. Lei Hu, with a grim smile, replied, having reached this juncture, it is entirely my own doing. Mr. Zhao, might you grant me a swift end? I dread the thought of being buried alive. Zhao Yun glanced at Yi Qiu, and upon seeing no dissent, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall honor your request. Thank you. Lei Hu closed his eyes, steeling himself for death. Zhao Yun drew a dagger. With a swift motion, he severed Lei Hu's throat. In an instant, Lei Hu breathed his last. Bury him, Zhao Yun stated impassively. Yes. Several subordinates cast Lei Hu's corpse into the pit and swiftly covered it with earth. Guo Xiaocong sat nearby, feigning composure. He had believed Yi Qiu was merely attempting to intimidate him. However, upon witnessing the execution of Lei Hu, fear gripped him. Help! Help! Guo Xiaocong screamed, his voice hoarse. Smack! Zhao Yun struck with Xiaozong across the face, irately admonishing, "What are you shouting about? We are in the wilderness. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid." Gao Xiaozong could no longer restrain himself and pleaded with Yuqiu, "I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will return Zhang Lily to you, and I can even convince my father to grant you a hospital admission quota. Just don't kill me. I am willing to give you anything you desire. I implore you." "Buried," Yuqiu uttered without a moment's hesitation, instructing Zhao Yun's subordinates to bury Gao Xiaozong alive. In no time, he, along with his wheelchair, was unceremoniously cast into the pit. "Yuqiu, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I promise I will never oppose you again. I beg you, spare my life." Gao Xiaozong cried, his tears and snot mingling in a pitiful display of desperation. "Gao Xiaozong, farewell." Yuqiu chuckled as he waved his hand, then commanded Zhao Yun's men, when burying him, "Slow down a bit. Let him experience the terror of death." "Understood." Zhao Yun's subordinates reduced their pace in filling the grave. Gao Xiaozong struggled to escape the pit, but his injuries rendered him powerless, and soon the earth reached his neck, leaving only his head exposed. "Yuqiu, please spare me. I beg you. I do not wish to die. I have yet to marry, and I long for a son. I curse you, even as a ghost. I shall not let you go." His expression twisted into one of rage as he howled bitterly. "Come to me as a ghost, and I shall ensure your soul is shattered." Chapter 29. Trouble afoot. Upon entering, I noticed Qian Jinglan's wrist wrapped in bandages and hurriedly inquired, "Mother, how are you?" "I am fine. Just a minor injury that Director Bai has already treated." Qian Jinglan then inquired, "Qiu, are you all right?" I replied, "I am fine." Yiqiu cast a grateful glance towards Bai Bing and said, "Thank you, Director Bai." "No need for thanks," she replied. Yiqiu then instructed Qian Jinglan, "Mother, from now on, no matter who inquires, you must say that you did not see Gu Xiaozong today. Understood?" "Sure. What exactly happened?" "You must tell me. Have you done something illegal?" Qian Jinglan was visibly anxious. "Mother, please do not overthink it. Just do as I instructed if anyone asks." "All right." Qian Jinglan nodded, appearing deeply troubled. Although Yiqiu did not explicitly state it, Qian Jinglan sensed that something significant had occurred. "Understood." While waiting for a taxi, Qian Jinglan urged Yiqiu. Her gaze was resolute, emanating an air of calm and composure. Yiqiu was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had observed such an aura in Qian Jinglan, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. She seemed to realize her own transformation, coughed lightly, and swiftly reverted to her usual demeanor as a middle-aged woman, softly asking, "Qiu, does Director Bai have a boyfriend?" "Mother, why do you ask that?" Yiqiu replied, his face a mask of confusion. Qian Jinglan remarked, "I think Director Bai is quite admirable. She's beautiful, has a great figure, and is the head of surgery. Why not pursue her?" "What? You want me to pursue Director Bai?" Yiqiu was astounded, his eyes nearly popping out. Such a notion was beyond his wildest imagination. "Who is Bai Bing?" "She is the chief of surgery at Jiangzhou Hospital, a doctor of medicine, and the ice goddess in the hearts of countless individuals. Here I am, merely a powerless and inconsequential probationary doctor, contemplating the pursuit of my superior. Am I out of my mind?" Qian Jinglan remarked, "I believe Director Bai is quite admirable. Although she appears cold on the outside, she possesses a warm heart, is meticulous, and exceedingly kind. Moreover, I have observed that her physique is certainly conducive to bearing children." Dazed, Yiqiu responded, "Mom, do you even realize the caliber of individuals pursuing Director Bai? They are either the offspring of the wealthy or the children of officials, all young and affluent, brimming with talent. If they cannot win her over, what chance do I have? I believe in you. I have faith in your potential." Qian Jinglan asserted, "As a woman, I can sense that Director Bai looks at you differently." "How is it different?" Yiqiu inquired. "I cannot articulate it precisely, but I can definitely feel that she harbors a fondness for you." Qian Jinglan replied with a cheerful smile. "If only Director Bai could become my daughter-in-law." "Mom, I advise you to abandon that notion. Regardless of education, age, family background, or social standing, I am not a suitable match for Director Bai. You haven't even spent time with her. How can you be so certain it's not a match? I must tell you, Qiu, you should take this matter seriously. I believe you can succeed." Even as she settled into the car, Qian Jinglan continued to encourage Yiqiu. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Yiqiu felt utterly helpless. What on earth has gotten into my mother today, urging me to pursue Director Bai? She should consider how unworthy I am in comparison to her. To speak frankly, Director Bai is a breathtaking beauty, To win her affection would be worth any sacrifice. Yi Qiu entered the office of the surgical director, and upon crossing the threshold, he spotted Bai Bing sipping water. At that moment, Bai Bing had shed her white coat, revealing a form-fitting professional outfit. Perhaps due to her exquisite figure, the shirt was strained open at a seam, allowing Yi Qiu a glimpse of an amber-like glow. How radiant! Just as this thought flickered through Yi Qiu's mind, Bai Bing's gaze swept over him, her voice icy as she inquired, "What are you staring at?" Yi Qiu's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly retorted, "Nothing at all." "Very well. Please leave for now," Bai Bing replied, her attention shifting to the medical records. Yi Qiu stood momentarily dazed. He had anticipated Bai Bing would address the matter regarding Guo, yet she made no mention of it, as if nothing had transpired. It was quite unexpected. Yi Qiu hastily completed the necessary paperwork at the medical office and then sought out Lin Jingji. He felt it imperative to inform her about his reassignment from the nursing position, though their acquaintance was brief. Lin Jingji had treated him with kindness and imparted valuable life lessons. Particularly, her words during the Guo incident had served as a clarion call, urging him to act decisively. From a distance, Yi Qiu noticed two bodyguards clad in black suits and dark sunglasses standing like sentinels at the entrance of Lin Jingji's ward. They appeared quite formidable, suggesting that the visitor was of considerable significance. Yi Qiu muttered to himself as he approached the door to the hospital room, only to be intercepted by two bodyguards. "President Chen has instructed that no one is permitted to enter," one of the bodyguards stated. "I am a doctor. Kindly step aside." Yi Qiu replied politely. "President Chen has ordered that no one is allowed in, even if you are the head of this hospital. Now be gone." The other bodyguard barked rudely at Yi Qiu. Furrowing his brow, Yi Qiu was about to respond when a woman's voice erupted from within the room, exclaiming, "Lin Jingji, you wretched woman." A resounding slap followed, echoing sharply in the air. Chapter 30. I never strike a woman. "But you are the exception." Yi Qiu's expression shifted as he distinctly sensed that someone within the room had struck Lin Jingji. "Stand aside," he commanded the two bodyguards. "Are you deaf? I told you to get lost," they retorted, their expressions menacing. "Let me reiterate, step aside immediately, or I shall not hesitate to be uncivil." Yi Qiu's tone turned chillingly cold. Surprisingly, the bodyguards laughed upon hearing his words. "Uncivil to us? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? You're as thin as a telephone pole. Do you really think you can take us on?" Bang! Before the first bodyguard could finish his taunt, Yi Qiu delivered a punch that rendered him unconscious. The second bodyguard, quick to react, launched a kick toward Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu slightly leaned to the side to evade the attack, deftly grasping the leg of the bodyguard and pulling him forcefully toward himself. The bodyguard immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. With the swiftness of lightning, Yi Qiu delivered a kick that rendered the bodyguard unconscious, then swiftly entered the hospital room. Upon entering, he beheld a woman clad in a cheongsam, adorned with heavy makeup, standing beside the hospital bed. She appeared to be in her early 40s, bedecked in extravagant jewelry. In her left hand, she held a limited edition hermit handbag, while her right hand pointed accusatorily at Lin Jingji, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "You wretched woman. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't have met such a tragic end. He loved you so dearly that he was willing to sever ties with our family to marry you. Yet you poisoned him. Lin Jingji, do you even have a shred of humanity left? Have you no conscience?" It seemed this woman was indeed the sister of Lin Jingji's fiancé. Yi Qiu cast another glance at Lin Jingji, who sat on the hospital bed with a vivid red imprint on her left cheek, her expression frigid. Strangely enough, witnessing her in such a state stirred a pang of compassion within Yi Qiu's heart. The woman continued her tirade against Lin Jingji, her words becoming increasingly vicious. "Lin Jingji, do you think that by killing my brother, you can escape unscathed? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your actions over these past few years in Jiangzhou. A woman like you, building such a vast empire, must have climbed into the beds of numerous men, right? Do you know what the people in the capital say about you? They claim you are promiscuous and unfaithful. I believe they are being quite polite. If it were up to me, I would label you a harlot." In an instant, Lin Jingji lifted her head, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the heavily made-up woman. "Qian Yanru, had you not been Qian Dong's sister, I would never have allowed you to leave through this door alive today. What, do you intend to poison me just as you did Qian Dong?" The woman sneered coldly. "Lin Jingji, you overestimate yourself. Do you truly believe you could eliminate me? Such delusions are laughable. Setting aside the fact that you are missing a leg, even if your body were intact, do you possess the capability to kill me? I almost forgot. You are indeed limping. If I were to seek vengeance for Qiandong right now, you would stand no chance against me in your current state. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed across the woman's face as she stepped closer to the hospital bed. What do you intend to do? Lin Jingji asked, her voice laced with coldness. I wish to avenge Qiandong, the woman declared, before suddenly gripping Lin Jingji's neck with both hands. Stop! Yi Qiu shouted forcefully. The woman, startled, quickly released her grip. Though she yearned to avenge her brother, she had never taken a life before. It was her first attempt. And she felt both anxious and guilty. Who are you? The woman hurriedly inquired. In this white coat, what do you think I am? Yi Qiu replied sternly, his expression serious. Creating such a commotion in a hospital room is utterly inappropriate. The woman's face shifted between shades of green and white, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Given her stature, when had a mere doctor dared to raise their voice at her? Do you have any idea who I am? After uttering this line, the woman suddenly felt foolish. If this young doctor were aware of her identity, would he still dare to speak to her in such a tone? I must insist, regardless of your identity, that you refrain from causing any disturbance here, and certainly do not harm my patient, Yi Qiu stated with a serious countenance. I kindly ask you to leave. Are you attempting to expel me? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, as if gazing upon a creature from a nightmare. She could hardly fathom that this insignificant doctor dared to confront her. This is a specialized care unit. The hospital has regulations prohibiting unauthorized individuals from entering. I am uncertain how you managed to gain access, but as a physician of this institution, I possess the authority to remove you. I implore you to vacate immediately, or I shall summon security to escort you out, Yi Qiu continued. The woman was nearly apoplectic with rage. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Qiu, she shouted. How dare a mere doctor presume to bully me? You are finished. Along, Ahu, come in at once. She bellowed towards the door. In times of trouble, her two bodyguards would invariably arrive to assist her, yet today, this little doctor was attempting to oust her. Where were Along and Ahu? Had their revelries from the previous night left them too fatigued to respond? Regardless, the woman was decidedly displeased. Are you calling for those two bodyguards by the entrance? If so, I doubt they will be making an appearance, Yi Qiu advised. What do you mean? The woman retorted, hastily rushing outside. Only then did Yi Qiu turn to Lin Jingji with concern. Sister, are you all right? I am fine. Lin Jingji managed to force a smile upon her exquisitely beautiful face. It's fine, Li Qiu began, but before he could finish his words, a woman burst into the room, pointing an accusing finger at him. Did you do this? What are you referring to? Li Qiu feigned ignorance, fully aware of the situation. Lin Jingji remained oblivious to the fact that Li Qiu had incapacitated the woman's two bodyguards, feeling somewhat bewildered by the exchange between them. You know precisely what I mean. The woman glared at Li Qiu, her fury palpable. Why did you knock out my bodyguards? With a smirk, Li Qiu replied, so they're your bodyguards? I thought they were merely two watchful dogs. You were courting death. How dare you treat my bodyguards this way? I understand now. The woman suddenly appeared enlightened, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Jingji. Was it you? Did you instigate this brat to incapacitate my bodyguards? Lin Jingji, you dare to bully me? I will not let this go. In a frenzy, she lunged at Lin Jingji. However, she barely approached the hospital bed before Li Qiu delivered a sharp slap that sent her flying. With a cold expression, he declared, I never strike women. But you are the exception. Chapter 31, Sharp Tongue. I never strike women, but you are the exception. Li Qiu's words were succinct, direct, and imbued with authority. Lin Jingji looked up, astonished, and inquired, do you know who she is? Who she is does not concern me. I will not allow anyone to bully you in my presence. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingji felt a tremor in the depths of her heart. Over the years, she has shouldered everything alone. To outsiders, she is a formidable woman, yet they overlook the fact that she is also a woman in need of protection. She never imagined that the one to shield her would be Yi Qiu. Lin Jingji remarked, the person you just struck is the sister of my deceased fiancé, hailing from a powerful family in the capital. With a mere word, she could ensure your demise. So what? Yi Qiu's face betrayed no hint of fear as he replied. As you said, Sister Lin, those without shoes fear not those who wear them. If she truly wishes to take my life, then I shall fight back with all I have. Lin Jingji was taken aback. She was unaware of Yi Qiu's past. Yet it was evident that he had undergone a transformation. If her initial impression of him was that of a timid newcomer to the professional world, lacking in courage, the Yi Qiu before her now resembled a stalwart man. With a sigh, Lin Jingji said, It is not worth it to offend her for the sake of someone like me. Sister, your statement is misguided. I must correct you, Yichio said, gazing at Lin Jingji with unwavering seriousness. You are not an outsider. You are my sister. In that moment, a surge of warmth flooded Lin Jingji's heart. It had been years since she had heard such comforting words. Even her family had severed ties with her after that incident, treating her as a stranger. Throughout these years, she had struggled alone in Jiangzhou, enduring countless hardships that only she truly understood. Thank you, Yichio. Tears shimmered in Lin Jingji's eyes. Yichio smiled slightly, saying, Why such formality? At that moment, the woman whom Yichio had just struck burst in, her face flushed with anger as she pointed a finger at Yichio, shouting, Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? Do you wish to die? I warn you, this is a special care ward. No loud disturbances are allowed here, or you will regret it. As Yichio spoke, an aura of icy coldness emanated from him. In an instant, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, leaving the woman feeling as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. You. The woman was taken aback by Yichio's imposing presence and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Qianyanru, do not embarrass yourself here, Lin Jingji interjected. Suddenly, the woman seemed to remember something and, with a mixture of rage and mockery, retorted, I wondered how a mere doctor would dare to strike me. So it is you backing him. Lin Jingji, you have truly lost all shame to associate with such a lowly character. Lin Jingji appeared unfazed by the woman's harsh words. Showing no signs of anger, she calmly replied, Let us speak frankly. If I am shameless, then you are utterly devoid of dignity. You, Lin Jingji continued, Qianyanru, I advise you to seek treatment for your ailments and refrain from seeking me out. I am not a veterinarian. Yichio couldn't help but chuckle, for it was the first time he had witnessed Lin Jingji confront someone so boldly. Truly a remarkable sight. The woman trembled with fury, shouting, Lin Jingji, how dare you insult me? Have I insulted you? I merely spoke the truth, Lin Jingji replied. Lin Jingji wore an expression of innocence and remarked, the Chen family is, after all, a prestigious lineage in the capital. How is it that they produced such a spoiled young lady like you? For the sake of Qiandong, allow me to offer a word of caution. Do not squander the gifts bestowed upon you by your parents, especially your dignity. I will fight you. The woman, resembling a hen roused to anger, lunged at Lin Jingji. However, as she approached the bedside, Yichio seized her by the throat, rendering her breathless. What do you intend to do? The woman gasped in terror, her eyes wide with fear as she glared at Yichio. He turned to Lin Jingji and inquired, Sister Lin, shall we kill her or bury her alive? In an instant, Lin Jingji grasped Yichio's intent and replied earnestly, To kill her directly would be devoid of any amusement. Burying her alive is rather cumbersome. Let me ponder. Perhaps we could drown her, or subject her to slow slicing. What do you think? Upon hearing their conversation, the woman nearly lost her mind in fright. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, she might have dismissed them, but Lin Jingji was different. She had the audacity to poison her own fiancé. What was there that she would not dare to do? You cannot kill me. You mustn't. My family is aware that I came to Jiangzhou to find you. If I were to perish, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. As she spoke, the woman suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs, Murder! Help! Silence! Lin Jingji bellowed sharply. The woman immediately fell silent, her previously haughty demeanor evaporating without a trace. Qianyanru, I shall spare your life today. However, heed my words. I am neither afraid of you nor intimidated by the Chen family. I merely wish to keep my hands unsoiled. Should you dare to trouble me again in the future, I shall not show mercy. Yichio, release her. Only then did Yichio loosen his grip, coldly commanding, Get lost. Qianyanru fled the ward as if her life depended on it. When only Yichio and Lin Jingji remained in the room, Lin Jingji expressed her gratitude, saying, Yichio, thank you. Lin Jia, why are you being so polite with me? Yichio approached Lin Jingji, noticing the imprint on her left cheek, and gently inquired, Does it hurt? Are you concerned for me? Lin Jingji's captivating eyes fixated on Yichio. He felt a twinge of guilt and averted his gaze, quickly lowering his head. Raising it again, Lin Jingji's words carried an undeniable authority. Yichio promptly lifted his head. Lin Jingji smiled slightly and asked, Do you find me attractive? Coughing awkwardly, Yichio stammered, Lin Jia, shall I assist you in treating the bruise on your face? Certainly, Lin Jingji replied with a gracious smile. Yichio felt a wave of relief as he swiftly tended to the mark on her face. Lin Jingji tilted her head slightly, presenting her left cheek to facilitate his care. Meanwhile, Her right hand discreetly made an okay gesture towards the window, unnoticed even by Yichio. 200 meters away from the hospital, a tall hotel loomed, its rooftop looming above. Chapter 32. Crying, throwing tantrums, and acting cute in the hospital room. Yichio employed a Miao Mountain talisman to erase the fingerprints from Lin Jingji's face. How does it feel? Yichio inquired. It feels cool. Almost like I have a facial mask on, Lin Jingji replied. Is it still painful? Lin Jingji shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Lin Jia. That woman you encountered earlier is clearly not someone to be trifled with. I fear she won't easily let this go. I think it would be wise for you to hire a couple of bodyguards for your protection, Yichio suggested. Lin Jingji smiled and responded, with you to protect me. Why would I need bodyguards? I have been reassigned from my position as a caregiver. Yichio's words caused Lin Jingji's smile to vanish. Where have you been transferred? To surgery? Lin Jingji exclaimed in anger. Is this the doing of Bai Bing? This is utterly outrageous. I shall call the director immediately. With that, Lin Jingji picked up her phone and swiftly dialed the number. You need not defend Bai Bing. She is the head of surgery, and without her orders, you would not have been moved. You are correct. The order was issued by Director Bai, but it was due to my request. Why would you want to leave? Lin Jingji looked at Yichio, her expression turning puzzled. Suddenly, tears welled in her beautiful eyes as she spoke plaintively. Is it because you dislike me that you wish to be reassigned? How can you say that? Dislike you? With such beauty, how could anyone possibly harbor disdain for you? Do you truly believe that? I genuinely do. Then why would you want to leave? Lin Jingji queried, bewildered. Yichio stated, Sister Lin. I have previously confided in you that my aspiration is to become a remarkable doctor. What constitutes greatness? It is the ability to achieve extraordinary feats in ordinary roles. My pursuit of medicine stems from a desire to alleviate suffering and save lives, sparing more individuals from the torment of illness. I hope you understand my intentions, Sister Lin. Lin Jingji inquired of Yichio, if you leave, who will care for me? Yichio replied, the hospital will assign a new caregiver. But I do not wish for anyone else. I want you to take care of me, Lin Jingji insisted. Sister Lin, those caregivers in the hospital have years of experience. Each one far more skilled and attentive than I. They will provide you with superior care. I have said it. I want you to take care of me, she reiterated. Suddenly, Lin Jingji gazed at Yichio with affectionate eyes and softly remarked, if I were your girlfriend, would you heartlessly abandon me to another caregiver? Certainly not. Yichio responded, if you were my girlfriend, I would have my mother care for you, he casually suggested, unaware that Lin Jingji would show interest. I find your proposal quite appealing. How about having Annie take care of me? Lin Jingji laughed, adding, this way, I can begin to foster a harmonious mother-in-law relationship in advance. Yichio recognized that Lin Jingji was jesting. He was merely a probationary doctor, and it was inconceivable that she would regard him in such a light. Sister Lin, please, let us not joke around, he said. You will be able to discharge from the hospital in a few days. But I do not wish to be discharged, she replied. Why not? Yichio found himself utterly perplexed. Unlike the patients he had encountered before, each of whom yearned to be discharged as soon as possible, Lin Jingji astonishingly expressed her desire to remain hospitalized. It was simply incomprehensible. Because I cannot bear to part with you, Lin Jingji said, her delicate hands cradling her chin as she gazed at Yichio with boundless affection, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an almost overwhelming allure. Here it goes again. Yichio felt a slight headache. Lin Jingji had a penchant for teasing him. Sister Lin, you must take good care of yourself. The thought of not being able to be by Lin Jingji's side every day filled him with a sense of regret. For being in the company of such an extraordinary beauty elevated his spirits immensely. Are you truly unable to care for me? Lin Jingji inquired once more. Then, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Lin Jingji replied, I want you to promise that you will visit me every day. Is it that you cannot even fulfill such a modest request? You claim not to dislike me, yet it seems you harbor disdain. A single tear trickled down the corner of Lin Jingji's eye. Yichio immediately panicked. He dreaded seeing women cry. In his past relationship with Zhang Lily, whenever she shed tears, he was utterly helpless. No matter her demands, he would acquiesce. Faced with the current predicament, he felt compelled to concede to Lin Jingji's request. Sister Lin, please do not cry. I promise to visit you every day. Then you must also promise to be at my beck and call. Sister Lin, you are aware that there are numerous surgical patients. I cannot guarantee that I will always be available. Wah, you heartless scoundrel. Taking advantage of me and refusing to take responsibility? Lin Jingji did not wait for Yichio to finish his words before bursting into tears. All right, All right, I promise you. I will be at your beck and call. Please, stop crying. Yi Qiu was in a state of panic, fearing that others might overhear and misunderstand the situation. When it came to handling women, he was utterly inexperienced. He couldn't even manage Zhang Lili, let alone a woman like Lin Jingji. Suddenly, Lin Jingji stopped crying and broke into laughter. Actually, I just wanted to play a joke on you to see if you truly care about me. Lin Jia, please refrain from such jokes in the future. You claim I take advantage of you, but when have I ever done so? Have you never taken advantage of me? Be honest with yourself. Absolutely not. Yi Qiu's words trailed off as he caught sight of a vast expanse of snow. It was magnificent and imposing. Do you still deny it? Lin Jingji's eyes sparkled with mischief. Yi Qiu's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. Meanwhile, in the office of the executive vice president at Jiangzhou Hospital, Guo was livid, his expression dark. Zhang Lili stood before the desk, her head bowed, tears brimming in her eyes. Do you think you have been wronged? Let me tell you, you have not been wronged at all. I entrusted Xiaocong to you, expecting you to take good care of him. How have you done that? And regarding Xiaocong's disappearance, you chose to conceal such a significant matter. If I hadn't gone to visit him in the ward and discovered he was missing, would you have intended to keep this from me forever? Do you still regard me as the executive vice president? Slap. In a fit of rage, Guo slammed his palm heavily onto the table, startling Zhang Lili into tears. Director Guo, I was wrong. I was wrong. Silence. Guo thundered. If Xiaocong comes to any harm, I will not spare you. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Lili exclaimed, Director Guo, I believe Xiaocong's disappearance is linked to Yi Qiu. Chapter 33. Is it not just infidelity? Inside the office of the executive vice president, Zhang Lili shared her suspicions with Guo. After listening intently, Guo furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you suggesting that Yi Qiu sought out Xiaocong and was extremely furious at that time? Indeed, Zhang Lili replied. Had it not been for Director Bai, Yi Qiu might have truly harmed me. You and Yi Qiu were once lovers. After being together for so long, could he really bring himself to kill you? Guo was incredulous about Zhang Lili's claims. Director Guo, I am not deceiving you. Everything I said is true, Zhang Lili insisted urgently. I was terrified by the whole situation. Relate to me every detail of that moment, precisely as it occurred. Guo then settled into his chair, attentively listening to Zhang Lili's account. 5 minutes later, he had grasped the essence of her story and remarked, Zhang Lili, you must go find Yi Qiu immediately. If Xiaocong's disappearance is indeed connected to him, you must ascertain Xiaocong's whereabouts. Director Guo, why don't you confront Yi Qiu yourself? Zhang Lili was reluctant, haunted by the murderous glint in Yi Qiu's eyes that morning. Guo, filled with rage, furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that a distinguished executive vice president like myself should personally seek out a mere caregiver? Zhang Lili, do you hold him in such high regard? Director Guo, you have misunderstood my intention, she replied. I do not care about your intentions. Immediately locate Yi Qiu and ascertain whether Xiaocong's disappearance is linked to him. If it is, uncover Xiaocong's whereabouts. And if it is not him, you must still find a way to determine Xiaocong's location. Otherwise, I shall not grant you a position in the hospital, nor will I allow Xiaocong to marry you. Zhang Lili's complexion turned pale, and she hastily assured him, Director Guo, rest assured, I will ensure Xiaocong is found. I will go right away. With that, she rushed out. Fool, Guo muttered angrily, his brows knitted tightly as he pondered aloud. Xiaocong, where on earth have you vanished to? 3 seconds later, Guo ended the call, his frown deepening. What on earth is happening today? Xiaocong is missing, and I cannot reach Lei Hu. This is truly bizarre. Suddenly, Guo's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Yi Qiu emerged from Lin's exquisite hospital room and, upon turning the corner in the corridor, encountered Zhang Lili. Choosing to disregard the woman who had betrayed him, Yi Qiu walked past her without a glance. Stop! Zhang Lili called out. Feigning ignorance, Yi Qiu continued his stride. Zhang Lili swiftly positioned herself in front of him, her voice tinged with anger. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me calling you? Are you calling me? Yi Qiu spoke coldly. I thought it was merely a dog barking. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. He added another remark. Zhang Lili's face turned ashen with rage. Under normal circumstances, she would have turned on her heel and left without a second thought. Yet now, she found herself unable to depart. Regardless of her anger, she needed to ascertain the whereabouts of Guo Xiaocong. Otherwise, not only would she be unable to remain in the hospital, but she would also jeopardize her chance of marrying him. Recently, rumors had circulated that Guo Denu would succeed the soon-to-retire old director. becoming the new head of Jiangzhou Hospital. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lili began to hasten her marriage plans, hoping to wed Guo Xiaozong soon. For if she were to marry him, she would become the daughter-in-law of the esteemed director, commanding a prominent standing in the hospital henceforth. I said, "Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Did you not hear me?" Seeing that Zhang Lili had not stepped aside, Yi Qiu's voice turned icy. "I have no desire to be your friend." He glanced at Zhang Lili and stated, "I find you repulsive." Zhang Lili was on the brink of madness, glaring at Yi Qiu, wishing to confront him fiercely. However, reason urged her to suppress her fury. She needed to extract information regarding Guo Xiaozong's whereabouts. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lili admitted, "I acknowledge that our issues were my fault. I betrayed you. But do you understand why?" "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied. "You perceive me as a poor boy, lacking connections and power, unable to provide the life you desire, correct?" "Exactly," she confirmed. Yi Qiu scoffed coldly, "Ultimately, all your reasons can be distilled into 8 words: disdain for poverty, love for wealth, and vanity." Zhang Lili retorted, "Which girl in this world is not enamored with vanity? Is there any fault in cherishing vanity? Even if there is, I have merely committed the same error that every girl under the sun would. There is no point in discussing this any further. I must attend to my work now, so please step aside." Yi Qiu's demeanor remained indifferent, yet his tone softened somewhat, as he presumed that Zhang Lili had come to apologize. To his surprise, she did not offer an apology, but instead inquired, "Yi Qiu, did you find Xiaozong this morning?" It dawned on him that her visit was solely to seek out Guo Xiaozong, leading him to realize his own misguided assumptions. A wave of desolation washed over Yi Qiu as he fell silent. "Isn't it hot in here? Yi Qiu, are you feeling warm?" As she spoke, Zhang Lili unfastened her white coat, revealing a low-cut camisole underneath, her fair skin suddenly exposed. However, Yi Qiu seemed oblivious, his gaze remarkably clear. Zhang Lili felt a surge of irritation, inwardly cursing, what pretense of nobility? What man is not driven by primal desires? Little did she know, her actions only intensified Yi Qiu's disgust. "What did you say?" Zhang Lili momentarily failed to grasp his words. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Yi Qiu, could you speak properly? So what if I ended things with you? Why do you have to act like a bitter, calculating woman? Are you not a man anymore?" Yi Qiu regarded Zhang Lili with a perplexed expression, genuinely taken aback that she could so brazenly justify her infidelity. "Now I understand. It wasn't that you were blind, but rather it was I who was foolish. How could I have ever been attracted to someone so peculiar? Leave." With a forceful shove, Yi Qiu pushed Zhang Lili aside and strode away. Chapter 34. The Strange Illness. Yi Qiu, just you wait. One day, I will make you regret this. Zhang Lili exclaimed in frustration, stomping her feet in place and shouting at Yi Qiu's retreating figure. She was truly infuriated. Her intention had been to ascertain the whereabouts of Guo Xiaozong, yet she found herself humiliated by Yi Qiu instead. A good-for-nothing is simply a good-for-nothing. So what if I rejected him? You would think I had killed his mother. It drives me mad. Suddenly, Zhang Lili recalled her purpose in seeking out Yi Qiu. "Oh no, I still haven't asked about Xiaozong's location. What am I going to do?" Director Bai, the condition of the patient in bed number 5 is quite dire. Despite our collective consultations, we have yet to identify a viable treatment. Moreover, the patient has experienced 2 episodes of shock today and has been admitted to the intensive care unit. If we cannot discover a means of rescue soon, then it is likely. Yi Qiu craned his neck to glance over and noticed that Director Bai was conversing with 3 seasoned specialists. "Director Bai, we must urgently find a method to treat this patient. Given the current state of the patient, they cannot endure for long. If the patient were to die under our care, the implications would be severe. Director Bai, I recommend that we inform the patient's family and facilitate a transfer to another hospital." Bai Bing furrowed her brow and inquired, "Our hospital is the best in Jiangzhou. Where would we transfer the patient?" An esteemed elder expert chuckled, "Our nation boasts numerous excellent hospitals. We could transfer the patient to the prestigious Peking Union Medical College Hospital or perhaps the affiliated hospital of Minhai Transportation University. I believe this is feasible." Another senior expert concurred, especially Peking Union Medical College Hospital, renowned for treating intracranial hematomas, housing the nation's foremost authoritative specialists. They may possess the capability to save the patient. Ultimately, as long as the patient does not succumb under our care, we will have succeeded. Bai Bing remained silent for an extended period. The patient in bed 5, suffering from an intracranial hematoma due to trauma, initially presented a commonplace ailment. Following surgery, their condition appeared stable. However, unexpectedly, today brought a sudden turn of events, 2 consecutive episodes of shock, plunging the patient into a critical state. Alarmingly, 3 experts convened in consultation but failed to ascertain the cause of the deterioration. At this juncture, an elder expert urged, Director Bai, the situation is urgent. It is imperative to inform the patient's family to arrange for a transfer. The patient's condition is dire and cannot be delayed any longer. Please, make a decision swiftly. Bai Bing lifted her gaze and inquired, if we proceed with the transfer immediately, given the patient's current state, will they survive the journey to Peking? What is difficult to say imply? Bai Bing pressed further, I wish to know the probability of the patient reaching Peking alive if we initiate the transfer now. The 3 experts exchanged glances. Yet none responded this time. I require a precise answer from you, Bai Bing insisted. A full 30 seconds elapsed in silence. An elderly expert, adorned with spectacles, adjusted his glasses and remarked, I'm afraid the chances are less than 1 in 1,000. In light of such a statement, the transfer to another hospital seems futile. Bai Bing responded, Director Bai, one cannot dismiss the significance of a transfer, countered an elder expert. As long as the patient does not succumb in our department, all remains harmonious. Should we forego the transfer and the patient ultimately dies, who shall bear that burden of responsibility? Bai Bing's expression darkened slightly as he surveyed the faces of the 3 experts before speaking. Esteemed experts, your arguments possess merit. However, I must inquire, what was your original intention in pursuing medicine? Naturally, it is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Then allow me to pose another question. With the patient on the brink of death, why do you not intervene? Director Bai, it is not that we wish to abandon the patient. We simply have not discerned a viable treatment method. The suggestion to transfer is, regrettably, an act of desperation. But you have just asserted that even with a transfer, the likelihood of him surviving until the capital is less than 1 in 1,000. To transfer him now is tantamount to sending him to his demise, is it not? Upon hearing Bai Bing's words, the 3 experts fell silent. Bai Bing continued, I understand your concerns. If the patient were to die in our department, it would tarnish your illustrious reputations. Yet, you have also stated that the essence of medicine lies in saving lives. The patient urgently requires your expertise, yet instead of exerting every effort to find a remedy, you come to me with a recommendation for transfer. Do you truly believe this constitutes saving lives and alleviating suffering? An elderly expert, his face etched with concern, remarked, Director Bai, we are truly at our wits' end. If the patient were to perish within our department, who would bear the responsibility? We have dedicated over half our lives to medicine, meticulously striving to uphold our duties, and we would prefer not to tarnish our professional legacies before retirement. Director Bai, we implore you to understand our predicament. Bai Bing, her expression one of profound disappointment, replied, Esteemed experts, I had envisioned you as paragons of our surgical team, exemplary figures for us all to emulate. Yet, at this moment, I am disheartened to witness your palpable fear of accountability. Every aspiring physician comprehends that we are mere mortals, not deities. There exist myriad ailments beyond our capacity to cure. Our solemn duty is to exert every effort to save each patient. As long as we have given our all, even if we ultimately cannot save a life, we can hold our heads high. I trust that the patients and their families will also come to appreciate our endeavors. If you have strived to the utmost and still failed to find a remedy, and the patient tragically succumbs, this cannot be deemed your fault. Should the family fail to comprehend this and insist on seeking retribution, let them come to me. I shall bear all consequences alone. However, I must express my profound disappointment in you, esteemed experts. Since you fear the weight of responsibility, I shall take it upon myself to treat the patient. With that, Bai Bing swiftly exited the office, making her way towards the intensive care unit. Inside the office, the 3 experts began to murmur amongst themselves, pondering how to proceed now that Director Bai intended to personally attend to the patient. Let her receive treatment if she wishes. If the patient succumbs, it is of no concern to us. Director Bai, in her youthful exuberance, lacks the experience to comprehend the current tension between doctors and patients. She will understand the gravity of the situation only when a patient perishes. Ichio, eavesdropping on the conversation among the 3 specialists, felt a twinge of disdain. It is often said that the older a doctor becomes, the more proficient they are in their craft. However, it seems that with age comes an increasing trepidation. Ichio hurriedly made his way to the intensive care unit. Upon his arrival, he observed Bai Bing and the attending physician conducting a thorough examination of the patient's condition. It was perplexing. Vital signs appeared normal. Yet there had been 2 instances of shock. Bai Bing furrowed her brows in confusion and remarked, "How could this happen?" The attending physician replied, "In my decade of practice, I have never encountered such a scenario. Have you consulted other experts from the hospital?" Bai Bing inquired. Without hesitation, she directed the attending physician. "Immediately connect with specialists from Peking Union Medical College Hospital to see if they have any solutions." I had already reached out to them before Director Bai's arrival. "They too have never faced such a case and advised us to wait and observe," the attending physician replied. A heavy weight settled in Bai Bing's heart. To wait and observe essentially meant to await death. Just then, the heart monitor emitted a piercing alarm. The attending physician turned, his complexion paling dramatically. "This is bad. The patient's heartbeat is rapidly diminishing. 90, 80, 60, 40. The patient is on the brink." Chapter 35. A miraculous recovery. The patient's heartbeat plummeted alarmingly, dropping to 20 in the blink of an eye. The situation was dire. Bai Bing made a swift decision, promptly instructing the emergency physician, "Administer adrenaline to the patient immediately. Prepare the ventilator and increase the oxygen flow. Utilize the pacemaker." However, before Bai Bing could finish her command, the electrocardiogram displayed a flat line. The patient's heart had stopped. "Director Bai, the patient is beyond help. We should notify the family," the emergency physician remarked. Bai Bing paused momentarily, then quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Hurry, follow my instructions. There may still be a chance." The emergency physician sighed. He had witnessed countless such situations and knew that, regardless of the subsequent actions taken, the patient's life could not be salvaged. Nevertheless, he complied with Bai Bing's orders. As anticipated, after a series of resuscitation efforts, the patient showed no signs of response. How could this happen? Bai Bing's face turned pale. She had come to save the patient's life, only to be confronted with such dire circumstances upon her arrival. In an instant, she was engulfed by self-reproach, murmuring, "If only I had arrived a moment earlier, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Why didn't I come sooner?" The emergency physician offered consolation. "Director Bai, this is not your fault. We did our utmost." Did our utmost. When the physician uttered those 3 words, they signified the imminent departure of a vibrant life. Those words served as a spell, a phrase dreaded by the family of the patient. And Bai Bing felt the same trepidation. Yet, as the head of surgery, she swiftly composed herself, calmly instructing the emergency physician, "Prepare to inform the patient's family." Indeed, the attending physician turned and strode towards the door. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the ward door was flung open, and a figure swiftly lunged towards the bed. By the time the attending physician registered the scene, he witnessed a young man inserting silver needles into the patient's head. This young man was none other than Yichio. "What are you doing, Yichio?" Bai Bing exclaimed. "He is not dead. He still has a chance," Yichio stated, producing another silver needle from his pocket and, without sterilization, thrusting it into the patient's brow. The attending physician, recognizing Yichio, rebuked him furiously. "Yichio, do you even comprehend what you are doing? You are desecrating a corpse. Cease this immediately. If the family of the patient sees this, you will be in serious trouble. Stop your nonsense. He is not dead." Bai Bing implored as she reached out to grab Yichio, but her efforts were in vain. "He is not dead. He still has a chance," Yichio insisted while continuing his actions. Hearing this, the attending physician's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Yichio, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that my diagnosis is erroneous? Or that these medical instruments are mere decorations? Even if you seek to draw attention to yourself, you must understand the gravity of this situation. Do you not realize where you are? This is madness. Cease at once. Yichio, the deceased must be treated with respect." Bai Bing urged, "Please, stop. The deceased deserves dignity." Although she too desired to save the patient's life, she understood that it was futile. The patient was already gone. Moreover, if the family were to witness Yichio's actions towards the deceased, they would undoubtedly seek accountability. In that case, it would not solely be Yichio's responsibility, but the entire department would bear the consequences. To insult a corpse is not only a grave violation, but also an unlawful act. Should the family choose to pursue the matter, Yichio could potentially face imprisonment. However, Yichio appeared to disregard this counsel, continuing his needling. "Yichio, relinquish this endeavor. A life lost cannot be restored, and your actions will not affect any change." "Yichio, are you even listening to me?" Bai Bing persistently urged, yet Yichio remained unresponsive. In a fit of anger, Bai Bing struck him across the face. With a sharp crack, a handprint appeared on Yichio's cheek. Though he flinched slightly at the pain, he did not cease his efforts to revive the patient. After inserting several silver needles into the patient, he swiftly pressed a finger onto the Bai acupoint atop the patient's head. Approximately 10 seconds later, Yi Qiu shouted, "Awaken!" At that moment, the patient's body stirred, chest heaving as a stream of dark blood escaped his lips. "Quick, revive the patient," Yi Qiu urged. The attending physician stood in shock, unable to fathom that the patient he had just declared dead had somehow returned to life. Despite his myriad questions, the urgency of the situation compelled him to forego inquiries, and he swiftly led the medical staff in efforts to save the patient. Bai Bing, initially taken aback, looked on in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Soon, an undeniable excitement illuminated her icy visage as she cast a profound glance at Yi Qiu before joining the rescue efforts. In the office of the executive vice president, Zhang Lili reported the latest developments to Guidanu, who was incredulous. "What are you saying? Yi Qiu has cured a patient who was declared dead? How can this be possible?" Guidanu, filled with skepticism, fixed a stern gaze upon Zhang Lili and coldly remarked, "The one thing I cannot tolerate in my life is being deceived by others. Director Guo, I assure you, I am not lying. If you doubt my words, you may call the surgical doctors to verify the truth," Zhang Lili replied, her confidence momentarily causing Guidanu to ponder. Could this be true? Yet, how could a patient declared dead possibly come back to life? There must be something amiss. What is Yi Qiu's medical acumen? Guidanu inquired. Does he possess any experience in reviving patients who have been pronounced dead? His disbelief was palpable. How much experience can a freshly graduated medical student have? Zhang Lili, feeling a sense of frustration, replied, "I do not know how to explain it, but it seems as though Yi Qiu has transformed entirely over the past few days. Previously, he was as frail as a chick, yet now he possesses incredible strength. He was once timid and apprehensive, but now he has become exceedingly arrogant, showing contempt for everyone." "Enough about Yi Qiu, let us discuss Xiao Tsong," Guidanu interjected. "Did you manage to locate him?" "Not yet." Zhang Lili's heart raced at the mention of Guo Xiaotsong. Despite her exhaustive efforts, she had been unable to uncover any information about him. He had seemingly vanished without a trace. Guidanu reprimanded her without reservation. "What on earth are you doing? Losing your boyfriend and being unable to find him. What good are you? Worthless." In a moment, Zhang Lili felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Chapter 36. The quota for regularization. Guo, in a fit of rage, seized the phone and inquired, "How is the matter progressing?" "Director Guo, as per your instructions, I have already copied the video and will upload it to your email immediately." "Good." The video, lasting only a few minutes, left Guo in deep contemplation after his initial viewing. He replayed it once more. Zhang Lili took a couple of steps forward, stealing a glance at the screen. In the video, Yi Qiu forcefully kicked open the door to Guo Xiaotsong's hospital room, followed by a brief exchange with Bai Bing in the corridor, a search in the garden, and finally hurriedly departing the hospital with Bai Bing. Zhang Lili felt a twinge of confusion and asked, "Director Guo, isn't this just the video from the day Xiaotsong went missing? What is the purpose of watching this? How dare you question me? If it weren't for your incompetence in locating Xiaotsong, would I need to watch this?" Guo scolded harshly. "Fool. Stop it. Wipe those tears away immediately. If you dare to shed tears in my presence, I will have you thrown out of this hospital." Startled, Zhang Lili shrank back, hastily drying her tears. "Let me make it clear, the most useless thing before me is tears. Just a few drops of water, they only serve to irritate. Director Guo, I apologize. You owe no apology to me, but rather to Xiaotsong. Finding it difficult to secure even a boyfriend, and yet managing to feign a demeanor of grievance before me, is utterly shameless." After venting his anger, Director Guo remarked, "I believe your previous conjecture holds merit. Xiaotsong's disappearance is likely connected to Yi Qiu." "Director Guo, have you uncovered something?" Zhang Lili inquired anxiously. Guo pointed at the surveillance footage on the computer, stating, "In the video, Yi Qiu's intentions are unmistakable. He entered the intensive care unit in search of Xiaotsong, his expression one of distress. I suspect something troubling has occurred involving Xiaotsong, otherwise. Why would Yi Qiu and Bai Bing hastily exit the hospital? Surely they didn't leave for a meal?" Zhang Lili suggested. "You truly have the intellect of a fool. Was that time even designated for dining?" Guo glared at Zhang Lili, continuing, "Bai Bing is a workaholic. She has never taken a leave in her years at the hospital. For such a disciplined individual to abandon her post during working hours is certainly peculiar. It is somewhat strange," she conceded. "Not merely strange, but exceedingly so, Guo asserted. With Xiaozong's disappearance, Bai Bing's reckless departure from work, and Yi Qiu's hurried actions, when we connect these threads, I can almost definitively conclude that Xiaozong's disappearance is indeed tied to Yi Qiu. Then what are we waiting for? We should summon Yi Qiu and Director Bai directly to inquire, Zhang Lili proposed. Guo cast a glance at Zhang Lili, silently acknowledging her appealing appearance and figure, yet pondering how such a lovely visage could be accompanied by such a lack of intellect. Director Guo, shall I go and fetch Yi Qiu and Director Bai now? Zhang Lili inquired. It would be futile to summon them. How can it be futile? If we merely ask, we might uncover the whereabouts of Xiaozong. Guo's fury nearly caused him to choke on his indignation as he retorted, if Yi Qiu and Bai Bing are indeed responsible for Xiaozong's disappearance, do you think I could extract any information from them? It is akin to asking a murderer if they committed the crime. Would they confess? Zhang Lili shook her head in response. Of course not. Only a fool would confess. Precisely. Neither Yi Qiu nor Bai Bing are imbeciles. If their involvement in Xiaozong's disappearance is genuine, I would be unable to elicit anything of value from their lips. Director Guo, what should we do now? Zhang Lili asked. After a moment of contemplation, Guo seized the telephone on his desk, dialed a number, and upon connection stated, Director Bai, please escort Yi Qiu to my office immediately. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. Zhang Lili, perplexed by his actions, questioned, Director Guo, did you not just say that we would glean nothing of worth? Why summon them then? Enough of your prattle. Guo snapped, somewhat displeased, waving her off. This is no longer your concern. Kindly exit. Oh, she replied, turning to leave. Once she had departed, Guo could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, calling her a fool. In the director's office, Bai Bing furrowed her brow after hanging up the phone. Director, what troubles you? Yi Qiu inquired with concern. Vice President Guo replied, let me take you to his office. Bai Bing, puzzled, asked, what could Vice President Guo want with us at this time? I suspect he might inquire about the patient's conditions. The news of Yi Qiu's efforts in patient care had already spread within the surgical department, and he surmised that Guo Danu's anger was likely related to this matter. Yi Qiu, when we meet Vice President Guo, it would be prudent to listen more and speak less, to avoid inciting his displeasure. After all, he is a superior, Bai Bing advised. Rest assured, Director. I know how to navigate this, Yi Qiu assured her internally, having already resolved that as long as Guo Danu did not target him, he would extend the necessary respect. However, should Guo Danu attempt to leverage his authority, he would not hesitate to stand his ground. In this day and age, respect is granted to leaders who earn it, while those who do not command no respect at all. Yi Qiu followed Bai Bing to Guo Danu's office. Upon entering, before either could greet him, Guo Danu rose with enthusiasm to welcome them. Director Bai, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. He then personally poured tea for both, his face adorned with a warm smile. Bai Bing was taken aback. Since Guo Danu had assumed the role of executive vice president, he had been rather haughty, often speaking to subordinates with an air of superiority. This act of personally serving tea was a first for her. As for Yi Qiu, witnessing Guo Danu's demeanor heightened his vigilance. In his childhood, Qian Jinglan had often cautioned him that if a person suddenly exhibited excessive warmth, they likely harbored ulterior motives. What could Guo Danu's motives be? Yi Qiu cast a glance at Guo Danu, only to find Guo Danu gazing back at him. Xiaoyi, I have heard of your remarkable achievements. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth. Truly impressive. Guo Danu gave Yi Qiu a thumbs up and continued, in light of your outstanding performance, the hospital has decided to award you the sole opportunity for permanent position this year. Upon hearing this, both Yi Qiu and Bai Bing were momentarily taken aback. Vice Dean Guo, is this statement genuine? Bai Bing and Yi Qiu exchanged incredulous looks. What, Director Bai, do you doubt my words? Guo Danu replied with a cheerful smile. Not at all. I merely find it somewhat abrupt. However, the notion of Guo Danu bestowing the permanent position upon Yi Qiu seemed rather peculiar. Guo Danu elucidated. Ever since your last discussion with me, Director Bai, I have closely reviewed Xiao Yi's credentials. Since joining the hospital, Xiao Yi has exhibited unwavering dedication, tirelessly working without complaint, undeterred by hardship or fatigue. If such a young individual cannot secure a permanent position, then others are even less deserving. Consequently, I propose during the administrative meeting today that the sole permanent position in surgery this year be granted to Yi Qiu, which received unanimous approval from all. With heartfelt sincerity, Guo Danu remarked, Xiao Yi, from now on, you will be a formal member of the surgical team. You must strive diligently, contributing your strength to advance our surgical endeavors. Thank you, Vice Dean Gua. I will certainly put forth my utmost effort. Yi Qiu responded courteously, harboring a sense that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. No need to thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed toward Director Bai. If it were not for Director Bai's visit to enlighten me about your situation, I would truly remain unaware of the exceptional talent we possess in our surgical department. Gua, filled with indignation, shifted his tone. Of course, I have also contributed a modicum of effort. I shall forever cherish the nurturing I have received from Vice President Gua, and when the opportunity arises, I will surely express my gratitude, Yu Qiu stated. Gua's demeanor became serious. Little Yi, are you speaking the truth? Indeed, I am. Then do not wait for a later occasion. Express your thanks to me now. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. I merely offered a courteous remark. Did you truly take it to heart? Such audacity is rather excessive. I wonder what Vice President Gua wishes me to do. Yi Qiu inquired. Gua, chuckling, replied, it is nothing of great significance, merely a small favor I require. Please, go on. Director Bai, you must have confidence in your subordinates. I believe little Yi is capable. Moreover, Director Li has already inquired about this matter, and I assured him that Yi Qiu would undoubtedly be able to treat old Li. A grave expression crossed Bai Bing's face. Yi Qiu also realized the complexity of the situation and could not help but ask, Director Bai, what ailment afflicts old Li? He is in a persistent vegetative state, having lain in bed for 5 years, Bai Bing responded. What? A persistent vegetative state? How can one treat that? A persistent vegetative state differs from other ailments. With other conditions, one can apply targeted remedies. Even if a cure eludes us, there is often a clear approach to take. However, a persistent vegetative state is categorized as a puzzling malady, and some individuals inexplicably transition into such a state, leaving physicians at a loss for a course of action. Moreover, clinical experience indicates that treating a comatose patient is not only exceedingly challenging, but also yields dismal outcomes. Yi Qiu glared at Guadanu, internally cursing. Do you think I am a miracle worker? How can one cure a comatose individual? Xiaoyi, you place me in a difficult position. I have already assured Director Li that you will be able to treat old Li, Guadanu retorted. You may not be aware, but old Li's eldest son, Li Xianyang, is the head of our Jiangzhou bureau. Damn, Yi Qiu could hardly restrain himself from rebuking Guadanu. Furthermore, I have informed Director Li about your transition to a permanent position. He stated that if you can successfully treat old Li, he will surely express his gratitude. But what if I cannot? I firmly believe you will succeed, Guadanu insisted. Yi Qiu replied, Vice Director Gua, you are well aware that we are physicians, not deities. Not all ailments can be cured, especially not a complex case like a comatose patient. Guadanu's smile faded as he remarked, Xiaoyi, I sincerely hope you can restore old Li's health. Otherwise, your path to permanence may encounter complications. Vice Director Gua, wasn't my transition to a permanent position already approved in the administrative meeting? How could there be any issues? Bai Bing inquired, perplexed. Guadanu explained. Director Li shares a profound bond with his father. Throughout the 5 years of old Li's coma, despite his busy schedule, Director Li has made it a point to visit him weekly, often spending half a day in the ward. His greatest wish is for old Li to awaken. Should Yu Qiu succeed in reviving him, a bright future awaits, leading to a path of unbounded opportunities. However, should failure occur and Director Li's hope transform into disappointment, the prospect of formal employment may very well encounter unforeseen complications. Of course, whether to proceed with treatment ultimately rests upon Yi Qiu's own inclination. Yi Qiu comprehended that although Guadanu's apparent anger seemed to afford him a choice, in reality, he was bereft of alternatives. Should he refrain from treating elderly, it would undoubtedly provoke Director Li's ire, jeopardizing not only his chances of formal employment, but potentially his very position. In fact, he might find himself without a place in Jiangzhou. Who would dare to employ him after incurring Director Li's displeasure? Thus, regardless of Yi Qiu's personal desires, he found himself compelled to acquiesce to this matter. Vice Director Gua, I kindly ask you to convey to Director Li that I am willing to examine elderly. As for whether I can awaken him, I cannot make any guarantees, Yi Qiu stated. With your assurance, I feel greatly relieved. Director Bai, please escort Xiaoyi to see elderly at once. Very well. Bai Bing rose and led Yi Qiu from the office. Just as they were on the verge of exiting, Guadanu suddenly interjected, saying, Xiaoyu, it's nothing significant, merely a small matter I wish to inquire about. With a smile, Guadanu asked, have you seen Xiaocong in the past few days? Chapter 38. the soul loss syndrome. Upon hearing Guadanu mention Guo Yichio instantly grasped that Guadanu was probing him. The disappearance of Guo had sparked Guadanu's suspicions, although Yichio heightened his vigilance internally. He maintained an unflinching facade and replied earnestly, Vice Director Guo, I was just about to ask you the same. Where has Guo gone? I have not seen him. Do you truly not know the whereabouts of Xiaozong? Guadanu squinted with fury, straining to detect any flaw in Yichio's demeanor. Yet, he was met with disappointment. Yichio's countenance remained serene, devoid of any hint of anomaly. I visited the ward in search of Guo Xiaozong, Yichio stated. Zhang Lili informed me that he was strolling in the garden. I subsequently searched the garden, yet still found no trace of Guo Xiaozong. Is that so? A profound skepticism lingered in Guadanu's eyes as he replied, Xiaoyi, you cannot be deceiving me, can you? How could you possibly be unaware of Xiaozong's location? If you harbor doubts, you may consult Director Bai. When I sought Guo Xiaozong in the garden, Director Bai was beside me and can attest to my words. Director Bai. Is what Yichio said true? Guadanu inquired, directing his gaze towards Bai Bing. Guadanu chuckled. I had thought Xiaoyi might know Xiaozong's whereabouts. Vice Dean Guo. You are Guo Xiaozong's father. Does he not inform you of his whereabouts? Yichio countered. You are unaware. Xiaozong is quite playful, and since he has reached adulthood, I can no longer control him. Guadanu then pressed on. Xiaoyi, what do you seek Xiaozong for? Zhang Lili has wrongfully accused me of plagiarizing Guo Xiaozong's medical records. I wish to clarify matters with him. Yichio feigned annoyance. Very well. With that, Yichio departed alongside Bai Bing. As soon as they left, the smile vanished from Guadanu's face, replaced by a veneer of cold indifference. This little rascal is rather cunning. Since you refuse to disclose Xiaozong's whereabouts, do not blame me. A glint of malice flickered in Guadanu's eyes as he seized the telephone from his desk and dialed a number. After 5 seconds, the call was connected, and a commanding male voice resonated. Who is this? Hello, Director Li, this is Xiao Guo. Guodanru replied, bending slightly in a show of deference. Yes, I am Guodanru from Jiangzhou Hospital. Thank you, Director Li, for remembering me, Guodanru said, taken aback by the attention. What brings you to me? Director Li inquired. Well, there's a situation. One of our surgeons insists on treating Mr. Li today, and I could not dissuade him, Guodanru explained. A surgeon? What is his name and age? His name is Yichio, in his early 20s, and he is a probationary surgeon. Absurd. How could a probationary surgeon possibly treat my father? Director Li stated sternly. Guodanru, I command you to prevent that doctor from treating my father. I cannot stop him. He has already commenced the treatment, Guodanru replied. How could this happen? The esteemed executive vice president unable to prevent a probationary doctor? Director Li, you may not be aware, but Chief Bai of the surgery department supports Yichio's treatment, leaving me with no option. I care not for your methods. You must stop them immediately. I am on my way to the hospital. I warn you, should any harm befall my father, I will hold you accountable. With a sharp click, Director Li hung up the phone. On the other end, Guodanru's face broke into a triumphant smile as he coldly remarked, Yichio, not only will I ensure you lose your job, but I will also see you imprisoned. Upon exiting Guo's furious office, Bai Bing wore a grave expression and remarked, Yichio, you should not have agreed to undertake the treatment. Mr. Li's status is extraordinary. Should anything go awry, you would find yourself in considerable trouble. Director, I am well aware of this, but do I truly have a choice? Yichio replied. Refusing to treat him would inevitably offend Director Li. It is better to attempt it. What if I succeed? What if? Upon hearing those words, Bai Bing's demeanor shifted to one of sternness as she admonished Yichio, saying, As a physician, you must not entertain notions of luck. Healing requires certainty, for it concerns a matter of life and death. I apologize, Director. I was in the wrong. Yichio promptly acknowledged his mistake. This softened Bai Bing's expression, and she continued, Since you have already committed to the treatment, you must devote yourself entirely to it. As Vice President Guo mentioned, if you can cure Mr. Li, it could be a remarkable opportunity for you. I will strive to do my best. Yichio assured her as he followed Bai Bing to the intensive care unit. He observed that this particular unit was situated on the same floor as Lin's exquisite ward, separated by only a few rooms. Upon entering, he beheld an elderly man, around 70 years of age, lying unconscious on the bed, his complexion ashen. Beside him stood a middle-aged female nurse, attending to the old man's feet. As Bai Bing and Yichio entered, the nurse promptly rose. But before she could greet them, Bai Bing instructed, Please step outside. We need to examine Mr. Li. Understood. The nurse responded and swiftly exited the room. Yi Qiu, please take a look at Mr. Li first. Yi Qiu nodded, picked up the medical records hanging beside the bed, and began to peruse them carefully, examining Mr. Li's illness and the changes in his condition over the years. According to the records, there were no prior indications of Mr. Li's condition before he became a vegetative state. He merely dozed off in a chair and subsequently fell into this state. Over the years, Director Li has consulted numerous medical experts and employed various methods in an attempt to awaken Mr. Li, yet all efforts have proven futile. There has been no response from him whatsoever. His life now relies solely on intravenous fluids. After several years, Mr. Li has become emaciated. His skin stretched tightly over his bones. Yi Qiu closed the medical records, sat by the bedside, and gently placed his fingers on Mr. Li's pulse to discern its rhythm. Observing this scene, Bai Bing inquired curiously, Yi Qiu, do you practice traditional Chinese medicine? Yes, Yi Qiu replied softly. Why have I never heard you mention it before? Director, you never asked me, he responded. In Mr. Li's condition, can you provide treatment? Bai Bing asked. What seems strange about that? Yi Qiu countered. Mr. Li's pulse was steady and strong. A typical vegetative state would not present in this manner. It appeared as though Mr. Li might be suffering from the legendary condition known as loss of soul. Loss of soul? What kind of disease is that? Bai Bing expressed her astonishment, as she had never heard of such a thing before. Yi Qiu elucidated, loss of soul, as the name implies, refers to the absence of one's spirit. Spirit? If those words had not been uttered by you, Yi Qiu, I would certainly dismiss them as superstitious nonsense. What era are we living in? Yi Qiu continued. The Yunji 7 signs records that a person possesses 3 souls. The first is called the spirit of clarity, the second the fetal essence, and the third the ethereal vitality. Additionally, there are 7 spirits, each with its own designation. The first spirit is known as the corpse dog, the second as the hidden arrow, the third as the sparrow's shadow, the fourth as the thief swallower, the fifth as the non-toxin, the sixth as the purifier, and the seventh as the stinking lung. The presence of all 3 souls and 7 spirits indicates that an individual is normal. Should one soul or spirit be lost, the individual may become abnormal, leading to ailments, mental instability, or even life-threatening conditions, potentially resulting in death. Bai Bing, observing Yi Qiu's earnest demeanor, began to feel perplexed. Could it be that humans truly possess 3 souls and 7 spirits? How does one treat this? Bai Bing inquired. By summoning the soul. Upon hearing these words, Bai Bing's expression turned somewhat peculiar. As a doctor of Western medicine, she should not subscribe to such supernatural beliefs. However, Yi Qiu's serious countenance suggested he was not merely spouting nonsense. Then, under Bai Bing's curious gaze, Yi Qiu retrieved an article of clothing belonging to old Li from the wardrobe, draping it over the doorway. He began to trace symbols in the air with his fingers while murmuring incantations softly, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a charlatan. Is this truly a method of healing? Bai Bing found herself deeply skeptical of Yi Qiu's approach. Would this truly work? As time ticked away, 5 minutes later, Yi Qiu's voice suddenly rose, proclaiming, "Spirit, return! Spirit, return!" Witnessing his theatrical performance, Bai Bing felt an urge to interrupt him. It appeared less like a medical treatment and more akin to a ritual performed by a Taoist priest. After a while, Yi Qiu finally ceased his incantations. However, the elderly Mr. Li remained unresponsive in his hospital bed, just as before. This was peculiar. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. What was amiss? Logically, Mr. Li should have awakened by now. Why was there not a trace of reaction? Bai Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself, after all those theatrics, did he truly believe he could rouse a comatose person? Yi Qiu crouched before the bed, meticulously observing Mr. Li's facial expressions, noting his serene countenance, devoid of any change. How could this be? I employed the soul-calling technique as documented in the ancient texts. Why did it yield no effect whatsoever? Where had the error occurred? Yi Qiu was engulfed in confusion. Ordinarily, after performing the soul-calling ritual, Mr. Li should have awakened immediately, yet now he remained motionless. Could it be that I misdiagnosed him, and he does not suffer from soul loss? Otherwise, how could the ritual have been ineffective? Yi Qiu found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Bai Bing, standing nearby, remarked, from a Western medical perspective, a comatose patient retains vital signs but possesses virtually no thought or consciousness, existing in a vegetative state. This typically occurs when the brain and nervous system have sustained severe damage. Although there is a slight chance of awakening, the probability is exceedingly low. Do not be anxious. Take your time, Bai Bing reassured him. Yichio remarked, I have reviewed Mr. Li's medical history. Prior to his current condition, there was no discernible damage to his brain or nervous system. I just took his pulse again, and it was steady and robust, indicating that his bodily functions are entirely normal. Therefore, I suspect he is not in a vegetative state, but rather afflicted with a condition akin to soul loss. Perhaps you could attempt acupuncture? Bai Bing suggested. Given Mr. Li's condition, acupuncture would be ineffective. Only a soul summoning could prove beneficial. Ah, Yichio suddenly exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Mr. Li's right hand. What is it? Bai Bing inquired anxiously. It seemed as though Mr. Li's fingers moved just now, Yichio replied. Bai Bing quickly turned her attention to Mr. Li's right hand. After observing for a moment without any sign of movement, she said, Yichio, are you seeing things? Perhaps. Director Bai, look. Mr. Li's fingers moved again. Bai Bing glanced down and, indeed, noticed Mr. Li's fingers trembling slightly. There is a response. This is astonishing. Shock was evident on Bai Bing's beautiful face as both of them focused intently on Mr. Li's right hand. Half a minute later, the trembling ceased, and his fingers returned to their previous stillness. How could this be? Yichio's expression was one of disappointment. He had hoped Mr. Li would awaken, but instead, he lay there as still as before, eyes closed tightly. Could the soul summoning have failed? No, that could not be. If the soul summoning had been ineffective, Mr. Li's fingers could not have trembled. Yet, why had he not awakened? Yichio pondered deeply. What are you contemplating? Bai Bing asked. Yichio pondered. What method can I employ to awaken Mr. Li? Bai Bing replied, do not rush. Mr. Li has already shown some response. This is a promising beginning. Let us devise another approach, and perhaps we can rouse him. Very well, I shall examine Mr. Li once more. Yichio bent over the bedside, preparing to inspect Mr. Li's pupils when, at that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the doorway. What are you doing? Yichio looked up to see a middle-aged man with a square face entering, his gaze fixed on him with ire. Guidan followed closely behind, fuming. Director Li. What brings you here? Bai Bing inquired, surprised to see the middle-aged man. The man ignored Bai Bing and glared at Yichio, repeating, What are you doing? I am treating Mr. Li. Yichio noticed the anger etched on the man's brow and asked, You must be Director Li, are you not? Did you not instruct me to attend to Mr. Li's condition? Nonsense. When did I authorize you to treat my father? Yichio could not help but glance at Guidan. Yichio, what are you thinking? I merely asked you and Director Bai to check on Mr. Li. How could you recklessly administer treatment? Do you have no sense of organizational discipline? Guidan chastised Bai Bing. And you, as the head of surgery, how could you accompany Yichio in such reckless behavior? Have you forgotten the hospital's regulations? You are well aware of Mr. Li's status. Should anything unfortunate happen to him, how will you explain it to Director Li? Deputy Director Gui, you did not express such sentiments in the office earlier, you remarked. Yichio realized that Director Li had never requested him to treat his father, but rather, Deputy Director Gui had deceitfully incited anger within him, aiming to utilize Director Li's influence to expel him from Jiangzhou Hospital. Otherwise, it would not have been so coincidental for Director Li to arrive. Nor would he have exhibited such fury. Deputy Director Gui, I never anticipated your malicious intent to employ Director Li to oust me from the hospital. Alas. Fate often surpasses human scheming. What do you mean? Suddenly, Yichio struck Oldly across the face. Chapter 40. A miracle. The entire assembly was taken aback. No one expected Yichio to deliver such a blow at that moment. It was evident that trouble was brewing. Bai Bing's expression changed dramatically. Deputy Director Guo was initially astonished, but then elated. Yichio was courting disaster. It was well known that Director Li was a devoted son, and witnessing Yichio strike his father would undoubtedly provoke his wrath. Indeed, Director Li was infuriated, bellowing at Yichio, How dare you strike my father? I shall have my vengeance. He charged towards Yichio, ready for confrontation. Quick as lightning, Deputy Director Gui seized Director Li, imploring, Director Li, do not let your anger consume you. He is merely a probationary physician, unworthy of your ire. Allow me to handle this matter. Release me. I will resolve this personally. Director Li was beyond furious. Regardless of his position, any ordinary person would struggle to endure witnessing an assault on their father. The more incensed Director Li became, the more delighted Deputy Director Gui felt, for it signified a more dire fate for Yichio. Director Li, allow me to handle this matter. Rest assured. I will ensure your satisfaction. Following this, Gui erupted in fury, bellowing at Yichio, You are fired. Vice-Dean Gui, what did you say? I fail to comprehend. Yichio replied calmly. Gui's face twisted into a cold smirk. Dismissing Ichio was merely the initial step. He intended to leverage Director Li's influence to systematically annihilate Ichio. The vendetta for Guo Xiaocong's downfall was one that Guo was determined to avenge. He had previously feared that taking action against Ichio would invoke Zhao Yun's ire, but now he felt emboldened. Even if Zhao Yun were to intervene on Ichio's behalf, Guo could easily shift the blame onto Director Li. Guo was untroubled by the prospect of Zhao Yun confronting Li, for historically, the common folk do not contend with the authorities. Moreover, Zhao Yun was affiliated with the underground forces. Should he dare to challenge Li, it would be tantamount to courting death. Guo believed that once he had disposed of Ichio, Zhao Yun would not come to his aid, as a deceased individual holds no value. Nevertheless, before extinguishing Ichio, it was imperative to ascertain Guo Xiaocong's whereabouts. However, upon hearing Guo's declaration of his dismissal, Ichio not only remained unperturbed, but a smile graced his face as he remarked, "Weistin Guo, how imposing your authority is. Do you truly believe that Jiangzhou Hospital is your personal domain, where you can dismiss anyone at will?" At the sight of Ichio's smile, Guo's heart sank. Was it possible that this young man possessed some hidden card? Even if he did, Guo felt no fear, for Ichio had publicly humiliated Elder Li. An event witnessed by Director Li himself. "Ichio, you struck Old Li, and both Director Li and I witnessed it with our own eyes. Do you still wish to deny it?" Guo was filled with anger and a cold smile. "Indeed, I did strike him. What of it?" Ichio retorted defiantly. "Do you dare question me on this matter?" Guo, equally enraged by Ichio's audacity, sternly declared, "Ichio, you shall not play the rogue. I have made my decision. Not only will you be dismissed, but I will also report your actions to the relevant authorities, seeking the revocation of your medical license. A person like you is unworthy of being a doctor. If I am unworthy of being a doctor, then you are even less so." Ichio shot back at Guo, turning to Director Li and adding, "The reason I struck Old Li was to revive him. Surely, you wouldn't want to see your father languishing in a hospital bed, lost to a coma for the rest of his days." Guo's expression shifted. "Ichio, what do you mean by that?" "Nonsense." Guo, infuriated, laughed bitterly. "In all my years of practice, this is the first time I've encountered someone who claims that striking a person is a means of saving them. Were I not a doctor myself, I might have been swayed by your words. Do you doubt me?" Ichio replied with a smile. "If you do not believe my words, then see for yourself. Old Li is on the verge of awakening." However, Guo found it hard to believe that a man who had lain in a vegetative state for 5 years could possibly be roused by a slap. If such a method could cure a vegetative state, there would surely be far fewer such cases in the world. Yet, as he observed Ichio's composed demeanor, he began to question his own skepticism. Could it be that this young man truly possesses the ability to awaken Old Li? No, he quickly dismissed the thought. Li Lao had been in a coma for 5 years. During this time, Director Li sought the counsel of numerous medical experts, exhausting every possible method in an attempt to awaken him, all to no avail. How could Ichio, a mere probationary doctor yet to be confirmed in his position, possibly rouse Li Lao from his slumber? This young man must surely be deceiving me. With this thought, Guo's anger boiled over as he sneered. At this point, "Ichio, you should cease your pretense." "Pretense? What am I pretending?" Ichio replied, perplexed by the accusation. However, he was caught off guard by the presence of Director Li and myself. "Thus, you feigned treating Li Lao, hoping to muddle through and avoid dismissal. Wishing to remain at the hospital, am I correct?" Guo, in his arrogance, believed he had deciphered Ichio's intentions and wore a smug expression. "Ridiculous!" Ichio nearly exclaimed in exasperation. "Vice President Guo, your deductive skills are truly remarkable. I am in awe." With a shift in tone, Ichio continued, "Rather than engaging in such trivial discourse, why not take a look for yourself? Li Lao is truly on the verge of awakening." Naturally, Guo remained skeptical. Yet seeing Ichio's unwavering confidence, he decided to approach and observe for himself. Standing before the bedside, Guo leaned down to examine Li Lao, only to find him in the same state as before, unconscious and serene, exhibiting no signs of awakening. "Ichio, is this what you claim to be an awakening? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Whom do you think you are deceiving?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Lao suddenly opened his mouth, expelling a mouthful of thick phlegm directly onto Guo's face. Chapter 41. The secret of Bai Bing. In an instant, an unbearable stench filled the air, nearly causing Guo to retch. It was utterly repulsive. Had there not been witnesses present, he would have rushed forward to strike Li Lao without hesitation. "Grandmother, Ichio has stood before you for so long, yet you refuse to speak to him. Why must you direct your ire towards me? Is this not a form of bullying towards the honest? What infuriates me further is that Yi Qiu swiftly retrieved his phone, snapping pictures of Guo with unrestrained laughter, exclaiming, "Deputy Director Guo, you truly look dashing." Dashing, indeed. Yi Qiu, I command you to delete those photos at once, or else. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Old Li began to cough on the hospital bed, causing all eyes, save for Yi Qiu's, to shift towards him. "Dad, you're awake?" Director Li exclaimed as he rushed to the bedside, his face brimming with joy. Old Li slowly opened his eyes and, with great difficulty, uttered, "Water, water." Director Li quickly poured a glass of warm water, using a spoon to gently feed it to Old Li. Witnessing this scene, Bai Bing and Guido were left speechless. Is he truly awake? How is this possible? Bai Bing cast a deep glance at Yi Qiu. Perhaps others were unaware. But she knew all too well that prior to Director Li and Guido's entrance into the room, Yi Qiu had performed a soul summoning for Old Li. Could it be that the summoning truly had an effect? This was utterly astonishing. Bai Bing, a staunch atheist, found her beliefs shaken by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Guido, after the initial shock, was consumed by fury. He had intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate Yi Qiu, first expelling him from the hospital and then methodically bringing about his demise. Just as success seemed within reach, Old Li chose this moment to awaken. I was but a step away from executing my plan. The old man, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, roused from slumber at an inopportune moment, provoking a sense of frustration within Guo, who felt as though fate had conspired against him. A tempest of anger surged within him. It was imperative that he did not allow Yi Qiu to escape unscathed. Today presented a rare opportunity. If he failed to leverage Director Li's assistance to expel Yi from the hospital, the chance might never arise again. Furrowing his brow, Guo contemplated his strategy. Meanwhile, in the hospital bed, Old Li, after sipping some water, gradually opened his eyes. "Father, how do you feel?" Director Li inquired with palpable excitement. "I am fine," Old Li replied, surveying his surroundings. "Where am I?" "Father, you are in the hospital," Director Li responded. "In the hospital?" Old Li echoed, his expression one of bewilderment. "Yes, you are at Jiangzhou Hospital. After you fell into a coma, I brought you here. How long have I been unconscious?" Old Li asked again. 5 years. 5 years? It feels as though I merely took a nap, Old Li mused, slowly lifting his hand to gently caress Director Li's face. His heart aching. "Xiangyang, you've lost weight since I last saw you." Tears welled in Director Li's eyes as he tightly grasped Old Li's hand, his voice trembling with emotion. "Father, I thought I would never hear your voice again in this lifetime. I cannot believe the heavens have smiled upon us. And you have awakened. This is truly wonderful." Upon hearing these words, Guo quickly leaned closer to the bedside, addressing Old Li. "You may be unaware, but during your 5 years of unconsciousness, Director Li visited you several times each week, tending to your needs, bathing you, massaging you, even washing your clothes, attending to you with the utmost care. I believe it must be Director Li's filial piety that moved the heavens, allowing divine providence to grant you a second chance at life. Thank you for your hard work, Xiangyang," remarked Old Li. "Father, why are you being so polite with me?" Director Li chuckled. "As long as you awaken, I would gladly do anything you ask." Subsequently, Old Li's gaze fell upon Yi Qiu, and he inquired, "Xiangyang, who is this individual?" "Old Li, this is Yi Qiu, a probationary physician at our hospital," Director Li responded. Immediately, Guo interjected, "Old Li, you are unaware that during your unconsciousness, Yi Qiu actually struck you. Had it not been for the fortunate intervention of me and Director Li, we might never have known what reprehensible acts he could have committed against you. Rest assured, I have resolved to dismiss him." "Dismiss? Who do you intend to dismiss?" Old Li asked. "Naturally, it is Yi Qiu. Who are you to dismiss Yi Qiu? How dare you?" Old Li suddenly erupted in fury, pointing at Guo and shouting, "You would dare to dismiss my savior? I will not let this go unchallenged." Guo was taken aback. Not only he, but Director Li also wore a perplexed expression and asked, "Father, who is your savior?" "Who else but Yi Qiu?" Old Li replied. "Is this possible?" Director Li was incredulous. "Xiangyang, have you truly lost your senses in your position? I have been in a coma for 5 years, and today I suddenly awaken. Yet you have not contemplated the reasons behind this phenomenon. Or do you genuinely believe it is a miraculous intervention from the heavens? If heaven truly possessed the gift of sight, how could it turn a blind eye to the multitude of impoverished souls suffering from ailments and the children unable to pursue education? Why does the divine not extend its hand to assist them?" Mr. Li's words illuminated a sudden realization for Director Li. Indeed, without treatment, how could his father have awakened so abruptly? Ichio was merely a probationary doctor. Had it not been for the urgency to revive his father, would he have dared to take such action? However, Director Li still harbored uncertainties and inquired, "Father, how do you know it was Ichio who saved you?" "Of course. I know," Mr. Li replied. "When you entered the room, my consciousness returned. I was merely hindered by phlegm lodged in my throat, rendering me immobile. It was your interference with Ichio that prevented him from administering a few more slaps, which would have dislodged the obstruction long ago. So that was the case." Director Li rose promptly and said, "Ichio, thank you for saving my father. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I am truly sorry." Ichio responded, "Director Li, having revived your father, how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Director Li was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with someone as forthright as Ichio. "What do you desire?" he asked curiously. Ichio replied, "I wish to be confirmed as a full-fledged doctor." "You are indeed quite direct," Director Li chuckled. Turning to Bai Bing. "Director Bai, Ichio is part of your surgical team. Given his capabilities, is he qualified for a permanent position?" Bai Bing promptly affirmed. Ichio achieved a perfect score in the interview and has demonstrated exceptional performance since joining the hospital. He is more than qualified for confirmation. "And what of you? Vice President Guo? What is your opinion?" Director Li inquired once more. As events unfolded, Guo was incensed and remarked, "Ichio is indeed a talent. In light of this, proceed to facilitate Ichio's formal appointment without delay." Director Li instructed. "Understood," Guo responded, hastily exiting the hospital room. Subsequently, Ichio engaged in light conversation with elderly and Director Li for half an hour before departing the intensive care unit with Bai Bing. Upon returning to the surgical ward, a young nurse hurried over, presenting a vibrant bouquet of roses to Bai Bing. "Director Bai, someone requested that I deliver these flowers to you." "Who sent them?" Bai Bing inquired. "I was rather busy at the time, so I didn't pay much attention," the nurse replied. Bai Bing accepted the roses and noticed a card nestled among the blossoms. Upon opening it, her complexion turned ashen. Chapter 42. A woman at 30 is as fierce as a tiger. Director Bai, what is the matter? Ichio asked, noticing Bai Bing's sudden change in demeanor. He quickly glanced at the card, which bore an inscription, "Tonight at 7 o'clock, Crystal Palace. Don't be late." At the bottom, a signature read, "Xiao Qingdi." The three characters were written with an exuberance that exuded an air of audacity. Ichio felt a surge of curiosity as to why Bai Bing appeared so flustered upon seeing this card. Could it be connected to the name inscribed upon it? "Director Bai, who is this Xiao Qingdi?" Ichio inquired. "It is of no concern to you," Bai Bing replied curtly, swiftly entering her office. Ichio intended to follow her inside, but to his surprise, she slammed the door shut behind her, locking him out. Director Bai, Director Bai." Ichio called out a few times from outside the door, but Bai Bing paid him no heed. He turned and headed to the special care ward in search of Lin Jingji. Upon entering, he found Lin Jingji seated on the hospital bed, giggling with her phone in hand, her body swaying with her laughter, the curves rather pronounced. Ichio felt somewhat overwhelmed by the scene and turned to slip away. "Stop right there." Lin Jingji's voice rang out from behind him. "Now that you've come, why would you leave?" Reluctantly, Ichio turned back and replied, "Sister Lin, this is the first time I've seen you smile so joyfully. I didn't want to intrude." Lin Jingji shot him a playful glare. "Speak the truth." Ichio was taken aback, surprised that his feigned words had been so easily discerned by Lin Jingji. "Sister Lin, I assure you I'm being honest. Please don't be upset." "I'm not upset. Go ahead," she urged. Ichio glanced at Lin Jingji. His face flushed as he said, "Could you please adjust your clothing?" Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes, looking at Ichio with a playful smile. "What, you don't like it?" The inquiry was undeniably awkward. "Come here." She beckoned him with a finger. "What for?" Ichio took 2 cautious steps back, his expression wary. This woman was a bit intimidating. It was better to keep his distance. "Just come here. I want tea bite." Lin Jingji seemed somewhat displeased. Ichio approached the bedside. Lin Jingji tilted her head and said, "Help me straighten my collar." "Ah." Ichio stood in astonishment, glancing down momentarily before flushing with embarrassment, and said, "Sister Lin, this seems inappropriate, as men and women should maintain a certain distance. Are you not a man? Hurry up." Before Ichio could finish his sentence, Lin Jingji impatiently urged him on. "But this, Sister Lin, I beg you, please do not put me in a difficult position." "How am I making it difficult for you?" "If you do not comply with my request, I shall accuse you of impropriety. You know my character. I always follow through on my words." All right, I shall assist you." Ichio reluctantly began to adjust Lin Jingji's collar. Observing his pitiful expression, akin to a wronged little wife, Lin Jingji couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Do I look good?" "What are you saying, Sister Lin?" Yiqiu momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. "Do I look good?" Lin Jingji exhaled softly. Yiqiu stole a glance at Lin Jingji's flawless face, particularly her captivating eyes, which sparkled with a mesmerizing allure, drawing one in irresistibly. He felt his heart race uncontrollably and dashed into the restroom. Witnessing his flustered state, Lin Jingji burst into delightful laughter. "Is it really that serious?" "Haraha." After 3 or 4 minutes, Yiqiu emerged from the restroom, relieved to find Lin Jingji had already arranged her collar. "Are you all right?" Lin Jingji inquired with a smile. "I'm fine." Yiqiu, concerned that Lin Jingji might continue to tease him, swiftly changed the topic, asking, "Sister Lin, you seemed so happy earlier. What brought you such joy? Do share with me." "Oh, it's nothing much, just reading an online novel that I found quite intriguing." "What novel is it?" "I, too, have a fondness for online novels. Might you offer me a recommendation?" "Recently, I have been engrossed in a captivating tale of a miraculous healer, seemingly penned by an author known as Fox, Yin, or some such name." Lin Jingji remarked, "The novel is splendidly written. Surely the author must be quite attractive as well." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Lin Jingji extol another's beauty, Yiqiu felt a pang of discomfort and retorted, "As far as I know, few authors possess good looks. And the more riveting the narrative, the less appealing the author tends to be, much like that Fox Yin." "Are you feeling jealous?" Lin Jingji inquired, her demeanor cheerful. "Jealous? What do you mean?" Yiqiu replied, "I do not indulge in jealousy. I prefer soy sauce." Lin Jingji's smile broadened, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Yiqiu. She could discern that he had indeed been somewhat envious, though he stubbornly refused to concede it. "This little man possesses an endearing charm at times," Lin Jingji mused. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Yiqiu hastily changed the subject, saying, "Sister Lin, I have delightful news to share with you." "Do not tell me just yet. Allow me to guess," Lin Jingji interjected. "Is it that your formal employment issue has been resolved?" "How did you know?" Yiqiu exclaimed in astonishment, for aside from himself, "By Bing and the father-son duo, directorly in Guadanu, no one else was privy to this information." Curiosity piqued, Yiqiu wondered how Lin Jingji had come by this knowledge. "Because I have another moniker, the omniscient, incredibly adorable beauty," Lin Jingji teased, sticking out her tongue and adopting a playful expression as she questioned Yiqiu. "Do you believe me?" Yiqiu simply shook his head. "Humph, you actually doubt my words. Let me tell you, I not only know that you are about to be confirmed, but I also know what color you are wearing today." "What color is it?" "What do you think?" Lin Jingji cast a glance at Yiqiu's shorts and squinted her eyes. Instantly, Yiqiu's face flushed crimson. He was even more perplexed, wondering how Lin Jingji knew. Was this woman investigating him? Even if she knew, how could she say it out loud? This woman is truly, at 30, like a wolf. "Look at you, you're blushing again. I've never seen a man so shy, ha 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 ha." Lin Jingji laughed charmingly, her body swaying with the movement, appearing exceedingly graceful. Yiqiu wished he could find a crevice to hide in. He was not one to blush easily, yet for some inexplicable reason, he always turned red in Lin Jingji's presence. Yiqiu, being a man requires more than just a career. One must possess other qualities as well. Lin Jingji suddenly ceased her laughter, adopting an unusually serious demeanor. "Sister Lin, what do you mean?" Yiqiu asked, bewildered. "You should also possess a career." Lin Jingji continued, her smile re-emerging as she playfully uttered a single word. Line. Chapter 43. Trouble approaches. Yiqiu found himself at a loss for words. Stealing a furtive glance at Lin Jingji, he understood perfectly well that she was deliberately teasing him. Yet, for a young man of his age, older women had always held a particular allure, especially someone as stunning and captivating as Lin Jingji. In an instant, Yiqiu felt an involuntary response from his body and stammered, "Sister Lin, please don't do this." "Then what should I do?" "Just don't act like this." "I understand." Lin Jingji playfully tapped Yiqiu's forehead with her finger, teasingly saying, "You're such a tease, but I like it." "What do you mean?" Before Yiqiu could grasp her intentions, he saw Lin Jingji preparing to remove her clothing. Startled, he hurriedly pressed her hand down, pleading, "Sister Lin, I beg you. Please don't do this." "Why not? Don't you like me?" "I do. I like you very much." Yiqiu thought that any normal man would surely be enamored with Lin Jingji. After all, a woman like her is a rare find. However, as a physician, he must uphold professional ethics and refrain from excessive intimacy with patients. Moreover, They were in a hospital room. If someone were to walk in, it would lead to undesirable consequences. Sister Lin, shall I change your dressing? Yi Qiu attempted to divert the conversation. The nurse already changed it for me. There's no need to do it again, Lin Jingji replied. Then may I pour you a glass of water? I'm not thirsty. Are you hungry? I could buy you some crystal buns from the cafeteria. I'm not hungry either. Then how about? All right, stop changing the subject. Tell me, do you like me? Lin Jingji gazed at Yi Qiu with a smile, playfully insisting, be honest now. No lies. Yi Qiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's more like it. Give me a kiss. Sister Lin, please don't. Be good. Listen to me. Enough. Yi Qiu suddenly exclaimed with a heavy voice. Lin Jingji was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yi Qiu's outburst. She stood in shock for 3 seconds, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Qiu, too, had been pressed to his limits and, in a moment of desperation, had shouted at Lin Jingji. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, regret washed over him. After all, Lin Jie merely sought to jest with him. Why had he taken it so seriously? What if Lin Jie truly became angry? That would lead to trouble for him. In a flurry, Yi Qiu hastily explained, Lin Jie, I apologize. I did not mean to raise my voice. You did it on purpose. You scolded me. You just scolded me, she retorted. I truly did not. Humph, I don't wish to converse with you any longer. How could you scold me? I feel so wronged, boo-hoo. Seeing Lin Jingji reach up to wipe her tears, Yi Qiu panicked. In a moment of impulsive instinct, he suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. Instantly, Lin Jingji's body tensed, her gaze turning icy with a profound chill. At that moment, Yi Qiu's voice whispered in her ear, I'm sorry, Lin Jie. I genuinely did not mean it. Please, do not cry. I promise I will never raise my voice at you again. I will keep my word. His tone was laced with urgency and fear, reminiscent of a child who had erred and was at a loss. Deep within, Lin Jingji felt a stirring in her heart. Moments later, the icy coldness in her eyes softened into tenderness, and her rigid form relaxed as she gently wrapped her arms around Yi Qiu's neck, saying, I want your promise that you will never bully me again. I promise, I will never bully you, he assured. And I require you to guarantee that you will never leave me for a lifetime. Yi Qiu was momentarily taken aback. What did Sister Lin mean? Did she want me to never leave her for a lifetime? Could it be that she desires to be with me? Just then, Lin Jingji playfully tapped Yi Qiu's forehead, chiding him. Do you really think I want to be your girlfriend? Dream on. Even if I did want to be your girlfriend, would you dare? Lin Jingji met Yi Qiu's gaze with a hint of provocation. The disparity between them was immense. He was merely an ordinary doctor, devoid of status and connections, unable to maintain the affection of someone like Zhang Lili. What qualifications did he possess to be with Lin Jingji? Sighing, Yi Qiu averted his eyes from Lin Jingji. Just as he was about to step out of the intensive care unit, Lin Jingji's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Yi Qiu, as a man, sometimes you must be a bit bolder. Yi Qiu comprehended the deeper meaning behind Lin Jingji's words, pausing in his tracks. He turned to face her earnestly, stating, Sister Lin, if one day I possess the strength to shield you from life's storms, I believe I will have the courage to pursue you. With that, he swiftly departed. On the hospital bed, Lin Jingji was momentarily stunned, and then her exquisite face blossomed into a radiant smile. 10 minutes after Yi Qiu's departure, a tall woman entered Lin Jingji's intensive care unit. The woman was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her mid-20s, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. Her short hair, dyed a deep burgundy, framed her delicate features. She wore a fitted black leather jacket that accentuated her slender waist, complemented by tight jeans that highlighted her long, toned legs. She wore a pair of Martin boots, exuding an air of coolness. President Lin. The woman approached Lin Jingji with respect. Lin Jingji glanced up at her and smiled, asking, Xiao Jie, what brings you here? This woman was her personal assistant, Sun Mingjie. Sister Lin, there are several matters I need to report to you. Sun Mingjie replied. What could be so urgent that it must be discussed in person? Did I not instruct you to convey any matters over the phone? Lin Jingji inquired. President Lin, there are 2 important issues, and I believe it would be better to address them face to face. Then please proceed, Lin Jingji said. Sun Mingjie reported. The first matter concerns the land in the eastern part of the city. The Chen family has taken an interest in it. Qian Yanru has come to Jiangzhou to represent the Chen family in the bidding. Lin Jingji remarked, that piece of land was never particularly profitable. If the Qian family desires it, let them have it. However, we must not allow them to acquire it too easily. Do you understand my meaning? Understood, Sun Mingjie affirmed. And what is the second matter? Lin Jingji inquired. What is he here for? Lin Jingji's expression shifted slightly. As if recalling something, she asked, "He isn't here for Bai Bing, is he?" "I believe so. Today he even sent his steward to deliver flowers to Bai Bing," Sun Mingjie replied. Lin Jingji's countenance grew serious as she remarked, "If Xiao Qingdi truly came for Bai Bing, then Yi Qiu is likely to be in trouble." Chapter 44. The invitation the next day. Yi Qiu arrived at work and was immediately surrounded by a group of young nurses at the reception desk as he stepped into the hospital lobby. "Dr. Yi, good morning. Dr. Yi, you look particularly handsome today. Dr. Yi, have you had breakfast yet? Dr. Yi, I have some soybean milk here. Would you like some?" Yi Qiu's face was adorned with astonishment. Why is this happening? Could it be? Suddenly, Yi Qiu seemed to grasp something, yet feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Ladies, what has gotten into you today? You all appear so radiant." "Dr. Yi, are you not aware?" a nurse asked. "Aware of what?" "Your confirmation as a permanent staff member." Yi Qiu understood perfectly well internally, but maintained a calm facade, responding, "My confirmation? That is impossible. I have heard that there is only one position available for our cohort. How could it possibly be mine? Ladies, please, spare me the jesting." "Dr. Yi, I am not jesting. I speak the truth." The nurse remarked, "Just this morning, the hospital's WeChat group announced your confirmation. Did you not see it?" Yi Qiu genuinely did not know. A few days prior, there had been much discussion in the WeChat group regarding the allegations of him plagiarizing Guo Xiaocang's medical records, which had troubled him greatly. Thus, he had set the group to do not disturb. "I apologize, but I truly missed it." Yi Qiu hastily pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, he found the confirmation notice in the group. He could not help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. Just days before, he had been preparing to leave the hospital. Yet unexpectedly, he was confirmed so swiftly. Thus, it is said that regardless of the obstacles one encounters, one must never lightly abandon hope. Perhaps a turning point is just a heartbeat away. "Dr. Yi, congratulations on your official appointment. Such a momentous occasion calls for a celebration. You must treat us." The nurses exclaimed. "Certainly," Yi Qiu responded with a smile. "I'll treat you all to bubble tea at noon." The nurses were overjoyed, expressing their gratitude. "Dr. Yi, when are you planning to find a girlfriend? What do you think of us? We're all single." Yi Qiu was taken aback. "Ladies, it's almost time for work. Farewell." He quickly excused himself, eager to depart. On his way to the surgery department, he encountered numerous medical personnel who greeted him warmly. Yi Qiu was struck by their change in demeanor. Previously, as a probationary doctor, he was virtually ignored, his greetings often unacknowledged. Now, he was met with smiles and enthusiasm, a stark contrast to their previous indifference. All this, simply because he had been officially appointed. If this mere promotion elicited such a transformation in their attitudes, he wondered to what extent their enthusiasm would reach should he become the head of the department or even the hospital director. Yi Qiu came to a realization: a man must not be destitute, nor can he lack a career. Only by achieving success will those around him treat him with kindness. Otherwise, the world will seem to conspire against him. Arriving at the head of surgery's office, Yi Qiu knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Enter." Bai Bing's aloof voice resonated from within. Yi Qiu pushed open the door and found Bai Bing seated at her desk, her head bowed as she diligently reviewed documents. "Director Bai," Yi Qiu called out. "Is there something you need?" Bai Bing replied without lifting her gaze. "Well, the hospital has issued my formal appointment notice, and I would like to inquire about my forthcoming work arrangements." It was only then that Bai Bing raised her head and said, "Starting today, you are permitted to see patients independently." "Really?" Yi Qiu exclaimed with joy. The ability to consult patients alone signifies that a doctor is capable of handling responsibilities independently. It is a recognition of a physician's competence. However, there are certain matters you must heed, Bai Bing cautioned. First, maintain a courteous demeanor towards patients. Second, if you are uncertain about a diagnosis, do not act impulsively. Always report back in a timely manner. Do you understand? I understand, Director. Rest assured. I will adhere strictly to your guidance, Yi Qiu assured her. Very well, you may return to your duties, Bai Bing said, lowering her head to continue her work. Yet, Yi Qiu remained rooted in place. After a moment, Bai Bing looked up, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is there anything else? Director, what is wrong with your eyes? Yi Qiu inquired. He had wanted to ask this for some time. Upon her raising her head, he noticed the bloodshot veins in Bai Bing's eyes, as if she had been crying, and the pronounced dark circles beneath them. Ah, I see, Yi Qiu said with concern. Director, work is never ending. You must take care of your health. Indeed, Bai Bing replied with a slight nod. I shall return to my work now. Go ahead, Yi Qiu encouraged. As Yi Qiu turned around, by being suddenly called out, "Wait a moment. Do you have time this Saturday evening?" "I should be available," Yi Qiu replied. "I have to attend a banquet that night. Would you accompany me?" "What kind of banquet?" Yi Qiu inquired further. "Do I need to prepare anything?" "No preparation is necessary. It is merely an ordinary dinner," Bai Bing assured him. "All right," Yi Qiu said without much thought, readily agreeing. Meanwhile, in the intensive care unit, Sun Mingjie handed a gilded invitation to Lin Jingji, saying, "Ms. Lin, a welcome banquet for Xiao Qingdi will be held this Saturday night at the Crystal Palace. Hosted by the upper echelons of Jianzhou. All the prominent figures will be in attendance. This is their invitation for you." Lin Jingji glanced at the invitation and tossed it aside with disdain, remarking, "It's just Xiao Qingdi. These people are so eager to fawn over him. If his brother, the champion Marquis Xiao Jiao, were to come, they would probably line the streets to welcome him. It's utterly uninteresting. I want to attend." "Ms. Lin, I've also heard some intriguing gossip that might sway your decision," Sun Mingjie continued. "What news?" Lin Jingji asked, intrigued. "I've heard that Xiao Qingdi plans to propose to Bai Bing in public during the banquet." "Oh." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Lin Jingji's eyes, followed by a smile as she remarked, "It seems this banquet has become a necessity for me to attend." Chapter 45, The Grand Banquet of the Elite, Part 1. Yi Qiu experienced the satisfaction of having his own independent consultation room for the first time. Although it was merely a modest 10 square meters, he felt a profound sense of contentment. For this would be his first step towards becoming a great doctor. After tidying his desk, powering on the computer, and donning his white coat, Yi Qiu prepared to begin calling patients. Just then, Zhang Lili burst through the door. Her face flushed with anger, glaring at Yi Qiu as she demanded, "Why are you the one to be officially recognized? On what grounds?" "Naturally, it is due to my capabilities. As I mentioned earlier, I earned my position through merit," Yi Qiu replied, unwilling to engage in further debate with Zhang Lili. He firmly stated, "If you have no business here, kindly leave. I must attend to my patients." "You're asking me to leave?" Zhang Lili exploded, pointing accusingly at Yi Qiu. "That official recognition was rightfully mine. Do you understand? If it weren't for your interference, I would have been confirmed. Do you have any idea what I sacrificed for this position?" "Indeed, I do," Yi Qiu responded. "You compromised your integrity for the sake of recognition." "Yes, I did have to compromise, but that was because of you," Zhang Lili retorted. "Had you wielded influence or if your father were the deputy director, would I have needed to resort to such measures?" Yi Qiu stared at Zhang Lili in disbelief. This woman continually astounded him, brazenly speaking of her choices with such audacity. It was utterly incomprehensible. "Enough, Zhang Lili. Our relationship has long since ended. Please, leave. You dare to expel me? You, a mere illegitimate child. What right do you have to command me? On what grounds?" Zhang Lili shouted. In the past, Yi Qiu had always been deferential before her, never daring to utter a harsh word. However, ever since their breakup, he had repeatedly shown her disdain, even going so far as to expel her from the room. She was utterly infuriated. "After all, this is my consultation room. Is that reason not sufficient?" Yi Qiu, too, was incensed by Zhang Lili, coldly retorting, "What are you so proud of just because you've been promoted? Yi Qiu, I truly did not expect you to stoop so low as to seize my promotion opportunity. How utterly despicable. Firstly, the promotion opportunity does not belong to anyone. Each person must vie for it based on their own merit. Your failure to obtain it is a reflection of your own lack of capability. Secondly, as for despicability, can I possibly compete with you? To sell oneself for a mere promotion is the epitome of repulsiveness. You, furthermore, keep your distance from me. Do not attempt to seek validation in my presence. Otherwise, beware of the consequences. You. Zhang Lili trembled in fury. "Get out." Yi Qiu slammed his palm down on the table with a resounding crash. Having said that, he swiftly exited. Zhang Lili had completely ruined Yi Qiu's good mood, and it took him a while to regain his composure before he began calling in patients for consultations. He remained busy until noon, seizing the lunch break. Yi Qiu went to find Lin Jingji, having promised her that he would visit every day. "Lin Jie, are you engrossed in a novel again?" Upon entering, he found Lin Jingji grinning at her phone. "Indeed. Fortunately, I have novels to read. Otherwise, it would be dreadfully boring," she replied, putting her phone down. "How was your first day attending to patients? Were you exhausted?" "It was manageable, I suppose, although it was somewhat tiring. I had the opportunity to interact with a variety of patients, which was quite rewarding," Yi Qiu remarked. Lin Jingji encouraged him, saying, Your dream is to become a great doctor. You have already taken the first step. Keep up the good work and strive for excellence. I will. Yichio replied as he settled beside the hospital bed. Sister Lin, I would like to inquire about someone. Who? Do you know a person named Xiao Qingdi? Yichio had long sought to clarify the identity of the Xiao Qingdi who sent flowers to Bai Bing yesterday. Why did Bai Bing lose her composure upon seeing the card? You're asking about Xiao Qingdi because of Bai Bing, aren't you? Upon hearing Lin Jingji's words, Yichio realized he had indeed inquired of the right person, promptly asking, what is Xiao Qingdi's true identity? Yichio, knowing nothing of the Xiao family, inquired, is the Xiao family very powerful? In truth, the Xiao family is a humble household, barely qualifying as a family, consisting of only 2 members. However, no one dares to provoke the Xiao family lightly. Why? Because Xiao Qingdi's brother is the renowned champion, Lord Xiaojio. Yichio inhaled sharply, having heard Zhao Yun mention Xiaojio. Xiaojio is the leader of the Dragon List, known as the God of War in the northern region, commanding an army of millions, wielding immense power. Although Xiao Qingdi may not shine as brightly as Xiaojio, he is not to be underestimated. A graduate of Cambridge University, he owns a conglomerate valued at hundreds of billions before reaching 30. Consequently, he was honored as the Outstanding Young Person of the Year by Fortune magazine. However, he possesses a significant flaw. His demeanor is exceedingly arrogant, believing he can act with impunity due to his brother's status as the champion. You suddenly inquired about him. Presumably due to Bai Bing, right? Indeed. Yichio did not deny it and remarked, yesterday, someone sent flowers to Director Bai, and the card bore the name Xiao Qingdi. Upon seeing that name, Director Bai's demeanor shifted quite noticeably. This was not surprising. While studying at the Royal College of Medicine in England, Bai Bing was acquainted with Xiao Qingdi, who was attending Cambridge University. Were they both international students? Yichio inquired. Lin Jingji rolled her eyes and replied, do you not comprehend yet? Bai Bing and Xiao Qingdi were once a couple. Xiao Qingdi was Bai Bing's first love. So it was a matter of first love. Yichio realized. No wonder Director Bai reacted so strongly upon hearing Xiao Qingdi's name. Curiously, he continued, but why did Director Bai and Xiao Qingdi part ways? That is a personal matter between them. How could I possibly know? Lin Jingji cautioned. Yichio, to my knowledge, Xiao Qingdi still harbors feelings for Bai Bing. You should be wary of getting too close to her, lest you provoke Xiao Qingdi. He is quite reckless and capable of anything. Ah, indeed. By the way, what piqued your interest in Bai Bing? Lin Jingji pressed. Tell me, have you developed feelings for her? Lin Jingji glared at Yichio. He hastily clarified. I am merely curious, Sister Lin. Please do not misunderstand. Lin Jingji pouted, her face clouded with displeasure, and stated, however, I dislike hearing you mention other women in my presence. Now I am upset, unless... Unless what? Yichio inquired eagerly. Unless you kiss me. Then I shall forgive you. Chapter 46. The Grand Banquet of the Aristocracy, Part 2. Lin Jingji gazed at Yichio with her enchanting, tearful eyes, imbued with a seductive allure that rendered him weak at the knees. Sister Lin, this may not be appropriate, Yichio stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Do you recall what I told you last time? Sometimes, a man must be a bit bolder, Lin Jingji declared, her words imbued with a daring spirit. Upon finishing her statement, she willingly closed her eyes, lifted her chin, and presented her crimson lips before Yichio. The implication was unmistakable. She desired a kiss. After a brief hesitation of 3 seconds, Yichio resolved to lean in, gradually bridging the gap between them. As the distance diminished, he suddenly caught a whiff of an intriguing, milky fragrance emanating from Lin Jingji. A jolt of realization surged through him. As a physician, he discerned that this was not merely the scent of perfume. He was astounded. Sister Lin possessed a natural body fragrance. Recently, a scientific research institute abroad conducted a random survey involving 10,000 women and discovered that only one possessed an innate body scent. The conclusion drawn was that such a fragrance is a rarity, suggesting that women who exude it are truly extraordinary. With deliberate slowness, Yichio inched closer, reducing the space between them to a mere 10 centimeters. Her breathtaking beauty was now within arm's reach, and the vivid lipstick adorning her petite lips resembled a blooming rose, exuding an enticing aroma. Yichio swallowed hard. The nearer he approached Lin Jingji's lips, the more anxiety surged within him, his heart racing like a startled deer, coupled with a thrill of excitement. The distance between them gradually diminished 7 centimeters, 6 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 4 centimeters, 3 centimeters. as the gap narrowed to a mere 3 centimeters. Yichio felt his breath hitch, his heart racing, and he closed his eyes, inching his face forward. Just as his lips were about to meet Lin Jingji's, she suddenly pushed him away. Yichio stared in astonishment. "Sister Lin, what are you doing? You little rascal. Did you really think I would let you kiss me?" she teased. "But didn't you invite me to?" he retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. "Humph. I am not a frivolous person," Lin Jingji replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "I merely wished to test your courage." To my surprise, you actually dared. Yichio realized she was merely toying with him. Frustration bubbled within him. He longed to pin Lin Jingji down and plant a fervent kiss upon her lips. Alas, he lacked the audacity to do so. With a playful smile, Lin Jingji inquired, "May I ask, why did you close your eyes just now? Is it a habit when you kiss girls?" Yichio flushed once more, for he had never kissed a girl in his life. Even his long-standing relationship with Zhang Lily had only ventured as far as hand-holding. For a man in his 20s, this was a rather disheartening predicament. Unwilling to acknowledge his shortcomings, he stubbornly replied, "As the literary masters have said, love is blind. It is in the world of closed eyes that poetry flourishes." Moreover, physiologists assert that kissing activates dozens of nerves in the face, causing the eyes to instinctively close. Research conducted by chemists reveals that saliva contains numerous proteins known as oxytocin, which, through the exchange of this hormone, can induce enchanting illusions and cause one's eyelids to droop. However, since a kiss has not been successfully exchanged just moments ago, there is no interaction of saliva and oxytocin. "Confess to me honestly, do you lack experience in kissing?" Lin Jingji interrupted Yichio, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. Yichio's face instantly flushed crimson, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. His extensive explanations were merely attempts to prove himself as a seasoned veteran. Yet he inadvertently exposed his inexperience, forgetting the age-old adage that too much talk can lead to missteps, allowing Lin Jingji to discern that he was, in fact, a novice in the realm of kisses. This was an utterly humiliating moment. Just as Yichio was preparing to concoct an excuse to slip away, he was met with Lin Jingji's alluring gaze as she sweetly remarked, "Lack of experience is not a problem. I can teach you slowly." Time passed swiftly, and before long, Saturday arrived. "Do you have plans for the evening?" Chen Jinglan inquired. "Director Bai has invited you to be her male companion?" "Well," Yichio chuckled in disbelief. "Mom, where are you getting that from? Director Bai and I maintain merely a professional relationship. We are not in a romantic relationship, I assure you." Chen Jinglan remained unconvinced. "Just a professional relationship? She would invite you to a gala?" "Truly," Yichio insisted, "I assure you, Director Bai and I are simply colleagues." "Sure, as someone with experience, let me impart some wisdom. When a woman invites you to accompany her as her date to a soiree, it signifies her intention to introduce you to her circle of friends, and it also indicates her fondness for you. Furthermore, on the day of my abduction, Bai Bing risked her life to rescue me alongside you. What does this reveal? It demonstrates that she is willing to face any peril, even at the cost of her own life, for your sake. Such a woman is truly worthy of your appreciation." Qian Jinglan chimed in, observing Bai Bing's physique, remarking on her ample and rounded form, which would undoubtedly be conducive to bearing children. Yichio felt particularly speechless. "By the way, Chior, do you have a formal dress for the soiree?" Qian Jinglan inquired again. Yichio replied, "I purchased a suit last year, which I only wore once for my graduation ceremony, and I plan to wear it tonight." "That simply won't do," Qian Jinglan responded. "The quality of that suit is quite poor, and it lacks the gravitas required. You must acquire a new outfit. It is merely a dinner party. There is no need to purchase a new dress. Spending that money is not worthwhile," Yichio asserted, believing it unnecessary. "It is imperative to buy one," Qian Jinglan insisted sternly. "Men require a sense of dignity, and women do as well. If you dress inadequately, would it not reflect poorly on her?" Yichio, observing the wrinkles on Qian Jinglan's face, expressed her concern, saying, "I feel that our family is not in a position to waste money on this. It would be better spent on some skincare products for you." Qian Jinglan remarked, "Bai Bing's friends must certainly be individuals of stature. Regardless of whether you and she will be together in the future, given how much she cares for you, you cannot afford to tarnish her reputation. Otherwise, she will find it difficult to hold her head high among her peers. Trust me on this matter. I shall procure a formal attire for you. Later, you should go out and get a haircut to present yourself more spiritedly." "All right," Yichio reluctantly acquiesced. The total cost for the suit and trousers amounted to 13,000, and the shoes added another 2,000. "Mom, I'm sorry. Yichio felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he known it would cost so much, he would have never agreed to accompany Bai Bing to the gala. Do you think spending such a sum is unwarranted? Qian Jinglan inquired. Yichio nodded. My foolish son. Do you think I am purchasing this expensive suit merely to spare Bai Bing from embarrassment? If my assumptions are correct, the gala she is taking you to is quite prestigious, and this is an opportunity for you to witness the upper echelons of society. A man must broaden his horizons. Only then will his heart and ambitions expand, enabling him to rise above others in the future. Upon hearing these words, Yichio cast a surprised glance at Qian Jinglan, who, at that moment, seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Qian Jinglan appeared to recognize this shift and smiled, saying, I gleaned these insights from television. I found them somewhat insightful. Hence I shared them with you. Ah, I see. Yichio chuckled softly and declared, Mom, I will not let you down. One day, I shall become a great doctor. I believe in you, she replied. The wait was interminable. An entire afternoon stretched out before Yichio, who longed for the arrival of nightfall. Finally, at 6 o'clock in the evening, he received a call from Bai Bing. Come pick me up. Chapter 47. The Grand Banquet, Part 2. Bai Bing resided in a single apartment, and when Yichio arrived, he found her with a facial mask still adorning her visage. Momentarily taken aback by Yichio's attire, Bai Bing paused. At that moment, Yichio, clad in a deep blue gown complemented by a crisp white shirt and a burgundy tie, exuded a fashionable charm, and his smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Director Bai, do I look all right? Yichio inquired. Quite well, Bai Bing replied. I had prepared a formal outfit for you, but I see you've already coordinated something splendid. It truly suits your disposition. A pang of regret struck Yichio. Had he known Bai Bing had a suit ready, he would not have spent so much on his own. When shall we depart? He asked once more. Just a moment. Let me change. Bai Bing responded before retreating into her bedroom. After about 10 minutes, she emerged, and Yichio's eyes widened in astonishment. Bai Bing wore a pure white off-shoulder gown, her delicate collarbones subtly visible, her narrow waist accentuating a perfect silhouette. In the soft glow of the light, her skin gleamed like dazzling porcelain, exuding unparalleled elegance. Yichio stood, momentarily speechless. In his recollection, Bai Bing had always donned professional attire, which not only exuded competence, but also imparted a somewhat rigid impression. However, upon her change of clothing, Bai Bing appeared as though she had transformed entirely, presenting an overwhelming visual impact. Feeling somewhat bashful under Yichio's gaze, Bai Bing softly inquired, Is it all right? More than all right. It's simply extraordinary, Yichio replied. Director Bai, do you realize that only 2 words can encapsulate your essence? What words? Goddess. Bai Bing's complexion turned a shade of crimson as she retorted, Flatterer. Truly, Director Bai, you are stunning. Bai Bing's blush deepened as she responded. Allow me a moment to apply some makeup. Of course. Bai Bing then retreated into the room. Yichio took a seat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. A full 40 minutes elapsed before Bai Bing emerged. The moment Yichio laid eyes upon her, he was momentarily entranced, his gaze fixated as if he wished to etch her image into his very being. If Bai Bing without makeup could be rated a 90, then with makeup, she would undoubtedly earn a score of 120. Her makeup was subtle, perfectly balanced. Her raven locks were elegantly styled into an updo, revealing a delicate forehead. Beneath gracefully arched brows, her bright eyes sparkled like stars. With a refined nose, rosy cheeks, and soft, cherry-like lips, her flawless visage was nothing short of breathtaking. Each feature was exquisite. Simultaneously, Bai Bing radiated an innate nobility, reminiscent of a princess emerging from a royal palace. As Yichio was captivated by his own beauty, Bai Bing felt a sense of pride within, though her expression remained artfully frigid. She inquired, What are you staring at? His compliment only sweetened Bai Bing's heart. Yet she maintained her icy facade and continued, So, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Lin Jingji? You are both. Yichio intended to say that they were both stunningly beautiful, but before he could finish, he noticed the piercing intensity in Bai Bing's gaze, radiating a formidable presence. Under such pressure, Yichio hastily revised his statement, declaring, You are both stunning, however, Director Bai, you are a fairy. Bai Bing furrowed her brow and asked, Is there a distinction between a fairy and a beauty? Oh, indeed there is, Yichio replied. Beauties are abundant in the world, while fairies exist only in the heavens. But I am here on earth. Then you are a fairy lost among mortals. Upon hearing this, Bai Bing's frown softened, and a subtle smile graced her lips, bringing her a small sense of joy. Director Bai, when shall we depart? Yichio inquired. Bai Bing glanced at her watch and said, "It's about time. Let us set off. By the way, can you drive?" "Yes," Yu Qiu responded, having obtained his driver's license during his university years. "Then you shall drive." Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, Yu Qiu immediately spotted Bai Bing's usual Audi A3. Just as he was about to approach it, Bai Bing pointed to a nearby vehicle and said, "We'll be taking this tonight." Yi Qiu turned to see, to his astonishment, a Mercedes sports car. "Director Bai, is this your car?" Yi Qiu inquired in astonishment. "Yes, I rarely drive it," Bai Bing replied, handing the car keys to Yi Qiu. "Take it for tonight." In an instant, Yi Qiu comprehended the significance of the evening. The banquet must possess an extraordinary level of elegance. Otherwise, given Bai Bing's understated demeanor, she would not have opted for a sports car. He couldn't help but admire Qian Jinglan's astuteness. Fortunately, he had splurged on an exquisite suit, or else he would have embarrassed Bai Bing. At the same time, curiosity tugged at Yi Qiu's mind. Bai Bing was merely a surgical director. How could she afford such an extravagant sports car? After all, this Mercedes sports car cost no less than 1,000,000 yuan, a sum that would be unattainable for an ordinary person in a lifetime. It seemed likely that the car was a gift from her family, suggesting a rather comfortable background. Yi Qiu mused to himself. "Let's set off," Bai Bing said. Yi Qiu nodded and settled into the driver's seat. It was his inaugural experience behind the wheel of a sports car, and he could only describe the sensation as exhilarating. 25 minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the most opulent five-star hotel in Jiangzhou, and at that moment, the entrance was adorned with an array of top-tier luxury vehicles. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Ferraris, Porsches, Lamborghinis, Maybachs, Mercedes, BMWs. The sight was utterly dazzling. Yi Qiu was taken aback. It was akin to a luxury car exhibition. However, he maintained an air of calm on his face to conceal the fact that this was his first encounter with such grandeur, as revealing his astonishment would be quite embarrassing. Bai Bing cast a furtive glance at Yi Qiu, noting with admiration that he remained unfazed by the scene before him. She cautioned him, "Remember, once we enter, if anyone inquires about our relationship, you shall assert that you are my boyfriend, and I shall introduce you as such." "Understood," Yi Qiu replied, a thrill coursing through him. Bai Bing was exceptionally beautiful. Surely, many would envy him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Xiao Qingdi. He had heard from Lin Jia that Xiao Qingdi was also in Jiangzhou. Would he attend the banquet? If he did, would it spell trouble for him? With this apprehension, Yi Qiu's earlier excitement waned, giving way to concern. As they exited the car, a hotel doorman promptly approached to assist with parking. The two then intertwined their arms and strode toward the hotel entrance. "Good evening, esteemed guests. Please present your invitation," greeted one of the 4 security personnel stationed at the entrance. One guard halted their progress, while the others gazed at Bai Bing with evident awe. Bai Bing produced the invitation. Upon examining it, the guard turned to Yi Qiu and stated, "I apologize, sir, but you cannot enter." Yi Qiu was taken aback, surprised by the guard's refusal. "Why am I not permitted entry?" he inquired. "Unfortunately, sir, the event has specific regulations. Only those possessing an invitation that bears their name may enter, and your name is not listed on this invitation," the guard explained with a polite smile. Yi Qiu furrowed his brow and responded, "Please hold on a moment." Yi Qiu called out to Bai Bing and addressed the security guard, saying, "Please return the invitation letter to me." The guard handed the invitation back to Yi Qiu. He retrieved a pen from his pocket and swiftly inscribed his name upon the invitation before returning it to the guard with a smile, saying, "Now that my name is on it, may I enter?" The guard appeared utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a situation. "Sir, your circumstances are rather unique. I lack the authority to make a decision. Please wait here for a moment while I seek clarification, if you don't mind." "All right." On the 5th floor of the hotel, in a luxurious presidential suite, 3 young men were seated together, indulging in drinks and conversation. One young man with short hair inquired of the blonde-haired youth lounging on the sofa, Yuling, "I've heard that Xiao Qingdi is quite arrogant and difficult to get along with. Is that true?" Another young man, adorned with ear studs, sporting eyeshadow, and dressed in a red suit, chimed in, "Brother Yuling, I've also heard that Xiao Qingdi is particularly domineering, taking advantage of his brother, the champion Ho Xiaojiu, to act as he pleases. What if he bullies me? I'm rather afraid." "Li Qiansheng, could you refrain from repulsing me?" Huang Tufa retorted. "I advise you, when young Master Xiao arrives, to limit your words. He cannot abide individuals like you." Instantly, the youth in the red suit wore a look of grievance and lamented. Brother Yuling, don't be so fierce. I don't wish for it to be this way either. But you know well that I have lacked paternal love and been inundated with maternal affection since childhood. Can you really blame me? Li Qianqing, your androgynous demeanor is truly repulsive. I suggest you take a more decisive step and undergo gender reassignment surgery abroad. Yuling, if you continue to mock me, I might just ignore you. It would be best if you did. That way, I would be spared the disgust. Boo-hoo how go. Look, Yuling is bullying me. Li Qianqing complained to the short-haired youth. The youth chuckled and replied, Yuling is merely joking. Do not take it to heart. By the way, Yuling, when is Xiao Qingdi arriving? Feng Yuling glanced at his watch and said, he should be here soon. Since Xiao Qingdi is on his way, why has Ti Wangxin arrived yet? The short-haired youth furrowed his brow. Feng Yuling laughed, saying, how good, you may not be aware. But young Master Xian is likely weeping at home. Why? Because the woman he fancies has caught the eye of young Master Xiao. Are you referring to Bai Bing? Feng Yuling nodded and said, young Master Xian has had a secret crush on Bai Bing for quite some time, but has yet to find the opportunity to confess. I have met Bai Bing once. She is indeed stunningly beautiful. To be honest, I too was somewhat enamored. However, since she is the object of young Master Zhao's affection, she is beyond our reach. I hope Wang Xian realizes this, lest he delude himself. Feng Yuling chuckled. Young Master Xian is still too fixated for individuals of our status. A mere beacon is enough to attract women. Why sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree, especially when that tree is one he can never possess? Indeed, a woman of Xiao Qingdi's is a perilous pursuit for anyone. The short-haired young man shifted the conversation and inquired, by the way, how is Xiao Qingdi as a person? He continued, based on my understanding, young Master Xiao is quite amiable and treats his close associates well. Feng Yuling remarked, when I visited the capital last time, young Master Xiao specifically invited me to enjoy the club. How go? You have no idea. The women there are exquisite, not only beautiful and well-proportioned, but also exceptionally attentive. I still find myself reminiscing about it. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you along. Li Qianqing interjected in a timely manner, delicately gesturing. Yuling, I would like to go as well. Would you be kind enough to include me? Stay away, you freak. Feng Yuling shot a fierce glare at Li Qianqing. Yuling, why are you being so harsh? You actually told me to go away. Well, I suppose I shall roll for you. After saying this, Li Qianqing truly rolled around on the ground twice, eliciting hearty laughter from Feng Yuling and the short-haired young man. Subsequently, Feng Yuling stated, it's getting late. Let us go down to welcome young Master Xiao. We wouldn't want him to arrive and find us absent, thinking we are deliberately neglecting him. That would not bode well. Yuling is right. We must extend our utmost hospitality to Xiao Qingdi this time. If he looks after us in the future, our families may well ascend to the ranks of the elite. The short-haired young man declared with ambition. Let us go. Feng Yuling rose from the sofa, but just then, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door. Feng Yuling paused and called out, come in. The door swung open, and a security guard entered, respectfully stating, young Master Feng, there is a matter I am uncertain about and require your guidance. What is it? Feng Yuling inquired. It concerns a guest attending the banquet. His name is not listed on the invitation, yet he has inscribed it himself. I am unsure whether to permit him entry, the guard explained, handing the invitation to Feng Yuling. Upon examining it, Feng Yuling raised an eyebrow and asked, is this Yi Qiu accompanying Bai Bing? Yes. How old is he? What is his relationship with Bai Bing? Feng Yuling pressed on. I have never heard of him. He likely isn't a significant figure, the guard replied. I shall handle this myself, especially since I need to pick up young Master Xiao, Feng Yuling declared, and proceeded towards the hotel entrance alongside the short-haired youth and Li Qianqing. At the hotel entrance, Bai Bing looked up anxiously, first spotting Feng Yuling leading the way, followed by Li Qianqing and the short-haired youth, with the guard trailing behind. Director Bai, who are they? Yi Qiu inquired, noticing the group with curiosity. Bai Bing felt an ominous premonition and replied in a low voice. They are the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. The 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Just the mention of their name suggested their considerable influence. Yi Qiu chuckled softly. I've only heard of the 4 heavenly kings. I've never heard of the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Shoo, keep your voice down, Bai Bing cautioned. Bai Bing cast a stern glance at Yi Qiu, cautioning him. Refrain from making such remarks in the future. If any of them were to overhear, it could lead to complications for you. Director Bai, do enlighten me, Bai Bing continued. The young man at the forefront with golden hair is Feng Yuling, ranked second among the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. His family is engaged in the hotel business. and this crystal palace is one of their properties. The short-haired youth behind him, who appears rather composed, is Zhou Hao, aged 29. Being the eldest, he holds the top rank among the 4 young masters. His family primarily operates in real estate, with assets exceeding 100 billion. As for the young man clad in a red suit, he is Li Qiansheng, ranked 4th among the 4 young masters, and he is quite an eccentric character. Eccentric? Yi Qiu inquired, intrigued. To put it simply, he is an androgynous individual, Bai Bing explained. Upon her description, Yi Qiu scrutinized Li Qiansheng more closely and indeed observed that as he walked, he swayed his hips, exhibiting mannerisms strikingly reminiscent of a woman. Disgusted, Yi Qiu felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Li Qiansheng's peculiar demeanor is largely attributed to his upbringing, having lost his father at a young age. He was raised solely by his mother. Are you familiar with Liren Group? Bai Bing suddenly asked. I have heard of it. One of the largest cosmetics companies in the country, he replied. That conglomerate was founded single-handedly by Li Qiansheng's mother, Bai Bing elaborated. The majority of the employees at Liren Group are women, so it can be said that Li Qiansheng was raised amidst a sea of femininity, inevitably adopting certain feminine traits over time. However, one must not underestimate him. By being remarked, Li Qiansheng embarked on his entrepreneurial journey 2 years ago, venturing into the media industry, and now his company is valued at nearly 1 billion. Yi Qiu clicked his tongue, secretly acknowledging that one should not judge a book by its cover. It was indeed surprising that someone like a cross-dresser had managed to build such a substantial business. Director Bai, there should be 4 young masters of Jiangzhou, right? Who is the 4th? Yi Qiu inquired. The 4th is Wang Xian, who ranks 3rd among the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou, Bai Bing replied. Wang Xian's family is involved in finance, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. However, he has chosen not to join the family business and instead teaches at Jiangzhou University. Oh, Yi Qiu expressed his astonishment. A super wealthy second-generation heir actually working as a university lecturer is quite remarkable. Bai Bing continued, I am relatively familiar with Wang Xian. He is a man of integrity and profound knowledge, unlike the other 3 dandy youths. Curiosity suddenly piqued within Yi Qiu. He wondered about Bai Bing's true identity and how she possessed such insight into the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou. Bai Bing cautioned Yi Qiu. These 3 fellows are not to be trifled with. Be careful around them, and try not to offend them to avoid unnecessary trouble. Understood, Yi Qiu replied softly. Also, in their presence, we are a couple, so please refrain from calling me Director Bai. What should I call you then? Sister Bai or Sister Bing? All right, Sister Bing. Just as the 2 were conversing, Feng Yuling and her companions approached. Ha ha ha, Miss Bai, it has been a long time. You have become even more beautiful. Feng Yuling laughed heartily, appearing exceedingly warm and welcoming. Miss Bai is not only beautiful in appearance, but also eloquent in speech, which explains why young Master Xiao is so fond of her. Upon mentioning Xiao Qingdi, a hint of discomfort appeared on Bai Bing's face. By the way, why do I only see the 3 of you? Where's Wang Xian? Bai Bing quickly shifted the topic with her inquiry. Miss Bai, you may not be aware, but young Master Xian is currently heartbroken and deeply troubled, Li Qiansheng said, delicately pinching his fingers and stifling a laugh. What happened to him? Bai Bing asked anxiously. Feng Yuling chuckled. Young Master Xian has suffered a heartbreak. Oh, I see. I hope he can recover from his heartbreak soon. At that moment, Feng Yuling's gaze fell upon Yi Qiu. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, Miss Bai, who is this gentleman? Aren't you going to introduce us? Before Bai Bing could respond, Yi Qiu took the initiative to introduce himself. I am Yi Qiu, just an insignificant individual. Oh my, you certainly have a sense of humor. The guests at today's banquet are all prominent figures from Jiangzhou. Come on, which family do you belong to? Li Qiansheng winked at Yi Qiu. Instantly, Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. This effeminate man is truly intolerable. Yi Qiu smiled faintly and replied, I am not from any notable family. I am merely a small doctor at Jiangzhou Hospital. You are a doctor? Li Qiansheng was taken aback. Although he had long suspected that Yi Qiu was not a person of significance, he still felt a sense of surprise when Yi Qiu revealed his identity. A look of disdain crossed his face as he scoffed. I thought you were some scion of a prominent family. Turns out you are merely an inconspicuous little doctor. How disappointing. Bai Bing's expression turned icy, and she replied, What, Mr. Li, does your tone imply that you harbor contempt for doctors? Noticing Bai Bing's growing irritation, Li Qiansheng quickly clarified, Miss Bai, it is not that I look down upon doctors. I simply feel that, given the nature of tonight's occasion, bringing him along seems somewhat inappropriate. At that moment, Zhou Hao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Miss Bai, may I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Yi? Bai Bing, linking her arm with Yi Qiu's, smiled and introduced. Allow me to formally present Yi Qiu, my boyfriend. Instantly, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that the main attraction of tonight's banquet was Xiao Qingdi, who would soon publicly propose to Bai Bing. Furthermore, in order to create a sensational event in Jiangzhou, Feng Yuling and others had meticulously planned for this occasion, inviting numerous prominent figures from the region. To their utter disbelief, Bai Bing had brought along a man and introduced him as her boyfriend. What was going on? The three exchanged furtive glances, each understanding the unspoken agreement. Anyone could be offended, but one must never cross Xiao Qingdi. This was not merely due to Xiao Qingdi being the brother of the champion marquis, Xiao Jiu, whom they could not afford to offend, but also because they sought to leverage Xiao Qingdi's influence to elevate their families into the ranks of the elite. Upon comprehending this, Feng Yuling decisively gestured an invitation and remarked, Miss Bai, please enter. Thank you. Bai Bing, entwined with Yi Qiu, proceeded towards the hotel. However, at that moment, Feng Yuling abruptly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Qiu, stating, Miss Bai may enter, but you cannot. Why? Because there are regulations for the banquet. You and your dog are not permitted inside. Chapter 50. Using a knife to kill you and your dog are not permitted inside. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow, ready to respond, but Bai Bing interjected. Feng Yuling, what do you mean by that? Bai Bing's expression soured. Yi Qiu was her companion, and Feng Yuling's insult towards him was a direct affront to her dignity. Feng Yuling smiled and insisted, Miss Bai, please do not misunderstand. I am not targeting him. Rather, the banquet has regulations that state only those who possess an invitation may enter, hence he cannot. He is under my invitation. Bai Bing asserted. Regardless of whether he is brought by Miss Bai or even young Master Xiao, it remains impermissible. Feng Yuling's stance was resolute. Then we shall take our leave. Yi Qiu, let's go, Bai Bing declared, pulling Yi Qiu away. Miss Bai, please wait. Feng Yuling hastily obstructed her path, aware that shortly Xiao Qingdi would publicly propose to Bai Bing at the banquet. If she were to leave now, he would be deemed the culprit for disrupting the proposal, a consequence he could not bear. What do you intend to do? Bai Bing coldly glared at Feng Yuling. Feng Yuling smiled apologetically. Miss Bai, please do not be upset. My intention in preventing Yi Qiu from entering is solely for his own good. Bai Bing retorted with sarcasm, to insult others under the guise of benevolence. Feng Xiao, you truly embody the qualities of one of Jiangzhou's four young masters, indeed acting in a most extraordinary manner. Feng Yuling replied, Miss Bai, I trust you are well aware of the purpose behind tonight's gathering. When young Master Xiao arrives, should he see you accompanied by another man, do you truly believe he would remain unperturbed? Whether he is angered is of no concern to me, Bai Bing stated coldly. Feng Yuling smiled slightly. Indeed, Miss Bai may choose to disregard young Master Xiao, yet he is quite invested in you. As you surely know, when a man cares for a woman, he tends to harbor disdain for the other men in her presence. What do you imply? Bai Bing's expression darkened. A woman as astute as yourself should grasp my meaning. Feng Yuling continued. Are you threatening me? Miss Bai, you misunderstand. You are the woman young Master Xiao favors. How could I dare to threaten you? I am merely stating the facts. Feng Yuling added, you are well aware of young Master Xiao's standing. If you were to encounter Yi Qiu, do you think, given his temperament, he would let it slide? Bai Bing's countenance shifted. She understood Xiao Qingdi all too well. There was nothing he would shy away from in this world. Miss Bai, I fear you cannot leave. Feng Yuling once more obstructed her path. Feng Yuling, are you done yet? Bai Bing expressed her impatience. Feng Yuling remarked, Miss Bai, if young Master Xiao does not see you later, I shall have no way to explain myself to him. How I choose to explain it is my concern, not yours. Miss Bai retorted. Please, do not put me in a difficult position, Feng Yuling implored. I cannot bear the wrath of young Master Xiao. Step aside. Bai Bing snapped back, her anger palpable. I am curious to see how you intend to be impolite. At that moment, Zhou Hao interjected. Miss Bai, you are the woman favored by young Master Xiao. We would not dare harm you. However, should you choose to make things difficult for us, I cannot guarantee the safety of those around you. Bai Bing's expression turned ashen at Zhou Hao's blunt words. It was clear that if she did not cooperate, they would turn their attention to Yi Qiu. Regret washed over her. Had she known this would transpire, she would never have agreed to attend the banquet, nor would she have invited Yi Qiu. Her intention in bringing Yi Qiu and having him pose as her boyfriend was to deter Xiao Qingdi's incessant pursuit. Yet, unexpectedly, before even encountering Xiao Qingdi, she found herself cornered by Feng Yuling's menacing demeanor. What should I do? Bai Bing furrowed her brow. But then is that not Xiao Yi? What are you doing here? Yi Qiu turned to see Long Wang and Zhao Yun. Long Wang, clad in traditional attire and leaning on a cane, was closely followed by Zhao Yun, who stood protectively by his side. Before Yi Qiu could utter a word, Feng Yuling and his companions swiftly approached to greet them. Dragon King, your esteemed presence is truly a great honor for us younger generations. Feng Yuling appeared utterly astonished. Zhou Hao respectfully added, Dragon King, your personal attendance at the banquet is indeed a magnificent blessing. Li Qianxing followed suit, saying, it has been so long since we last saw you. We have missed you dearly. The Dragon King laughed heartily. It has been a while. You three youngsters have certainly become quite eloquent, truly deserving of praise among the talented youth of Jiangzhou. With the Dragon King's commendation, the smiles on the faces of the three grew even broader. At that moment, the Dragon King approached Yu Qiu and kindly inquired, Little Yi, you are here for the banquet as well? Yes, Yu Qiu nodded. Come, let us enter together. The Dragon King said, who would dare to not welcome you? Suddenly, the Dragon King's demeanor darkened as he spoke. In this land of Jiangzhou, is there anyone bold enough to disregard my brother? Brother? Upon hearing this term, Feng Yuling and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Dragon King, Yu Qiu is your brother? Feng Yuling asked incredulously. Not only is Yu Qiu my brother, but he has also rendered me great favors, the Dragon King replied, directing his question at Feng Yuling. Are you the one who prevented Yi Qiu from entering? Dragon King, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware he was your brother, Feng Yuling quickly explained, then added in frustration. Yi Qiu, it's not that I meant to say this, but since you are the Dragon King's brother, why didn't you inform me sooner? We almost created a misunderstanding. Yi Qiu remained silent. Feng Yuling continued, Dragon King, the banquet is about to commence. Please do enter. I must attend to the guests. So I shall not accompany you further. I hope you will not take offense. Very well, the Dragon King replied. The Dragon King uttered a sound of acknowledgement, saying, Xiao Yi, let us proceed inside. Upon observing Yi Qiu and Bai Bing following the Dragon King into the hotel, Zhou Hao inquired, Yuling, why did you allow Yi Qiu to enter again? What if he disrupts young Master Zhao's proposal? We shall be finished. Brother Hao, you overestimate him. How could a mere doctor dare to compete with young Master Xiao for a woman? Feng Yuling dismissed Yu Qiu entirely, then added with a smile. If he truly possesses the audacity to interfere with young Master Zhao's proposal, it may not necessarily spell disaster for us. What do you mean by that? Feng Yuling replied with a smile. Do not forget, it is the Dragon King who brought him in. Zhou Hao immediately comprehended, exclaiming in astonishment, Yuling, are you suggesting we use him as a pawn? Feng Yuling merely smiled in silence. At that moment, a luxurious Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the hotel entrance. Feng Yuling's eyes brightened as she announced, young Master Xiao has arrived. Chapter 51. Women at 40 are like wolves as the Rolls-Royce halted. The doorman was about to step forward to open the car door, but was abruptly rebuffed by Feng Yuling. Step aside. The doorman quickly retreated a few paces. Then, Feng Yuling bent down, her face adorned with a smile as she opened the car door, saying, young Master Xiao, please disembark. Who are you? Feng Yuling's smile suddenly froze, for seated within the vehicle was not Xiao Qingdi, but rather an unfamiliar middle-aged beauty, in her 40s, heavily made up, and dressed in opulent attire. The middle-aged woman extracted a red banknote from her purse and extended it towards Feng Yuling, stating, a reward for you. Feng Yuling's face turned an instant shade of green, for it was evident that this middle-aged woman mistook him for a mere hotel attendant. Is this insufficient? As Feng Yuling remained silent, the woman retrieved a stack of red bills from her purse and flung them at his face, demanding, is this enough now? Enough for your grandmother. Had this woman not descended from the carriage of Xiao Qingdi, Feng Yuling would have unhesitatingly delivered a punch to her face, cursing her for her disdainful gaze. Struggling to contain his fury, Feng Yuling was about to speak when the middle-aged woman shoved him aside, barking, good dogs do not obstruct the way. Get lost. Infuriated, Feng Yuling had never before encountered such audacity. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, a cold, sharp voice emerged from behind, calling, young Master Feng. He turned to see an elderly man clad in gray robes beckoning him. Instantly recognizing him as a servant of Xiao Qingdi, he hastened towards the elder. Old Chen, why are you alone? Where is young Master Xiao? Feng Yuling inquired. My master is preparing a proposal gift, and will arrive shortly, the gray-robed elder replied haughtily. How are preparations inside? Everything is arranged according to young Master Zhao's specifications. And Zhou Hao and I have meticulously decorated the venue to ensure his satisfaction. That is good to hear. By the way, old Chen, who is she? Why is she seated in young Master Zhao's carriage? Feng Yiling gestured towards the middle-aged woman. She is the eldest daughter of the Qian family in the capital, Qianyinru. The gray-robed elder responded. The Qian family? Feng Yiling was not particularly familiar with the prominent families of the capital, yet he found the Qian family somewhat familiar, as though he had heard of them before. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled. Could it be the Qian family of Lin Jingji's fiancé? Feng Yiling inquired. Be cautious. The gray-robed elder shot a cold glare at Feng Yiling. Instantly, Feng Yiling felt as though he was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, sending chills down his spine. At that moment, Qianyinru approached and asked the gray-robed elder, when will the Azure Emperor arrive? My young master will be delayed for a while longer, replied Elder Chen. In that case, I shall not wait for him any longer. I will proceed inside, Qianyinru stated, preparing to enter the hotel. Miss Qian, Feng Yiling hastily called out. Then introduced himself. Miss Qian, greetings, I am Feng Yiling. Do you have something to discuss? Qianyinru asked with an indifferent expression, clearly dismissing Feng Yiling's presence. Actually, I am the host of tonight's banquet. Since young Master Xiao has yet to arrive, may I accompany you inside? A flicker of doubt crossed Qianyinru's eyes as she replied, I heard that one of the hosts of the banquet is one of the 4 young masters of Jiazhou. Could you be him? Forgive me for the misunderstanding. I am indeed one of them, Feng Yiling responded. 2 of the 4 young masters are right beside me. How good. Qiansheng, please greet Miss Qian. Hello, beautiful sister. I am Li Qiansheng. What cosmetics are you using? Your skin is remarkable. I envy you immensely, Li Qiansheng said, extending his right hand to shake hands with Qianyinru. Please keep your distance, Qianyinru retorted, crossing her arms and stepping back, her disdain unmistakable on her face. Li Qiansheng pouted, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Hello, Miss Qian, I am Zhou Hao, he remarked, his voice resonating with a magnetic charm reminiscent of a wildlife broadcaster. Instantly captivated, Qianyinru scrutinized Zhou Hao, noting that despite his youth, he possessed a mature appearance and an exquisite sense of style. Particularly striking was his well-proportioned and muscular physique, indicative of a regular fitness enthusiast. Generally, those who are dedicated to physical fitness tend to have commendable physical attributes. Qianyinru's eyes sparkled, a smile gracing her face as she extended her right hand. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a gesture from her. How go? Miss Qian wishes to shake your hand. Hurry, Feng Yiling prompted. Noticing his daze, Zhou Hao quickly regained his composure and grasped Qianyinru's hand, stating, Miss Qian, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our acquaintance. Is young master Zhou one of the 4 young masters? Qianyinru inquired with a smile. Those are merely nicknames bestowed upon us by others. Please do not take them seriously, Miss Qian, Zhou Hao humbly replied. Qianyinru's smile broadened. This young man, with his refined taste, enchanting voice, and modest demeanor, undoubtedly possessed impressive physical prowess and abilities in other areas as well. With this thought, her eyes shimmered as she continued. Might I ask if young Master Zhou is a local of Jiangzhou? Indeed, he responded. Then you must be quite familiar with Jiangzhou. Certainly, I have grown up here. He affirmed. I have a small request. I wonder if young Master Zhou could grant it. Please proceed, Miss Qian. I was wondering if Mr. Zhou would be so kind as to act as my guide for a day, showing me around Jiangzhou. What do you think? A trifling matter, no problem at all. That is simply splendid. Qianyinru's face radiated joy, and she frolicked with childlike exuberance. Zhou Hao glanced at his right hand, silently lamenting, Madam, might you release my hand? It is beginning to ache. Perceiving the unusual nature of Qianyinru's disposition toward Zhou Hao, Feng Yiling interjected with a smile, Miss Qian, I have a proposition. Though I hesitate to voice it, since Miss Qian lacks a male escort, and, fortuitously, Hao Ji is without a female companion this evening. Perhaps Miss Qian would deign to allow Hao Ji to be her escort? Indeed, that would be delightful. Qianyinru assented without hesitation. Hao Ji, ensure you attend to Miss Qian this evening. Should she be displeased, you shall face my wrath. Feng Yiling winked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao glared at Feng Yiling, inwardly retorting, What manner of man do you take me for? A gigolo? Qianyinru clasped Zhou Hao's arm, affectionately remarking, Hao, shall we proceed inside? Instantly, Zhou Hao's flesh crawled with goose flesh, and he inwardly groaned. This antiquated woman is even more repulsive than Li Qianqing. Beep, beep, beep. Abruptly, Feng Yuling's telephone began to ring. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Feng Yuling swiftly gestured for silence, announcing, "It is a call from young Master Xiao." Immediately, all present ceased their discourse and turned their gazes upon Feng Yuling. Chapter 52. An unwelcome encounter. Feng Yuling depressed the answer key and deferentially inquired, "Young Master Xiao, what is your command?" "I shall arrive in 10 minutes. Commence the banquet." "Understood." Feng Yuling hung up the phone and addressed the crowd. "Young Master Xiao will arrive in 10 minutes. The banquet is about to commence. Everyone, please proceed inside." "Old Chen, will you accompany me inside, or?" "I shall await the young master," the gray-robed elder replied expressionlessly. "Then I shall enter first." "Miss Chen, please." Feng Yuling led the group into the hotel. Meanwhile, as Yichio followed the Dragon King into the banquet hall, he found that several hundred guests were already present, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. However, upon Yichio and his entourage's entrance, an abrupt silence enveloped the hall, quickly followed by a wave of astonished whispers. "The Dragon King has arrived. Who would have thought that he would personally attend? Feng Xiao must wield considerable influence." Indeed, the Dragon King has not graced such gatherings in many years. Who are those young individuals accompanying him? Some guests noticed Yichio and Bai Bing, their unfamiliar faces sparking curiosity. They must possess significant status to be in the presence of the Dragon King. "The man is quite handsome, resembling my ideal partner perfectly," one woman mused. "It is often said that looks are paramount. I wish to see if he is as charming in character." A throng of infatuated women fixated on Yichio, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The purpose of these women attending the banquet was rather straightforward: to meet more men in hopes of finding one who appealed to them both visually and physically. As for true love, such notions were absent in this environment. While a gaggle of enamored women cast flirtatious glances toward Yichio, the majority of the men in the hall turned their attention to Bai Bing. That woman is extraordinarily beautiful. Her features are flawless, her figure is impeccable, and her demeanor is exquisite. She is a perfect 10. Even the prominent stars on television would pale in comparison to her radiance. How peculiar that such a stunning woman has emerged in Jiangzhou without my knowledge. Just as a middle-aged man expressed his thoughts, he was abruptly seized by the ear by the woman beside him. "What do you mean? Is it necessary for beautiful women in Jiangzhou to report to you first? Take a look in the mirror. With your appearance, who besides me would ever consider you?" "Ouch, dear, please let go. It would be embarrassing if others saw." "Humph. If you dare to mention another woman in front of me again, I won't let it slide." The woman huffed, her gaze fixed on Yichio, resembling a ravenous wolf eyeing its prey, her eyes gleaming with envy, as if she longed to pounce. The man smirked inwardly, thinking, a plain woman like her wishes to emulate others, dreaming of young men. His attention soon shifted to Bai Bing. Young, stunningly beautiful, possessing an enviable figure and extraordinary presence. She resembled a celestial being. He mused to himself, if I could be with her, it would be worth dying for. In truth, many shared his sentiments. This woman was simply too captivating. If I could win her over, I would wake from dreams smiling. Damn, I'm already aroused. Bai Bing maintained an indifferent demeanor, impervious to the attention of those around her, accustomed to such gatherings. What surprised her was Yichio's remarkable composure. "Have you attended such soirees before?" Bai Bing inquired. "No." Yichio remarked, "The most grandiose banquet I have ever attended in my life was my university graduation ceremony. It is peculiar. Typically, one feels an overwhelming sense of anxiety at their inaugural attendance of such an event. Yet, I perceive no trace of apprehension upon your countenance." "That is because I am not an ordinary person," Yichio replied with a smile, although internally he was besieged by anxiety, feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him. Even a seasoned tiger would cower under such scrutiny, let alone the menacing glint in the eyes of the middle-aged women, which sent shivers down his spine. "All right." Yichio nodded. After the Dragon King and Zhao Yun departed, he and Bai Bing settled into a secluded corner. "The Dragon King holds you in high regard. Are you truly as close as brothers?" Bai Bing inquired with curiosity. Yichio chuckled. "That is merely the Dragon King's exaggeration. I have only assisted him with his ailment." "Ah, I see. It is fortunate that you are not brothers," Bai Bing whispered, lowering her voice. "The Dragon King is a powerful figure in the underworld. Do not draw too near him, lest you attract trouble." "Understood." Bai Bing glanced at Yichio, her expression apologetic. "I am sorry. Had I known, I would not have attended this banquet today, nor would I have invited you along. Since we are here, let us not dwell on it." Yiqiu thought only of the evening's swift conclusion, sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, just 2 minutes later, Feng Yuling and her entourage strode in from outside. Yiqiu's gaze fell immediately upon Qian Yinru, who was entwined with Zhou Hao's arm, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. What'll fate brings this shrew here? My sister, let us relocate. The lighting in this area is excessively harsh. In an effort to evade Qian Yinru, Yiqiu hastily concocted an excuse, exclaiming, "Isn't the light blinding?" Bai Bing glanced around and noted the soft illumination, which was far from dazzling. "I have a sensitivity to bright light," Yiqiu explained. "Ah, now I understand. You should have mentioned it sooner," Bai Bing remarked as they settled into a dimly lit corner, allowing Yiqiu to finally exhale in relief. At that moment, Feng Yuling ascended the stage and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the entire venue fell into silence, all eyes fixated on her. With a radiant smile, Feng Yuling surveyed the audience and proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, dear friends, good evening. I am profoundly grateful that you could carve out time from your busy schedules to attend this banquet. It is a tremendous honor for me." Some attendees inquired about the purpose of the soirée. In truth, a few had already gleaned the answer. Indeed, this banquet serves as a welcome gathering. Feng Yuling continued, her words igniting curiosity among the crowd. But who are we welcoming? This question piqued the interest of many. As apart from a handful of organizers and the elite figures of the Dragon King, no one was privy to the fact that this celebration was in honor of Xiao Qingdi. There was only a vague understanding that it was a welcoming event. Attendees were eager to discover the identity of the illustrious individual for whom the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou had gone to such lengths to organize a reception. Yet, Feng Yuling lingered on stage, maintaining an air of suspense. "Feng Xiao, do enlighten us. Who is this friend of yours?" Someone could no longer contain their curiosity and asked. With a gentle smile, Feng Yuling replied, "In fact, my esteemed friend has already arrived. Please take a look." Instantly, hundreds of eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. Chapter 53, The Proposal. The grand doors of the banquet hall slowly swung open. A young man strode in from outside. He appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and well-built, with a crown of short hair adorning his head. His handsome features seemed chiseled by a sculptor's hand, and his dark, profound eyes resembled an eagle's in the night, exuding an air of aloofness and authority. Most striking of all was the black gold ring adorning his right pinky, which sparkled under the light, enhancing his noble and extraordinary presence. How handsome! The women in attendance were captivated, their eyes wide with admiration. Meanwhile, the men, upon witnessing this young man, felt an involuntary pang of inferiority. If the youth was akin to a celestial star, they could only be likened to mere fireflies on the ground. Yiqiu surmised the young man's identity. Could he be Xiao Qingdi? This was the first time Yiqiu had encountered such an exceptionally attractive man, and a twinge of jealousy surged within him as he thought, so handsome. He must be lacking in other areas. His gaze then fell upon the elderly man in a gray robe, standing behind the youth. The old man appeared to be in his 60s, slender in stature, clad in a long gray cloak, with small eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake. Emanating a chilling aura, a mere glance from him felt like being hunted by a wolf. Yiqiu's heart tightened. This old man was no ordinary figure. At that moment, a voice beside him broke through his thoughts. Who is this man? I've never seen him before. Since he is a friend of young Master Feng, he must have quite the background. Young Master Feng, do introduce us to your friend. Some were eager to uncover the origins of the young man. Feng Yuling smiled slightly and said, I can only reveal that my friend hails from the capital and bears the surname Xiao. Xiao? From the capital? Could it be? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Feng Yuling swiftly approached Xiao Qingdi, gesturing with an invitation and respectfully stating, Young Master Xiao, please. Xiao Qingdi nodded slightly, striding with an air of pride to the center of the stage. The elderly man in gray robes trailed closely behind him, maintaining a respectful distance. Standing on the platform, Xiao Qingdi's piercing gaze exuded an intense aura of authority. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly, Greetings, everyone. I am Xiao Qingdi. Most of you may not have heard my name before, but I believe you are familiar with my brother's name. My brother is the war god of the north, the champion Marquis Xiaojiu. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Goodness, he is actually the brother of the champion Marquis. No wonder he is so handsome. Handsome and possessing a formidable background. Such a man is indeed a rare gem. I must have a few drinks with young Master Xiao later. A favor from him would elevate one to extraordinary heights. Hearing the whispers around him, Yiqiu could not help but scoff. Elevate to extraordinary heights. Who do you think you are? A wild chicken? Admittedly, Yiqiu felt a twinge of jealousy. Xiao Qingdi's striking looks and powerful lineage marked him as a true prodigy, and it was entirely natural for such a man to be pursued by women. Yiqiu, beset by envy, lamented the inequities of fate. Individuals like Xiao Qingdi were born at the pinnacle of existence, requiring no effort, yet lacking nothing. In contrast, the majority of us emerge from humble beginnings, laboring a lifetime. And even the toil of generations may not suffice to reach the heights attained by Xiao Qingdi at birth. Thus, it is evident that the art of reincarnation is indeed a skillful endeavor. Upon arriving in Jiazhou, he hoped for everyone's kind regard. Xiao Qingdi, standing on the stage, exuded an extraordinary presence as he declared, "I hold a deep affection for Jiangzhou, not solely for its beauty, but also for the presence of someone dear to me." This proclamation ignited curiosity throughout the crowd. Who could this cherished individual be? Yiqiu cast a glance at Bai Bing, noticing her bowed head and somewhat awkward demeanor. Xiao Qingdi refrained from revealing the identity of his beloved, instead shifting the conversation to express his gratitude. "Firstly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you Ling for organizing this welcome banquet. Secondly, I am truly honored by your presence here to support me. Lastly, I wish to seize this opportunity to undertake a significant endeavor." What could this significant undertaking be? Every ear perked up, eyes fixated on Xiao Qingdi with eager anticipation. Yiqiu sensed that this undertaking was likely intertwined with Bai Bing. Indeed, Xiao Qingdi swept his gaze across the room, ultimately resting it upon Bai Bing, his eyes brimming with tenderness. In that instant, the collective gaze of the audience followed his, converging upon her. So, the lady whom young Master Xiao cherished was she. It appeared that young Master Xiao had come specifically for her. The two individuals, a talented man and a beautiful woman, were indeed a match made in heaven. Surrounding whispers began to circulate. At this moment, Qian Yinru's gaze swept over, initially startled by Bai Bing's beauty, and then she spotted Yiqiu. It is often said that when enemies meet, their eyes are particularly fierce. Qian Yinru's eyes turned red instantly. "Qingdi, I have found the one who bullied me. He is sitting right there." Following the direction of Qian Yinru's finger, Xiao Qingdi furrowed his brow, for the person she indicated was seated next to Bai Bing. "Qingdi, help me kill him," Qian Yinru exclaimed angrily. "I don't care. You must help me kill him." Before Qian Yinru could finish her words, Xiao Qingdi's icy gaze swept over, and in that instant, she felt a chill run through her entire body. "Sister Yinru, I have mentioned that I have pressing matters to attend to today, and I hope you can comprehend the gravity of the situation. Should anyone dare to disrupt my affairs, they shall undoubtedly face the consequences," Xiao Qingdi added, regardless of who that person may be. Instantly, Qian Yinru's face turned pale with fear. Although she was the young lady of the Qian family, she felt no sense of superiority in front of Xiao Qingdi. This was due to the fact that Xiao Qingdi's elder brother, Xiao Jiu, was a renowned champion, commanding 1,000,000 troops and wielding immense power, his influence surpassing that of the Qian family. Most crucially, Xiao Jiu was still in his 30s, at the pinnacle of his life, and no one could fathom how far he might rise in the future. Not only the Qian family, but even the foremost aristocratic families in the capital would think twice before provoking Xiao Jiu. Moreover, Qian Yinru was well aware of Xiao Qingdi's character. Taking advantage of his brother's status as the champion, Xiao Qingdi acted with impunity. Anyone who offended him met with dire consequences. Qian Yinru forced a faint smile upon her face and apologized, saying, "Qingdi, I'm truly sorry. It was my impatience. Please attend to your matters first, and once you are done, help me deal with that young man." Xiao Qingdi simply responded with a nonchalant as he stepped off the stage, disregarding everyone around him. His gaze fixed tenderly on Bai Bing. At that moment, she was the sole focus of his attention. Then, before the astonished crowd, Xiao Qingdi knelt on one knee, retrieving a diamond ring from his pocket, and presented it to Bai Bing, saying, "Will you marry me?" Chapter 54. The refusal. The entire audience was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Xiao Qingdi would publicly propose to Bai Bing. His eyes were filled with affection, and the lights illuminated his handsome features, making him appear like a prince. Undoubtedly, the most captivating aspect was the diamond ring in his hand, an exceedingly rare blue diamond, nearly the size of a coin. Good heavens, that diamond is enormous. It must weigh at least 50 carats. How enviable for that woman. Wait, I feel like I've seen this ring somewhere before. As one audience member voiced their confusion, they heard Xiao Qingdi declare to Bai Bing, "In this world, I cherish 3 things above all: the sun, the moon, and you. The sun shines during the day, the moon illuminates the night, and you, my dear, are eternal." This ring is named Blue Starry Sky, symbolizing everlasting love. Bai Bing, I love you. I yearn to be with you forever. My heavens, it is indeed the azure starry sky. I wondered why it seemed so familiar just moments ago. Exclaimed an earlier bewildered onlooker. Is this diamond of considerable significance? Someone inquired. Not merely significant, it is exceptionally rare, the previously speaking audience replied. Blue diamonds are inherently precious treasures. Such a large specimen exists in only a handful across the globe. Cartier, as you all know, is the world's most renowned jeweler. Celebrated since the 19th century for crafting bespoke jewelry for royal families, thus earning the titles of King of Jewels and Jeweler to the Emperor. This Blue Starry Sky is one of Cartier's crown jewels. Just a few days ago, I heard that the Blue Starry Sky was purchased by a mysterious buyer. Little did I expect that this buyer would be Master Xiao. Do you know the price of this Blue Starry Sky diamond ring? How much? $200 million. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. $200 million. Which translates to over $1 billion in Huawa currency. Instantly, the women present gazed at Bai Bing with envious eyes. That woman must be extraordinarily fortunate. Envy. Jealousy. How delightful it would be if Master Xiao were to propose to me with the blue starry sky. Yet, Bai Bing remained silent, her head bowed, leaving everyone unaware of her thoughts. Xiao Qingdi displayed no hint of impatience. Instead, his voice softened. I understand that this may come as a surprise to you. But please believe in my sincerity. I will cherish you for all my days. After Xiao Qingdi finished speaking, he noticed that Bai Bing had yet to respond. So he continued, I recall during my time abroad, you expressed a hope that one day, the person you cherish would don a pair of crystal shoes for you beneath the starry sky. With a snap of his fingers, the lights in the banquet hall extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. Suddenly, a blue star emerged, followed by a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, thousands of stars adorned the ceiling, transforming the entire banquet hall into a celestial expanse of blue. The sapphire-carved stars twinkled in the air, casting a dreamlike glow that evoked the sensation of being amidst the cosmos. In the very center of this starry sky, two transparent crystal shoes dangled from colorful ribbons, gleaming with an enchanting brilliance. Wow, how romantic! Young Master Xiao is truly thoughtful. I envy that woman so much. The hall erupted with exclamations of awe. Xiao Qingdi finally sighed in relief. When a woman sheds tears, it signifies her emotional resonance, and if she is moved, it indicates there is hope for him. My princess, allow me the honor of adorning you with these crystal shoes. As he leaned down to assist Bai Bing in removing her shoes, the women present gasped in admiration. Young Master Xiao is so gentle. I simply adore him. That woman must have saved the galaxy in her past life. Otherwise, how could she have won young Master Xiao's affections? At that moment, Bai Bing resembled a startled rabbit, abruptly rising to her feet and retreating 2 swift steps, creating distance between herself and Xiao Qingdi. Bai Bing, what are you doing? Xiao Qingdi gazed at her in astonishment, his handsome visage etched with confusion. Wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes, Bai Bing spoke with a cold demeanor. Xiao Qingdi, I am grateful for all that you have done, but alas, I am unworthy of such blessings. Why? Xiao Qingdi queried, still bewildered. Bai Bing replied, no matter how exquisite a mirror may be, once shattered, it can never return to its former glory. We are akin to that broken mirror. It is impossible to restore what has been lost. Do you understand? Years ago, while pursuing her doctorate at the Royal Academy in England, Bai Bing encountered Xiao Qingdi at an international student gathering. In truth, she had been aware of Xiao Qingdi's reputation even before her arrival abroad and had formed a negative impression of him. However, during their first meeting, he defied her expectations, not embodying the reckless and arrogant persona she had heard about. Instead, he captivated the gathering by playing the piano, performing tap dance, and conjuring magic tricks, presenting himself as an artist. He then regaled everyone with tales of Chinese history, resembling a learned scholar with an air of sophistication. Finally, he composed an impromptu love poem for Bai Bing, exuding the elegance of a true gentleman. From that moment on, Xiao Qingdi sought various reasons to meet with Bai Bing, and after 6 months of persistent courtship, they ultimately established a romantic relationship. Had that incident not occurred, perhaps I would have become his wife by now. Reflecting on the past, a pang of heartache surged through Bai Bing. It was only after parting ways with Xiao Qingdi that she realized his demeanor before her was merely a facade. Behind the scenes, he was nothing more than a complete wastrel, indulging in his whims due to his status as the champion lord's brother. This revelation inflicted further wounds upon her already bruised heart. By being vowed to sever all ties with Xiao Qingdi. By being, I acknowledge my past transgressions. Yet I am willing to dedicate my remaining days to atone for them. Will you be with me? He implored, extending his hand to grasp hers. Bai Bing recoiled swiftly, her voice growing even more frigid. Xiao Qingdi, I once swore never to reconcile with you in this lifetime. Thus, I hope you will refrain from pursuing me any further. Why? Because I have lost all hope for you. No, you are deceiving me. You still love me, do you not? If you do not love me, then why did you shed tears just moments ago? My tears were shed in remembrance of the past, and my refusal stems from it as well. I have endured pain once, and I wish not to suffer again. By Bing, I let it be. I wish you find your own happiness. At that moment, Feng Yuling approached Xiao Qingdi, whispering a few words in his ear. Instantly, fury ignited in Xiao Qingdi's eyes as he pointed at Yi Qiu and loudly questioned Bai Bing. Did you reject me because of him? Chapter 55. The Purple Gold Order. In preparation for this proposal, Xiao Qingdi meticulously planned every detail, convinced of his success. For he believed that women are utterly defenseless in the face of luxury and romance. Indeed, his methods proved remarkably effective, as Bai Bing was genuinely moved to tears. However, to his utter astonishment, Bai Bing ultimately rejected him. Confounded, he pondered the reasons behind her refusal. After all, that incident had long since passed. She should have moved on by now. At that moment, Feng Yuling revealed to him that Yu Qiu was Bai Bing's boyfriend. A surge of fury ignited within Xiao Qingdi. As realization dawned upon him, Bai Bing's rejection stemmed from another man. How could he possibly endure this? He pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qiu, demanding of Bai Bing. Is your refusal due to him? Indeed, it is because of him. Bai Bing's words pierced through the air, nearly bringing Yi Qiu to tears. Director Bai, do we have any enmity? Why must you ensnare me in this predicament? Am I merely a shield for your own purpose, destined for endless suffering? Yi Qiu understood that trouble was brewing. A man as proud as Xiao Qingdi would never tolerate another vying for his affections. The crux of the matter was that he was not even Bai Bing's boyfriend. Regret coursed through him. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never accompanied Bai Bing to the banquet. Xiao Qingdi would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. What to do? Escape? As Yu Qiu surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the collective gaze of the attendees fixed upon him, and he realized that the notion of fleeing was utterly fanciful. Furthermore, this was Feng Yuling's domain. There was no possibility of slipping away. Director Bai, you wretched schemer. Yi Qiu silently cursed within himself. At that moment, Xiao Qingdi spoke, Bai Bing. If you agree to be with me, I shall disregard your previous words. I will not be with you, Bai Bing replied resolutely. Then do not lament your choice. Xiao Qingdi said, his eyes glinting with menace. His handsome visage darkened ominously as he declared, if I cannot have you, I shall ensure that no one else does. Chen Lao, eliminate that brat. Understood, replied the elderly figure in gray robes, advancing towards Yi Qiu. Bai Bing's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly positioned herself in front of Yi Qiu, stating, Xiao Qingdi, should you dare to act recklessly, I will not let you escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to her, her words only fueled the fire. You refuse my proposal, yet you are willing to oppose me for the sake of a man. Xiao Qingdi's countenance grew increasingly grim as he commanded the elder once more, kill him. Yes. The elder's expression remained indifferent as he addressed Bai Bing. Miss Bai, I have no desire to harm you. I implore you to step aside. I will not yield. If you have the courage, then kill me alongside him. Bai Bing stood her ground defiantly. Ah, you are the woman favored by the young master. I would not dare to harm you. However, suddenly, Chen Lao struck, his finger landing on Bai Bing's shoulder. In an instant, she realized she could no longer move and gasped. What have you done to me? Chen Lao chuckled. Do not fret, Miss Bai. I have merely sealed your acupoint. Once I have dealt with this brat, I shall release you. Bai Bing urgently shouted, Yi Qiu, you must flee. Run. Where can one run to? Yi Qiu smiled bitterly. Previously, in order to avoid Qian Yanru, he had deliberately chosen a corner position, with the wall at his back, leaving no escape route. Moreover, the gray-robed elder had effortlessly sealed Bai Bing's acupoints, clearly a master of extraordinary prowess. In the presence of such a formidable opponent, could one truly escape? Yet, Yi Qiu was not one to sit idly by. He quietly clenched his fist, resolutely thinking that if it came to it, he would fight back. Young man, to avoid suffering, I suggest you take your own life. Elder Chen said, hands clasped behind his back, his words seemingly well-meaning. Yi Qiu replied, the body and skin I possess were given to me by my parents. If I were to end my life, How could I repay their nurturing grace? It seems the old man must take matters into his own hands. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Elder Chen. In that instant, Yuchio felt as though he were not facing an elderly man, but a fierce beast, every hair on his body standing on end. Just as Elder Chen was about to strike, a voice rang out. Young Master Xiao, Yi Qiu is my friend. Could you grant me this favor? At the sound, everyone looked up to see the speaker was the Dragon King. Yi Qiu was somewhat taken aback, yet more grateful than surprised. He had not anticipated that in this life and death moment, the Dragon King would stand up to plead for him. Xiao Qingdi frowned slightly upon hearing the words of the distinguished elder and asked, "Who are you?" "Young Master Xiao, he is the Dragon King." Feng Yiling whispered in Xiao Qingdi's ear. "I had initially prevented Yu Qiu from entering, but the Dragon King insisted on his entry. Or else this situation would not have arisen." Xiao Qingdi's gaze turned even colder as he looked down upon the Dragon King. "Are you the sovereign of the underground world of Jiangzhou? The title of sovereign is too grand for me. I am merely an old man nearing his decay." The Dragon King replied, gesturing towards Yi Qiu. "Little Yi has saved my life. I hope, Master Xiao, that you can show me some favor and spare his life. I assure you, I will provide ample recompense." "Show you favor?" Xiao Qingdi's lips curled into a faint smirk. "Who do you think you are?" These words sent a shiver through those present. They had not anticipated Xiao Qingdi's overwhelming dominance, disregarding even the Dragon King. Zhao Yun, filled with fury, stepped forward, only to be halted by the Dragon King. With a smile, the Dragon King said, "Master Xiao, it is not worth taking a life for the sake of a woman. If you spare Yi Qiu, I can guarantee that he and Miss Bai will have no further ties. I do not require your assurances. I only desire his life." Xiao Qingdi proclaimed proudly, "I intend to make it known to all that anyone daring to vie with me for a woman shall meet but one fate, death." The Dragon King's heart sank. He had not anticipated such intense murderous intent from Xiao Qingdi. Yet, as a prominent figure, he felt obliged to protect Yi Qiu. "Master Xiao, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. Sparing Yi Qiu's life and gaining me as a friend would be a most advantageous transaction for you. A dying man is hardly worthy of my friendship." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yun could no longer contain himself and shouted at Xiao Qingdi, "Mind your words." Xiao Qingdi did not spare a glance at Zhao Yun. Instead, he retrieved an ancient, palm-sized token from his pocket and cast it before the Dragon King, stating, "Look closely." "What do you see?" The Dragon King picked up the token and observed it closely. It was crafted from pure gold, with 1,000 character engraved on the front and a flying dragon etched on the back. The Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, "Is this the purple gold token?" "You have a discerning eye," Xiao Qingdi replied coldly. "Lord Zhouqian sent me to convey a message. Either submit or face obliteration. The choice is yours." Chapter 56. Life hanging by a thread. The Dragon King felt a chill permeate his being. It was only then that he comprehended why Xiao Qingdi regarded him with such disdain. It was because behind Xiao Qingdi stood not only the champion marquis, but also Lord Zhouqian. The Dragon King's heart plummeted. "Old Chen, what are you waiting for? Eliminate that boy." Xiao Qingdi commanded the elder in gray robes once more. "Understood." Old Chen approached Yi Qiu, raising his hand, when suddenly the Dragon King's voice echoed in his ear. "Young Master Xiao, if I were to willingly submit, would you spare Yi Qiu's life?" "Impossible." Xiao Qingdi pointed at Yi Qiu and declared, "He is someone I must kill." The Dragon King's countenance darkened, and in an instant, a formidable aura of battle emanated from him. Although the Dragon King was afflicted by a rare poison and his life was fleeting, he had once been a formidable master on the Tiger list, and his residual might lingered. However, this aura of combat lasted less than 5 seconds before dissipating like a receding tide. With a deep sigh, he said, "Young Master Xiao, you are forcing my hand." Xiao Qingdi coldly chuckled at the Dragon King. "What? Do you still wish to protect him? Do not forget, you are but a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to safeguard yourself. To forcefully expose oneself will only hasten demise." "I am aware," the Dragon King replied calmly. "Yet, Yi Qiu has saved my life. Now that he is on the brink of peril, how can I stand idly by? This young master is curious. How do you intend to rescue him?" A playful smile graced the lips of Xiao Qingdi as he inquired, "Xiao Gongzi, would it be possible to exchange my life for Yi Qiu's?" Upon uttering these words, the Dragon King left the entire assembly in astonishment. No one anticipated that for the sake of a mere mortal, the Dragon King would willingly trade his life. Yi Qiu was deeply moved. Although he and the Dragon King did not share a profound bond, The Dragon King was prepared to sacrifice his own life for his safety. Such a sentiment is indeed weighty. Haraha! Xiao Qingdi erupted in laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest in existence, and said, "You dare negotiate with me? Do you believe yourself worthy? If you wish to perish together, I can certainly accommodate you. As for a life, that is sheer folly. Then there is nothing left to discuss." The Dragon King emanated an overwhelming aura of battle intent. "I shall slay, none shall impede me." Xiao Qingdi made his stance unequivocally clear. The Dragon King, in turn, did not hesitate to declare his own resolve. "Zhao Yun, engage." Yes, Zhao Yun had been awaiting the command. Upon receiving the Dragon King's instruction, he stepped forward, embodying a spear, exuding an indomitable spirit. A flicker of fury ignited in Xiao Qingdi's eyes as he clenched his fists, poised to advance. Yet the elder in gray robes interjected, "Young master, why wield a butcher's knife to slay a chicken? Allow this old man to take care of it." The elderly man in the gray robe closely followed. Addressing Yi Qiu, "Young man, you are fortunate to have someone protecting you. You may live a little longer. However, you will still meet your end soon. So savor this fleeting time, haha." The gray-robed elder approached Zhao Yun. When he was merely 3 meters away, Elder Chen halted. Scrutinizing Zhao Yun with a smile, "Quite impressive. You have already stepped onto the threshold of the tiger list. Had you not encountered me, your name would surely adorn the list next time. Alas, you have crossed paths with me. Thus, in this lifetime, you shall never enter the tiger list. Of course, you have other options, such as following me and pledging your loyalty to the young master. What say you?" Such excessive chatter, Zhao Yun retorted, and without hesitation. He launched a punch towards Elder Chen's face. Seeking death, Elder Chen's eyes glinted with a cold light as he suddenly soared into the air, moving with astonishing speed, delivering a kick to Zhao Yun's chest. Bang! Zhao Yun was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! He quickly rose from the earth and once more directed a punch at Elder Chen's chest. This time, he was cautious, constantly on guard against Elder Chen's feet. However, just as his fist was a mere 2 centimeters from Elder Chen, he suddenly perceived a blur before him. Elder Chen's figure had vanished. Where had he gone? Zhao Yun felt a surge of trepidation. At that moment, a fierce wind rushed past his ear. "This is bad." Zhao Yun hastily retreated, but it was too late. Bang! A sharp pain pierced his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward, crashing 6 meters away. Poof! Blood spurted from Zhao Yun's mouth, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Zhao Yun, the personal bodyguard of the Dragon King, was renowned for his formidable combat skills, a fact well known throughout Jiazhou. However, to everyone's astonishment, he faltered under the hand of old Chen after merely 2 exchanges. The old man was undeniably formidable. The Dragon King's expression grew grave. Despite Zhao Yun nearing the prowess of the top-tier fighters, he was effortlessly sent flying by old Chen. This could only imply that old Chen's abilities were on par with those of the elite fighters, or perhaps rivaling the masters of the dragon list. A sense of foreboding enveloped the Dragon King. Had it not been for his poisoning, he might have been able to hold his ground against old Chen for a while. Yet, now, with his strength significantly diminished and unable to best even Zhao Yun, how could he possibly withstand old Chen? Nevertheless, as a prominent figure, he concealed his anxiety behind a stoic facade. He retrieved his phone and sent out a message. At that moment, old Chen swiftly appeared before Zhao Yun, seizing one of his arms in each hand and applying a forceful grip. There was a sharp crack, and Zhao Yun's arms were rendered useless. Instantly, cold sweat beaded on Zhao Yun's forehead as his complexion paled, and excruciating pain surged through his body. Despite this, he managed to emit a cry of anguish. Old Chen sneered. "A mere speck of dust aims to contend with the brilliance of the moon. Navi." With a powerful kick, he sent Zhao Yun flying. Old Chen's ruthlessness stunned all present. Feng Yuling, witnessing this scene, allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips, a smile that hinted at her nefarious triumph. Casting a glance at the Dragon King, she thought to herself that after today, Jiangzhou would be devoid of a Dragon King. Just then, Yi Qiu, who had been standing behind Bai Bing, suddenly dashed to stand before Zhao Yun. He seized one of Zhao Yun's arms, quickly kneading it a few times, followed by a sharp crack. Subsequently, he emulated the earlier method, grasping Zhao Yun's other arm, and another crack echoed. "Zhao Ge, the bones are set. You may try moving them," Yi Qiu suggested. Zhao Yun tentatively moved his arms, astonished to discover that they had returned to their original state. "Yi Qiu, thank you." Zhao Yun expressed gratefully. "If it weren't for my actions, you wouldn't have been injured. It is I who should be thanking you." Yi Qiu replied. Observing Zhao Yun's recovery, Long Wang exhaled in relief, glancing at Yi Qiu with increasing admiration, silently acknowledging, this young man possesses remarkable medical skills. Given time, he shall undoubtedly become a renowned healer. Meanwhile, Chen Lao's expression darkened as he turned to glance at Xiao Qingdi, who responded with a cold snort. Humph. Chen Lao instantly grasped his son's intentions, a fierce murderous intent igniting in his eyes. He shifted his stance and, like a swift arrow, charged towards Yi Qiu. Chapter 57. Clean the clothes. Long Wang reacted with great swiftness. Upon witnessing Chen Lao's advance towards Yi Qiu, he quickly stepped forward to intercept him. Get lost! Chen Lao roared, launching a punch. Long Wang countered with his own strike. With a resounding clash, their fists collided violently, creating a thunderous sound. In that moment, Long Wang felt an overwhelming force surging through his body from the impact, compelling him to stumble backward. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, struggling to regain his balance. Alarmingly, with each step he retreated, the ground beneath him cracked open. Finally, the Dragon King, having steadied his retreating form by kneeling upon one knee, gazed in astonishment at Elder Chen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Despite the debilitating effects of the venom he had suffered, the Dragon King, once a formidable figure on the Tiger list, still possessed keen insight. The force behind Elder Chen's recent blow was akin to that of a master from the Dragon list. Thus, the Dragon King concluded that this elder was far from an insignificant character. A dying man does not merit the knowledge of my name. Once I eliminate that young lad, I shall deal with you. With a swift movement, Elder Chen charged once more towards Yi Qiu. Quick dodge. Zhao Yun thrust Yi Qiu aside and stepped forward. This time, Zhao Yun, having learned from experience, refrained from confronting Elder Chen head-on, understanding that the elder's strength was overwhelmingly superior. He knew he could not withstand even a single strike. Zhao Yun danced lightly on his feet, evading the elder's fists while circling him, continuously launching attacks. Yet, these assaults were mere feints, as Zhao Yun sought an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. He, however, underestimated his opponent's prowess. Humph, mere trifles, Elder Chen scoffed, instantly transforming his fist into a claw and sweeping it aside with casual ease. In an instant, Zhao Yun was sent flying. As bystanders grasped the situation, they beheld the remnants of Zhao Yun's torn attire, a gash over a foot long etched from his shoulder down to his abdomen, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. You are the Eagle Claw King Chen Tianjin? The Dragon King exclaimed, uncertainty lacing his voice. Elder Chen chuckled darkly. I never imagined a mere insect like you would possess some knowledge. Truly it was him. A heaviness settled in the Dragon King's heart. Chen Tianjin rose to fame 30 years ago, having repeatedly ascended the Tiger ranking, each time securing a more prestigious position, culminating in his peak at 2nd place. Renowned for his mastery of the Eagle Claw technique, he garnered the moniker King of Eagle Claws among the martial artists of the realm. 9 years prior, Chen Tianjin attempted to conquer the Dragon ranking but was defeated by the headmaster of Wudong Mountain, subsequently vanishing from public view. The Dragon King could never have anticipated that Chen Tianjin would ally himself with the Xiao family, becoming a servant to Xiao Qingdi. What to do? This ruthless individual, if left unchecked, could spell doom for Yi Qiu, and I fear for Zhao Yun's safety as well. The Dragon King rapidly devised a strategy in his mind. At that moment, however, Chen Tianjin lunged towards Yi Qiu, his left hand gripping the eagle claw, aiming directly for Yi Qiu's throat. Yi Qiu quickly retreated. But to Chen Tianjin, this appeared trivial. To die at my hands is your honor, he taunted, extending his hand forward, now merely 3 inches from Yi Qiu's throat. Death loomed just a step away for Yi Qiu. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, bang. A bullet whizzed through the air, targeting Chen Tianjin. Thud. The bullet embedded itself in a pillar of the hall, sending the scene into chaos. Yi Qiu swiftly turned to the entrance of the banquet hall, where he beheld a stunning woman seated in a wheelchair, clad in a deep V crimson gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Sister Lin, what brings her here? Yi Qiu momentarily froze, only to notice a young woman standing gracefully behind Lin, her wine-red bob framing a tall, statuesque figure with long legs. At this moment, the woman gently propelled her wheelchair with her left hand while her right hand firmly grasped a gun, aimed directly at Chen Tianjin. Chen Tianjin's expression darkened as he prepared to speak, only to be interrupted by Feng Yuling's loud reprimand. Lin Jingji, what is your intention? Are you trying to land yourself in prison by firing a gun in public? Feng Yuling was infuriated. The Crystal Palace was his domain. If word got out about a shooting incident there, the influx of customers would undoubtedly decline, resulting in substantial financial losses for the hotel. Yet, that was not the most pressing concern. The real issue was that tonight's banquet was a welcome celebration he had organized for Xiao Qingdi. Attended by the elite of Jiangzhou society, Lin Jingji's reckless act of discharging a firearm in front of everyone was a direct affront to him. In this era, what do the wealthy value most? Naturally, their reputation. What is the big deal about firing a gun? No one has died, Lin Jingji remarked nonchalantly. Feng Yiling, seething with rage, confronted Lin Jingji, demanding, Lin Jingji, you better leave this place immediately, or do not blame me for being ruthless. What do you mean by inviting me to the banquet and then asking me to leave? I will depart, but I intend to take him with me, Lin Jingji asserted, pointing at Yiqiu. Absolutely not. This man has offended young Master Xiao, and no one is permitted to take him away, Feng Yiling retorted. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes. Responding with sarcasm, Feng Yiling, are you merely a lapdog for Xiao Qingdi? Is your servility of any use? Lin Jingji, you wretched woman. Before Feng Yiling could finish his insult, he noticed the young woman behind Lin Jingji aiming her gun at him, the barrel pressed against his throat. Suddenly, dozens of security personnel from the Crystal Palace rushed into the banquet hall, surrounding Lin Jingji, Yiqiu, and others. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The guests recoiled, retreating to a safe distance, fearful of being inadvertently harmed. Feng Yiling took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, Miss Lin, this matter does not concern you. Do not interfere. Lin Jingji pointed at Yiqiu and retorted, his affairs are my affairs. Upon hearing this, Feng Yiling's gaze toward Yiqiu brimmed with intense jealousy. How could a mere doctor garner the affection of two exquisite beauties? Why was this so? It was all that scoundrel's fault, had it not been for him. Would Lin Jingji publicly confront me with a gun? With this thought, Feng Yiling redirected her fury entirely onto Yiqiu. Suddenly, she struck out, aiming a slap at Yiqiu, but he had anticipated her move, swiftly evading her hand. Spitting in contempt, Feng Yiling exclaimed, you impoverished fool, daring to vie for a woman with young Master Xiao. You know not the peril you invite. Glancing at the sputum on his clothing, Yiqiu's expression hardened. This garment had been purchased by his mother at considerable expense. Clean my clothes, he commanded coldly. At that moment, a blur darted past, followed by a loud crash. As a youthful woman behind Lin Jingji was sent flying out the door, when Yiqiu turned, he found Elder Chen standing before Lin Jingji. Wretched woman, dare to draw a weapon against me. You seek death. Elder Chen's hand struck Lin Jingji's face. With a resounding slap, she fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Witnessing this scene, Yiqiu's eyes reddened, and his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 58. In a fit of rage, Lin Jingji was struck to the ground by Chen Tianzheng with a resounding slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, rendering her a pitiable sight. This shocking scene left the guests in attendance utterly astounded. Since her arrival in Jiangzhou, Lin Jingji had leveraged her exceptional talents to elevate her company to a staggering valuation of billions within just a few short years. Yet, beyond her remarkable abilities, it was her captivating beauty that captured the most attention. This woman was undeniably enchanting, and no man could resist her allure. It was said that after Lin Jingji settled in Jiangzhou, the local affluent wives were plagued by sleepless nights, fearing that their husbands might be swept away by her charm. Their concerns were not unfounded. Since her arrival, she had attracted the pursuit of at least 1,000 men, many of whom belonged to the upper echelons of Jiangzhou's elite. Some even went so far as to declare their willingness to forsake their wives and surrender all their wealth for Lin Jingji's affection. Yet, despite such fervent devotion, none had ever attained her, nor had they even been granted the privilege of her touch. Lin Jingji was astute, skillfully utilizing the resources of these powerful suitors to bolster her own business while ensuring that none could take advantage of her. She was indeed a shrewd woman, adept at savoring the fish without spitting out the bones. Nevertheless, these men willingly played the role of devoted admirers. In that moment, witnessing Lin Jingji being struck by Chen Tianzheng, the men present felt a pang of heartache. Were it not for their fear of Xiao Qingdi and the inability to match Chen Tianzheng's strength, there was no doubt they would have rushed forth to enact a cliché de heroics to rescue the damsel in distress. Curse that old wretch to an untimely demise. A group of men silently cursed in their hearts. As for the women present, upon witnessing Lin Jingji being struck, they reveled in her misfortune. How unexpected it is that Lin Jingji would meet such a fate. Always enticing men, she deserves this punishment. A satisfying spectacle indeed. With this one slap, I shall indulge in 2 extra drinks tonight. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qiu, with his head bowed, was seething with rage, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Qian Yinru darted from behind Xiao Qingdi, launching herself towards Lin Jingji. If one were to inquire whom Qian Yinru despised the most in her lifetime, Lin Jingji would undoubtedly take the top spot. In Qian Yinru's heart, Lin Jingji was a heinous femme fatale. Countless times she had yearned to eliminate Lin Jingji. Yet each attempt had ended in failure, only to be met with humiliation at Lin Jingji's hands. With Xiao Qingdi present, she felt emboldened. Upon seeing Chen Tianjing knock Lin Jingji to the ground, Qian Yinru sensed her opportunity. As she lunged towards Lin Jingji like a crazed beast, Chen Tianjing frowned slightly and stepped aside. Upon reaching Lin Jingji, Qian Yinru abruptly halted, then raised her foot, aiming a deadly stomp towards Lin Jingji's forehead. Sporting 7-centimeter stiletto heels, if her foot landed squarely, Lin Jingji would surely meet her demise. Vile creature, perish! As the heel drew perilously close to Lin Jingji's forehead, excitement danced across Qian Yinru's face, as if she could already foresee the gruesome sight of Lin Jingji's demise beneath her heel. However, at that very instant, Qian Yinru suddenly realized that her body seemed to have left the ground, and the distance between her heel and Lin Jingji was increasing. Qian Yinru hurriedly lowered her head, only to realize she was being lifted off the ground by someone gripping her shoulder. The person responsible was none other than the doctor who had assaulted her in the hospital. "It's you. You scoundrel, let me go!" Qian Yinru shouted in fury, attempting to kick and strike Yi Qiu. With a resounding slap, Yi Qiu struck Qian Yinru's face. "It seems the lesson I imparted last time was insufficient. Therefore, today I shall ensure you remember this." With a swift motion of his arm, spectators witnessed Qian Yinru spinning through the air before being forcefully slammed to the ground. The impact was thunderous, and blood splattered everywhere. Qian Yinru's head was split open, her face drenched in crimson, and before she could utter a single cry, she lost consciousness. Onlookers gasped in shock, astonished at Yi Qiu's audacity. This man was reckless enough to strike the daughter of the Chen family? Yet, this was merely the beginning. I had previously assured Sister Lin that I would not allow others to bully her in my presence, but you just did. Yi Qiu pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Tianjing. "She's just a worthless woman. What does it matter if I bully her? Are you seeking vengeance on her behalf?" Chen Tianjing dismissed Yi Qiu with a glance, smirking as he looked at the unconscious Lin Jingji. "Though I have not indulged in female company for many years, even I find this exquisite visage somewhat tempting, and I must admit, I am curious to explore the sensation." "You seek death." Before Chen Tianjing could finish his sentence, Yi Qiu launched a punch, unwilling to tolerate this old lecher's insult towards Sister Lin. In response to Yi Qiu's furious punch, Chen Tianjing did not even cast a glance. In his eyes, Yi Qiu was nothing more than an enraged waste, and thus, he chose neither to evade nor retreat. Casually extending his fingers to grasp Yi Qiu's fist, "I have long desired to eliminate you. Who would have thought you would deliver yourself so willingly, truly a fool." Suddenly, a spray of crimson erupted from Chen Tianjing's mouth, his complexion turning ashen, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that a person who could not be thwarted even by the Dragon King and Zhao Yun could be sent flying by a single punch from Yi Qiu. How could that young man possess such formidable skill? What was initially assumed to be a mere bronze turned out to be a concealed monarch. Mistakes were made, indeed. Whispers of disbelief filled the air. Ignoring his injuries, Chen Tianjing's gaze fixated fiercely on Yi Qiu, struggling to comprehend that he had been wounded by one so young. Just moments ago, he intended to crush Yi Qiu's fist, only to suddenly discover an overwhelming force emanating from it, akin to a tumultuous wave, propelling him backward. In that fleeting moment, Chen Tianjing felt as though Yi Qiu had transformed into a ferocious tiger, unstoppable and wild. As for Bai Bing, the Dragon King, and Zhao Yun, they stared at Yi Qiu in utter disbelief. It was only then that Xiao Qingdi began to appraise Yi Qiu with a serious demeanor. Unperturbed by the gazes surrounding him, Yi Qiu gently assisted Lin Jingji to her feet, settling her comfortably in her wheelchair. He then glanced at the imprint on her face, expressing his sincere remorse. "Sister Lin, I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault." Lin Jingji smiled slightly and said, "Now is not the time for apologies. Do what you must." Yi Qiu understood her implication, nodded slightly, and turned to Feng Yuling, who remained in shock, beckoning her with a finger. "Come here and clean my clothes," he instructed. Chapter 59. Yi Qiu was angry in his view. Yi Qiu's actions were undoubtedly a provocation. What right does a mere doctor have to challenge me? Feng Yuling scoffed. Kid, don't forget where you are. It's south, not your place to act so brazenly. I'll say it again. Come here and clean my clothes. Yichio pointed to the thick sputum on his suit and remarked, you did this. And what of it? Feng Yuling retorted arrogantly, I won't clean it. And what can you do about it? It's a joke. As one of the 4 young masters of Jiangzhou, how could I possibly wipe a mere doctor's clothes in front of so many guests? How would I ever show my face again? In this world, there are always those who fail to recognize the worth of others, oblivious to the fact that such individuals seldom meet a favorable end. I offered you a chance. Since you refuse it, do not blame me. Having spoken, Yichio stepped towards Feng Yuling. Upon witnessing his approach, Feng Yuling laughed. What is this? You look like you want to fight me? Yichio remained silent and continued forward. Kid, don't think that just because you injured old Chen, you are invincible. If it weren't for old Chen's carelessness, falling for your trickery, you would have been dead long ago. In Feng Yuling's eyes, Yichio must have employed some cunning scheme, and it was only due to Chen Tianjing's negligence that Yichio managed to inflict harm. Moreover, he did not believe that Yichio was proficient in martial arts. He merely considered him to possess considerable strength. After all, could one person, no matter how strong, truly surpass a multitude? Feng Yuling raised his hand and shouted at the security personnel, all together now, incapacitate him. Instantly, dozens of security guards surged forward like a tempest, charging towards Yichio. Among them, a burly security guard sought to seize the opportunity to impress his boss. He not only led the charge, but also brandished a telescopic baton, swinging it menacingly at Yichio. In a swift motion, Yichio's body plummeted towards the ground, yet just as he was about to collapse entirely, his feet anchored themselves to the floor like iron stakes. With a single hand supporting himself, he executed a powerful backward somersault, launching both feet in a rapid kick. A resounding thud echoed as the baton-wielding assailant was sent flying, inadvertently taking several other guards with him. Then, like a ferocious tiger, Yichio plunged into the midst of the security personnel. Within a mere 2 seconds, the first blood-curdling scream pierced the air, followed by a second, a third. The cacophony was relentless. The guests present were left aghast, their spines tingling with horror. In just 5 minutes, Yichio had dispatched all the security guards of the Crystal Palace, each one sprawled on the ground, lamenting their fate. Yichio had not inflicted undue harm on Feng Yuling's subordinates. He understood that these guards were merely acting under duress. After all, Feng Yuling was their employer. Everyone knew the consequences of defying one's boss. Furthermore, Yichio possessed a certain familiarity with the security profession. He recognized that many in this line of work often lacked higher education and came from challenging backgrounds, making the pursuit of financial stability a formidable endeavor. Thus, when he struck, he considerably tempered his strength. Yichio raised his gaze, fixing his eyes upon Feng Yuling. In that fleeting moment, Feng Yuling felt as though he had become the prey of some fearsome beast, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Merely 5 minutes prior, he had been filled with anticipation. Eager to witness Yichio rendered powerless, crawling like a dog in utter humiliation. Yet, to his astonishment, not even a multitude of security personnel could match Yichio's prowess, failing to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. This man was truly terrifying. What do you intend to do? For the first time, Feng Yuling sensed a profound threat emanating from Yichio. You have sullied my clothing. I demand you clean it. Yichio stepped forward. At that moment, Zhou Hao interjected, addressing Yichio, one should leave room for others. It fosters goodwill for future encounters. Why must you be so oppressive? You claim I am oppressive? Yichio regarded Zhou Hao with a look of incredulity. Is it not the truth? What a farce. Yichio retorted, who was it that insisted I and my companion could not enter? Upon entering, who sought my life? Who spat on my attire? Were it not for Long Wang and Brother Zhao's intervention, and if Sister Lin had not arrived in time, I would now be a lifeless body. To accuse me of being oppressive, are you blind? Zhou Hao's face turned pale, rendered speechless. Indeed, it was they who had bullied Yichio. Had it not been for Long Wang and Lin Jingji's timely assistance, and had Yichio not possessed some skill, he would have long since been slain. And this predicament would never have arisen. Zhou Hao did not wish for this matter to escalate further, saying, let us cease this. How about I compensate you with a new garment? Yichio shook his head, responding, you cannot afford to replace my clothing. Zhou Hao found himself amused by this remark. As the foremost heir in Jiangzhou, he was well-versed in luxury brands and had discerned at first glance that Yichio's entire outfit was worth no more than 30,000 yuan. Zhou Hao continued, If replacing the garment does not satisfy you, I can offer tenfold compensation. How does that sound? I have already stated, you cannot afford it. Ichio replied slowly. This garment was purchased for me by my mother. I understand that. In the eyes of people like you, it may seem inexpensive, even trivial. But my mother spent several months' wages to buy it. She and I have relied on each other. She sacrificed so much to raise me. She denied herself food and clothing just to afford such an expensive piece for me. Why? It was to prevent you from looking down on me. Although it is merely a piece of clothing, it embodies a mother's selfless love for her son. Now, do you still think you can compensate for it? Zhou Hao fell silent. It was only then that he grasped why Ichio was so insistent that Feng Yuling clean the garment. For Ichio, this piece held profound significance. Just as Zhou Hao pondered what to do next, Ichio suddenly dashed forward and delivered a punch to Feng Yuling's stomach. Bang! Feng Yuling clutched his abdomen, the excruciating pain rendering him prone on the ground. Subsequently, Ichio seized Feng Yuling's hair with one hand, while the other swiftly removed the expensive bow tie from his neck. He then used the bow tie to wipe away the thick phlegm from his clothing, before gripping Feng Yuling's chin and forcefully stuffing the soiled bow tie into his mouth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Ichio next snatched a bottle of red wine from the adjacent banquet table and brought it down violently upon Feng Yuling's head. The bottle shattered with a resounding crash, blood trickling down Feng Yuling's forehead. With a decisive kick, Ichio sent Feng Yuling sprawling before finally raising his gaze to meet that of Xiao Qingdi. Chapter 60. Qingdi takes action. Xiao Qingdi had been observing Ichio's performance with an air of disdain. Initially unimpressed by the notion that a mere physician could stir any significant trouble. However, his expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Chen Tianzhong being sent flying. It was only after Ichio had dispatched dozens of security personnel from the Crystal Palace that Xiao Qingdi began to appraise him with newfound seriousness. If Chen Tianzhong's defeat could be attributed to some cunning stratagem, then what of the incapacitation of so many security guards? Clearly, it was not trickery, but rather a straightforward conclusion. Ichio possessed formidable martial skills, and his prowess was not to be underestimated. Ichio then demonstrated his dominance further by shattering Feng Yuling's skull with the wine bottle, eliciting a glimmer of admiration in Xiao Qingdi's eyes. At that moment, as Ichio kicked Feng Yuling aside and lifted his gaze, their eyes locked in an intense confrontation. Xiao Qingdi instantly comprehended the thoughts swirling in Ichio's mind. He remarked, I am unsure when it began, but those cliché romantic dramas invariably instill a misguided notion that within a prominent family, if there are two brothers, one must undoubtedly be extraordinarily talented while the other is utterly inept. Perhaps influenced by these melodramatic tales, many presume my elder brother to be a paragon among men, while I am deemed a failure. Yet they overlook a fundamental truth. Xiao Jio and I share the same mother. The onlookers were left in utter bewilderment, unable to grasp the meaning behind Xiao Qingdi's words. Ichio, however, understood the underlying message, his eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Qingdi gazed at Ichio and smiled. Your performance has taken me by surprise. I even find myself reluctant to end your life. If you would consent to become my servant, I shall erase all that has transpired today. What do you say? Not a chance, Ichio replied coldly. It appears you remain unaware of the advantages of being my servant, Xiao Qingdi continued. I can offer you endless wealth, an abundance of women, as well as immense power and prestige. Is that truly so? Ichio questioned skeptically. Xiao Qingdi nodded with a smile. Absolutely, my word is my bond. Very well. Then hand her over to me. I wish to sleep with her, Ichio declared, pointing at Bai Bing. In an instant, all eyes turned to Bai Bing's face. Frozen in place due to the pressure point that had been struck, she could not move. As hundreds of gazes fell upon her, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her cheeks flushed as she shot a fierce glare at Ichio. Her expression was fortuitously observed by Xiao Qingdi, igniting the suppressed fury within him. He was acutely aware of Bai Bing's demeanor. She typically exuded an air of aloofness, only displaying shyness in the presence of those she deemed significant. Could it be that this young man truly shared an intimate connection with Bai Bing? Coupled with the earlier rejection of his marriage proposal, Xiao Qingdi's rage escalated. Provoking me is a foolish endeavor. I shall ask you once more, will you choose to be my servant, or will you choose death? His voice was icy, his handsome visage cloaked in an aura of lethal intent. Ah, so it is death then? Ichio remained silent, his silence tacitly affirming the choice. Very well, such defiance. Soon, I shall shatter every bone in your body. Let us see if you maintain your bravado then, Xiao Qingdi sneered. There is an old adage, strike first to gain the upper hand, or be the one to suffer. Unaware of Xiao Qingdi's formidable prowess, Yi Qiu resolved to take the initiative. Just as he was about to close the distance, a thunderous voice interjected, "Do not harm my young master." In swift succession, Chen Tianzheng appeared, interposing himself between Yi Qiu and Xiao Qingdi. "Get lost." Yi Qiu's fist shot forward with unyielding force. Yet, Chen Tianzheng, a seasoned expert on the tiger ranking, adept in combat experience, skillfully evaded Yi Qiu's blow by flipping backward, then swiftly planted one hand on the ground. Launching his legs towards Yi Qiu's shins, Yi Qiu staggered back a step. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Tianzheng sprang into the air, employing his signature eagle claw technique, targeting Yi Qiu's throat with lethal precision. This was a finishing move, as Chen Tianzheng aimed to eliminate Yi Qiu with utmost swiftness. For the past decade, he had served as a subordinate in the Xiao family, shadowing the illustrious Xiao Qingdi. Although he had engaged in numerous confrontations, none had ever brought him to such a state of disgrace as today. The most intolerable humiliation was that he had been wounded by a mere physician. It was an affront of the highest order. Yi Qiu, wary of his surroundings, shifted his body to evade Chen Tianzheng's assault, and in a swift motion, delivered a kick to Chen Tianzheng's groin. With a resounding thud, Chen Tianzheng crumpled to the ground, clutching his injury, his face ashen, his body trembling in agony. The guests present were left agape, astonished at Yi Qiu's audacity. How shameless could one be? With another forceful kick, Yi Qiu sent Chen Tianzheng sprawling, crashing at the feet of Xiao Qingdi. Struggling to rise, Chen Tianzheng mumbled, "My lord, I am sorry." Useless. Xiao Qingdi spat, his gaze fixed menacingly on Yi Qiu. "I see malice glinting in his eyes. You have successfully provoked my ire. Even a deity could not save you today." With that, he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Yi Qiu in an instant. Before Yi Qiu could retaliate, a searing pain struck his chest, propelling him backward with tremendous force. He crashed against the entrance of the banquet hall with a deafening impact. In that moment, Yi Qiu felt as though his body were disassembled, racked with pain. The guests, witnessing this dramatic turn of events, were left in stunned silence, each breath held in trepidation, afraid to utter a sound. Until now, they have only just begun to comprehend the profound implications of the words spoken by Xiao Qingdi earlier. They are all of the same lineage, sharing identical genes. Although Xiao Qingdi may not shine as brilliantly as the champion candidate Xiao Jiu, he is certainly no weakling. The scene before them serves as irrefutable evidence of this. Yi Qiu's injury of the tiger-ranking expert Chen Tianzheng was already impressive, yet he was utterly unable to withstand a single strike from Xiao Qingdi, revealing the latter's extraordinary prowess. "Trash!" Xiao Qingdi spat as he approached Yi Qiu, struggling to rise. Yi Qiu's face flushed crimson as he fought to suppress a mouthful of blood. Boom! Xiao Qingdi launched another assault, executing the same move as before, an uncomplicated punch, yet delivered with greater speed and force. Yi Qiu was powerless to defend himself and was sent flying once more, this time crashing through the banquet hall's entrance, breaking 2 bones in the process. "Stop! Xiao Qingdi, cease your actions. Do not harm Yi Qiu." By being cried out, tears streaming down her face. Yet, Xiao Qingdi paid her no heed, continuing his advance toward Yi Qiu, his eyes glinting with a chilling, murderous intent. Chapter 61, Death. "Xiao Qingdi, I implore you, do not kill Yi Qiu. Please do not take his life." By being sobbed, she had brought Yi Qiu to the banquet with the intention of signaling to Xiao Qingdi that she had moved on and was no longer entangled with him. Never did she imagine that such a calamity would ensue, endangering Yi Qiu's life. Lin Jingji sat in her wheelchair, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Qingdi. Meanwhile, Long Wang and Zhao Yun were equally anxious. "What shall we do?" Zhao Yun inquired. "Let fate decide," came the resigned reply. The Dragon King sighed, lamenting the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Qingdi, a strength so formidable it instilled despair. Even if he and Zhao Yun stood together, they could not withstand a single strike from Xiao Qingdi. The outcome was already predetermined. The Dragon King continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Yu has saved my life. Such a debt of gratitude cannot go unacknowledged." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yun inquired. "If Xiao Yu perishes, I shall avenge him by slaying Xiao Qingdi," the Dragon King declared. Zhao Yun was taken aback. Having accompanied the Dragon King for many years, he recognized the latter's deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Yet he never anticipated such a drastic resolution. "Dragon King, you must reconsider," Zhao Yun urged. The Dragon King replied, Before long, Jiu Qiansui will march southward, and we shall face imminent calamity. I am, after all, a man marked for death with little time remaining. Rather than await annihilation, I would prefer to exact vengeance for Xiao Yi before my demise, thus repaying his kindness. In this way, I would meet my end without regret. Dragon King, you need not take such measures. We have already intervened to assist you, Chiyo. In truth, that act suffices as repayment. Even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. How much more so when it comes to a life-saving grace? Our earlier intervention was merely a few words of support. How can that equate to settling a debt? The Dragon King stated solemnly. Zhao Yun, I have a request to make of you. Speak, please. The Dragon King continued. Once I have vanquished Xiao Qingdi, I ask that you swiftly escort my grandson, Xiao Hu, away from Jiangzhou. I have purchased a secluded estate in Australia, a place where no one will discover us. Moreover, I have placed a bank card in the safe within my study, containing sufficient funds to sustain both you and Xiao Hu for a lifetime. You are the person I trust most, and I feel at ease in trusting Xiao Hu to your care. Although I will not be able to witness Xiao Hu grow into adulthood, I hope you will accompany him on his journey and nurture his development into a remarkable individual. With tears welling in his eyes, Zhao Yun nodded and inquired, when do you plan to take action? Today. Zhao Yun was taken aback, realizing that the Dragon King intended to eliminate Xiao Qingdi immediately after Yi Qiu's demise, seeking vengeance for him. I will promptly gather the brothers, Zhao Yun declared. There's no need for that. I have already informed the brothers, the Dragon King replied, glancing at his phone. The time is too short. The brothers will not arrive quickly enough. Otherwise, perhaps we could have saved Xiao Yu. While the two engaged in their hushed conversation, Xiao Qingdi had already approached Yi Qiu. Bang! Xiao Qingdi stepped on Yi Qiu, berating him, a worthless fool, daring to be arrogant before me, truly ignorant of the grave fate that awaits you. To perish at my hands is an honor you should cherish, for not everyone in this world is fortunate enough to warrant my personal intervention. Regrettably, you have completely enraged me today. In addition to your demise, I shall not spare those who aided you. The Dragon King and that brat will meet their end. And as for Lin Jingji, I find myself somewhat reluctant to take her life. The woman is extraordinarily beautiful, possessing an alluring charm. One can only imagine her wild abandon in intimate moments. Alas, it is unfortunate that you will no longer witness her enticing demeanor. Once I tire of her, I'll cast her into a club to entertain clients, for I believe many would be intrigued by her physique. Ha ha ha, laughed Xiao Qingdi. Yi Qiu's eyes reddened with fury as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to rise from the ground. However, after enduring 2 blows from Xiao Qingdi, he felt as though his internal organs had been displaced. Despite summoning all his strength, he was unable to stand. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that you and your mother rely on each other, did you not? Xiao Qingdi chuckled, stating that after he eliminates you, he would seize your mother as well. Rest assured, I shan't take her life. Instead, I shall send her along with that despicable Lin Jingji to the club to entertain clients. Ah! Yi Qiu screamed in rage, desperately attempting to rise. But with Xiao Qingdi's foot firmly planted upon him, he found himself utterly immobilized. In his despair, he resorted to pounding the floor with his fists to vent his inner turmoil. Before long, his hands were left bloodied and mangled. Witnessing this scene, many onlookers averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight. Lin Jingji bit her lip, remaining silent, while Bai Bing wept uncontrollably, pleading, "Do not kill him. Do not kill him." Yet, her cries fell upon deaf ears. This young master has lost interest in toying with such filth. One final blow, and I shall send you to your demise. At last, Xiao Qingdi lifted his foot, seized Yi Qiu by the hair, and hoisted him up before delivering a devastating punch to his chest. Boom! Yi Qiu's body was propelled outward, crashing into the hotel lobby several meters away, creating a deep crater upon impact. He lay motionless for an extended period. Had he succumbed? The atmosphere was thick with silence. Yi Qiu. As for Bai Bing, she appeared dazed, and after a prolonged moment, she sobbed, "Yi Qiu, I am so sorry. I caused you harm. It was my fault." Long Wang and Zhao Yun wore expressions of profound sorrow, though their acquaintance with Yi Qiu had been brief and their bond not particularly deep. Witnessing his demise before their eyes filled them with grief. "Brother, may you rest in peace. Little Yi, we shall meet again in the netherworld." Trash! Xiao Qingdi cursed, turning away. His gaze lingered momentarily on Lin Jingji before fixating on Long Wang. Indeed, scarcely had he spoken when Xiao Qingdi declared, "I abide by a principle. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. However, If one offends me, I shall eradicate them without mercy. I had no intention of dealing with you, yet you foolishly chose to interfere on behalf of that boy and oppose me. As such, I shall take it upon myself to settle matters for Jiu Qiansui. Eliminating you will not only quench my anger, but also place Jiu Qiansui in my debt. A dual triumph. Ahaha. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Qingdi strode toward Long Wang. Chapter 62. With such a handsome face, is it not a waste to not tread upon it? Cough, cough. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind Xiao Qingdi. The tone was low, yet in the hushed banquet hall, it sounded exceedingly jarring. As Yi Qiu, who should have been fatally struck, slowly rose from the ground, disbelief permeated the atmosphere. How could this be possible? The crowd erupted in astonishment. He survived. That young man did not perish. After enduring 3 punches from young Master Xiao, he remained unscathed. Truly remarkable. He is indeed an indomitable cockroach. Lin Jingji was momentarily taken aback. But then her eyes sparkled with hope as she grasped the armrest tightly, silently urging, Yi Qiu, you must hold on. Bai Bing's expression turned to one of shock, followed by tears of joy. He is alive, he is alive. As for Long Wang and Zhao Yun, they exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual astonishment. As martial artists, they recognized the ferocity of Xiao Qingdi's earlier strikes. Even they would have been unable to withstand 3 punches from him. Yet, they were astounded to see Yi Qiu endure such brutality. It was utterly inconceivable. Yi Qiu's physical prowess is extraordinary. I am no match for him. Zhao Yun remarked in astonishment. I dare assert that if little Yi survives, within a decade, he will undoubtedly become a master of both medicine and martial arts, and may even emerge as a formidable rival to the champion. Long Wang swiftly instructed Zhao Yun, hurry, and urge the brothers to come quickly, once they arrive. I will do everything in my power to ensure little Ye's safety. Understood. Zhao Yun promptly retrieved his phone to make a call. Yi Qiu gradually rose from the ground, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he believed his demise was imminent, especially when Xiao Qingdi's final punch landed upon him. He could distinctly feel the internal bleeding. When the body struck the ground, the scapula shattered, compounding the injury. In the brief span of a minute, Yi Qiu felt the pain dissipate significantly. The fractured scapula seemed to be gradually healing. A sense of bewilderment enveloped him. As he finally stood upright, he realized that everyone in the banquet hall was gazing at him. Clearing his throat, Yi Qiu coughed twice and turned to Xiao Qingdi, stating, the melodramatic tales are not entirely unfounded. In a prominent family with 2 brothers, one is invariably exceptional, while the other is woefully inept. The champion, Ho, is my idol, and you. Yi Qiu pointed at Xiao Qingdi and unflinchingly declared, incompetent. Do not presume that surviving by mere chance grants you the strength to challenge me. Xiao Qingdi retorted coldly, I'm curious to see how many punches you can withstand from me. However, the scene that unfolded next stunned everyone present. Yi Qiu clenched his fist and, astonishingly, charged towards Xiao Qingdi. What audacity! No one anticipated such a reckless move. In truth, life often unfolds in such a manner, sometimes. I am fully aware of the futility of my actions, yet still choose to invest all my efforts. Even in the face of failure, there is little to regret. Yi Qiu was acutely aware of the chasm between himself and Xiao Qingdi. Prior to receiving the ancestral inheritance of the Yi family, he was merely an inept little doctor, entirely unacquainted with martial arts, a veritable weakling. In contrast, Xiao Qingdi's brother was the illustrious champion, a figure of immense power and the foremost expert on the dragon ranking. With such a brother to guide him, it would be a challenge for Xiao Qingdi to avoid becoming a formidable warrior. At the same time, Yi Qiu comprehended that the sight of him still standing alive astonished and enraged Xiao Qingdi. Any subsequent strike from him would undoubtedly be a lethal blow. Thus, Yi Qiu resolved to take the initiative. Instead of awaiting death, why not embrace courage? Secretly activating the 9 turns divine dragon technique, he concentrated his power into his right fist, which was soon enveloped in a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. What? Xiao Qingdi's gaze sharpened, his brows furrowing in surprise. You actually managed to open the Ren and Du meridians, grasping the essence of innate energy. This punch, I fear, few beneath the dragon rankings could withstand. Humph. With a cold snort, Yi Qiu accelerated his approach, covering the nearly 20-meter distance in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, to use this punch against me is still insufficient. Xiao Qingdi smirked disdainfully, extending his right hand and splaying his fingers. A resounding thud echoed. Standing firm, Xiao Qingdi did not budge as he grasped Yi Qiu's thunderous punch with his bare hand. Yi Qiu's face paled in horror. Xiao Qingdi's might surpassed his wildest imagination. Yet, in this dire circumstance, retreat was not an option. He had no choice but to fight with all his might. With a roar, Yi Qiu swung his left fist, aiming a powerful blow toward Xiao Qingdi's heart. Seeking death, Xiao Qingdi retaliated with a swift kick, intercepting Yi Qiu's punch before it could land, striking him in the abdomen. With a flick of his right hand, he released his grip. Bang! Yi Qiu's body was sent flying once again. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingdi was determined to deny Yi Qiu any chance of survival. In the very moment Yi Qiu was propelled through the air, he pursued, preparing to strike and sever Yi Qiu's spine as soon as his body descended from the sky. The spine constitutes a vital organ of the human body. Should it be shattered, even with unparalleled abilities, Yi Qiu would be rendered utterly incapacitated. In such a scenario, Xiao Qingdi would have the opportunity to torment him to death at a leisurely pace. As Yi Qiu's body plummeted from the sky, drawing ever closer, a chilling smirk crept across Xiao Qingdi's lips. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Suddenly, Yi Qiu's body executed an astonishing mid-air flip, positioning himself headfirst, feet upward. Gathering all his strength into his right hand, and launched a powerful punch from above. It was now or never. This singular thought consumed Yi Qiu's mind. Observing this maneuver, Xiao Qingdi's expression turned dismissive, mere parlor tricks. He then raised his palm, ready to counter. Boom! The collision of fist and palm erupted with a thunderous sound. Yi Qiu was above, while Xiao Qingdi was below. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the floor beneath Xiao Qingdi shattered. His expression shifted subtly. Moments later, another crack resonated, and the ground beneath him abruptly caved in, forming a crater approximately half a meter in diameter, from which numerous fissures radiated outward. Simultaneously, Xiao Qingdi's handsome visage flushed crimson. His legs trembled slightly, struggling to maintain stability. 10 seconds later, with a thud, Xiao Qingdi could no longer endure the pressure. Sinking to his knees and spewing a mouthful of blood, Yi Qiu, spinning in midair, subsequently brought his size 42 shoe down forcefully upon Xiao Qingdi's face. Such a beautiful face deserved no less than a mark of his disdain. Chapter 63. Is this all? Smack! Xiao Qingdi was propelled outward, crashing onto the floor with a resounding thud. The guests were utterly astonished. Could it be that young Master Xiao was not a match for that young man? Seated on the ground, Xiao Qingdi wiped his painfully stinging cheek. The light reflected off the floor, casting a stark shadow of his face, and at that moment, a size 42 shoe print became vividly apparent. Fury. Raging fury. Xiao Qingdi's hair bristled as he bellowed at Yi Qiu. You bastard, I will skin you alive. Compared to the renowned champion Ho, you are nothing but a waste. Without a hint of mercy, Yi Qiu retorted. With a wild scream, Xiao Qingdi charged at Yi Qiu like a frenzied stallion, throwing a straightforward punch. Come on. Yi Qiu responded with a powerful kick, aimed squarely at Xiao Qingdi's face. Xiao Qingdi was nearly driven to madness. Hitting someone in the face was taboo. This scoundrel deserved punishment. Instantly, Xiao Qingdi transformed his fist into a claw, sidestepping Yi Qiu's kick, and with lightning speed, he seized Yi Qiu's calf. Yi Qiu felt a sharp pain radiating through his leg, as if the bone might shatter at any moment. In this critical moment, without hesitation, Yi Qiu swung his fist towards Xiao Qingdi's face. Xiao Qingdi raised his hand to block, but at that instant, Yi Qiu's other fist struck decisively against Xiao Qingdi's cheek. Bang! The blow landed perfectly. Xiao Qingdi forcefully flung Yi Qiu away, then quickly retreated several steps, wiping his nose, now smeared with blood. Only then did he realize he had fallen into a trap. Yi Qiu first aimed a kick at him, intending for him to reach out and grasp Yi Qiu's calf. Subsequently, Yi Qiu unleashed a punch, compelling Xiao Qingdi to use his other hand to block it. Thus, both of his hands were occupied. When Yi Qiu struck again, he was unable to defend himself. Despicable scoundrel. Xiao Qingdi secretly cursed, his eyes ablaze with fury. You called me useless, yet you did not believe it. Now you are convinced. While Yi Qiu spoke with a smile, he was inwardly astonished. Just moments ago, Xiao Qingdi had seized his calf. Although he did not crush the bone, as a physician, Yi Qiu could distinctly sense the fractures developing in the bone. Had he not retaliated in time, his leg might have been rendered useless. How perilous. Truly, he is formidable. The brother of the champion marquis. Xiao Qingdi had long lost his previous composure, with a large shoe print adorning his left cheek and blood streaming from his nostrils. This was the first time he found himself in such a disheveled state. He had fought before and sustained injuries. Yet never had he been so humiliated as to have his face trampled upon and his nose broken. Xiao Qingdi cherished his handsome visage above all. He often proclaimed, "A head may be severed, blood may flow, but my face must remain unmarred." Yet now, he had come perilously close to disfigurement, and all in front of a multitude, rendering him utterly humiliated. The affront was unbearable. He was consumed by fury. However, this time, Xiao Qingdi did not erupt into his usual fits of rage. Instead, he exhibited an unusual calmness, resembling an injured beast, his pupils glowing crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Perhaps influenced by the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Qingdi, Yi Qiu distinctly sensed the warmth within him surging through his meridians at an ever-accelerating pace. He felt his strength gradually intensifying, even experiencing an uncontrollable urge to strike. Ultimately, he extended his hand and beckoned Xiao Qingdi with a flick of his fingers. Boom! Xiao Qingdi erupted into action, his speed now several times swifter than before, akin to a flash of thunder. Almost simultaneously with his movement, Yi Qiu surged forward without hesitation. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevails. In moments like these, retreat equates to defeat. Bang! 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 The two discarded all combat techniques and engaged in a direct exchange of punches, trading blow after blow face to face. This time, Xiao Qingdi spared no effort, channeling all his might into his fists. He believed he would swiftly overpower Yi Qiu. However, after 5 exchanges, he discovered that Yi Qiu had not budged an inch, nor was he injured in the slightest. It is worth noting that the power behind his punches could easily incapacitate a top 3 expert on the tiger list, yet Yi Qiu remained unscathed. This rascal, could he be made of steel? A chill coursed through Xiao Qingdi's heart. Similarly, Yi Qiu was filled with astonishment. He had comprehended the innate energy, opened the run and do meridians, and cultivated the first turn of the 9 transformations divine dragon technique for body refinement. At present, the strength in his arms was equivalent to several thousand pounds. He had initially thought that Xiao Qingdi would struggle to withstand even a single punch. Yet they had exchanged 5 blows. If Xiao Qingdi was this formidable, how terrifying would the champion be? In this lifetime, could I ever surpass him? With this thought, an overwhelming sense of battle spirit suddenly surged within Yi Qiu. With a series of rapid steps, Xiao Qingdi staggered back 5 or 6 paces before finally regaining his balance. Come again, he bellowed in fury, charging forward with clenched fists. The impact of their fists colliding resounded like thunder, only to part moments later. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Qiu surged forward, determined to deny Xiao Qingdi any respite, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. Xiao Qingdi could only defend himself, and the two became enmeshed in a fierce struggle. Their movements were so swift that onlookers could only perceive a blur, unable to discern the trajectory of their strikes. After 5 minutes of relentless combat, they finally separated. Blood streamed from the corner of Yi Qiu's mouth, indicating he had sustained significant injury. In contrast, Xiao Qingdi appeared even more disheveled, with half of his face swollen and blood trickling from his lips. Is this all the prowess of the champion's brother? Yi Qiu taunted. Xiao Qingdi's gaze turned sharp as a blade, fixating on Yi Qiu. You are the first to strike my face, the first to bring me to such a state of disarray. Yet, you are merely a small doctor. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? What right do you have? With a fierce roar, he declared, Next, I shall demonstrate my true strength. Die. Xiao Qingdi charged once more. Yi Qiu concentrated all his energy into his right fist, invoking the 9-turn dragon technique. Instantly, a faint golden glow enveloped his fist. He struck out with tremendous force. As Xiao Qingdi barreled toward him, he was sent sprawling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing at the entrance of the banquet hall. After struggling several times, he failed to rise. Yi Qiu stood firm, a look of disdain etched on his face. True strength? Is this all you have? Pathetic. Chapter 64. Never offend a woman. The entire venue was in shock. Eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed towards the entrance of the banquet hall. The once imperious Xiao Qingdi now lay on the ground, struggling helplessly to rise, while Yi Qiu stood triumphantly, denouncing him as worthless. The small doctor had actually emerged victorious? It was utterly unimaginable. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, who would dare to believe such a feat? Meanwhile, Zhou Hao, Li Qianqing, and Feng Yuling wore expressions of profound displeasure. Yuling, is this truly what you meant by using someone as a pawn? Zhou Hao expressed his discontent. Feng Yuling had initially intended to leverage Xiao Qingdi to eliminate the Dragon King, but the outcome was unexpected. The Dragon King remained unscathed, while Xiao Qingdi lay defeated. Who could have anticipated that the young man possessed such formidable skills? This situation had escalated beyond control. Feng Yuling cursed, his face bruised and blood trickling from his forehead, presenting a rather ghastly appearance. Yuling, what shall we do now? Li Qianxing inquired, a hint of fear in his voice. That fellow wouldn't kill us, would he? He seems rather intimidating. Feng Yuling retorted, he wouldn't dare. Why not? Li Qianxing pressed. Feng Yuling replied, in Jianzhou, who would dare to lay a hand on us? But he just attacked you, didn't he, Yuling? Li Qianxing countered. Feng Yuling was rendered speechless. Zhou Hao murmured, if I were that young man, I would surely eliminate you both. On what grounds? Li Qianxing asked. Having reduced young Master Xiao to this state, even if he survives today, his days are numbered. He might as well take a few scapegoats with him before his demise. With a chilling remark from Zhou Hao, both Feng Yuling and Li Qianxing felt a shiver run down their spines. What shall we do now? Feng Yuling inquired solemnly. What else can we do? We shall simply observe the unfolding events, Zhou Hao replied, casting a glance at the unfortunate Qian Yinru, who remained unconscious, still unaware of her surroundings. At that moment, a short-haired woman, who had arrived with Lin Jingji, walked into the banquet hall, holding a gun and appearing somewhat pale. She had just regained consciousness after being knocked out by Chen Tianzheng. Are you all right? Yi Qiu asked with concern. The short-haired woman shot Yi Qiu a glare before stepping behind Lin Jingji. What do you mean by that? Have I offended you? Yi Qiu queried, feeling perplexed. He then approached Bai Bing and gently tapped her, releasing her acupoint. Yi Qiu, I'm so sorry. Bai Bing said tearfully, her eyes glistening with sorrow. In truth, Yi Qiu harbored some resentment towards Bai Bing. Had it not been for her, events would not have escalated this evening. Yet, with the situation as it was, what good would blame do? Everything has been resolved. There is no need for apologies, Yi Qiu assured her. If it weren't for my bringing you to this banquet, you might have been killed by them. Would you hold that against me? Bai Bing gazed at Yi Qiu with tear-filled eyes, her expression anxious. Why would I blame you? If you hadn't brought me here, I would still be oblivious to the realities of high society. In fact, I owe you my gratitude. Really? Indeed, Yi Qiu replied. Sister Bing, please stop crying. Your makeup is ruined. Only then did Bai Bing manage to smile through her tears. Not far away, Lin Jingji witnessed this scene and scoffed, calling out, White Lotus. Sister Bing, take a breather. I have matters to attend to. What are you planning to do? Bai Bing inquired anxiously, sensing an ominous premonition within. Naturally, I am about to finish what remains undone. Yi Qiu seized a bottle of red wine from a nearby banquet table and strode confidently towards Feng Yuling. Even Bai Bing, though not the most astute, could discern Yi Qiu's impending intentions and hastily urged, Yi Qiu, don't act recklessly, stop at once. Having already incapacitated Xiao Qingdi, halting here would be the most prudent resolution. She did not wish for Yi Qiu's antics to escalate further, for it would lead to an irretrievable conclusion. As Bai Bing spoke, she rushed forward, attempting to grasp Yi Qiu, but alas, she was a moment too late. With a resounding crash, the wine bottle shattered against Feng Yuling's head, sending her crashing to the ground, blood streaming profusely from her wound. Upon seeing Yi Qiu approach with the bottle, Feng Yuling's sole thought was to escape from this perilous situation, yet her legs felt as if they were detached from her body, utterly unresponsive. Then, the bottle met her head. Madman, Feng Yuling cursed inwardly. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Yi Qiu snatched another bottle from the table. More? Feng Yuling began to tremble with fear, her body involuntarily shaking. No, Yi Qiu shook his head, declaring, he sullied my clothes. I shall not let him off so easily. Shall I wash your clothes for you? Bai Bing pleaded. Continuing this way will only bring you misfortune. Bai Bing possessed a profound understanding of the four young masters of Jiangzhou. They functioned as a cohesive unit, thriving together or suffering together. The moment Yi Qiu offended Feng Yuling, he effectively antagonized the entirety of the Jiangzhou Four. Behind these four individuals lay four formidable families, each entwined in a complex web of relationships. Should Yi Qiu take Feng Yuling's life, he would face a relentless vengeance. While I might overlook the fact that he soiled my attire, I cannot tolerate his derogatory remarks towards Sister Lin. Bai Bing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yi Qiu's actions were motivated by a desire to defend Lin Jingji. For reasons unknown, an uncomfortable sensation washed over her at that moment. Yi Qiu, please stop. I implore you. Bai Bing clutched his arm tightly, and when she saw him attempting to break free, she wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. She was acutely aware that such conduct in public was rather unbecoming. Yet she could not afford to be concerned with appearances at that moment. Regrettably, she had underestimated Yi Chio's resolve. Sister, would you let go of me? I have never bullied anyone before. Today, I wish to experience the sensation of being the bully, Yi Chio declared as he forcefully pried her hands away and pushed her aside. I have made it clear that I will not allow anyone to bully Sister Lin in my presence. Anyone who dares to mistreat her shall face the consequences. With a resounding crash, a bottle shattered. Feng Yuling felt an overwhelming emptiness in her mind, a wave of dizziness engulfing her, followed by a loss of consciousness. Simultaneously, Yi Chio raised his gaze, his eyes locking onto Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing. Zhou Hao instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Yi Chio, this matter has nothing to do with me. Please don't hit me. Don't hit me. Woo-woo. Li Qianqing was frightened to tears. The 4 young masters of Jiazhou, is this all? Coward. Yi Chio, indifferent to the two, approached Lin Jingji with a smile and said, Sister Lin, everything has been resolved. Lin Jingji gazed at Yi Chio with a blank expression, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed. Yi Chio discerned disappointment within her gaze. What was Sister Lin disappointed about? Just as Yi Chio pondered, Lin Jingji seized the firearm from the short-haired woman behind her and aimed the muzzle at the ground where Xiao Qingdi lay. Bang! Chapter 65. Revenge not to be delayed. The bullet struck Xiao Qingdi's left knee. Xiao Qingdi cried out in agony. As the younger brother of the champion marquis, he understood he should maintain composure and exhibit masculinity, yet the knee is a vital part of the human body, and the excruciating pain of a bullet shattering bone was overwhelming, rendering him incapable of restraint. The entire venue was engulfed in shock. At that moment, the guests felt a chilling sensation. No one anticipated that Lin Jingji would truly dare to pull the trigger. After a brief period of astonishment, a chorus of curses erupted. This madwoman is audacious beyond measure, actually daring to shoot young Master Xiao. If anything happens to him, the champion marquis will undoubtedly spare no one present. Damn it, this woman has brought us to ruin today. Thankfully, she only fired once. Just as one individual sighed in relief, another gunshot rang out. Bang! Immediately thereafter, 2 resounding gunshots echoed. Lin Jingji discharged a total of 4 rounds, each striking the left knee of Xiao Qingdi. A cry of agony escaped Xiao Qingdi's lips as the excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Lin Jingji, seemingly unfazed, gazed at Xiao Qingdi with a smile and remarked, Youngster, it would be wise to adopt a more low-profile demeanor. Refrain from carelessly declaring your intent to eliminate this person or that. Be cautious, for in attempting to extinguish another's life, you may well forfeit your own. Xiao Qingdi, consumed by fury, bellowed, Lin Jingji, you wretched woman, I shall see you dead. It appeared that my previous admonitions had fallen on deaf ears. Despite my counsel to remain discreet, your arrogance persists. Lin Jingji replied, allow me to impart another vital lesson. Never provoke a woman, for they are notoriously vengeful. Bang! The gunfire resounded once more as Lin Jingji unleashed another 4 shots, this time targeting Xiao Qingdi's right knee. In an instant, blood soaked through his trousers. Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Qingdi succumbed to unconsciousness. It seemed that the fate of young Master Zhao's legs was sealed. Lin Jingji had truly lost her sanity. This scoundrel had brought us to ruin. The guests present erupted in curses, their singular thought being to escape this dreadful scene. Yet, they dared not move. For Lin Jingji still wielded the gun. Who could predict who would be the next victim? Each individual was drenched in a cold sweat. Yi Chio, too, bore an expression of shock. He had believed himself to be ruthless, yet when compared to Lin Jingji, he was but a novice. Lin Jingji smiled sweetly and declared, women possess a penchant for holding grudges, and the beautiful ones are particularly tenacious in their resentments. Regrettably, I belong to the latter category. If my memory serves me right, someone among you has previously insulted me, hasn't she? Lin Jingji aimed her gun at the guests, causing them to gasp in shock. Their greatest fears had come to fruition. Lin, what do you intend to do? Stammered a middle-aged man. Rest assured, vengeance has its rightful place. I shall not indiscriminately harm the innocent, Lin Jingji replied, shifting her aim to a heavily made-up woman. How did you insult me earlier? The woman, unaccustomed to such a perilous situation, felt her body weaken. Her spirit nearly fleeing at the sight of the gun pointed at her head. I. Lin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Before she could finish, she collapsed to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. What did you say about me? Lin Jingji pressed further. I dare not speak. Do not fear. I am merely curious. Speak up, Lin Jingji said, her demeanor surprisingly warm, a smile gracing her lips. I said that Lin always knows how to seduce men. She deserves to be punished. Well said. You are essentially praising my beauty, for even the most unattractive woman, no matter how she poses or undresses, would fail to attract a man's interest, wouldn't she? Yes, the woman nodded vigorously. Do not remain on your knees. I am not a monster. Rise. Lin Jingji beckoned the woman closer, saying, Come here. I have something to discuss with you. The woman hurried to Lin Jingji's side, bending slightly as she inquired, Lin, what would you like to tell me? In truth, there is little to say. I merely wish to convey a crucial lesson. Never offend a woman, especially one of striking beauty. Suddenly, Lin Jingji struck with a resounding slap across the woman's face, asserting, A woman's ability to entice a man is a skill. If a woman cannot even keep her own man in check, she is truly pathetic. From the moment I arrived in Jiangzhou, you all have treated me as if I were a seductive vixen, guarding yourselves against me as if I were a wolf. But have you ever considered that if I, Lin Jingji, had not come to Jiangzhou, your man would remain devoted to you for a lifetime? Do not delude yourselves. What man is not prone to infidelity? To retain a man, one must employ not only her physical allure, but also her intellect. Lin Jingji gestured towards her head. Then, she aimed her gun at another woman's temple, alluringly inquiring, What did you say about me earlier? I did not insult you. If you did not insult me, then why would I be pointing a gun at you? Lin Jingji retorted sharply, Be honest. Bullets do not discriminate. I confess. The woman stammered, her complexion turning ashen. I merely remarked that seeing you beaten was a source of great satisfaction, and that I intended to drink more tonight. Is that all? Indeed, that was the only thing I said. I swear, I did not insult you. I believe you, Lin Jingji replied with a smile. But 2 drinks will not suffice. You must consume a bottle. The woman, perplexed, failed to grasp Lin Jingji's intent as she gestured towards her companion. The woman turned her head and noticed several bottles of wine arranged on a nearby banquet table. Realization struck her, and without hesitation, she seized a bottle of red wine, preparing to drink it. Wait, Lin Jingji called out to the woman, saying, What pleasure is there in red wine? It's the white liquor that packs a punch. The woman turned pale. You've adorned yourself so flamboyantly to come to a place like this. Aren't you hoping to attract a wealthy suitor? As the saying goes, if a woman is not intoxicated, how can a man sleep? Lin Jingji's eyes widened. Drink up. The woman, frightened, grabbed a bottle of white liquor and gulped it down. After just a sip, she was seized by a violent fit of coughing. Don't stop. Keep going. Lin Jingji said with a grin, After this bottle, there are still 3 more. At that moment, the woman felt as if she wished for death. The guests present dared not utter a sound, all intimidated by Lin Jingji's ruthless demeanor. Once the woman finished the 4 bottles of white liquor, Lin Jingji's gaze finally landed on Chen Tianjung, and she remarked, Aside from holding grudges, I possess a rather unfortunate habit. I never let vengeance linger overnight. A gunshot rang out. A bloodied hole appeared on Chen Tianjung's forehead. Chapter 66. More than others? Chen Tianjung died on the spot. Until his last breath, he clutched his groin with both hands. Perhaps he never imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a woman. The scene fell into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke. Is he dead? Dead indeed. The second-ranked master of the tiger list has perished just like that? Indeed. Lin Jingji, this deranged woman, truly dares to do anything. If the champion Ho were to confront her, none present would escape unscathed. It's over. We are doomed because of this mad woman. Is it because she is too ruthless? Zhao Yun inquired. No. Then what is it? She is too beautiful. Your looks do not measure up. Zhao Yun. After eliminating Chen Tianjung, Lin Jingji's gaze finally fell upon Qian Yinru, who lay unconscious on the ground, yet to awaken. Xiaojia, wake her up. Yes. The short-haired woman approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Qian Yinru's face. After 3 seconds, Qian Yinru slowly opened her eyes, bewildered, and asked, Where am I? What do you think? Qian Yinru paused for a moment, suddenly recalling her situation, and incredulously exclaimed, Lin Jingji, you're still alive? Beautiful women typically live long lives. You vile creature, I will kill you. Qian Yinru lunged at Lin Jingji, but as she reached her, she froze in place, her face drained of color. This was due to Lin Jingji holding a gun, its muzzle aimed directly at her head. What do you intend to do? Qian Yinru stammered, stepping back in fear. Do you not know what I intend to do? Lin Jingji replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. If you have the courage, kill me. After stating this, Qian Yinru took a step forward, betting on Lin Jingji's reluctance to pull the trigger. Alas, she was mistaken. Bang! Lin Jingji exhibited not the slightest hesitation as she resolutely pulled the trigger, the bullet striking Qian Yinru's left leg. Ack! Qian Yinru collapsed onto the ground, emitting a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Shall we wager once more to see if I dare to kill you? Lin Jingji inquired with a smile, pale with terror. Qian Yinru understood Lin Jingji all too well. When this woman turned ruthless, she was capable of anything. Please don't kill me. I promise I won't trouble you again. Qingdi, where are you? Come save me. Qian Yinru cried out, desperately scanning the crowd for Xiao Qingdi's figure, only to find the guests regarding her with peculiar expressions. Qingdi, stop calling. Xiao Qingdi will not come to your rescue, Lin Jingji declared, gesturing toward the ground nearby. He lies there. Turning her gaze, Qian Yinru discovered Xiao Qingdi sprawled motionless on the ground, his body smeared with blood. Is he dead? Panic surged through her, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. It was my doing. Lin Jingji maintained a smile, as if discussing an affair that bore no relation to her. I. Qian Yinru sobbed in fear. Bang! Lin Jingji fired again, this time hitting Qian Yinru's right leg. Ah! She screamed in anguish. What good is your screaming? Scream again, and I shall end you. The smile vanished from Lin Jingji's face, replaced by a cold indifference. Qian Yinru shivered, scarcely daring to breathe. You should have remained in the capital. Yet you insisted on stirring trouble in Jiangzhou. Since you so relish running about, I shall shatter your legs and see where you dare to flee henceforth. If you are not Qiandong's sister, then what lies here is a mere corpse. Today, out of consideration for Qiandong, I shall spare your life. However, should you dare to trouble me again, I will cast you into the river to feed the fish. Lin Jingji concluded, handing the gun to the short-haired woman behind her, before turning to the assembled guests with a smile and saying, I apologize for the disturbance. Yichio, let us depart. Wait. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the tension. Zhou Hao stepped forward. He had initially hesitated to intervene, but given the current situation, allowing Lin Jingji to leave unchallenged would not only tarnish the reputation of the four young masters of Jiangzhou, but also implicate him should the champion Ho seek retribution. After all, the host of this welcome banquet was indeed the four young masters of Jiangzhou. What guidance do you have, young Master Zhou? Lin Jingji inquired with a dispassionate tone. Guidance is not quite the right term. It is merely that you, Ms. Lin, have injured young Master Xiao, slain his servant, and harmed a minor. If you were to depart without addressing these matters, would it not reflect poorly on us, the four young masters of Jiangzhou? Is that not so? Zhou Hao retorted, his irritation evident as he spoke in a low voice. Ms. Lin, given the circumstances, I hope you will take it upon yourself to apologize to the champion Ho. Otherwise, should he pursue this matter, I fear the guests present will also find themselves entangled. Indeed, young Master Zhou speaks wisely. This matter must be clarified with champion Ho. We were not involved. A chorus of guests echoed in agreement. Lin Jingji scoffed. Why should I apologize to champion Ho? His younger brother was unruly and acted with impunity. I merely administered a slight reprimand. In fact, I was helping him discipline his sibling, and the Marquis of the Champion should be grateful to me. Mr. Lin, your eloquence surpasses mine. But you should understand that inflicting such injuries upon young Master Xiao warrants an explanation to the Marquis of the Champion. Zhou Hao stated, I trust that Mr. Lin will make a judicious decision. Otherwise, I shall not permit your departure from this place. What is your intention? Do you seek to obstruct me? Lin Jingji's countenance grew frigid as she declared, if I desire to leave, none shall impede my path. With a wave of Zhou Hao's hand, a multitude of bodyguards, clad in black suits, surged forth, encircling Lin Jingji and her entourage. Mr. Lin, do you still believe you can depart? Zhou Hao jested. Lin Jingji's expression darkened. At this moment, the Dragon King stepped forward, asserting, Mr. Zhou, it is unseemly to resort to strength in numbers. Zhou Hao dismissed the notion, stating, regrettably, I possess a greater number of personnel. Your words reassure me, the Dragon King replied. Reassure you? What do you find reassuring? Zhou Hao cast a perplexed glance at the Dragon King. Just then, a doorman dashed in, his voice filled with trepidation. Sir, we are surrounded by a multitude of individuals. Why the alarm? We have ample forces, Zhou Hao retorted. No, they possess even greater numbers, perhaps 2,000 or 3,000, the doorman exclaimed. What? Zhou Hao's complexion underwent a drastic transformation. Chapter 67. A grave matter. Who are these individuals? Zhou Hao urgently inquired. The doorman glanced at the Dragon King, remaining silent. Zhou Hao immediately comprehended that they were the Dragon King's men. It is indeed remarkable that in Jiangzhou, only the Dragon King could summon so many individuals. Zhou Hao's gaze fell upon the Dragon King's face as he inquired solemnly, Dragon King, what do you mean? The Dragon King laughed heartily. What can I say? It is simply a matter of having many followers. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. Were you not also intending to leverage your numbers? The Dragon King retorted, What? Is it permissible only for you to do so while I am restrained? No, 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 Dragon King, you misunderstand. I merely wish to prevent President Lin from departing. You have witnessed the events of the evening. Young Master Xiao has been gravely injured and his servant slain. Should the champion Marquis pursue this matter, as the host of this banquet, I would bear the consequences. Thus, the perpetrator must not be allowed to escape, Zhou Hao elucidated. Your concern for the Xiao family is quite commendable. May I inquire, are you perhaps a lapdog of the Xiao family? The Dragon King's expression suddenly darkened, and he barked. If you are indeed a lapdog of the Xiao family, seeking to capture the culprit on their behalf, I can understand. However, if you are not, then do not obstruct President Lin's departure. After all, he is a major figure. His wrath is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Zhou Hao's complexion turned pale. Dragon King, you need not explain further. I intend to escort President Lin away this instant. Should you dare to impede us, do not expect me to be courteous. Zhou Hao was taken aback, astonished by the Dragon King's unwavering support for Lin Jingji. Dragon King, you must think carefully. Lin Jingji is the murderer. If you protect her like this, when the champion Marquis seeks retribution. Before Zhou Hao could finish his sentence, the Dragon King struck him across the face, reprimanding, Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? I would not dare. Zhou Hao endured his grievances. Humph. The Dragon King coldly snorted and said to Zhao Yun, Let us depart. Thereafter, in full view of the assembly, the Dragon King led Lin Jingji, Yi Qiu, and others out of the banquet hall. Zhou Hao, with a darkened expression, clenched his fists tightly, cursing inwardly, You old wretch. There will come a day when I will bring about your demise. Li Qianqing approached, noticing the imprint of a hand on Zhou Hao's face, and with concern remarked, Brother Haoran, does it hurt? As he spoke, Li Qianqing gently cradled Zhou Hao's face in his hands. Zhou Hao initially intended to push Li Qianqing away, but he was suddenly struck by the warmth emanating from Li Qianqing's hands. Momentarily taken aback, his gaze toward Li Qianqing softened. Their eyes met, and they became ensnared in a peculiar, enchanting atmosphere. It was truly beautiful. Young Master Zhou, young Master Li, what shall we do now? The voice of the hotel manager abruptly pierced the air, startling both of them. Zhou Hao and Li Qianqing simultaneously cast an irritated glare at the hotel manager. Did I speak out of turn? The hotel manager appeared perplexed. What is it? Zhou Hao asked coldly. The hotel manager replied, Young Master Zhou, please observe the situation. What shall we do? Zhou Hao glanced around, taking in the chaos as guests chattered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingdi and Feng Yuling lay unconscious on the ground. Qian Yinru was wailing, and the woman coerced by Lin Jingji to consume liquor was also sprawled on the floor, unresponsive. Zhou Hao promptly instructed the hotel manager, saying, Immediately transport the injured to the hospital. Ensure that the best specialists attend to young Master Xiao. His leg must be preserved. Also, find the finest expert for Miss Qian. Silence the news. Everything that transpires here tonight must remain confidential. No one is permitted to disclose any information to the outside world, or they shall face severe consequences. Li Qiansheng gazed at Zhou Hao with admiration, his eyes sparkling like a young devotee. At the entrance of the Crystal Palace, Yi Qiu stood in astonishment, surveying the throng of people, no fewer than several thousand, filling the nearby streets. Upon catching sight of the Dragon King, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their conversations abruptly ceasing. The Dragon King waved his hand, and instantly, the multitude dispersed in an orderly fashion. Within 5 minutes, the streets returned to normalcy. Yi Qiu marveled at the commanding presence of such a formidable figure, truly impressive. Thank you, Dragon King, Lin Jingji remarked with a smile. You're too kind, the Dragon King replied. Bowing slightly, before swiftly departing with Zhao Yun, Lin Jingji pointed at Bai Bing and inquired of Yi Qiu, Will you accompany me or her? Noticing Lin Jingji's expression, which suggested she had something to convey, Yi Qiu responded, I will go with Sister Lin. A victorious smile spread across Lin Jingji's face as she declared to Bai Bing. As long as I am here, you shall forever remain in second place. Bai Bing's countenance darkened with fury. In the car, Lin Jingji asked Yu Qiu, "Do you think I was too ruthless?" "Not at all." Yu Qiu fervently shook his head. Lin Jingji narrowed her eyes, insisting, "Speak the truth." "Perhaps a little ruthless," Yu Qiu admitted. To be honest, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed Lin Jingji could be so merciless. "Do you think I am on par with those venomous beauties in your mind? Do you understand why I acted in that manner?" Yu Qiu shook his head. The reasoning was rather straightforward. Having already offended them, why not do so thoroughly? Even if he showed mercy, they would not appreciate it. Lin Jingji continued, "My reluctance to kill the Shao Qingdi is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a fear and inability to do so. Should Shao Qingdi perish, Shao Jia would undoubtedly pursue the matter to the bitter end, and we would all be doomed. However, having merely crippled Shao Qingdi's legs, Shao Jia is unlikely to seek vengeance for now. After all, he is a figure of immense power, and he knows well the character of his brother. If he were to take action, it would only expose his pettiness, leading the world to label him as a bully. In such a case, the renowned champion would become a subject of ridicule. Therefore, I can only take the lives of Shao Qingdi's servants to vent my frustrations. As for Qian Yanru, that foolish woman, my hesitation in killing her stems from the fact that she is the sole survivor of the Qian family's third generation. If I were to end her life, the Qian family would face extinction. Lin Jia, I apologize. You need not apologize. I comprehend your feelings. You are still young, with much to learn and experience. However, I implore you to remember this. Never show mercy to your enemies. This does not imply you must eliminate every foe." Meanwhile, my admiration for Lin Jingji grew. This woman was not only stunningly beautiful, but also possessed a formidable intellect. Noticing Yu Qiu lift his head, Lin Jingji understood he had grasped the essence of her words and said, "I have a rather serious question to pose." "Please, ask away, Lin. Are you still a virgin?" Chapter 68. Stay tonight, would you? Lin Jingji's residence was a lavish, three-story European-style villa situated by the lake. Upon entering, a gust of cold air sent shivers down Yi Qiu's spine. "Lin Jia, do you live here alone?" Yi Qiu inquired. "Shao Jia and I reside here," Lin Jingji replied, referring to the short-haired woman, Sun Mingjia, her assistant, whom she had introduced to Yi Qiu in the car. "Lin Jia, allow me to offer a suggestion. Either relocate to a different dwelling or employ several domestic helpers to reside here as well," Yi Qiu proposed. "And why is that?" "From a feng shui perspective, it is inauspicious for a large house to be sparsely populated." "Oh, is there such a belief?" Yi Qiu elaborated. "The great Tao begets primordial qi, which bifurcates into yin and yang, forming heaven and earth, from which all creation arises. In feng shui, a house is considered yin, while a person is yang. If the yang cannot subdue the yin, then problems may arise, such as insomnia, erratic mental state, sentimentality, susceptibility to evil influences, and even encounters with malevolent entities." Superstitious nonsense," Sun Mingjia scoffed, dismissing Yi Qiu's words. Yi Qiu refrained from retorting. For some reason, Sun Mingjia seemed to harbor animosity towards him, consistently giving him the cold shoulder. Lin Jingji, on the other hand, gazed at Yi Qiu with her captivating eyes, as if she had stumbled upon a novel discovery, and inquired with curiosity, "Yi Qiu, are you also versed in feng shui?" "Yes, I possess some rudimentary knowledge." In the legacy that Yi Qiu received, there existed the profound arts of feng shui and qi min dunjia. "You are truly impressive. Not only do you master the spells of Maoshan, but you also possess an understanding of feng shui. I feel as though I've stumbled upon a treasure," Lin Jingji remarked, her praise enveloping Yi Qiu in a sense of ease and delight. "By the way, where did you acquire such remarkable skills?" Lin Jingji inquired further. "You might find it hard to believe, but one day I had a rather peculiar dream. In that dream, I encountered an elderly man with white hair, who imparted to me numerous gifts, including martial arts and Maoshan spells," Yi Qiu replied earnestly. Lin Jingji assumed that Yi Qiu was unable to divulge further details and chuckled softly, choosing not to press him any further. However, Sun Mingjia, unreservedly, interjected with a scornful retort, "You're a fraud." Yi Qiu felt a twinge of injustice. Why was it that no one believed his candid account? "Shao Jia, could you please order some takeout? I haven't eaten anything all evening and am quite famished," Lin Jingji instructed. "Certainly," Sun Mingjia responded respectfully. "Considering it will take at least an hour for the delivery to arrive, Lin Jia, would you like me to prepare some noodles for you?" Yi Qiu proposed. "You can cook?" Lin Jingji asked, taken aback. "Boiling noodles is quite simple. I learned how to do it when I was 5, Yichio replied with a smile. It is often said that children from humble beginnings mature early. Having relied on Qian Jinglan since childhood, he had mastered the household chores of cooking and laundry. All right then, I shall savor your culinary skills tonight, Lin Jingji replied. The noodles and eggs are in the kitchen. You may find them yourself. Very well. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes, Yichio declared as he headed into the kitchen. Lin Jingji observed his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by Sun Mingjie, who expressed her discontent, saying, President Lin, you would do well not to harbor high expectations for his culinary skills. I have rarely encountered men who excel in the kitchen. We shall soon discover whether it is palatable. To draw conclusions at this juncture seems premature, she added, promptly sealing her lips. 10 minutes later, Yichio emerged from the kitchen, cradling a steaming bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Sister Lin, the noodles are ready. Do give them a taste. Lin Jingji cast a glance at the bowl, the vibrant red tomato sauce mingling with the silky, hand-shaved noodles, instantly igniting her appetite. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the tangy aroma of tomatoes that tantalized her senses. Lin Jingji picked up her chopsticks, lifted a noodle, and savored the rich sauce, slurping the entire strand into her mouth and chewing slowly. How is it, Sister Lin? Does it taste acceptable? Yichio asked, his heart racing with uncertainty. Unsure if a woman of Lin Jingji's refined palate would appreciate his humble dish. Sun Mingjie chimed in, is it not to your liking? Well, it is not enjoyable. Xiaojia. You might as well order takeout, she replied. Sun Mingjie thought to herself, as expected, this man is not adept at cooking. However, in the next moment, she witnessed Lin Jingji devouring the noodles with the enthusiasm of a ravenous gourmand, entirely unconcerned with her image. In the blink of an eye, she polished off the entire bowl and turned to Yichio, requesting, please bring me another bowl. What? Another bowl? Sun Mingjie thought she had misheard. After staring at Lin Jingji for a couple of seconds, she suddenly comprehended and urged Yichio, make that 2 for me. After a while, Yichio brought out 2 bowls of noodles, handing one to Lin Jingji while taking the other for himself. What about my noodles? Sun Mingjie asked, displeased. She had assumed that the bowl in Yichio's hand was meant for her, only to discover that he was enjoying it himself. They're gone, Yichio replied. Sun Mingjie's cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at him, wishing to give this scoundrel a good beating. After a moment, she remarked, it's just a bowl of noodles. Who cares? I won't eat it. Well, if you're not eating, that's splendid, Sister Lin. Let us indulge in a couple more bowls. There is still some left in the pot. Before Yichio could finish his sentence, Sun Mingjie dashed into the kitchen. Yichio found her antics amusing. Though she claimed she wouldn't eat, her body told a different story. Women, After finishing the noodles, Lin Jingji said, my room is on the 3rd floor. Please escort me up. Her leg injury had yet to heal, making movement difficult. Of course, Yichio nodded. But before he could proceed, Sun Mingjie interjected, Lin, let me take you up. With that, she attempted to lift Lin Jingji. There's no need. Let Yichio escort me. Lin Jingji instructed. You can wash the bowls. Watching Yichio carry Lin Jingji upstairs, Sun Mingjie felt a surge of frustration, nearly moved to tears. In the past, no matter the task, Lin Jingji would always assign it to her alone. Now, she felt sidelined, akin to a neglected concubine. Yichio, you despicable man, humph. This isn't over between us. Ascending the stairs with Lin Jingji in his arms, Yichio could discern the warmth and smoothness of her skin through the delicate fabric. The plunging neckline of her evening gown offered glimpses that stirred his senses, making the short ascent a considerable trial. Upon entering the room, he was met with a pervasive pink hue, pink curtains, pink wallpaper, a pink bed. Yichio found this aesthetic somewhat incongruous with Lin Jingji's formidable persona. Why bring that up again? Yichio asked, his face flushed. Lin Jie, you should rest. I'll be going. What's the rush? Lin Jingji purred, encircling his neck with her alabaster arms. Stay with me tonight, won't you? Chapter 69. Subtle fragrance. Lin Jingji's arms were clasped around Yichio's neck. Their faces a mere 10 centimeters apart, bodies pressed together. Yichio could distinctly feel the precipitous curves of her figure. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, his heart raced. And he stammered, Lin Jie, stay with me tonight, won't you? Lin Jingji reiterated, not allowing him to finish. Gazing into her eyes, Yichio perceived a profound affection, as rich and intoxicating as honey. Promise me, won't you? She pleaded, her voice a tender entreaty, her beauty enhanced by the dim light. Unable to refuse, Yichio acquiesced with a soft affirmation. Lin Jingji beamed. Yiqiu, my face is a little sore. Earlier, at Crystal Palace, Lin Jingji received a slap from Chen Tianjin. It's nothing. I shall treat you, and the pain will subside. Yiqiu observed Lin Jingji's slightly swollen cheek and promptly poured a glass of clear water. With his right hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together, drawing symbols in the water while murmuring incantations. Lin Jingji watched him with curiosity. After a while, Yiqiu dipped his fingers into the water and gently applied it to Lin Jingji's face, and soon the swelling diminished. Does it hurt now? Yiqiu inquired softly. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. How marvelous! Lin Jingji exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside, followed by the voice of Sun Mingjie, President Lin. May I enter? Sun Mingjie pushed the door open and noticed the proximity between Yiqiu and Lin Jingji, her brow slightly furrowing. Is there something you need? Lin Jingji asked. Sun Mingjie addressed Yiqiu. You may leave for now. Why the rush? Have I offended you? Yiqiu replied, looking at Sun Mingjie. What are you staring at? I am here to assist President Lin with her bath. Do you wish to remain? Sun Mingjie said coldly, her tone unfriendly. Very well. I shall take my leave. Yiqiu turned to exit. Wait. Lin Jingji called out to him, and then asked Sun Mingjie, how is your injury? Just a minor abrasion. Nothing serious, Sun Mingjie replied. Let me see. A look of discomfort crossed Sun Mingjie's face. Her injury was on her chest, necessitating the loosening of her clothing, which was somewhat embarrassing with a man present. She then turned to Yiqiu and said, you should step outside. There's no need to go out. Yiqiu is a doctor and can examine you, Lin Jingji suggested. President Lin, this. Quickly. Seeing Lin Jingji's impatience, Sun Mingjie, with reluctance, untied her clothing. There. On her chest lay a bruise the size of a fist, a deep purplish hue. Does it hurt? Lin Jingji inquired gently. Sun Mingjie shook her head. Lin Jingji extended a finger and lightly pressed on the bruise. Ah. Sun Mingjie winced, her brow furrowing. You claim it doesn't hurt, yet you don't tell me the truth? Lin Jingji reproached her with a glance before continuing. Yiqiu, please examine Xiaojia. I won't look. I don't want him to. Both Yiqiu and Sun Mingjie replied in unison. Stop throwing a tantrum. You must let him take a look. She's injured quite badly, Lin Jingji insisted. President Lin. It's merely a superficial injury. There's no need for examination, Sun Mingjie retorted, her disdain for Yiqiu compounded by the awkwardness of her injury. What are you afraid of? Yiqiu is a doctor. He's not like those lecherous men, Lin Jingji reassured her. Sun Mingjie internally cursed, thinking, what difference does it make? They're all just filthy men. Yiqiu, please take a look at Xiaojia, Lin Jingji pressed again. Yiqiu scrutinized Sun Mingjie's bruise closely. It was Sun Mingjie's first experience being examined in such a manner, and a blush crept across her cheeks, betraying her embarrassment. After 2 minutes of observation, Sun Mingjie, growing impatient, asked, what do you see? I see that your skin is very fair, Yiqiu replied. Sun Mingjie's face turned a shade of green from anger. Ready to scold him, when Yiqiu added, but not as fair as Lin Jingji's. Sun Mingjie was so furious that she felt smoke coming from her nostrils. If it weren't for Lin Jingji's presence, she would have resorted to violence. This scoundrel not only took advantage of her, but also had the audacity to look down on her. Despicable man. Enough with the jokes. Is Xiaojie's injury serious? If it can be treated, Yiqiu, please assist her. Lin Jingji requested. Following Lin Jingji's method, Yiqiu poured a glass of clear water. Then positioned his index and middle fingers together in a sword-like gesture, tracing symbols over the water while chanting incantations. He then dipped his fingertips into the water and gently applied it to Sun Mingjie's wound. It was the first time in her life that she had such intimate contact with a male, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. At the same time, she secretly scolded Yiqiu, the deceitful trickster, thinking, if this actually heals my injury, I'll take your surname. 2 minutes later, Yiqiu concluded the treatment, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The dark bruise on her skin was swiftly vanishing, disappearing without a trace in less than 10 seconds, as if it had never existed. Sun Mingjie was left in stunned silence. Xiaojia, how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? Lin Jingji inquired with concern. Sun Mingjie pressed her hand against the area and felt no pain whatsoever. Moreover, she noticed her skin appeared even better than before. This detestable man, though annoying, possesses some skill. It doesn't hurt anymore. After speaking, Sun Mingjie shot Yiqiu a glare and added, don't expect me to thank you, humph. All right, Xiaojia, you may step out now and get some rest. Upon hearing Lin Jingji's words, Sun Mingjie paused. wondering why only she was being sent out, while Yi Qiu remained. What were they planning? Sun Mingjie hurriedly said, Mr. Lin, given your inconvenience, allow me to assist you with your bath. No need. Please rest. Yi Qiu is here, Mr. Lin replied. Sun Mingjie dared not utter another word. She understood Lin Jingji all too well. If a single phrase were repeated thrice, Lin Jingji would undoubtedly be displeased. Reluctantly, Sun Mingjie exited the room, and once the door was closed, she muttered under her breath, You insufferable man. How dare you compete with me for Mr. Lin? I shall represent the moon and vanquish you. Just wait. Inside the room, the lighting was dim and a subtle fragrance lingered. Yi Qiu felt utterly uncomfortable, neither standing nor sitting with ease. You seem quite tense, Lin Jingji remarked with a smile. Yi Qiu shook his head vigorously. Lin Jingji chuckled softly and said, Help me up. I wish to take a bath. Yi Qiu promptly assisted Lin Jingji to the bathroom. Sister Lin, take your time. I will wait outside, he said as he prepared to leave, only to be suddenly grasped by Lin Jingji's hand. Sister Lin, what is this? He inquired. Do you wish to join me? Lin Jingji replied with a playful glint in her eyes. Yes. Yi Qiu's heart screamed. It is a well-known truth that any normal man would desire to share a bath with a stunning beauty like Lin Jingji. Yet, Yi Qiu felt somewhat bashful. And just as he hesitated, Lin Jingji had already closed the bathroom door. Soon, the sound of rushing water echoed from within. Yi Qiu was filled with regret. Lin Jingji had extended an invitation, but his shyness prevented him from seizing the opportunity. He could only wait in the room as time ticked away. Yi Qiu was like an ant on a hot skillet, fidgeting restlessly. Several times he contemplated charging in, yet he ultimately restrained himself, fearing that his rashness would anger Lin Jingji. Minutes passed, and Lin Jingji still had not emerged, prompting Yi Qiu to ponder a pressing question. Tonight, must he truly engage with Lin Jie in such a manner? Anxiety coursed through him. After all, he was still a novice in this regard. Gradually, his face flushed deeper, and his heartbeat quickened. If Lin Jie truly consented to such an encounter, what should he do? Should he embrace it, or simply acquiesce? As Yi Qiu's mind wandered, the sound of water ceased in the bathroom. After a full 2 minutes, Lin Jingji appeared, supporting herself against the wall. In that instant, Yi Qiu's gaze became fixed. Lin Jingji was wrapped in a white bath towel, her skin resembling fine porcelain, emanating a lustrous glow that was almost blinding. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her damp hair cascaded over her delicate shoulders, reminiscent of a freshly bloomed lotus, vibrant and alluring. Most captivating was her enticing figure, with a slender waist and long, graceful legs that exuded charm. Yi Qiu felt his mouth water at the sight. Noticing his reaction, Lin Jingji shot him an exasperated glance and quipped, Are you dazed? Haven't you seen this before? Indeed, Yi Qiu had never encountered such a sight. With a playful smile, Lin Jingji resembled a blooming peony, instantly transforming the room into a vibrant tableau. Lin Jie, you are stunning, Yi Qiu exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Do you like it? Lin Jingji teased, revealing 2 deep dimples on her cheeks. Do you like me? If so, would you be my girlfriend? Yi Qiu cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jingji before hastily lowering his head. Why the silence? Lin Jingji inquired. Do you not have feelings for me? I do. Yi Qiu quickly affirmed. I am sincere. Lin Jingji chuckled. Then, shall I be your girlfriend? Was Lin Jie jesting? Just as Yi Qiu was about to respond, a sudden knocking at the door startled him. Is that Xiao Jie? Lin Jingji asked. It's me, Sun Mingjie, came the voice from outside. I've tidied up the guest room, and I'm ready to take Yi Qiu there. All right, I understand, Lin Jingji said to Yi Qiu. It's getting late. You should rest early. Yi Qiu was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that I would stay? It seems she meant for me to spend the night at the villa, not to keep her company. Feeling a pang of inferiority, he thought, after all, I am merely a powerless little doctor, while Lin Jie is a goddess. You should get some rest, Lin Jie, Yi Qiu said before departing. His initially despondent mood lifted. He turned back and smiled. Good night, Lin Jie. Good night, Lin Jingji replied with a gentle smile. As Yi Qiu stepped outside, he noticed the smug grin on Sun Mingjie's face, which irked him instantly. Why are you so pleased? I'm not sleeping with Lin Jie, he scoffed. Sun Mingjie's smile only widened. The guest room is situated on the 2nd floor of the villa. Yi Qiu lies in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. As the image of Lin Jingji emerging from her bath lingers in his mind, it must be said that this woman is indeed a captivating enchantress. Since slumber eludes him, he resolves to cultivate his skills instead. Earlier at the Crystal Palace, the Dragon King had repeatedly stepped forward, deeply moving Yichio. He remains uncertain of when he might awaken his celestial eye, but decides to give it a try. Should he succeed, he could assist the Dragon King in curing the poison that afflicts him and ultimately save his life. Yichio settles into a cross-legged position, commencing his practice. Following the method for awakening the celestial eye, he channels the innate energy through his meridians, gradually concentrating it at his brow. In the northern realm, the frigid winds howl. Stretching into the distance, the mountains loom ominously in the night, resembling ferocious beasts lying in wait. At the foot of these mountains lies a dense encampment of soldiers. Within one particular camp, a man sits around a hearth. He appears to be in his 30s, slender in build with striking features, draped in a military coat. And a chessboard lies before him. He holds a chess piece in hand, deep in contemplation. This man is none other than the renowned champion, Marquis Xiaojio. His adjutant stands nearby, reporting, yesterday, during training, the assault battalion inadvertently encountered a small enemy squad of approximately 100 men, all of whom were annihilated by our forces. Today, 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones were discovered in the wilderness and have been shot down. Furthermore, let us discuss something else, Xiaojio interjects, lightly tapping the table with the chess piece. Something else? The adjutant glances at Xiaojio, hesitating momentarily before continuing. My lord, we have just received news that the second young master has encountered an incident in Jiangzhou. What has happened to him? The second son found himself embroiled in a conflict that left his leg incapacitated. With a resounding thud, Xiaojio cast aside the chess piece in his hand, and a sudden, sharp aura radiated from him, transforming him into an indomitable sword. The aide, visibly pale with fear, stammered, My lord, I shall immediately dispatch someone to apprehend the assailant. Fool, Xiaojio bellowed. The aide promptly knelt before him, trembling. Who did this? Xiaojio inquired. Was it that woman from the Lin family of Jiangsu in Zhejiang? He pressed further. Indeed, came the reply. To be bested by a mere woman. And yet he dares to call himself my brother? Xiaojio's fierce aura ebbed like the retreating tide, and he spoke softly. He expects me to assist him in seeking vengeance? Yes, the aide nodded. With a heavy sigh, Xiaojio remarked, For years, under my protection, the Qing emperor has acted without restraint. Now, having lost his leg, he has only himself to blame. I hope he learns from this misfortune and chooses to reform. From this moment on, I shall no longer answer his calls. Inform the Qing emperor that I, Xiaojio, would rather sacrifice myself for the country than intervene on his behalf to assuage personal grievances. By the way, do we have any news regarding Bai Yujing? What has he been up to lately? Chapter 71. The unusual patient. The following day, Yichio arrived at work. As soon as he entered the consultation room, a nurse rushed over, urgency etched on her face. Dr. Yi, Director Bai requests your immediate presence in her office. Did Director Bai mention what she needed me for? Yichio asked. The director did not specify, but I suspect it is likely related to the patient we admitted this morning. What patient? In the morning, a patient was received, exhibiting numerous injuries and in a grave condition. Director Bai and several specialists were deliberating on the surgical plan. All right, I understand, Yichio responded. Clad in a white coat, he hastened to the director's office. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, and Bai Bing briskly exited. Director Bai, did you summon me? Yichio inquired. Yichio, you arrived at the perfect moment. Come with me to the operating room, Bai Bing replied as they walked. We have a surgery scheduled shortly, and I need you to assist me. Certainly. Yichio promptly followed Bai Bing towards the operating room. Upon arriving at the door, Yichio realized that several of the most esteemed surgical experts had gathered, their expressions grave and serious. What is happening? Yichio pondered, somewhat perplexed. These distinguished authorities typically held consultations only once or twice a week, rarely assembling together. The fact that they were all present today could only imply that either the patient's condition was dire, or the patient possessed a particularly notable identity. Regardless of which scenario it was, it signified that today's surgery would be anything but ordinary. Indeed, Bai Bing addressed the experts, esteemed colleagues. This surgery presents us with a significant challenge, and I appreciate your efforts. You are too kind, Director. It is our duty to save lives. There is no hardship in that, remarked a bespectacled expert. While I shall refrain from excessive gratitude, I wish for our surgery to be successful. The group donned sterile gowns and proceeded into the operating room. As Yichio entered, he observed the anesthesiologist and 5 or 6 other staff members, all poised and ready for the preoperative preparations. The patient, a young man, lay upon the operating table. Yichio cast a glance. drawing a sharp breath as he surveyed the scene before him. The young man lay before him, his body riddled with wounds, gunshot and stab injuries that were far from ordinary. Among them were several that were life-threatening. It was nothing short of a miracle that this young man had survived to this point. Only then did Yi Qiu comprehend why Bai Bing had summoned several esteemed experts. The complexity of this surgery was daunting, and it remained uncertain whether the young man could endure until its conclusion. Bai Bing declared, "The patient's condition is critical, thus we must act swiftly. In accordance with our previously devised surgical plan, I, along with several experts, will operate simultaneously on the patient. If there are no objections from the esteemed experts, shall we commence?" "Very well, let us begin." The surgery officially commenced. Yi Qiu, serving as an assistant, was tasked with aiding Bai Bing. Each time Bai Bing extracted a bullet from the patient, Yi Qiu swiftly wiped away the blood with gauze, followed by disinfecting the area with alcohol swabs, and finally suturing the wound before addressing the next injury. Time passed, second by second. An hour. 2 hours. The surgery proceeded in an orderly fashion. After 3 hours had elapsed, Bai Bing and the experts paused. Up to that moment, they had removed 17 bullets and sutured 9 stab wounds from the young man's body. "Director Bai, only 2 life-threatening injuries remain," one expert remarked. Another expert added, "One of these critical wounds is near the heart, and the other is close to the carotid artery. Both are challenging to treat." I do not wish to sound pessimistic, but the chances of success for these 2 procedures are quite low. Regardless of how slim the chances of success may be, treatment must proceed. An elderly expert with graying hair remarked, "Having reached this stage in treatment, we cannot afford to abandon our efforts." "I am not advocating for abandonment," I replied, "but rather expressing concern that these 2 critical injuries are particularly precarious. Should the patient experience significant hemorrhaging during the surgery, it could lead to dire complications." Bai Bing asserted, "No matter how troublesome, treatment is imperative. As physicians, our purpose is to save lives, is it not?" "Director Bai, your point is well taken. However, I recommend that we prepare a contingency plan prior to the operation, as the likelihood of the patient experiencing considerable blood loss during the procedure is quite high," suggested one expert. Another expert added, "Although our previous surgery went smoothly, the remaining 2 critical injuries present considerable challenges. A moment's carelessness could result in the patient's demise. Thus, preparing a contingency plan is essential." The elderly expert interjected, "However, if we begin to devise a plan now, we may find ourselves pressed for time." Bai Bing furrowed her brow. This indeed posed a significant dilemma. After a moment's contemplation, she arrived at a swift resolution. Time is of the essence. We must proceed with the surgery and implement emergency measures should the patient experience excessive bleeding. With that, Bai Bing took the initiative to extract the bullets from the patient. Observing her actions, the other experts commenced their tasks as well. Given that the bullets were merely a millimeter away from the carotid artery and heart, Bai Bing and the other experts exercised utmost caution, proceeding with the extraction at a deliberate pace. The atmosphere in the operating room grew increasingly tense. 30 minutes later, Bai Bing finally retrieved the bullets from the patient's wound, at which point her brow began to relax slightly. Immediately, with a sharp sound, several specialists extracted the bullet lodged near the patient's heart and cast it aside onto a nearby tray. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips as they exchanged smiles. The surgery was a success. "Clean the wound. Prepare for suturing," Bai Bing commanded, stepping back alongside the specialists to relinquish control of the operating table to the assistants. Yi Qiu promptly advanced, ready to cleanse the wound, when suddenly, a jet of blood erupted from the patient's injury, splattering Yi Qiu's hands. A critical hemorrhage. Before Yi Qiu could react, another female assistant gasped in alarm. "This is bad. The patient is losing a lot of blood," Bai Bing quickly urged. "We must staunch the bleeding." Yet the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. "It won't stop," the female assistant cried, her voice tinged with panic. "Director Bai, please think of a solution. Let me handle this," a specialist stepped forward. "Step aside." Bai Bing pushed Yi Qiu out of the way, taking matters into her own hands. However, neither she nor the specialist could halt the patient's bleeding. "This is dire. The patient's heartbeat is rapidly weakening, and blood pressure is plummeting. We must initiate emergency measures immediately. The situation is critical." At this moment, Yi Qiu spoke up, "Director Bai, allow me to try." In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Qiu's face. Apart from Bai Bing, the other specialists were unfamiliar with Yi Qiu, assuming he was merely Bai Bing's assistant. "Do you have a method to control the bleeding?" One specialist inquired, his eyes glinting with interest. Yes, Yuchio replied. What method? The Maoshan talisman. The expert's expression darkened immediately as he said, Director Bai, where did you find this assistant? He seems utterly unreliable. At such a critical moment, resorting to feudal superstition? Bai Bing also frowned slightly. Yichio interjected, Director Bai, allow me to give it a try with the Maoshan talisman. It should be able to staunch the bleeding. Should? An expert retorted. Are you implying you lack confidence? If we delay the emergency treatment and the patient dies, who will be responsible? Do you have a method to stop the bleeding? Yichio's words caused the expert's face to flush red. If I had a method, would I be wasting time with you? Yichio continued. If we do not stop the bleeding soon, the patient will perish in a matter of minutes. How confident are you? Bai Bing inquired. 50%. Excuse me? Bai Bing and several experts regarded Yichio with skepticism. A 50% chance is not insignificant. Let him try, Bai Bing concluded. An expert immediately cautioned, Director Bai, you must consider carefully. If he fails to stop the bleeding and the patient dies, who will bear the responsibility? I will take responsibility, Yichio asserted. You will bear the responsibility? You are merely an assistant. Can you truly shoulder the burden if the patient dies? The silver-haired expert remarked. I believe this is not the time to discuss who bears responsibility. We should focus on stopping the bleeding. Yichio, proceed. If you fail, I will accept the responsibility, Bai Bing stated. With her words, the other experts felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Moreover, the situation was dire, and no better method to staunch the bleeding could be found. Yichio immediately stepped forward and addressed a nurse, requesting, Please bring me a bowl of clean water, and do so swiftly. Understood. Within a mere 10 seconds, the nurse presented a bowl of clean water to Yichio. With his fingers poised like a sword, he traced symbols in the water. After 5 seconds, he dipped the tip of his finger into the bowl and swiftly applied it to the wound beside the patient's carotid artery. Witnessing this, several experts could not suppress their indignation. You think a bit of clean water can stop the bleeding? This is utter nonsense. Director Bai, this fellow is unreliable. We must devise another emergency plan. Yichio's treatment indeed appeared dubious, and Bai Bing felt a surge of anxiety. Could this possibly work? Then, as Yichio applied the water to the wound near the patient's heart, he paused and declared, It is done. Is that all? The experts were incredulous. Director Bai, this individual is untrustworthy. We should consider alternative methods. Just as one expert finished speaking, a nearby nurse exclaimed, The bleeding has stopped. The bleeding has ceased. This is impossible. Yet, instinctively, the experts shifted their gaze toward the patient's wounds. In the next moment, they were left utterly astonished. Had it truly stopped? How could this be? It was beyond belief. They observed that the two major sites of hemorrhage on the patient were not only devoid of blood flow, but also showing signs of gradual healing. The experts were bewildered. In all their years of practice, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. How astonishing. How did you accomplish this? An expert inquired of Yichio. While Bai Bing gazed at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity. I employed the charms of Maoshan, Yichio elucidated. As for the treatment process, you all witnessed it just now. Many perceive Maoshan charms as mere feudal superstition. However, this is not the case. They embody the wisdom bestowed by our ancestors, representing a profound and mysterious art that possesses the power to heal and save lives. Instantly, a sense of shame washed over the faces of several experts. My apologies. Young man, I was indeed ignorant. I nearly impeded your efforts to save the patient, one of them earnestly expressed. I too extend my apologies. Thankfully, you managed to staunch the bleeding. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. We owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. With that, the experts collectively bowed to Yichio. Witnessing this scene, Yichio felt a twinge of emotion. In today's society, individuals often prioritize appearances, even when at fault. Many are reluctant to acknowledge their mistakes, let alone apologize. Yet these esteemed experts, not only advanced in age but also renowned authorities in surgery, were now bowing in apology to Yichio, a testament to their deep respect for the field of medicine. You are too kind, esteemed seniors. You are all seasoned experts with vast experience. I still have much to learn from you, Yichio humbly responded. The elderly expert with graying hair looked at Yichio with eager eyes and said, Young Yi, the Maoshan charms are indeed remarkable. Would you be willing to teach me? I wish to take you as my master. A look of difficulty crossed Yichio's face. Hurry and stitch the wound. We can discuss other matters later, Bai Bing interjected. assisting Yi Qiu in alleviating the predicament. 20 minutes later, the surgery concluded. As the group emerged from the operating room, they encountered an unusual middle-aged man seated on a chair in the corridor. This man appeared peculiar not only in attire, but also in demeanor. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a sky-blue long robe, with his long hair tied up by a jade hairpin. His temples were streaked with silver, and a clean-shaven chin enhanced his refined and handsome appearance, reminiscent of an ancient scholar. What brings such a character from a period drama to a hospital? Yi Qiu pondered. At that moment, the middle-aged man abruptly rose, blocking the path of the group, and inquired, "Doctor, how is Han Long?" "Han Long? You mean the injured person inside?" Bai Bing responded, noticing the man's nod. "The surgery was successful. He will be transferred to the ward shortly." "Thank you." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank us. The real credit goes to Xiaoye. If it weren't for him today, your friend would have met a dire fate," an elderly expert remarked, gesturing towards Yi Qiu. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted back to Yi Qiu, scrutinizing him with a penetrating look. In that moment, Yi Qiu felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the man's gaze were a sharp sword piercing into his very soul, evoking a sense of dread. "What is your name?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Yi Qiu." He replied. "Yi Qiu, I express my gratitude for rescuing Han Long. I am Chao Yuan. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance." No need for formalities. Yi Qiu hardly paid heed to the middle-aged man's words, offering a faint smile as he departed with Bai Bing. "Director Bai, why do you gaze at me so?" Bai Bing's icy demeanor sent a shiver down Yi Qiu's spine. "Did you spend the night at Lin Jingji's residence? Did you share a bed with him?" Bai Bing inquired coldly. "Aye, what of it?" "Long Wang urgently seeks you," Zhao Yun interjected, pulling Yi Qiu from the hospital and into a Mercedes-Benz. Long Wang sat in the rear seat, his expression grave. "Long Wang, what is the matter that requires such haste?" Yi Qiu asked with curiosity. "Xiao Yi, gather your belongings swiftly. We must leave Jiangzhou immediately." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's expression shifted. "Why the urgency?" "Because Jiao Qiansui has arrived in Jiangzhou. If we do not leave now, it will be too late." Chapter 73, Chao Yuan. Yi Qiu had encountered the name Jiao Qiansui before. The previous evening at the Crystal Palace, he had heard Xiao Qingdi mention it, noticing Long Wang's serious demeanor, seemingly fearful of Jiao Qiansui. "Long Wang, who exactly is Jiao Qiansui?" Yi Qiu inquired. "Longmen?" Yi Qiu's confusion deepened. This was the first time he had heard of such an organization. Long Wang explained. Longmen was established less than 6 months ago and has already subdued the underground forces of the 14 provinces in the north, with Jiao Qiansui as its authoritative figure. Yi Qiu inhaled sharply, taken aback. In less than half a year, Jiao Qiansui ascended to become the formidable leader of the underground world across the 14 northern provinces, demonstrating the extent of his terrifying influence. In comparison, Long Wang, the head of the underground forces in Jiangzhou, appears as a mere novice. It is no wonder that Long Wang harbors such trepidation towards Jiao Qiansui. He continued, stating that Jiao Qiansui's ambitions extend far beyond the northern provinces. He aspires to unify the entire underground power of Huagua. In the past, many mocked Jiao Qiansui, deeming his aspirations as mere fantasies, for few have achieved such feats over the millennia. Yet, within just 6 months, Jiao Qiansui has decisively subdued the underground forces of the northern provinces, silencing his critics. Now, he sets his sights on sweeping through the southern regions. Jiangzhou, being the largest city in central Huagua, stands as his next target. Previously, I would have readily submitted, confident that Jiao Qiansui, known for his discernment in reward and punishment, would not make things difficult for me. However, in the current climate, I fear that even submission may not guarantee my safety. Yi Qiu suddenly grasped the situation and inquired, "Is it because of Xiao Qingdi?" "Indeed," Long Wang affirmed. "The Zijin Ling is the token of the Dragon Gate's leader. To see the token is akin to seeing the leader himself. Xiao Qingdi conveyed a message to me holding the Zijin Ling, yet I not only disregarded his commands, but also allowed him to suffer grave injuries on my territory. This matter will undoubtedly provoke Jiao Qiansui's scrutiny. Likewise, your injury to Xiao Qingdi will not go unpunished by him. Most alarmingly, I have just received news that Jiao Qiansui was attacked last night in Jiangzhou." "Attacked?" Yi Qiu exclaimed in astonishment. The Dragon King spoke solemnly. "I have just received news that 5 of Jiao Qiansui's guards were killed last night, and his adopted son has sustained severe injuries. It remains uncertain whether he will survive. However, Jiao Qiansui himself is unharmed. Given Jiao Qiansui's modus operandi, it is evident that a storm is brewing in Jiangzhou, making departure from this place the only viable option. Where shall we go? Yiqiu inquired. Australia, came the response. Yiqiu fell silent. The Dragon King discerned Yiqiu's reluctance to leave and continued to persuade him. Jiao Qiansui wields considerable power should you remain within the country. He will undoubtedly track you down swiftly. Thus, seeking refuge abroad is the wisest course of action. Zhao Yun added. The Dragon King has made all necessary arrangements. Once abroad, you need not worry about food, shelter, or transportation. I am not concerned about that. I simply do not wish to go overseas, Yiqiu replied. Why not? Both the Dragon King and Zhao Yun expressed their confusion. I wish to locate my biological father, Yiqiu stated earnestly. As of today, he still did not know the identity of his true father, a lingering ailment of his heart. He yearned to confront his father and question him about the reasons for abandoning him and his mother. Why had there been no contact over the years? Of course, it was possible that his father had long since passed away. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, Yiqiu felt compelled to search, to see him alive or to find his remains. The Dragon King then offered, you may share your father's details with me, and I shall send someone to assist you in your search. Dragon King, please do not mislead me. You are struggling to ensure your own safety. How could you assist me in finding my father? Yiqiu replied, there is no need for you to further persuade me. I will not go abroad, and I believe my mother would also prefer not to leave the country. However, life and death are fated, and wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. There is no need for further persuasion. Alas, upon witnessing Yiqiu's resolute demeanor, the Dragon King let out a long sigh. Zhao Yun, undeterred, continued, Yiqiu, we can gradually devise a plan to locate your father, but for now, preserving your life is of utmost importance. Come with me. Brother Zhao, I appreciate your concern. But as I mentioned, life and death are fated. You need not urge me further. Why are you so stubborn? Zhao Yun replied, somewhat exasperated. Very well. I shall leave it to your own devices. The Dragon King then cautioned Yiqiu, in the coming days, you must exercise utmost caution. Indeed, Yiqiu nodded, a thought crossing his mind. Dragon King, have you ever encountered the 9,000 years? The Dragon King shook his head. Never have I laid eyes upon him. Do you know what kind of person he is? Yiqiu inquired further. A profound fear shadowed the Dragon King's countenance as he uttered four words, deep and unfathomable. Could you elaborate? I have never met the 9,000 years, but judging by his modus operandi, he possesses both a cunning and treacherous side, as well as a heroic and unparalleled aspect. If I were to encapsulate him in a single term, it would be a formidable hero. A formidable hero? Someone akin to Cao Cao? Precisely. He bears a striking resemblance to Cao Cao, insidious and ruthless, yet endowed with exceptional intelligence. Why is he referred to as the 9,000 years? Yiqiu felt an unsettling connotation in that title, reminiscent of the powerful eunuchs of the past who were addressed as such. The Dragon King replied, because he is a eunuch. What? Yiqiu gasped in astonishment. The esteemed leader of the Dragon Gate is, in fact, a eunuch? Dragon King's path. It is said that in his youth, the 9,000-year-old was enamored with a lady, and they shared a deep affection. Tragically, the lady passed away, leaving the 9,000-year-old heartbroken. In his despair, he resorted to self-castration to demonstrate his lifelong devotion to her. Yiqiu found this somewhat perplexing, even for a profound love. Was such a drastic action truly necessary? Could it be that the 9,000-year-old had mastered the evil-repelling sword technique or similar martial arts? Dragon King. How skilled is the 9,000-year-old in martial arts? He possesses no martial prowess. Is that so? Yiqiu replied incredulously. How could one without martial skills possibly subdue the underground forces of the 14 northern provinces? Just as Lu Sun of the Three Kingdoms, a mere scholar, was able to command thousands, the Dragon King remarked. Though the 9,000-year-old may lack martial skills, his talent and courage are unparalleled in this era. Even the champion Marquis Xiao Jiao and Bai Yujing hold him in high regard. Who is Bai Yujing? Yiqiu inquired, intrigued by yet another unfamiliar name. You do not know. The Dragon King's expression was somewhat incredulous, as though he assumed Yiqiu was aware. Yiqiu shook his head. Bai Yujing is the eldest grandson of the Bai family as patriarch in the capital, and he is renowned alongside champion Marquis Xiao Jiao as the dual heroes of our time. He is also the cousin of Bai Bing. Goodness, Yiqiu was taken aback. All right, you may leave now. The 9,000-year-old is arriving, and I must make some arrangements. As Yiqiu stepped out of the vehicle, He suddenly jolted back to reality once Zhao Yun initiated the engine, hastily inquiring, "By the way, Dragon King, what is the true name of the 9,000-year-old?" Chao Yuan. Chapter 74. The background of Bai Bing Chao Yuan? Yi Qiu murmured softly. That name sounds somewhat familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, the realization struck him. The peculiar middle-aged man Yi Qiu had encountered earlier at the operating room door was none other than Chao Yuan. Could he possibly be the esteemed leader of Longmen, known as the 9,000 years? Yi Qiu hurriedly dashed into the hospital, making his way directly to the operating room, only to find it deserted upon his arrival. What had become of the injured patient? He urgently inquired of a nurse. Which ward? 301. Yi Qiu swiftly proceeded to ward 301. Upon entering, he observed a nurse attending to Han Longs for medication. He could not help but ask, "What about the middle-aged man who was with him? He has already left." Left? Where did he go? Oh. Yi Qiu, somewhat distracted, responded with a brief acknowledgement and instructed, "Please notify me when the patient awakens." Certainly. Bai Yujing, the eldest grandson of the Bai family patriarch in the capital, was renowned alongside champion Marquis Xiaojio as one of the preeminent figures of the era. Moreover, he was the cousin of Bai Bing. Just what was the significance of the Bai family? What role did Bai Yujing play? Yi Qiu resolved to investigate further. Opening his computer and entering Bai family of the capital into Baidu. Instantly, thousands of news articles appeared, each headline more alarming than the last. The General Hujiang Bai Jingyao, the oldest among founding generals. The Bai family of founding generals, a family of 3 generals, of father and son commanders. Countless similar articles abounded. Yet, without exception, the central figure in these reports was the venerable General Bai Jingyao. Although Yi Qiu paid little attention to current affairs, he had certainly heard of the illustrious name of General Bai. Now over a century old, General Bai Jingyao was one of the few surviving founding generals, celebrated for his remarkable military achievements. Could it be that Grandpa Bai is General Bai? No, the esteemed elder is now over 100 years old. By calculating his age, one would deduce that his son must be at least in his 70s, and his grandson would be at least in his 40s or 50s. Furthermore, from the news articles, Yi Qiu could not find any mention of Bai Yujing. He then turned to read further news, delving into the details with growing astonishment. General Bai hailed from a humble background, later joining the military and participating in countless wars. After the establishment of the nation, he was bestowed the rank of general. Over the course of 3 dynasties, he became a towering pillar within the military. Remarkably, General Bai remained vigorous even in his advanced years, fathering 2 sons when he was nearly 60. The elder son, Bai Jiangwo, once served as the commander of a certain division in the southwest. At the age of 40, he bore the illustrious title of the youngest general in the military, destined for a promising future, yet tragically succumbed to a car accident 3 years prior. The younger son, Bai Jianjun, now 47, currently holds the position of Chief of Staff in a Southwest division and was recently promoted to general. Although the name Bai Yujing was represented by letters, Yi Qiu was able to deduce it. There was scant information regarding Bai Yujing, merely stating that he is the son of Bai Jianjun, known by the moniker Tianshang Bai Yujing, and is renowned alongside champion Hou Xiaojio as the contemporary dual heroes. The photograph taken during the celebration of General Bai's 105th birthday, when the highest authority, Tang Lao, visited him, captured the elderly general seated in the center, clad in traditional attire, radiating vitality. Tang Lao occupied the left, while Bai Jianjun sat on the right, with a crowd gathered behind them. Amongst these individuals, Yi Qiu recognized a familiar face, Bai Bing. Indeed, Director Bai is the granddaughter of General Bai. From the very first glance at Bai Bing, Yi Qiu sensed an air of nobility and breathtaking beauty, which led him to believe that her identity was far from ordinary. However, he never anticipated the extent of her prominence. A question began to swirl in Yi Qiu's mind. With such a formidable background and having returned from studying abroad, why would Director Bai choose to humble herself at Jiangzhou Hospital? Given her credentials and lineage, she could easily secure a position at any medical institution in the country. Yet she remained at Jiangzhou. What could be the reason behind this? Subsequently, Yi Qiu scrutinized a group photograph, hoping to discern the visage of Bai Yujing. To his perplexity, apart from the esteemed Tang Lao, General Bai, and Bai Jianjun, no other men appeared in the picture. This struck him as odd. Under such circumstances, Bai Yujing should not have been absent. Why was he missing? Yi Qiu then spent some time searching online, only to be met with astonishment. There was no information regarding Bai Yujing available on the internet, not even a solitary photograph. This individual was indeed enigmatic. After closing the webpage, Yichio resumed his duties of attending to patients. After seeing a few patients, he felt a growing sense of unease and instructed the nurse to halt the calling of names. If Jiao Qiansui did not remain at the hospital to accompany the injured party, what could he possibly be doing? Could it be? Yichio was suddenly struck by a revelation, startling the nurse beside him. Dr. Yi, is everything all right? The nurse inquired. Please inform Director Bai that I need to take a brief leave, as I have urgent matters to attend to, Yichio replied hastily before exiting. He hailed a cab and headed straight for Yunwu Mountain. Jiao Qiansui's purpose in Jiangzhou was to subdue the underground forces. Thus, his primary target would undoubtedly be the Dragon King. With the assassination of the esteemed Zhu Qiansui last night in Jiangzhou, resulting in the death of several bodyguards, whether or not the Dragon King was involved, he undoubtedly bears significant suspicion. Zhu Qiansui is currently absent from the hospital, where he should be attending to the injured individual, which leaves only one possibility. He has sought out the Dragon King to demand accountability. Master, please hasten your pace. Yichio urged the taxi driver anxiously. Yunwu Mountain, the residence of the Dragon King. Dragon King, I have packed all the luggage and am ready to depart, Zhao Yun declared. The Dragon King cradled his grandson, Little Tiger, the young boy who had been rescued by Yichio from the waters of Mirror Lake days prior. He gently stroked Little Tiger's head, saying, Little Tiger, you must always heed Uncle Zhao Yun's guidance, study diligently, and aspire to become a person of worth in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Little Tiger nodded, replying. Grandfather, aren't you coming abroad with us? But grandfather, I will miss you. Little Tiger clung tightly to the Dragon King. At this moment of impending separation, even this formidable underworld overlord of Jiangzhou found his eyes welling with tears. Little Tiger, remember to listen to Uncle Zhao Yun without exception. Yes, Zhao Yun. I entrust Little Tiger to you. Rest assured, I, Zhao Yun, shall never betray your trust in this lifetime. I believe in you. Take Little Tiger away. The Dragon King gestured dismissively. Suddenly, Zhao Yun knelt down, bowing 3 times before the Dragon King, then resolutely took Little Tiger by the hand and walked towards the courtyard exit. At that moment, a faint voice echoed from the entrance. Where are you headed? Upon hearing a sound, Zhao Yun looked up and saw 4 unfamiliar figures entering through the door. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with a fair complexion and no beard. He was clad in a green robe, his hair secured by a jade hairpin, resembling a figure from ancient times. Following him were 3 robust young men, all around 30 years of age. Who are you? Zhao Yun inquired. How did you gain entry? The door was open, so naturally, we entered from outside, the man replied. That is impossible. There are guards at the villa entrance. If these individuals had come through the door, they would surely have been stopped, Zhao Yun thought. Was he lying? As he scrutinized the middle-aged man further, he noticed the gentle smile upon his face, which did not suggest deceit. Then, only one possibility remained. The guards had attempted to intervene, but had failed. Zhao Yun swiftly pulled the young boy, Xiaohu, behind him and cautiously regarded the middle-aged man, demanding, Who are you, truly? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. I am Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, the esteemed 9,000 years. Zhao Yun was taken aback, his face paling at the revelation. Zhao Yun, do not delay in kneeling. The Dragon King commanded. With a thud, Zhao Yun hastily knelt on the ground, respectfully proclaiming, I humbly welcome the esteemed 9,000 years. Dragon King, there is no need for such formalities. In fact, I am your senior by age, and it is I who should pay my respects to you, Xiao Yuan said, advancing to assist the Dragon King to his feet, smiling as he continued, I hope my unannounced visit has not caused you any inconvenience. Your presence at my humble abode is indeed a great honor, esteemed 9,000 years, the Dragon King responded, filled with trepidation. Xiao Yuan chuckled and said to Zhao Yun, You should rise as well. Zhao Yun promptly stood up. Following this, Xiao Yuan's gaze fell upon the young boy, Xiaohu, and he beckoned, saying, Come here. Little one, let me embrace you. Being just a child, Xiaohu was oblivious to the complexities of adult affairs and approached him. Xiao Yuan lifted Xiaohu into his arms and, with a cheerful smile, remarked, What a fine child. He possesses such delicate features. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to hold him again in the future. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees, pleading, Your Excellency, Xiaohu is but a child. I implore you to spare him. I am willing to leave my brothers from Jiangzhou to pledge allegiance to Longmen. Dragon King, what do you mean by that? Qiao Yuan inquired with a smile. As the esteemed leader of Longmen, would I truly trouble a mere child? He then turned to Xiao Hu, asking, little friend, where do you plan to go play with Uncle Xiao Yun? To a foreign country. Xiao Hu began, but Xiao Yun quickly interrupted. Casting a stern glance at him, do not speak carelessly in front of His Excellency. Qiao Yuan chuckled once more and continued, which country are you all set to explore? Allow me to guess, is it America? Switzerland? Or perhaps the East? No, it must be Australia. How did you know we were going to Australia? Xiao Hu's innocent face was filled with confusion. Qiao Yuan glanced at the Dragon King and, with a playful smile directed at Xiao Hu, replied, there are certain matters I may seem unaware of, but it is merely my disinclination to investigate. However, should I choose to pursue a matter, nothing can elude my grasp. At these words, a tempest of unease surged within the Dragon King. The estate in Australia was acquired through clandestine channels over a decade ago. A fact that the Dragon King only disclosed to Xiao Yun yesterday, having kept it a secret from everyone until now. To his astonishment, it was discovered by the venerable Jiuqing. In that instant, cold sweat drenched his back. Jiuqing, I must confess, I intend to send my grandson abroad. The Dragon King admitted candidly. Why? Have you committed some offense against me? The smile on Qiao Yuan's face remained, yet his voice was laced with icy undertones. Not at all. The Dragon King raised his gaze, meeting Qiao Yuan's eyes directly, and declared, Jiuqing, I swear before heaven that I have never wronged you. Qiao Yuan continued to stare into the Dragon King's eyes, and after a prolonged silence of half a minute, he inquired, then why do you wish to send your grandson away? The Dragon King wore a pained expression as he replied, I have offended someone, and I fear retribution. Are you referring to Xiao Qingdi? Indeed, the Dragon King confirmed. Young Master Xiao has been grievously injured. He will certainly not let this matter rest. Given that I encountered trouble on your territory, do you think I would allow you to escape unscathed? Qiao Yuan's smile abruptly vanished, and the atmosphere in the courtyard seemed to freeze. Jiuqing, I was entirely unaware of this, yet you were attacked in Jiangzhou. I bear an undeniable responsibility. Whether you wish to take my life or exact punishment, I submit to your will, the Dragon King stated. Very well, Qiao Yuan replied. Xiao Qingdi conveyed a message on my behalf, while you conspired with others to slay his servant and injure him. Such is your singular crime. Last night, in my defense, several subordinates lost their lives, and my adopted son nearly perished as well. As the leader of the underground forces in Jiangzhou, you have allowed such chaos to reign. Thus, the blame falls squarely upon you. For these two transgressions, I demand your head. Do you acquiesce? Yes, replied the Dragon King earnestly. I only hope that you might spare my grandson and Xiao Yun. Rest assured, it is customary in our line of work to avoid harming family. I understand. A grateful smile emerged on the Dragon King's face as he expressed, I am deeply thankful for your great kindness, and I wish you boundless blessings in the swift unification of the realm. Farewell, Dragon King, Qiao Yuan concluded. At that moment, a young man stepped forward from behind him, brandishing a dagger. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yun was taken aback and hurriedly knelt, pleading, might you spare the Dragon King's life? I am willing to exchange my own for his. Impudent! In the presence of the 9,000 years, you have no voice. Depart at once. The Dragon King barked. 9,000 years, I implore you. Xiao Yun continued, bowing repeatedly, causing his forehead to bleed profusely. Qiao Yuan regarded him with admiration, stating, in our line of work, we set aside fame and fortune, placing righteousness at the forefront. Your willingness to die for your master is commendable. However, I cannot grant your request. Why? Xiao Yun asked, confusion etching his features. Qiao Yuan replied, though I have taken countless lives, I have never slain the innocent. You are blameless and thus must not be executed. What would the world think of me otherwise? Moreover, if I acquiesce to your request today, then tomorrow, should another err, shall I likewise exchange a life for a life? Should I consent or withhold my agreement? If I concede, then the principles of Longmen would become mere trappings. For any transgression could be absolved by merely finding someone to take the blame. Yet, if I refuse, my brethren may deem me unjust, citing your precedent. Thus, I cannot grant your appeal. Do you comprehend? I understand, Xiao Yun replied sorrowfully, nodding. Kill. Qiao Yuan shielded the eyes of the young tiger as the youth brandished a dagger, aiming for the Dragon King's throat. Chapter 76. The 3 days as one approaches death, their heart is often laden with dread. However, at this moment, the Dragon King felt an unusual tranquility, devoid of fear. At 18, he traversed the underworld, honing his martial skills through trials and tribulations, ultimately becoming the 12th ranked master on the Tiger list and reigning as the sovereign of the underground realm in Jiangzhou. His life could be aptly described as glorious. What filled the Dragon King with pride was that, despite being the leader of the underground forces, he had never indulged in the wanton slaughter of innocents, nor had he ever wrongfully taken a life. He stood just before heaven and just before his brothers. In this life, he bore no guilt, to die without regret. At this moment, the blade's edge pressed against his throat. The Dragon King sensed that should the dagger advance even an inch further, he would irrevocably depart this world. Let death come. After all, who among us has not faced mortality since time immemorial? Halt! Suddenly, a powerful shout reverberated through the air, followed by a fierce gust that sliced through the atmosphere, accompanied by a sharp clang that resonated in his ears. The Dragon King abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the dagger in the young man's hand being sent flying. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the entrance, and his expression shifted drastically. Yi Qiu, what brings you here? Leave this place at once. The Dragon King commanded, for he was a man on the brink of death, unwilling to implicate Yi Qiu in his demise. I have come to save you, Yi Qiu replied. Casting a brief glance to ascertain the Dragon King's safety, his eyes then settled on the figure clad in green. Chao Yuan, and he inquired, are you the esteemed Zhou Qiansui? Indeed, Chao Yuan responded with a smile. What a curious twist of fate, to encounter each other so soon again. The Dragon King looked at Yi Qiu in astonishment. You have met Zhou Qiansui before? We crossed paths this morning at the hospital, though at that time, I was unaware of his true identity, Yi Qiu continued, addressing Chao Yuan. Would you spare the Dragon King's life? Why would you wish to save him? Chao Yuan countered. Because the Dragon King has rendered me great favors, Yi Qiu explained. The great favors you speak of, do they pertain to his intervention on your behalf last night at the Crystal Palace? Or to Zhao Yun's assistance in burying Guo Xiaocong alive? A thunderous shockwave coursed through Yi Qiu's mind. The events at the Crystal Palace were not difficult to investigate. Yet how did Zhou Qiansui come to know of Guo Xiaocong's fate? That day, aside from him, Zhao Yun, and a few of Zhao Yun's subordinates, there had been no others present. Yi Qiu was certain that Zhao Yun and his men would not have divulged any details. Thus, from where did Zhou Qiansui acquire this information? Cold sweat began to bead on Yi Qiu's back. I suspect you are wondering how I came by this knowledge. Am I right? Chao Yuan chuckled. In this world, as long as I wish to investigate, there is nothing I cannot uncover. Yi Qiu steadied his mind and directly inquired, what must be done for you to spare the Dragon King? Chao Yuan shook his head, declaring, the Dragon King must perish. Why? Yi Qiu pressed. Last night, Xiao Qingdi conveyed a message on my behalf, yet the Dragon King conspired with you and Lin Jingji to injure him and slay his servant. That is the first crime. Upon my arrival in Jiazhou, I was ambushed, resulting in the deaths of several of my subordinates, which vividly illustrates the chaos that reigns in Jiangzhou. As the leader of the underground forces, the Dragon King has mismanaged Jiangzhou to this extent. That is the second crime. Therefore, he must die. Yi Qiu felt a surge of anger within and retorted, neither of these matters should be attributed to the Dragon King. Oh, Chao Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Do elaborate. Yi Qiu responded. Xiao Qingdi is known for his arrogance and capriciousness, and yet you chose to have such a person convey your message. I believe this reflects a grave misjudgment in your discernment of character and the utilization of personnel. At the banquet, it was Xiao Qingdi who first harbored murderous intent and initiated the attack against us, a fact clear to all attendees. We were merely on the defensive. The slaying of his servant and the maiming of him were acts of legitimate self-defense. Furthermore, upon your arrival in Jiangzhou, the Dragon King was unaware, and you did not request the Dragon King to send protectors for you. The ambush was entirely your own affair. How can you lay the blame at the Dragon King's feet? As the leader of the Longmen, you should be well aware that many would seek your life. Had you taken stringent precautions last night, how could any would-be assailant have found an opportunity? As for the several subordinates who perished, they did so in the defense of your honor. Were it not for you, their fates would have been different. In truth, you are the architect of their demise. How audacious. Before Yi Qiu could finish his statement, a young man interjected with a sharp reprimand. Yi Qiu cast a glance at the youth, recognizing him as the one who had previously brandished a dagger. He retorted, I am conversing with your master. How dare you, a mere dog, interject? You say? The young man bristled. If you are to be a dog, you must possess the awareness of one. You seek death. The youth, incensed, launched a fist toward Yi Qiu, remaining steadfast. Yi Qiu did not move until the young man's fist was a mere half-meter away, at which point he retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. Boom! Their fists collided with a resounding thud, and both Yi Qiu and the young man were propelled backward 5 steps. They both exclaimed in surprise, astonished by each other's strength. No wonder he is so arrogant. It seems he possesses a modicum of skill after all. Come again. Boom. The young man hurled another punch. Yi Qiu raised his fist to meet it. Bang. The second strike met with a collision, yet unlike the first, it did not produce a thunderous sound. Their bodies remained virtually unmoved, their fists merely grazing against each other before they both retreated 3 steps. You have struck me twice. Now it is my turn to retaliate. With that, Yi Qiu surged forward with the swiftness of lightning, appearing before the young man in an instant. Boom. Their fists clashed violently once more. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The young man continuously retreated, the sound of his polished shoes scraping against the ground resonating as he stumbled back for over a dozen steps before finally stabilizing himself. He gazed at Yi Qiu in astonishment. Simultaneously, 2 other young men standing behind Chao Yuan stepped forward, seemingly ready to take action. Undaunted, Yi Qiu scoffed. So this is the modus operandi of long men, overwhelming the few with the many. I have indeed broadened my horizons today. Stop! Chao Yuan commanded the 2 young men, exuding a palpable aura of authority as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Qiu. In that instant, a chill enveloped Yi Qiu, akin to plunging into an icy abyss. Chao Yuan spoke in a low, grave tone. If anyone else were to address me in such a manner, they would already be a lifeless corpse. However, considering your prior act of saving Han Long's life, I shall refrain from retaliating today. You wish to save the Dragon King, do you? Very well. I can grant him a reprieve, but you must acquiesce to one condition. What condition? Yi Qiu inquired urgently. Find the assassin who attempted to take my life last night. Understood. Yi Qiu did not hesitate to agree. Do not be so hasty in your acceptance. I have not yet finished my stipulation, Chao Yuan continued. I shall grant you 3 days. If you can uncover the identity of the assassin within this time frame, I will not pursue the Dragon King. However, should you fail, not only will I claim the Dragon King's life 3 days hence, but I shall also sever one of your arms. Will you still agree? I accept. Yi Qiu declared resolutely. For the sake of saving the Dragon King's life, he would consent to anything, even the loss of an arm. Excellent. I trust you will not disappoint me. With that, Chao Yuan departed the Dragon King's villa, accompanied by the 3 young men. Chapter 77. The Test on a Secluded Road. A Mercedes-Benz RV slowly departed from the misty mountains. Stop! Chao Yuan suddenly exclaimed. The driver promptly slammed on the brakes. Chao Yuan turned to the young man beside him and said, Do not hold it in. It is detrimental to your health. The young man quickly pressed down the window and leaned his head out. With a sudden gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. He had exchanged 3 blows with Yi Qiu, and during the 3rd strike, not only had he been pushed back several steps, but he had also sustained internal injuries. Nevertheless, he had managed to conceal his pain until now. Much to his surprise, it was discovered by Chao Yuan. I apologize, master. I have brought shame upon you, the young man said with remorse. Do not fret. Even Shao Qingdi was defeated by him, let alone you. Chao Yuan reassured him. He then inquired, What are your thoughts on Yi Qiu? Strong. The young man replied. Feeling that his words lacked precision, he added, Very strong. Yi Qiu's skills are on par with those of the dragon ranking experts. If he competes for the dragon ranking next year, he might very well secure a place in the top 10. What about the information I asked you to gather? It's all here. The young man handed a tablet to Chao Yuan. As Chao Yuan opened the device, he meticulously examined the data. 3 minutes later, he closed the tablet and remarked, I am genuinely surprised to learn that Yi Qiu's mother is the young lady of the prestigious Chen family from Suzhou and Hangzhou, a lineage that has endured for a century. Why is there no information regarding his father? I searched, but could not find anything. Could not find anything? Chao Yuan raised an eyebrow. The young man replied, This matter is quite peculiar, as if he has no father at all. Have Zhuke investigate this matter further. Inform her that it is imperative to uncover the identity of Yi Qiu's father. Chao Yuan commanded, Yes. He then inquired, Where are the bodies of those brothers? The sect leader replied, According to our customs, each family can only receive a maximum of 1 million in compensation. I will personally cover the additional million. Chao Yuan stated, They perished in their efforts to protect me. I cannot neglect their families. Proceed as I have instructed. Understood. Chao Yuan closed his eyes. The young man hesitated, then spoke. Feel free to ask whatever you wish, Chao Yuan said calmly. The youth expressed his confusion. I do not understand. You are already aware that the assailants were members of the witch god sect. Why send Yi Qiu to investigate? Chao Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Do you not perceive that Yi Qiu is quite talented? The young man suddenly understood. I see now. You intend to test Yi Qiu, wise leader. Indeed. He is worthy of instruction. Chao Yuan then instructed, eliminate any traces of the assailants, and do not provide Yi Qiu with any assistance or information. If we do so, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to uncover the culprits. The young man continued, however, leader, you have only given Yi Qiu 3 days. If he fails to identify the assailants by then, will you truly kill the Dragon King? Yes, if Yi Qiu cannot find the culprit, the Dragon King must be executed. Chao Yuan affirmed. As the leader of the Dragon Gate, if I do not uphold my promises, how can I command the 10,000 brothers of the Dragon Gate? Moreover, a dying man holds little value. A dying man? The youth asked, perplexed. Chao Yuan explained. The Dragon King has been afflicted by poison for many years and is nearing death. I see. The young man responded, finally understanding. The young man continued, Master, last night, 5 assassins who attempted to take your life were slain on the spot. 2 more fell to Han Long's blade, and 1 managed to escape after wounding him. Investigate. Locate this individual for me. Understood. The youth went on. Master, the witch god sect has made several attempts on your life. Should we take action against them? A glint of cold light flashed in Chao Yuan's eyes as he coldly replied, now is not the time to act against them. Once I have subdued the world, I will deal with them. At that point, whether they are witch gods or plague gods, they shall be vanquished together. In the courtyard. It was only after Chao Yuan departed that the Dragon King and Zhao Yun managed to rise from the ground. Their faces pale and the terror in their brows still evident. Yi Qiu was no better off. His back was drenched in cold sweat. The Dragon King sighed, Little Yi, you should not have come today. I am a man marked for death. It matters not whether it be sooner or later. Although you saved my life, it has brought you trouble, which is not worth it. Yi Qiu replied earnestly, please do not say that. Last night in the Crystal Palace, you and Brother Zhao stood against Xiao Qingdi for my sake, and it led to your injuries. Compared to the assistance you have provided me, my efforts are but trifling. Regardless, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thank you. The Dragon King expressed his appreciation. Zhao Yun added, Yi Qiu, I have decided to call you my brother. In the future, should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall face any danger without hesitation. Yi Qiu's smile faded as he stated, to resolve this matter completely, we must first find the culprit. Leave this matter to me. I shall promptly arrange for someone to seek out the culprit. Zhao Yun declared, even if I must dig 3 feet into the ground, I will uncover the murderer. You are underestimating the situation, the Dragon King replied. The perpetrator is not easily found. Instantly, both Yi Qiu and Zhao Yun turned their gazes towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King continued, consider this, Jiao Qiansui is the master of longmen, surrounded by formidable experts. For an ordinary person, not only is it difficult to assassinate him, but even to approach him is a challenge. Yet last night, the assailant killed several of his guards and nearly took the life of his adopted son. What does this indicate? It reveals that the murderer possesses exceptional skills and likely has significant backing. To locate the assailant within 3 days is akin to climbing to the heavens. Zhao Yun responded. Yet we cannot simply refrain from searching. If we fail to find the murderer within 3 days, you will perish, and Yi Qiu shall lose an arm. I merely stated that finding the culprit is no easy task. I did not imply that we should cease our search, the Dragon King remarked, casting a complex glance at Yi Qiu, sighing, Little Yi, you should not have acquiesced to Jiao Qiansui's terms. Why is that? Yi Qiu inquired. You could have continued to live peacefully as a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded. With your medical talent, you would undoubtedly become a renowned physician. However, by agreeing to Jiao Qiansui's request to seek the murderer, you have stepped into the tumultuous world of martial arts. The realm of martial arts is fraught with danger. What do you mean by that, Dragon King? Yi Qiu asked, perplexed. The Dragon King replied, do you recall what Jiao Qiansui once said? He claimed that in this world, if he wishes to investigate something, there is nothing he cannot uncover. A look of astonishment manifested on Yi Qiu's countenance as he inquired. Are you implying that the Grand Eunuch was already cognizant of the identity of his assailant? Assuredly. Then why did he task me with seeking out the perpetrator? Yi Qiu posed the question, before a sudden realization dawned upon him. Is he testing my mettle? Indeed, the Dragon King responded with a subtle nod. It then became clear to Yi Qiu why Chao Yuan had expressed his hopes for him not to disappoint him upon his departure. He was, in fact, being assessed. If I unmask the assassin, will I have passed the trial? And what will be Chao Yuan's subsequent course of action towards me? Will he extend an invitation for me to join the Dragon Gate? Regardless of whether it is a trial or not, I must first locate the culprit. With this thought, Yi Qiu turned to the Dragon King. Where was the Grand Eunuch ambushed last night? The Bright Hotel. Given that I have a mere 3 days, and time is of the essence, let us proceed to the scene forthwith. Chapter 78. Tracing Charm, the Bright Hotel. Room 8001. A presidential suite. Yi Qiu cast his gaze around, observing that the room was impeccably tidy and immaculate. Brother Zhao, are you certain that the Grand Eunuch was attacked here last night? Yi Qiu inquired, his skepticism evident. It hardly resembles the scene of an assassination. I am certain, Zhao Yun affirmed. My investigation reveals that the Grand Eunuch resided here last night and did not venture out of the room at any point. Yi Qiu pressed further. Then why is the room so clean and orderly? Has the hotel's cleaning staff been here? I have inquired, and the hotel has not dispatched anyone to clean the room. Yi Qiu's brow furrowed as he turned to the Dragon King. Does this strike you as the scene of an assassination? It is unlike it, Yi Qiu remarked. If the esteemed 9000 was indeed assassinated in this room last night, and several of his guards perished, there must be traces of a struggle present. Yet, the room bears no evidence, as if it has never been inhabited. Could it be that 9000 did stay here last night? But the assassination did not occur within these walls. As soon as the Dragon King voiced this possibility, he was met with Zhao Yun's rebuttal. I have scrutinized the surveillance footage. 9000 entered this room last night and did not depart until this morning. Furthermore, the deceased guards were also carried out from this room this morning. I can assure you, this is indeed the scene of the crime. Then why can we find no traces whatsoever? The Dragon King inquired, his brow furrowed. Could it be that 9000 dispatched someone to clean up the scene? Upon hearing this, both Zhao Yun and the Dragon King were taken aback. If that were the case, why would 9000 do such a thing? What benefit would he gain from erasing all evidence? Zhao Yun questioned further. You truly are a simpleton. How can you not grasp this elementary reasoning? The Dragon King retorted with irritation. 9000 is testing Yi Qiu. Testing? Zhao Yun's confusion deepened. The Dragon King elucidated. By instructing Yi Qiu to uncover the identity of the assassin, 9000 has set forth a trial. Now, by erasing all traces, he has merely escalated the challenge. If Yi Qiu successfully passes the trial and identifies the murderer, we shall remain unharmed. However, if he fails to uncover the culprit, then Zhou Qiansui will fulfill his promise and take my life along with one of Yi Qiu's arms. That wretched creature is truly insidious. After venting his frustrations, Zhao Yun quickly covered his mouth and glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. The Dragon King, with a stern countenance, admonished Zhao Yun, stating, as the saying goes, disease enters through the mouth and calamity emerges from it. Be mindful of your words. Such statements must never be uttered again. If someone from Longyan hears you, your demise will be imminent. I shall be more cautious henceforth, Zhao Yun conceded, acknowledging his indiscretion and sincerely accepting the Dragon King's rebuke. What shall we do now, Xiao Yi? The Dragon King inquired. We shall find the murderer, Yi Qiu replied. How do we go about that? As long as the murderer has entered this room, they must have left behind some trace. No matter how thoroughly Zhou Qiansui attempts to erase the evidence, it is impossible to eliminate every clue. Yi Qiu continued. Let us first search the room to see if we can uncover any signs of the perpetrator. Very well. With that, the trio commenced their search within the spacious presidential suite, which boasted not only a living room but also 4 additional rooms and 2 bathrooms. They meticulously scoured the area for nearly an hour, turning the room upside down, yet they found no trace whatsoever. I can now assert with certainty that it was indeed Zhou Qiansui who dispatched someone to erase the evidence, for an ordinary person could never obliterate traces so thoroughly. The Dragon King lamented. No wonder Longmen is expanding so rapidly. Zhou Qiansui's subordinates are quite capable. Brother Zhao, where is the hotel surveillance room? Please take me to have a look, Yi Qiu inquired. Having found no clues within the room, he could only place his hopes on the surveillance footage. Zhao Yun replied. I have already reviewed the surveillance videos and found nothing of value. However, Yi Qiu insisted. I still wish to see it. Long Wang, seeing Yi Qiu's determination, added. Zhao Yun, lead the way quickly. I am also curious to see. Very well, Zhao Yun acquiesced, guiding Yi Qiu and Long Wang to the hotel surveillance room. The 3 of them settled into the room, reviewing all the surveillance footage from the previous night until this morning. Just as Zhao Yun had mentioned earlier, after Jiao Qiansui and his bodyguards entered the room, they did not emerge throughout the night, nor did they even open the door. Only this morning did the door open, revealing several lifeless bodies being carried out, after which Jiao Qiansui departed. After viewing the footage, Yi Qiu remarked, "The surveillance video has been tampered with. Little Yi, what have you discovered?" Long Wang inquired eagerly, while Zhao Yun looked on with curiosity. Yi Qiu explained, "Since Jiao Qiansui and his bodyguards did not exit the room all night, nor did they open the door, one must wonder how the murderer gained entry. Could it have been through the window?" Long Wang suggested. "I have examined all the windows in the room, and there are no signs of damage. Although Jiao Qiansui erased the traces within the room, I refuse to believe he replaced the windows as well. Therefore, there is only one possibility. The murderer entered through the front door. Throughout the entirety of the footage, we never catch a glimpse of the assailant," Yi Qiu stated. "Furthermore, and most critically, I haven't detected any sign of Han Long. Han Long? Who is that?" Zhao Yun inquired. "Han Long is the adopted son of the venerable Ninth Lord. He was conveyed to Jiangzhou Hospital earlier this morning, bearing dozens of bullet and knife wounds, his life hanging precariously in the balance," Yi Qiu elucidated. "Han Long sustained these grievous injuries while safeguarding the Ninth Lord, which implies he was in close proximity to the Ninth Lord when the assassination attempt occurred. Yet, Han Long is conspicuously absent from this video. Considering these 2 points, I surmise that this video has been tampered with. If my conjecture is correct, this is the handiwork of the Ninth Lord himself." The Zhao Yun began to retort, but upon catching the Dragon King's stern gaze, he promptly silenced himself. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Qiu was mentally berating the Ninth Lord. That insidious cur has meticulously erased any trace, making the pursuit of the true culprit all the more difficult. "I'll have someone restore the video immediately," Zhao Yun declared. "Continue the search." After another half hour of fruitless searching, it became apparent that more arcane methods were necessary. "It seems we must resort to Maoshan incantations." Taking advantage of the Dragon King and Zhao Yun's momentary distraction, Yi Qiu swiftly interlaced his fingers, forming a complex seal before his chest. He then softly chanted an incantation. Soon, a wisp of ebony vapor materialized from thin air, hovering before Yi Qiu's eyes. Chapter 79. Enigmatic Totem. The ethereal tendril of black vapor that levitated before Yi Qiu was exceedingly fine, akin to a strand of hair. It would be virtually imperceptible without meticulous observation. "Go," Yi Qiu whispered, and the wisp of vapor darted about the room before exiting. With a swift motion, Yi Qiu dashed outside. Both Long Wang and Zhao Yun were perplexed by the suddenness of his departure and promptly followed suit. "Yi Qiu, what are you searching for?" Zhao Yun inquired, noticing a wisp of black mist lingering at the door. "Brother Zhao, please fetch me a glass of water," Yi Qiu requested. Zhao Yun emerged from the room with a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Yi Qiu, who quickly unscrewed the cap and poured the entire contents over the door. "Xiao Yi, what on earth are you doing?" Long Wang exclaimed, bewildered by Yi Qiu's actions. "A clue to the murderer will soon reveal itself." Yi Qiu fixated his gaze intently on the door. After half a minute, Zhao Yun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Yi Qiu, where is the clue?" "I see nothing. I found it." Before Zhao Yun could finish his sentence, Yi Qiu proclaimed, prompting Zhao Yun to glance at the door, only to recoil in shock, exclaiming, "Why is there a snake here?" A black serpent gradually materialized on the door. This was not a real snake, but rather a serpentine pattern. The design was no larger than a fist. With a sinuous body, the head raised and mouth slightly agape, exuding a vivid crimson tongue, appearing remarkably lifelike. Most strikingly, the serpent's eyes emitted a faint green glow. Yi Qiu gazed into the serpent's eyes for a moment and discerned an aura of malevolence surrounding it. "Yi Qiu, is this left by the murderer?" Zhao Yun pointed at the serpentine pattern, inquiring. "It seems so. This design is eerie. Just a brief glance sends chills down my spine," Zhao Yun replied. "Dragon King, your vast knowledge is renowned. Do you recognize this emblem?" Yi Qiu inquired, turning to the Dragon King, who was gritting his teeth, an uncontrollable fury flickering in his eyes. He pointed at the serpentine design on the door and growled, "It is it. That very thing." "Dragon King, what troubles you?" Yi Qiu asked, perplexed by the Dragon King's intense rage. Zhao Yun, observing the Dragon King's demeanor, suddenly recalled something and asked, "Dragon King, could this symbol be related to the one who poisoned you?" "Indeed, they are accomplices," the Dragon King replied, his face a mask of wrath. Yichio realized that the Dragon King recognized this emblem and pressed further. Dragon King, what does this symbol represent? Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, the Dragon King explained, this is no ordinary symbol, it is the totem of the Witch God sect. What is the Witch God sect? Yichio inquired again. Surely you jest. You are unaware of the Witch God sect? Jiayun gazed at Yichio in astonishment, as if he were a being from another world. Until today, I had never even heard of Longmen, Yichio replied. It is no surprise that little Yi is not familiar with the world of martial arts, the Dragon King continued. Elaborating, the Witch God sect is a clandestine organization. Oh, curiosity sparked in Yichio's eyes. The Witch God sect originates from the Miao region. While they may not possess the same influence as Longmen, in my eyes, they are far more menacing. Why is that? Due to the strict adherence to rules at Longmen. The actions of the Witch God sect are characterized by a blatant disregard for decorum. Those who offend them face dire consequences, and I am one of their victims. Yichio seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, gazing in astonishment at the Dragon King, and inquired, could it be that the poison coursing through your veins? Indeed, it was the work of the Witch God sect, the Dragon King replied through clenched teeth. Years ago, I saved a wounded man by the roadside. Unaware that he was a disciple of the Witch God sect, I took him into my home and sought medical assistance for his injuries. After he recovered, he stayed by my side for 2 years, and I naively believed he was there out of gratitude, genuinely wishing to follow me. It was only later that I realized he lingered to uncover my secrets. Eventually, I ascended to the 12th rank on the Tiger list, commanding the underground forces of Jiangzhou. Filled with ambition and pride, little did I anticipate that this scoundrel would dare to challenge me. At the time, I dismissed it, thinking he merely wished to spar with me, and thus I readily agreed. To my astonishment, during our encounter, he fought with the intent to kill, and in desperation, I was forced to injure him. It was then that he cursed me with poison and vanished without a trace. It was only later, when I dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate his background, that I discovered he was indeed a disciple of the Witch God sect. For all these years, I have been secretly searching for both him and the sect, yet I have uncovered no useful information. Upon hearing this, Yichio interrupted the Dragon King, saying, this should not be the case. The power of the Witch God sect is so vast. How could they fail to find useful information? This is precisely the enigma of the Witch God sect. The Dragon King replied, the headquarters of the Witch God sect is located in Miaojiang. Yet the exact location within Miaojiang remains unknown. They have also established branches in several major cities, each comprising no more than 10 individuals. Moreover, each disciple of the Witch God sect possesses exceptional skills. Some excel in assassination, others in tracking, and some in the art of poisoning. It is even rumored that some practice sorcery. Sorcery? Yichio was taken aback. Is it truly possible that there are individuals who can wield such powers? In any case, none of the disciples of the Witch God sect are to be underestimated. Were it not for their numerous misdeeds, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would have long since become the most formidable sect in the world. The Dragon King pointed at the serpentine emblem on the door and remarked, wherever the totem of the Witch God sect appears, it signifies that a disciple of theirs has been present. So, does this mean that the assassin of the 9,000 years was a disciple of the Witch God sect? Jiayun inquired in astonishment. Dragon King, I have a question. What is the purpose behind all the nefarious deeds of the Witch God sect? Is it for wealth? Or for something else? Yichio questioned. The mention of this matter only incensed the Dragon King further. They seek neither fame nor fortune. No one truly comprehends the motives behind the Witch God sect's malevolence. They possess no moral compass whatsoever. They poison when they wish and kill at will, acting with utter impunity, truly a band of lunatics. Yichio felt a chill. This was no mere insanity. They were undoubtedly a group of madmen. Continuing, the Dragon King solemnly remarked, Xiaoyu, I advise you to cease this matter here. Do not pursue it further. Chapter 80. The trail went cold. Why? Yichio inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at the Dragon King. After arduously uncovering the lead on the perpetrator and confirming that the assassination attempt on Jiao Qiansui was orchestrated by the Witch God sect, why was the Dragon King urging him to abandon the investigation? The Dragon King replied, as I previously mentioned, the Witch God sect operates without boundaries. They are a band of lunatics. I fear that should you provoke them, you will face their vengeance. If we halt here, your life will be forfeit in 3 days. Yichio responded earnestly, but I am quite handsome and have a promising career. Losing an arm would render me disabled, making it exceedingly difficult to find a partner in the future. That fate is far worse than inciting the witch god sect. Dragon King. If we identify the culprit and hand him over to Jiao Qiansui for resolution, then this matter will no longer concern us. If the witch god sect seeks retribution, they should direct their ire towards Jiao Qiansui. The witch god sect will undoubtedly pursue Jiao Qiansui. Having failed in this assassination attempt, they will not relent. However, they will not spare you either. If they truly come after me, I can rally the strength of Jiao Qiansui and the long men to confront the witch god sect. You are exceedingly naive. The Dragon King spoke. The witch god sect is shrouded in mystery. Let us not dwell on whether you can uncover the culprit. Even if you do, and pass the 9,000 years test, he will be too preoccupied to assist you against the witch god sect. Why is that? Yi Qiu inquired, perplexed. The Dragon King explained, at present, the foremost task before the 9,000 years is to eradicate all underground forces across the realm, until he unifies the world. He cannot spare any effort to contend with the witch god sect. Caught in a dilemma, Yi Qiu furrowed his brow. If he continued his pursuit of the culprit, he risked provoking the witch god sect and possibly facing retaliation. Conversely, if he ceased his search, the Dragon King would undoubtedly meet his demise, and he himself would suffer a grievous injury. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qiu resolved, let us first uncover the culprit. Should the witch god sect seek vengeance upon me, that is a matter for the future. The Dragon King hesitated, attempting to dissuade him, but, Dragon King, do you not wish to find the one who poisoned you? Yi Qiu asserted, if we can identify the culprit, we may glean information about the witch god sect and unearth their branch in Jiangzhou. Perhaps we might even discover the individual responsible for your poisoning. I concur with Yi Qiu. We ought to persist in our search for the murderer. Zhao Yun endorsed Yi Qiu's sentiment. The Dragon King replied, I too yearn to find that person from years past. If I could exact revenge before my demise, I would leave this world without regret. However, pursuing this course of action will inevitably invite retaliation from the witch god sect upon you, little Yi. Let future matters be addressed in due time. For now, let us focus on locating the culprit. With Yi Qiu's resolute stance, the Dragon King ultimately nodded in agreement. Zhao Yun inquired, now that we are aware this matter was instigated by the followers of the witch god sect, where shall we go to locate them? The Dragon King replied, after years of searching, I have yet to uncover any trace of the witch god sect. With only 3 days granted to us by the venerable Juqian, it seems a daunting task to find the perpetrator. Not necessarily, Yi Qiu chuckled. The Dragon King glanced at Yi Qiu and asked, do you have a plan? Indeed. Yi Qiu nodded. Zhao Yun, intrigued, queried, what plan? Do not concern yourself with the particulars, suffice it to say, as long as the culprit remains in Jiangzhou, I shall undoubtedly locate him. Upon finishing his words, Yi Qiu silently formed a seal with his hands and chanted the incantation for a tracking spell. Soon, a wisp of black mist materialized before them. Go. At Yi Qiu's gentle command, the black mist wafted into the elevator. Let us proceed. Yi Qiu led the Dragon King and Zhao Yun into the elevator, descending to the hotel lobby. There, the black mist floated around the lobby before making its way out of the hotel. Yi Qiu closely followed the mist, navigating through the streets until they finally entered a secluded alley. This alley twisted and turned, deep and narrow, with the cobblestones underfoot worn and marked, devoid of any signs of life, exuding an air of desolation. Be cautious. I have a strong premonition that we are quite near the culprit, Yi Qiu warned. The Dragon King immediately heightened his vigilance, his eyes darting around. Zhao Yun too reached behind his waist, grasping his firearm. Yi Qiu continued to follow the black mist deeper into the alley, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an aged courtyard. This is the place. Yi Qiu halted his steps, pointing towards the grand entrance of the courtyard. Long Wang and Zhao Yun looked up to behold a dark and imposing door, firmly shut, concealing the mysteries within. Xiao Yi, is the murderer inside? Long Wang inquired softly. I cannot say for certain, Yi Qiu replied, uncertainty shadowing his words, and added, even if the murderer is not within, there must be clues related to him inside. Zhao Yun, you should knock on the door, Long Wang instructed, cautioning, be careful. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, approaching the door with deliberate steps, raising his hand to knock. Thud, thud, thud. After a prolonged interval of silence, Zhao Yun called out, is anyone home? He repeated his inquiry several times, yet no response came. What else can we do? We must force the door, declared Yi Qiu. Bang! With a powerful kick, he broke open the door, instantly assaulted by a nauseating stench that enveloped them. Let us investigate, Yi Qiu said, pinching his nose as he stepped inside. Zhao Yun and Long Wang followed closely behind. The living room was in disarray, with a table strewn with moldy leftovers, teeming with flies, and the floor littered with beer bottles and sunflower seed shells. It was evident that the place had once been inhabited, and not by a single occupant. Yi Qiu exchanged a glance with Long Wang and Zhao Yun, and the three dispersed to search the premises. Long Wang, Yi Qiu, come quickly. Suddenly, Zhao Yun's voice echoed from another room. Yi Qiu and Long Wang rushed in without hesitation. Upon entering, the first sight that greets the eye is an ancient brass incense burner, followed by a wooden plaque positioned against the wall behind it. The plaque bears no inscriptions. Yi Qiu swiftly returned from the kitchen with a bowl of water and splashed it onto the plaque. Before long, a serpentine pattern gradually appeared, revealing the totem of the shaman sect. Beneath the totem, for small characters read, Jiangzhou branch. To Yi Qiu's surprise, the Jiangzhou branch of the shaman sect was indeed located here. Now that the people have fled, discovering their branch is of little use, Zhao Yun cursed. Long Wang sighed. After so much effort to uncover the shaman sect's information, we find ourselves at a dead end. We have arrived too late. It's all right, they cannot escape, Yi Qiu asserted, but just as he finished speaking, a sound echoed from the entrance. Knock, knock. Chapter 81. Rebound. The knock on the door startled the three inside, causing them to cease their conversation and exchange glances. Zhao Yun then called out, "Who is it?" "Delivery." The tension in their expressions eased. Zhao Yun hastily made his way to the door, where he found a courier standing with a package in hand. The courier scrutinized Zhao Yun and inquired, "Who are you?" "I live here. Who else would I be?" Zhao Yun replied, "Hand over the package." However, the courier did not pass the package to Zhao Yun. Instead, he responded warily, "You do not live here." Zhao Yun, taken aback, asked, "How do you know I do not live here?" The courier remarked, "I deliver packages here every week. Yet I have never encountered you before. It has always been Brother Chen who collected the parcels." "Which Brother Chen?" Zhao Yun inquired. "Dong Chen," the courier responded, casting a look of astonishment at Zhao Yun and asking, "You do not know Dong Chen? Who exactly are you?" "Haha, how could I not know Dong Chen? He is my cousin," Zhao Yun chuckled. "I used to work back in my hometown. I have only just arrived today." The courier's demeanor softened as he said, "No wonder I thought I had never seen you before. Where is Brother Chen?" "He has gone out on errands." "Could you kindly sign for him then?" The courier handed the package to Zhao Yun. He took the parcel, swiftly signed, yet noticed that the courier remained stationary, showing no intention of leaving. "Why aren't you going?" Zhao Yun asked, puzzled. The courier replied, "In the past, after Brother Chen received his packages, he would always give me 100 yuan tip." "Is that so?" Zhao Yun pondered, then queried, "Can you tell me what my cousin looks like?" "Really? You do not even know what your cousin looks like? Are you truly Brother Chen's cousin?" "Of course. If I weren't his cousin, you would be," Zhao Yun retorted. "I merely wish to verify if you genuinely know my cousin. After all, there are many deceivers these days, and I certainly do not wish to be duped." Seeing Zhao Yun's irritation, the courier chuckled. "Ah, I understand now. Very well, let me describe Brother Chen's appearance to you. Chen Gu has a round face, very short hair, and a small black mole the size of a thumb on his chin, correct? Moreover, his complexion is notably paler than that of an average person. When I inquired about it previously, he mentioned that he suffered an illness in his childhood, and ever since his recovery, his complexion has remained that way. Is that right? Do you know how tall my cousin is?" The courier glanced at Zhao Yun once more and remarked, "You are a head taller than Chen Gu. It seems you are not deceiving me. You truly know my cousin." Zhao Yun retrieved a red banknote and handed it to the courier. "Thank you." The courier, beaming with joy, rode away. Yi Qiu and Long Wang nodded. "It appears that this Dong Chen is indeed affiliated with the witchcraft sect," Zhao Yun stated. "Regardless of whether he is a member of the witchcraft sect, now that we possess his physical characteristics, we should promptly issue a bounty notice, enlisting the help of our brethren to locate him." Long Wang instructed Zhao Yun, "Inform the brethren that anyone who finds Dong Chen will be rewarded 1 million. "Understood," Zhao Yun replied as he swiftly dialed a number on his phone. At that moment, Yi Qiu's gaze fell upon the package. It was square and tightly sealed. He weighed it in his hands and discovered it was not heavy before carefully tearing open the tape. "Be cautious," Long Wang cautioned. Yi Qiu moved slowly and delicately, taking 30 seconds to finally peel away the tape from the package. Upon opening the box, he found 2 stacks of cash inside. Yi Qiu examined the money closely and confirmed its authenticity. There was a total of 20,000 yuan. How peculiar that someone would mail cash in this day and age. Yi Qiu murmured softly. The Dragon King chuckled, remarking that it was hardly surprising. given the current advancements in courier services, which facilitate the mailing of various items. Yi Qiu further noted that the sender had dispatched cash to Dong Chen, indicating a close relationship between them. The Dragon King nodded slightly, in agreement with Yi Qiu's assertion, and stated, "The courier previously mentioned that he delivers packages here every week. Let us boldly speculate. If the courier consistently delivers cash, it implies that Dong Chen receives at least 80,000 in cash each month. This raises a question. Who would provide him with such a substantial amount? For what purpose is this cash intended? Could it be for operational expenses?" Yi Qiu inquired. "I believe your conjecture is not without merit," the Dragon King replied. "This is the Jiangzhou branch of the Witch God sect, and apart from Dong Chen, there must be others who require funds for their monthly expenditures. This sum is likely the operational budget allocated by the Witch God sect. I have another question. If this money is indeed the operational budget from the Witch God sect for the Jiangzhou branch, why do they not transfer it through a bank or via Alipay to Dong Chen, opting instead for the method of mailing cash? I surmise that the Witch God sect may consider mailing to be a safer alternative, as online payments and bank transfers are easily traceable." Yi Qiu glanced once more at the package, noting that the mailing address was obscured, with only the word Jiangzhou vaguely visible at the beginning, indicating that the parcel originated from somewhere in Jiangzhou. Furthermore, the mailing date was this morning at 8 o'clock, suggesting that the sender was unaware that Dong Chen had already departed from the branch. Yi Qiu hurriedly inquired, "Dragon King, is it possible to trace the sender's address? You wish to locate the sender?" "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied. "Based on our earlier deductions, it is highly probable that this sender is also affiliated with the Witch God sect. If we can find him, it may lead us to unexpected discoveries. Your reasoning is quite astute. Let us proceed in 2 phases, one to search for Dong Chen, and the other to uncover the sender's identity. Regardless of which we find first, we shall be able to follow the trail to the perpetrator responsible for the assassination of the esteemed 9,000 years." The Dragon King addressed Zhao Yun, who had just concluded a phone call, saying, "I entrust both matters to you. Do you foresee any issues?" "None whatsoever. If the sender's address is genuine, we shall locate it swiftly." Zhao Yun resumed making calls, arranging for inquiries to trace the sender's address. Time passed inexorably. Before long, they had lingered in the courtyard for nearly an hour. Zhao Yun's phone continued to ring, yet no particularly valuable leads emerged. Yi Qiu resolved to take matters into his own hands and utilized a tracking talisman to pursue Dong Chen's whereabouts. He quietly placed his hands in front of him to form a seal, muttering incantations under his breath. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Qiu's vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 82. A trap for the guest. When Yi Qiu awoke, the room was shrouded in dimness. "Awake now?" the Dragon King asked with a smile as he sat beside the bed. "Where am I?" Yi Qiu inquired. The Dragon King approached the window and drew back the curtains. Instantly, the setting sun poured in like mercury, bathing Yi Qiu's face in light, lending a touch of color to his pallid complexion. The use of the tracking symbol proved to be exceedingly taxing, and with Yi Qiu's limited cultivation, after employing it twice in quick succession, he sought to utilize it once more, ultimately leading to a backlash that caused him to spit blood and lose consciousness. "How long have I been asleep?" Yi Qiu inquired. "Not long, perhaps 3 or 4 hours," came the reply. "What? I slept for so long." Yi Qiu sat up and asked, "Has Dong Chen been found?" "There are already leads. Zhao Yun is investigating. Moreover, we have news about the sender, and we believe we will locate them soon," Dragon King replied with a smile. "If you are weary, you should rest a bit longer. I have already recuperated." No sooner had Yi Qiu spoken than the door to the room swung open. Zhao Yun burst in, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Dragon King, I've located Dong Chen and also discovered the sender's whereabouts." "Where?" "At Gouda Temple. What are we waiting for? Gather a few brothers, and let us proceed." "Dragon King, you should remain here to keep Yi Qiu company. I will take the brothers to apprehend them," Zhao Yun advised. Dragon King shook his head and said, "I must personally confront the members of the Witch God sect. I will go as well." Yi Qiu hastily rose from his bed. Zhao Yun promptly summoned 4 or 5 brothers, and the group set off in a grand procession towards Gouda Temple. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Yi Qiu looked up and, through the car window, beheld a temple adorned with exotic charm, standing 200 meters ahead. This temple was unlike the traditional ones we are accustomed to. Its architecture bore resemblance to that of ancient Greek temples. Above the entrance hung a sign inscribed with 3 characters, "Gouda Temple." Zhao Yun remarked, "Dong Chen is within the Gouda Temple. To avoid alarming the snake in the grass, we shall disembark here." With that, Long Wang and Yichio exited the vehicle. Zhao Yun then instructed the few brothers he had brought along, saying, "Listen closely. Block the back entrance of Guda Temple. Remember, without my command, no one is to enter or exit." "Understood," they replied. Subsequently, Yichio, Long Wang, and Zhao Yun strolled towards the main entrance of the temple. Along the way, Yichio observed discreetly. The streets flanking them were lined with modest eateries, but they were sparsely populated, creating an atmosphere of desolation. No peculiarities caught his attention. Before long, they arrived at the temple's entrance, which stood wide open. Zhao Yun stepped across the threshold first, followed closely by Yichio and Long Wang. "Where is everyone?" Yichio questioned, puzzled by the scene before him. Normally, a temple would be filled with monks and devotees, yet here, not a soul was in sight. "Where is Chen?" "He's inside." "Follow me." Zhao Yun indicated towards the courtyard. "This area is where the devotees lodge, and Chen is within. Let us proceed and investigate." The trio entered the courtyard. Still, they encountered no one, only a row of guest rooms, numbering over a dozen, each door firmly shut. "Where are the people?" Yichio whispered. "They must be in one of these rooms," Zhao Yun replied. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in from outside, causing Yichio to shiver. An unsettling feeling began to unfurl within him. "Brother Zhao, how do you know Chen is here?" he inquired. "It was the brothers under my command who uncovered this information." Zhao Yun stated that a brother had observed from the surveillance footage that this morning at 6, Chen had taken refuge in the Guda temple. Subsequently, this brother masqueraded as a pilgrim to enter the temple and overheard Chen conversing with the abbot, requesting to stay for a few days, to which the abbot consented. "Is your brother reliable?" "Absolutely. By the way, where is the person who sent cash to Chen?" "They are also here." Zhao Yun continued. "I had someone investigate and found that the mailing address was indeed Guda Temple, and furthermore, my subordinate discovered that the sender was also hiding in Guda Temple. What a remarkable coincidence. Both Chen and the sender sought refuge in the same place." Yichio furrowed his brow and inquired further. "Zhao Gu, when did the sender take refuge in Guda Temple?" "Last night." "Last night. Are you certain?" "I am certain." Yichio's expression grew serious. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yun asked. "It doesn't add up." Yichio explained. "The package sent to Chen was dispatched at 8 this morning, which is after Chen had entered the Guda Temple. This implies that if the sender had indeed taken refuge in the temple last night, then Chen must have also been there prior to the package being sent, meaning they should have met." Zhao Yun paused for a moment and responded, "Could it be that the sender was unaware of Chen's presence in the Guda Temple? Do you find that plausible? This temple is rather small. If Chen is residing here, how could the sender remain oblivious? If they had already met, why would the sender still send a package to Chen?" Zhao Yun was equally bewildered. Yichio had conceived a possibility in his mind, yet he found it hard to believe, casting his gaze towards the Dragon King. At that moment, the Dragon King's expression was grave as he spoke. "If I am not mistaken, all of this is a plot orchestrated by the witch god sect." "A plot? What sort of plot?" "To lead you into a trap." As soon as the Dragon King finished speaking, a loud clang echoed as a door to a side room swung open, revealing a man stepping out. He was of short stature, with a round face and cropped hair, and a small mole the size of a pinky on his chin. Chen. Zhao Yun instantly recognized the man. Chen's gaze fell upon the Dragon King, and he let out a hearty laugh. "You're not as dull as I thought, having seen through my scheme, but alas, it is too late." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yun barked. "I have been waiting for you all along. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. I finally found you here," Chen said, clapping his hands. In an instant, 4 figures dashed out from the room, positioning themselves beside Chen. Seeing the considerable number of adversaries, Zhao Yun urgently urged, "Yichio, you must take the Dragon King and leave." "It's impossible to get out," Yichio sighed. "It's you." Chapter 83. "I want your life." Zhao Yun could hardly believe that the man smiling at him at the gate was none other than the delivery person from that morning. "Who exactly are you?" Zhao Yun asked coldly. "At this point, asking such a foolish question is quite naive of you," the delivery man mocked. "He is one of the witch god sect," Yichio clarified. "One of the witch god sect?" Zhao Yun was taken aback, then queried. "What purpose does the witch god sect have in masquerading as couriers?" "Naturally, it is to lead us into a trap." Yichio glanced at Chen and remarked, "Your scheme lacks sophistication. Even if it is not astute, you have still fallen for it, have you not?" Chen replied with a grin. "Indeed. We have been ensnared by your ruse," Yichio sighed. "Had they not been so eager to unearth the murderer, this predicament would not have arisen." Although we've been deceived by you, your stratagem of enticing the guest into the urn reveals a significant flaw, Yichio continued. Dongchen raised an eyebrow. What flaw? Your true target is Jiao Qiansui, yet he is conspicuously absent from this location, Yichio stated. Dongchen laughed heartily. Who claims that our objective is Jiao Qiansui? If not Jiao Qiansui, could it be the Dragon King? Yichio was taken aback. Dongchen gazed at the Dragon King with a triumphant smile. Your demise is imminent. The Dragon King remained composed and replied, if you desire my death, you must have conducted some research on me, correct? Of course, Dongchen responded. Then you should know that I rank 12th on the dragon list. I am aware. Knowing this, do you still dare to lure me into a trap? Are you not afraid that I might obliterate you all? Had you been in good health, I would indeed hesitate to provoke you. But now, haha. With the yin-yang snake goo within you, your demise is but a mere formality, Dongchen chuckled darkly. The Dragon King's expression turned icy as he inquired. Since you are familiar with the yin-yang snake goo, you ought to know who administered the poison. Where is he? How is it? You wish to locate him and avenge yourself by killing him? Dongchen chuckled. Do not dream. I shall never divulge that to you. If you refuse to speak, I shall take your life right now. The Dragon King stepped forward, an icy aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Instantly, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted as if it had descended below freezing. How fortuitous, for I too wish to witness the prowess of the once 12th ranked master on the tiger list, Dongchen remarked, retrieving a vibrant green bamboo leaf from his pocket and bringing it to his lips to play. Soon, a piercing sound resonated through the air. Just as the Dragon King raised his foot to approach Dongchen, he suddenly collapsed towards the ground. Yichio swiftly caught the Dragon King, preventing him from falling. Dragon King, what ails you? Zhao Yun inquired anxiously. The Dragon King trembled, his complexion ashen. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled to utter 2 words through clenched teeth. So painful. Yichio, what is wrong with the Dragon King? Zhao Yun pressed Yichio for answers. Yichio remained silent for a moment before grasping the Dragon King's pulse, examining it for several seconds, and solemnly declared, it appears the goo poison has flared up. Did you not say that the goo poison would not manifest within a month? Zhao Yun retorted. Under normal circumstances. After my treatment, the goo poison should not manifest within that time frame. Its sudden emergence, devoid of any warning, must be connected to him. Yichio pointed at Dongchen and continued. The sound he produces with the bamboo leaf seems to be capable of controlling the goo insects within the Dragon King's body. With a swift motion, Zhao Yun drew his gun from behind his waist, aimed it at Dongchen's head, and shouted, cease this immediately, or I shall shatter your skull. Dongchen paid him no heed and continued to play the bamboo leaves. At that moment, Zhao Yun suddenly sensed a gust of wind near his ear. He stepped back and saw the impostor masquerading as a courier launching a kick at him. Seeking death, Zhao Yun decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A single shot ended the life of the assailant. Meanwhile, among the 4 individuals beside Dongchen, 2 swiftly charged forward, ensnaring Zhao Yun. Dongchen regarded the Dragon King with a gaze as cold as death, disdainfully remarking, a master ranked 12th on the tiger list? The ruler of the underworld forces in Jiangzhou. Hardly impressive. Eliminate him. Instantly, the remaining 2 disciples of the witch god sect lunged at the Dragon King. Xiaoyi, do not concern yourself with me, flee at once, the Dragon King urged through gritted teeth, suppressing his pain. Yichio remained silent, channeling his internal energy to his fingertips, swiftly pressing on the acupoint at the Dragon King's back. In an instant, the Dragon King felt a measure of relief from the pain and said, Yichio, you must go, seek out Jiao Qiansui. If you delay, it may be too late. It is already too late. Yichio understood that Dongchen had orchestrated this trap meticulously and was unlikely to grant them any opportunity for escape. Indeed, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 more figures appearing at the courtyard entrance, each wielding a bloodied knife. It seemed that the few brothers left outside had perished. Yichio's heart sank. He quickly pressed several key acupoints on the Dragon King's body and said, I have sealed your meridians and suppressed the poison. You must not exert your energy, or the poison will resurge. Do not concern yourself with me. Before the Dragon King could complete his statement, Yichio suddenly charged forward. Moments later, a series of thuds resonated as the Dragon King witnessed the 2 disciples of the witch god sect being sent flying by Yichio. Dongchen's expression shifted. Surprise evident as he gazed at Yichio and inquired, you possess martial skills. Who exactly are you? A dying man is unworthy of knowing, Yichio replied. Striding towards Dongchen, unperturbed, met Yichio's advance with calmness, stating, at such a young age, possessing such prowess must be quite a feat. As the leader of this sect, I am one who values talent and cannot bring myself to kill you. Depart now. Value talent? Nonsense. You're merely afraid I might disrupt your plans to eliminate the Dragon King. Dong Chen, undeterred by Yi Qiu's insight, continued, how about this? You join our witch god sect? If you eliminate the Dragon King, I shall appoint you as the vice leader of the Jiangzhou branch. What say you? I have no interest in becoming any vice leader. Dong Chen, mistakenly believing Yi Qiu was simply reluctant about the vice leader position, chuckled and asked, then what do you desire? I desire your life. With that, Yi Qiu unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Dong Chen. Humph, you dare to strike me? You seek your own demise. Dong Chen regarded Yi Qiu with disdain. To him, although Yi Qiu demonstrated impressive skill, as the leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the witch god sect, one must possess sufficient strength to maintain authority. Boom. Just as Yi Qiu's fist was a mere half-meter away, Dong Chen retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang. The two fists collided. Dong Chen felt an immense force surging from Yi Qiu's fist, as if a colossal wave were crashing upon him, propelling his body backward involuntarily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. The soles of his shoes scraped against the ground, producing a sharp and piercing sound. It was not until Dong Chen had retreated a full 10 steps that he managed to stabilize himself. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, as if liquid were about to erupt. This strike had inflicted internal injuries upon him. Even at such a young age, he could sustain harm. Impressive indeed. Dong Chen wiped the corner of his mouth, licking the bloodied fingers before him, and gazed at Yi Qiu with defiance. If this is all the skill you possess, and you wish to take my life, I can only respond with 4 words, a fanciful dream. Whether it is indeed a fanciful dream, you shall know soon enough. Yi Qiu advanced towards Dong Chen, his fist clenched. Dong Chen remained silent, his gaze icy. Suddenly, a cacophony of crackling noises erupted from his entire being. Yi Qiu halted, observing the scene with intrigue. What sort of martial art was this? His momentary confusion dissipated, and he charged forward, intent on dispatching Dong Chen with utmost speed. Capture the leader to quell the rebellion. If Dong Chen were eliminated, the disciples of the witch god sect would pose no threat. Bang! Just as Yi Qiu reached Dong Chen, poised to strike, Dong Chen's fist came crashing down. Yi Qiu was ready to counter, but was taken aback by the sight of Dong Chen's skin darkening to a deep shade of purple. As Yi Qiu retreated, Dong Chen leaped into the air, delivering a thunderous kick. Yi Qiu swiftly evaded, but Dong Chen pressed the attack, following up with another punch aimed at Yi Qiu's cheek. Before the fist even reached him, the force of the wind had already arrived. Yi Qiu felt a sharp pain in his cheek as he instinctively turned his head to evade the incoming fist. Just then, a resounding crack echoed, followed by a searing pain radiating from his chest. He was knocked back until his back pressed against the wall, finally stabilizing himself. Looking down, he noticed a distinct handprint on his chest. Confounded, Yi Qiu wondered how he had been struck when he had clearly evaded Dong Chen's punch moments before. A glance at Dong Chen's right hand revealed nothing unusual. How then had he sustained this injury? At that moment, Dong Chen's fist came crashing toward him once more. Yi Qiu stepped back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Seizing the opportunity as Dong Chen pursued him, Yi Qiu launched himself forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Dong Chen's chin. However, Dong Chen sidestepped, evading Yi Qiu's strike, and retaliated with a swift, knife-like motion aimed at Yi Qiu's neck. Yi Qiu countered with an elbow strike, blocking Dong Chen's palm, only to see Dong Chen's right fist hurtling toward his heart. Reacting quickly, Yi Qiu shifted his body, narrowly escaping the blow. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he was astounded to witness Dong Chen's fist defy the natural mechanics of the human body, twisting a full 180 degrees at the wrist. With a resounding thud, it struck him squarely in the chest. Yi Qiu staggered back several steps, his chest surging with a tumult of blood and qi. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His face was etched with disbelief. What kind of martial art was this? How could it be so fearsome? Normally, the force of a punch is transmitted from the arm to the wrist, and from the wrist to the fist. This was utterly abnormal. For a normal person, it would be impossible for a fist to rotate like a ball at the wrist, yet Dong Chen could do it. In an instant, Yi Qiu's expression darkened significantly, inwardly acknowledging the formidable nature of this individual who had risen to become the leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the witch god sect. Do you have any idea how ludicrous you appeared just now? To think that with such meager skills, you would dare to threaten my life. What a fanciful notion. Dong Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile as he advanced step by step toward Yi Qiu. 2 men armed with knives loomed menacingly at the entrance. With no avenue for retreat, the only option left was to fight. Yi Qiu swiftly resolved in his heart, and then, like an arrow released from a bow, he launched himself at Dong Chen. Seeking death, are we? Dong Chen halted his steps, a scornful expression gracing his face as he beheld Yi Qiu's reckless charge. At that moment, Yi Qiu had already closed the distance, his assault akin to a tempest. Boom. Bang. The two engaged in a fierce and indistinguishable battle. In the southwestern corner of Gadisi, there stood a 12-story residential building. At this moment, on the rooftop of the building, a figure clad in green fluttered in the wind. Chao Yuan, from his elevated position, observed the unfolding events within Gadisi. After a brief pause, he remarked nonchalantly, I granted him 3 days. Yet he managed to uncover the murderer in just 1 day, even exposing the witch god sect's branch in Jiangzhou. This truly took me by surprise. Is that truly surprising to you? I identified the murderer this morning. Had you not restrained my actions, I would have uprooted the witch god sect's branch long ago. A voice, slightly cold and dispassionate, echoed from behind Chao Yuan. Curiously, there was no figure present. You are one of the 4 dragon envoys of Longmen. While he is but a mere surgeon, can they truly be compared? That boy is rather foolish. Had he possessed even a modicum of intellect, he would not have fallen prey to the machinations of the witch god cult. He is still youthful and lacks a thorough understanding of the affairs of the martial world. Occasionally making mistakes is not necessarily a detriment for him, Chao Yuan remarked with a smile. Are you fond of him? Chao Yuan deftly sidestepped the topic and inquired. I heard you ventured to the northern regions to duel with Xiaojiu. Indeed. Did you lose? Merely by half a move. That frigid voice seemed somewhat unconvinced, stating, if it weren't for the news of your assassination attempt, which caused me to worry for your safety, I would never have conceded to Xiaojiu. Is that so? Hee. Do you not believe me? Hee. What does your hee signify? It signifies nothing, hee. The Azure Dragon envoy mentally cursed. Damn it. At that moment, Chao Yuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, declaring, Yi Qiu is about to face misfortune. Chapter 85. Among all martial arts, only speed is invincible. Bang. Within the confines of the ancient Good Temple, Yi Qiu was hurled out, crashing to the ground, and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He had no time to attend to his injuries, as he fixated in terror upon Dong Chen. This adversary is exceptionally troublesome. In their recent skirmish, Yi Qiu initially subdued Dong Chen with a flurry of relentless attacks, but to his astonishment, within mere minutes, he was sent flying by Dong Chen. In terms of skill, Yi Qiu harbored no fear of Dong Chen. In fact, he was confident he could defeat him. Regrettably, Dong Chen's martial prowess was exceedingly enigmatic. Just a moment prior, he had successfully blocked an attack, yet in the next instant, his fist executed a flawless 180-degree rotation, pivoting on his wrist, leaving Yi Qiu utterly unprepared. Do you presume that I, the master of the Jiangzhou branch, am merely a decorative figure? If I lacked any skill, would I dare to ensnare you? Dong Chen's gaze was laced with a chilling malevolence as he declared, no one among you shall survive today. Yi Qiu remained silent, his mind racing to devise a strategy to counter Dong Chen's peculiar technique. At that moment, the voice of the Dragon King resonated nearby. Young Yi. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu paused momentarily, then softly repeated the words several times, his eyes suddenly alight with understanding. I comprehend now. Thank you, Dragon King. With a swift motion, Yi Qiu launched himself into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed towards Dong Chen with lightning speed. You seek your own demise. Dong Chen scoffed at Yi Qiu's audacity, unleashing a palm strike aimed at Yi Qiu's shoulder. Yet, the strike met with nothing but air. How curious, Dong Chen mused, momentarily taken aback, as his seemingly inevitable strike failed to connect. In that instant, however, Yi Qiu had circled behind Dong Chen and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The fist struck Dong Chen's back with tremendous force, sending him stumbling several paces forward, nearly toppling over. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qiu pressed on, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Dong Chen. In the duel of masters, every second was a matter of life and death. At times, a fleeting moment of hesitation can transform one from an active participant into a passive recipient. Enough! With a resounding roar, Dong Chen swung his fist forcefully towards Yi Qiu. In that instant, an immense force surged from behind, and Dong Chen's body was propelled away like a football. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground. Raising a cloud of dust, Dong Chen felt as if his entire body had disintegrated. Before he could rise, he caught a glimpse of Yi Qiu's foot descending ominously towards his vulnerable spot. If that foot landed squarely, it would spell disaster. Get lost. Dong Chen bellowed in fury, swiftly rolling on the ground, then launching a powerful kick towards Yi Chio's legs. Suddenly, Yi Chio's figure vanished. Where did he go? Dong Chen had no time to ponder. Immediately bracing himself with one hand against the ground, his body spinning in midair as he unleashed a kick. He assumed Yi Chio was behind him, as he had a penchant for circling behind during their previous encounters to mount his attacks. Bang! To his astonishment, he had kicked nothing but air. Dong Chen felt momentarily dazed. Are you looking for me? I'm right here. Yi Chio's voice rang out beside him. Dong Chen quickly turned his head and was met with the sight of a size 42 shoe hurtling towards his cheek, leaving him no chance to evade. Slap. Crack. The sound of bone fracturing echoed as a sharp pain radiated through Dong Chen's face. Although this injury was trivial in the grand scheme of things, Yi Chio's actions had thoroughly incensed him. If it was a fight, why did he have to trample on his face? Dong Chen let out a furious roar, preparing to rise from the ground, only to sense a gust of wind approaching his cheek. Damn it, not again. Go to hell. Dong Chen unleashed a powerful punch. Yi Chio swiftly retreated. He had intended to deliver a vicious blow to a fallen adversary, but to his surprise, Dong Chen, despite his injuries, was not slow to react. Dong Chen stood up, his gaze locked onto Yi Chio, filled with a consuming desire to devour him whole. TSK, TSK, TSK. I expected the leader of the Jiangzhou branch to be formidable. It appears you are rather lackluster. How does it feel to be trampled upon? Yi Chio provocatively taunted Dong Chen with a smile. I was merely careless earlier. Otherwise, you would never have succeeded. Dong Chen was on the verge of madness. Having lived to this age, it was the first time someone had trampled on his face. Though his injuries were not severe, the humiliation was indescribable. Only by killing Yi Chio could he release the pent-up rage within him. He glared at Yi Chio, seething with anger, and spat. You bastard. How dare you disregard martial ethics? You deserve to die. Are you out of your mind? This isn't a martial arts competition. Why should we adhere to such ethics? If you wish to discuss martial ethics, very well. As a senior master, allow me to take 3 strikes first, Yi Chio replied with a smile. The flames of anger in Dong Chen's eyes intensified as he coldly retorted, I had intended to grant you a swift death, but since it has come to this, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. As his words fell, Dong Chen produced a vibrant green bamboo leaf from his pocket. Yi Chio's heart raced with caution. Dong Chen brought the bamboo leaf to his lips and began to blow gently, soon filling the air with a mournful sound. Approximately 3 seconds later, another series of high-pitched sounds echoed. Yi Chio noticed a small snake slithering out from Dong Chen's collar. This snake, merely 2 centimeters in length and as slender as a pencil lead, boasted a vibrant crimson hue. Despite its diminutive size, it emanated an aura of danger. Yi Chio locked eyes with the serpent, a chill coursing through him, prompting an involuntary shiver. It was often said that the followers of the witch god sect were peculiar. I had previously dismissed such claims, yet now I am convinced. You eschew automobiles, watches, video games, and women, yet you choose to play with snakes. How revolting. The thought of Dong Chen entwined with this serpent filled Yi Chio with nausea. The little red snake seemed to comprehend Yi Chio's sentiments, emitting a sharp cry as it lunged towards him in midair. Startled, Yi Chio's mind was flooded with questions. What kind of snake is this? How can it fly? Is it a hybrid? With no time to ponder further, he activated the 9 turns divine dragon technique, channeling his energy into his right hand and delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Without warning, Dong Chen erupted in a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground, his vitality rapidly diminishing and his complexion paling to an alarming degree. The opportunity had arrived. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chio's eyes as he prepared to seize the moment to eliminate Dong Chen. Just as he moved, the sharp report of a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chapter 86. Jiangzhou changes hands. The gunfire reverberated suddenly, and in an instant, a bloody hole appeared in the center of Dong Chen's brow. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, motionless. Was he dead? At this moment, Zhao Yun had not only dispatched 2 disciples of the witch god sect, but he had also dealt with the 2 assailants at the entrance. One of his hands was bleeding, while the other firmly grasped his firearm. Yi Chio, feeling a sense of unease, approached and kicked Dong Chen twice, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon discovering Dong Chen was motionless. Brother Zhao, how's your injury? Yi Chio inquired as he stood before Zhao Yun. It's nothing. Just a superficial wound, Zhao Yun replied with a smile. Earlier, during the skirmish, a disciple from the witch god sect had slashed his arm. Let me bandage it for you, Yiqiu offered. After assisting Zhao Yun in cleaning the blood from his arm, Yiqiu was taken aback to see that the wound extended a full 10 centimeters, with flesh laid bare, a truly harrowing sight. Yet Zhao Yun appeared unfazed. Dragon King, how are you? Is it still painful? Zhao Yun asked. Little Yi has treated me. It no longer hurts, the Dragon King replied with a smile. Today, I owe my life to Little Yi. Without him, we might have perished here. Indeed, we are fortunate for Yiqiu's intervention, Zhao Yun acknowledged. Understanding that had Yiqiu not detained Dong Chun, it would be he and the Dragon King lying lifeless on the ground. Expressing his gratitude, Yiqiu, thank you. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Besides, I acted for my own sake as well. If the murderer is not apprehended, the 9,000 years would have severed one of my arms, Yiqiu replied. While you speak the truth, I still wish to express my thanks. Zhao said, but Yiqiu interrupted. Brother Zhao, let us not dwell on that. What shall we do with them? He gestured toward the corpses on the ground. I will call someone to come and remove them shortly, Zhao Yun assured. Zhao Yun sought the counsel of the Dragon King, inquiring whether the body of Dong Chun should be taken home. The Dragon King replied, since the perpetrator has been apprehended, it is only fitting for Jiu Qiansui to have a final look. Understanding this, Zhao Yun made a phone call. After a brief wait of 5 minutes, several brothers arrived to carry away the body, ensuring the scene was left impeccably tidy. It was only then that Yiqiu and the others exited the Guda temple. As they prepared to leave in their vehicle, Yiqiu suddenly remarked, Dragon King, I will share a car with Brother Zhao in the one at the back. Both the Dragon King and Zhao Yun looked at Yiqiu with confusion. Yiqiu elucidated, Brother Zhao has a severed vein in his arm. If not treated promptly, it could lead to complications. I shall tend to it. I see. Very well, you may take the rear vehicle, the Dragon King acquiesced. However, Yiqiu swiftly seized Zhao Yun, asserting, the members of the Witch God sect are all deceased, and the Dragon King is quite safe now. Brother Zhao, you must ride with me. My injury is truly inconsequential. Currently, it may seem so, but neglecting treatment could result in dire consequences. With that, Yiqiu firmly pulled Zhao Yun into the back vehicle. Brother Zhao, Yiqiu's expression suddenly turned grave as he stated, I need to discuss the Dragon King's condition with you. Zhao Yun anxiously inquired, what is the matter with the Dragon King? It appears that the dragon's time may be running short. What? Zhao Yun's face paled instantly as he questioned. Did you not previously say the Dragon King had a month left to live? Why now the assertion that time is limited? Originally, after my treatment, the Dragon King was expected to have an additional month to live. However, just moments ago, Dong Chun triggered the Yin-Yang serpent curse within him. Thus, it is likely that he cannot endure for much longer. How much longer can he last? A conservative estimate would be a week. Yiqiu then stated, therefore, we must swiftly find someone to treat the Dragon King. Zhao Yun nodded solemnly. Upon returning to Yunwu Mountain, as they alighted from the vehicle, the Dragon King inquired about Zhao Yun's injury. How is your wound? It has healed. Healed? The Dragon King expressed skepticism. Zhao Yun revealed his arm for the Dragon King to inspect, noticing that the scar from the knife wound had completely vanished, and his skin had returned to its original state as if he had never been injured. The Dragon King was greatly astonished and asked, did Zhao Yi treat you? Yes. His medical skills are exceptional, Zhao Yun replied. The Dragon King mused to himself, this is not merely exceptional, he is akin to a divine physician. In the brief span of time, even the skin had regenerated. Not even the legendary Hua Tuo could achieve such a feat at that moment. A guard hurriedly approached and reported, Dragon King, there is a guest waiting for you inside. Who is it? I do not know his name. He is dressed in green, resembling an ancient figure. Very well, I understand. Without allowing the guard to finish, the Dragon King waved him off and then quietly cautioned Yiqiu and Zhao Yun, saying, Jiqiansui is already at home waiting for us. Be cautious in your words later. Understood. As they entered through the main gate, they observed Chao Yuan seated in a rattan chair in the courtyard, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. In the presence of the esteemed 9,000 years, both the Dragon King and Zhao Yun knelt before him, calling out loudly, while Yiqiu remained motionless at the side. Why do you not kneel? Chao Yuan inquired, gazing at Yiqiu. Yiqiu met Chao Yuan's eyes firmly and replied, I kneel to heaven, to earth, and to my parents. As for others, I do not kneel at all. Are you not afraid of my wrath for your refusal to bow? Chao Yuan's tone grew cold. Not at all. Why is that? Chao Yuan chuckled, chiding, you clever little rascal. Your flattery is quite adept. 9,000 years. Yi Qiu has identified the assassin responsible for your attempted murder. His name is Dong Chun, the leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the witchcraft sect. The Dragon King promptly reported. Is that so? Well done. Observing that Chao Yuan displayed no hint of surprise, Yi Qiu realized that he was not only aware of the assassin's affiliation with the witchcraft sect, but also of Dong Chen's identity. Damn it. You knew all along, yet let me investigate. What a trap you've set for me, old man. Yi Qiu silently cursed. 9,000 years. Now that the perpetrator has been found, do your previous words still hold weight? Zhao Yun asked. Of course they do. Hearing this, Zhao Yun was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, 9,000 years. Do not be so hasty in your thanks, Chao Yuan interjected. Although Yi Qiu has found the assassin, and I shall uphold my promise not to harm the Dragon King. The position of the Jiangzhou leader must be relinquished by the Dragon King. That is only natural. The Dragon King has long ceased to aspire to continue as the leader. Chao Yuan continued. From now on, Jiangzhou shall be entrusted to Yi Qiu. Chapter 87. The mystery of Yi Qiu's origins. What? Hand over Jiangzhou to Yi Qiu? Not only Long Wang and Zhao Yun were taken aback, but even Yi Qiu himself appeared somewhat bewildered. Your Excellency, you must be jesting. Do you believe I am jesting? Yi Qiu nodded in affirmation. Indeed you do. Chao Yuan commanded sternly, halt. Yet, instead of stopping, Yi Qiu quickened his pace. Chao Yuan continued, if you insist on leaving, then my prior promises shall be rendered void. Yi Qiu's expression stiffened further, preparing to use Lin Jingji as a shield. He stated, she is called. How do you know that? Yi Qiu intended to fabricate a name, believing that as long as he could depart from this place, it would suffice. I have another patient. To my knowledge, you have recently been promoted, and since assuming your position, you have yet to admit a single patient. Yi Qiu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Your Excellency, have you conducted an investigation into me? Naturally, Chao Yuan did not deny it, stating, as the saying goes, it is easy to paint a tiger's skin but difficult to depict its bones. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. The world is vast, and human nature is intricate. For every individual who garners my attention, I shall conduct thorough inquiries. What do you mean? Only those you find worthy will be investigated. Therefore, I should feel honored. Is that it? Ha! You shameless old fool. I have no desire for your esteem. Moreover, conducting an inquiry into me without my consent is an invasion of privacy. I have the right to sue you, you know? Of course, Yi Qiu could only curse inwardly, daring not to utter a word, lest it bring about dire consequences. Chao Yuan retrieved a piece of a purple gold token from his pocket and cast it before Yi Qiu, stating, from this moment forth, I entrust Jiangzhou to you. I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. Should any troubles arise, I shall hold you accountable. Yi Qiu made no move to pick up the token and replied, Your Excellency, this matter is of great magnitude. I urge you to contemplate it earnestly. I am but a humble physician. What merit do I possess to command the underground forces of Jiangzhou? This is the result of my careful consideration, he continued. Yet, despite your humble status as a mere physician, you have devoted yourself to saving lives with unwavering diligence, revealing a heart full of compassion. You have depended solely on your mother since childhood, obeying her wishes with utmost filial piety. This exemplifies your dutiful spirit. In the Crystal Palace, when Lin Jingji was humiliated, you acted with fierce indignation for the sake of a beloved, which demonstrates your capacity for deep affection. Today, for the Dragon King, you risked the severing of your own arm to save him. I deem this a testament to brotherly loyalty. At the Gouda Temple, though ensnared by Dong Chen's trap, you remained undaunted, boldly confronting the leader of the Jiangzhou branch of the witch god sect. Such courage is commendable. Chao Yuan remarked. How could I overlook a person so full of passion, loyalty, and bravery? Your Excellency, I am merely a small physician, not a figure of the martial world. And I prefer not to delve into the grievances and entanglements of such a realm. What do you know of the martial world? Chao Yuan inquired. Upon his shaking of the head, Yi Qiu asked, then what constitutes the martial world? Wherever there are people, there exists the martial world, Chao Yuan replied. Chao Yuan continued, stating that regardless of whether it pertains to underground forces, the hospital you are affiliated with, or any other locale, wherever there are individuals, there will inevitably be intrigue, deception, and a web of personal vendettas. Over the years, with the nation's economic advancement and the relentless progress of science, society has indeed improved. However, certain aspects remain unsatisfactory, particularly the underground factions that lack oversight, becoming increasingly chaotic and lawless. The very reason I established Longmen was to impose order upon these underground entities, ensuring that every citizen abides by the law. Yi Qiu, I recognize you as an idealistic youth, one who aspires to contribute to the nation and its people, to achieve something significant. Thus, after thorough contemplation, I extend a sincere invitation for you to join Longmen and assist me in managing the underground forces of Jiangzhou. Together, we shall unite to eradicate the pervasive corruption and malaise plaguing this world. What do you say? One must admit, Qiao Yuan's words were profoundly stirring, igniting a sense of fervor within Yi Qiu. Yet, upon further reflection, Yi Qiu ultimately declined, expressing, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I harbor no grand ambitions. I merely wish to be a humble doctor and live a peaceful life." Silence enveloped the room, an oppressive stillness taking hold. After a considerable pause, Qiao Yuan sighed deeply and proposed, "Yi Qiu, how about we strike a bargain?" "I have no interest," Yi Qiu replied bluntly. "No. I believe you will find this proposition intriguing," Qiao Yuan insisted. "Assist me in managing Jiangzhou, and I shall reveal to you the identity of your biological father. What do you think?" Yi Qiu's breath suddenly grew rapid as he fixed his gaze intently on Qiao Yuan, inquiring, "Do you know who my father is?" Qiao Yuan smiled without uttering a word. "Very well. I shall proceed with this transaction." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qiu agreed to the deal with Qiao Yuan, primarily driven by his overwhelming desire to uncover the identity of his biological father. "Excellent. From this moment on, you shall be the ruler of Jiangzhou. Do not delay in accepting the purple gold token." Yi Qiu picked up the token from the ground and then asked, "Who is my biological father? What is his name?" Qiao Yuan replied, "I do not know." "Do not know?" Yi Qiu was taken aback. A surge of anger etched across his brow. "You are deceiving me." "Yi Qiu, do not act impulsively. Hear me out," Qiao Yuan interjected. "I conducted an investigation. Your mother is the daughter of the prominent Chen family from Jiangsu and Zhujiang, a lineage that has flourished for a century. As for your father, my inquiries yielded no results. This is impossible. You are the leader of Longmen. You once stated that in this world, anything you wish to investigate could be uncovered. If you truly desired to find the truth, how could you come up empty-handed?" "That precisely constitutes my perplexity," Qiao Yuan responded. "I did indeed investigate, and it is true that I found nothing. Thus, I have a conjecture." "What conjecture?" Yi Qiu inquired. Qiao Yuan said, "I suspect that your father is no ordinary individual. His background is substantial, beyond the scope of my investigations. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for me not to uncover anything." Chapter 88. Identification of the corpse. Yi Qiu was rendered speechless. The notion that his biological father possessed such a formidable background, even beyond the reach of the 9,000 years inquiries, was utterly unfathomable. "Your Highness, are you jesting with me? Do I appear to be jesting?" Yi Qiu shook his head. Qiao Yuan continued, "If you are eager to uncover the identity of your biological father, I suggest you inquire with your mother. She undoubtedly knows. If my mother intended to disclose that information, she would have done so long ago. Frankly, I am now somewhat curious about who your father truly is, especially since I have been unable to uncover any details. It seems your biological father is quite extraordinary." "How extraordinary?" Qiao Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. "He is likely of even greater significance than Xiao Jiu." "What?" This revelation astonished not only Yi Qiu, but also left Long Wang and Zhao Yun in shock. Yi Qiu remained skeptical of Qiao Yuan's assertion and asked, "Your Highness, could it not be that my biological father is an ordinary man, or perhaps he has already passed away?" "No," Qiao Yuan replied with absolute certainty. "I can trace the identities of anyone who has died within the last 30 years, whether by illness or accident. And I have found no one among them who holds any special connection to your mother." In that moment, Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. If Qiao Yuan's intelligence network was indeed that formidable, then every move he made in Jiangzhou would surely be under his watchful gaze. At this moment, Qiao Yuan spoke again. "Regarding the ordinary individuals you mentioned, I have conducted a thorough investigation, encompassing your mother's former classmates, roommates, close friends, and anyone who might have had a connection with her. I have left no stone unturned. However, among her acquaintances, there are scarcely any ordinary individuals, for she is the esteemed daughter of the Chen family. I also dispatched inquiries to them, and they too remain oblivious to the identity of your biological father. By the way, are you familiar with the Chen family from Suzhou and Hangzhou?" Qiao Yuan glanced at Yi Qiu and inquired, "Do you harbor resentment towards them?" Yi Qiu remained silent. It seems you harbor profound animosity towards them, Chao Yuan sighed and continued. Over 20 years ago, when the patriarch of the Chen family, your grandfather, cast you and your mother out, he indeed appeared rather cold-hearted and unfeeling. However, I empathize with him. Were I in his position, I might have acted similarly. Upon hearing this, a look of indignation crossed Yi Chio's face. Do not be angered just yet. Allow me to clarify, Chao Yuan continued. The Qian family is a venerable lineage, having flourished from the Ming dynasty to the end of the Qing dynasty, producing countless erudite individuals, some of whom gained immense renown as great scholars. The Qian family has long dedicated itself to the noble pursuit of education. To my knowledge, during the Ming dynasty, half of the scholars from Jiangnan were educated under the Qian family's tutelage, truly embodying the notion of peach and plum trees covering the land. This includes the illustrious 4 scholars of Jiangnan, who once sought knowledge at the feet of the Qian family. Although the Qian family began to decline from the Qing dynasty onward, its members continued to devote themselves to the noble cause of teaching. During the Republic of China, the Qian family produced an extraordinary figure, a prominent early member of the Tongminghui, who dedicated his life to the noble pursuit of education, thus earning the title of a great educator. One can only imagine, given the strict familial customs of that era. How could your grandfather possibly tolerate your mother bearing a child out of wedlock? It is essential to recognize that in their time, such an occurrence was not a trivial matter, but rather a profound scandal that brought disgrace to the family. Moreover, the Qian family was not just any ordinary lineage. In an effort to uphold family honor, your grandfather had no choice but to cast your mother out of their home. Chao Yuan shifted the conversation, inquiring of Yi Chio, do you know your mother well? What do you mean? Her past? I do not know, Yi Chio replied. My mother has never spoken to me about her past, and whenever I inquire, she deftly changes the subject. Allow me to enlighten you, Chao Yuan continued. Your mother was the esteemed daughter of the Qian family and a renowned talent in Suzhou and Hangzhou. She excelled in her studies, gaining admission to the finest university in the country at the tender age of 16, mastering 5 languages and excelling in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. By 19, she was appointed as an instructor, defying all norms. Had it not been for your existence, she might have ascended to become a celebrated educator in her own right. Yet, for your sake, she relinquished everything she once possessed, fleeing Suzhou and Hangzhou to settle in Jiangzhou, embracing the life of a humble single mother. She is truly remarkable. Yi Chio's eyes brimmed with tears. He had always been aware of the numerous sacrifices his mother made for him, but he had never fathomed the extent of her selflessness. After hearing these words, Yi Chio's resentment towards his biological father deepened. As if sensing his thoughts, Chao Yuan added, although I am without children and have never been a father, I firmly believe that no father would easily abandon his wife and children. I surmise that your father must have his own difficulties. Before you find your biological father, you must strive to become stronger. Only a powerful man can conquer the world. I entrust Jiangzhou to you, and furthermore, Han Long is my adopted son. I will keep him in Jiangzhou for your command. As for information regarding your biological father, I will continue my investigations and inform you once I have news. Having spoken, Chao Yuan rose and stated, it is getting late. I must take my leave. I will see you off, Yi Chio replied. I prefer not to be accompanied. Chao Yuan retorted, when I next visit Jiangzhou, I hope you will come to greet me. He patted Yi Chio on the shoulder and turned to depart. As he watched the figure clad in green vanish at the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Chio suddenly felt that Jiao Qiansui seemed to be a rather lonely individual. Lonely people often possess their own stories. What tales might Jiao Qiansui hold? 3 days later, at Jiangzhou Hospital, in the office of the executive deputy director, Guadanu sat in his chair, his brows tightly knitted, a look of distress etched on his face. He had yet to locate Guo Xiaozong. It was perplexing. Where had this little rascal vanished to? Even if he were out gallivanting with his rowdy friends, he should at least make a phone call. Why, until now, has there been no word? A sudden knock resounded through the air. Come in, Guadanu said, his frown dissipating in an instant as he turned to gaze at the door. Moments later, the door swung open, and 2 uniformed police officers stepped inside. A wave of unease washed over Guadanu as he wondered what business the officers had with him. Are you Guadanu? One of the officers inquired. I am indeed Guadanu, he replied, rising swiftly while nodding. Officer, I assure you, I am a law-abiding citizen. Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else? We have come specifically to find you, the officer stated. Guadanu's heart raced with anxiety as he pressed on. May I inquire why you seek me? We would like you to accompany us to Nanshan for an identification. A wave of relief washed over him, for it seemed the officers were not there to bring him trouble. Yet, confusion clouded his features as he asked, "What do you need me for in identifying? Who has passed away?" "We have initial suspicions that the deceased may be your son," was Xiaozong. A thunderbolt struck him, leaving Guadanu pale as disbelief coursed through him. "Officers, you must be mistaken. My son is perfectly well. How could he possibly be dead?" "We are not in error," the officer reassured him. "The coroner has conducted an autopsy, and through facial recognition and fingerprint comparison, we have preliminarily confirmed that the deceased is indeed Guo Xiaozong. However, we require your presence for the final identification." As the officer's words sank in, Guadanu trembled uncontrollably, murmuring, "My son cannot be dead. You must have made a mistake. It is surely an error on your part." With that, the atmosphere thickened with despair. He collapsed to the ground. Half an hour later, Guadanu awakened with a start, opening his eyes to find himself in a vehicle, flanked by 2 police officers. "Where am I?" he inquired. "Nanshan," one of the officers replied, promptly opening the car door. Guadanu sat upright and asked, "Where is my son?" "Just ahead," came the response. Exiting the vehicle, Guadanu was met with the sight of numerous uniformed personnel scouring the area. Not far off, a white cloth draped over a body caught his eye. "Son!" Guadanu shouted, desperately rushing toward the hillside. The rugged terrain was treacherous, and having lived a life of comfort, he stumbled several times along the uneven path. A guard attempted to intercept him, but seeing the 2 officers behind him signaling to let him pass, he stepped aside. Guadanu staggered to the white cloth, standing silently for a moment before crouching down and slowly extending his trembling hand. As he tore away the fabric, the face of the deceased was revealed. In an instant, tears streamed down Guadanu's face as he cried out, "Xiaozong." The officers observed this scene with indifference, none stepping forward to offer solace. After all, in their line of work, such tragedies were all too common. 20 minutes later, Guadanu ceased his weeping, cradling Guo Xiaozong in his arms. Gently stroking his son's distorted cheek, his lips quivering, eyes reddened. A few more minutes passed. He gently placed Guo Xiaozong on the ground, meticulously arranging his hair, and then draped a white cloth over Guo Xiaozong's face. Rising to his feet, he approached the 2 policemen who had accompanied him earlier and inquired, "Have you apprehended the murderer of my son?" The 2 officers exchanged glances before one of them asked, "Do you believe your son was murdered?" "Isn't that obvious?" Guo retorted angrily. "Why do you think otherwise?" Another officer probed. "My son was young, with a promising future ahead of him, in good health, and had a beautiful girlfriend. How could he possibly have taken his own life? Thus, he must have been the victim of foul play." Guo pressed further. "How did Xiaozong die?" "We cannot disclose that information. It pertains to the case." "Tell me." Guo thundered, "I am his father. Do I not have the right to know how he met his end?" The 2 officers hesitated momentarily, and one finally spoke. "Deputy Director Guo, I advise you against seeking this knowledge, for I fear you may not withstand it. My son is dead. What more could be unbearable?" he demanded. "Speak." Reluctantly, the officer revealed, according to the coroner's report, the deceased, your son Guo Xiaozong, died from asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. Asphyxiation? Guo frowned. What does that mean? To put it simply, he was buried alive. Deputy Director Guo, who is Yiqiu? Why do you suspect Yiqiu to be the one responsible for Guo Xiaozong's death? 2 police officers simultaneously inquired, their gazes fixed intently on Guadanu. Due to Xiaozong's transgression of stealing Yiqiu's girlfriend, Yiqiu's intent to take his life had become apparent, especially after the recent incident where Yiqiu nearly inflicted fatal harm upon Xiaozong. As Guadanu recounted the events, the expressions of the officers grew increasingly grave. Their years of investigative experience instilled within them a potent intuition that Yiqiu was the perpetrator. Guadanu continued, "Officers, Yiqiu is indeed the murderer. You must apprehend him swiftly before he escapes. Vice Dean Guo, do you know Yiqiu's current whereabouts? He is undoubtedly at the hospital. Additionally, you must also arrest the chief surgeon, Bai Bing. She is an accomplice." At the lakeside villa, Yiqiu stood outside Lin Jingji's bedroom, calling out, "Sister Lin, are you ready yet? I need to change your bandages before heading to work." He had been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. All right, came the response, accompanied by the creaking of the door. The first sight that met Yiqiu's eyes was a long, straight, and sturdy leg, devoid of any excess flesh, radiating a brilliant whiteness. Next, he beheld an exceedingly short denim skirt and a delicately crafted navel. Lin Jingji wore snug, somewhat translucent white t-shirt that hinted at a glimpse of red beneath, enveloping her curves with remarkable roundness. Her waist, slender as a water snake, could easily be grasped. Yi Qiu felt an insatiable heat surging within him, igniting his entire being. Leaning against the door, Lin Jingji cast a playful glance at Yi Qiu with her sparkling eyes and haughtily remarked, "What's the rush? Don't you know it takes time for a girl to change her clothes? No matter how pressed for time one may be, it is essential to allow others to dress properly, is it not? Do you truly prefer me in a state of undress? Yes, I rather enjoy your unclothed appearance." Although Yi Qiu harbored such thoughts, his expression remained solemn as he suggested, "Sister Lin, may I assist you with your bandages?" Lin Jingji remained silent, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Qiu. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, he inquired, "Sister Lin, what are you staring at? I feel as though you have changed somewhat. Have you encountered any delightful news?" Lin Jingji asked, her curiosity piqued. Yi Qiu chuckled softly and replied, "The esteemed Jiuqing has entrusted the administration of Jiangzhou to me." "Oh?" A flicker of surprise danced in Lin Jingji's beautiful eyes, and she beckoned Yi Qiu closer with a coy gesture. As he approached, she suddenly embraced him tightly, causing a rush of pressure against his chest. "Is it large?" Lin Jingji inquired softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied, his face flushing as he added, "It cannot be grasped with one hand." "You rogue, taking advantage of me," Lin Jingji huffed playfully, then commanded, "Assist me to the bed." Chapter 90. The pretty boy, ah? To the bed? Yi Qiu looked at Lin Jingji in astonishment, his heart racing with anxiety as he thought, "I have come to tend to your wounds. And yet you wish for me to share your bed. How utterly inconsiderate. Huh? What are you thinking? I simply meant for you to help me to the bed so I can have my bandages changed," Lin Jingji retorted, giving Yi Qiu an exasperated glare. "Oh, I see." Yi Qiu exhaled a sigh of relief, though a subtle sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. "In truth, I have no objections to sleeping together, provided that I am on top." After assisting Lin Jingji into the room, Yi Qiu remarked, "Sister Lin, shall we change your dressing on the sofa?" "I dislike sitting on the sofa. It is too rigid." Yi Qiu smirked, pondering to himself, "Don't women prefer the firm?" Once seated on the bed, Yi Qiu unwrapped the bandage from Lin Jingji's calf, glanced at the wound, and said, "Sister Lin, your injury has actually healed. There is no need for daily dressing changes." "What do you mean? Do you not wish to visit me?" Lin Jingji pouted, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "Am I such a bother to you?" "Sister Lin, you misunderstand. That is not my intention." "Then what do you mean?" "Based on my clinical experience, in cases like yours, daily dressing changes are indeed unnecessary. However, it is essential to take anti-inflammatory medication regularly." Yi Qiu added, "I will still come to see you every day." "Humph, that is more like it." A smile returned to Lin Jingji's face. "By the way, why haven't I seen your assistant?" "You mean Xiao Jie? She has gone to the office." Lin Jingji then shifted the conversation, asking, "Why did Zhuge Qiansui suddenly entrust Jiangzhou to you?" Yi Qiu recounted the details of the situation. After listening, Lin Jingji said, "Although Zhuge Qiansui has assigned Jiangzhou to you, he has retained his adopted son, Han Long. What do you think his intentions are?" "I suspect that Zhuge Qiansui kept Han Long to keep an eye on me. Your ability to deduce this indicates that you have matured since our last encounter." Lin Jingji then remarked, "However, you need not worry excessively, for you are now the overlord of the underground realm of Jiangzhou. A mere Han Long cannot stir up any significant turmoil." "Indeed," Lin Jingji continued, "I have a suggestion, though I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it." "What suggestion?" Yi Qiu inquired with curiosity. Lin Jingji responded, "The transition of power in Jiangzhou has yet to be publicly announced. Thus, others remain unaware that Zhuge Qiansui has entrusted Jiangzhou to you. Therefore, I propose allowing Han Long to assume the role of the figurehead leader." "What is the purpose of this approach?" Yi Qiu asked, puzzled. With a smile, Lin Jingji explained, "The actions of the leader of Jiangzhou will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. By permitting Han Long to engage with them openly, you can discreetly orchestrate events from behind the scenes. This strategy not only minimizes potential complications, but also ensures that Han Long remains preoccupied and unable to scrutinize your activities. Most importantly, the Witch God sect will be unaware that you and Zhao Yun were responsible for the destruction of the Jiangzhou branch. They will attribute their grievances solely to Zhuge Qiansui and Han Long, achieving a trifecta of benefits. What are your thoughts?" Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled with realization as he responded, "I find it splendid." His greatest concern was indeed the Witch God sect, a group of individuals who operated outside the bounds of reason, posing a significant threat. If Han Long were to be positioned as the public leader, the witch god sect would not suspect him, thus ensuring his safety. Yi Qiu chuckled, Sister Lin. Your strategy is truly remarkable. It not only alleviates my crisis, but also resolves numerous troubles. You are indeed a modern-day Zhuge Liang. Lin's delicate eyes narrowed playfully as she pouted. Zhuge Liang is a man, and I am a woman. Then you shall be the modern-day female Zhuge. Yi Qiu chuckled. Sister Lin, why not join Long Min and be my strategist? Not interested, Lin replied. What do you wish to be then? She playfully hooked Yi Qiu's chin and seductively said, I want to be the woman of the boss. Yi Qiu found it difficult to meet Lin's gaze. Her allure was overwhelming, capable of igniting primal instincts in men with just a glance. He feared he might lose control. Has the medicine been prepared? Lin suddenly inquired. Yes. How about we take this opportunity to engage in some activities? What kind of activities? Yi Qiu asked, puzzled. You fool. Lin playfully tapped his forehead, then reclined on the bed. In an instant, Yi Qiu understood her intention. With a glance, he took in her long legs, flat abdomen, graceful neck, stunning visage, and enchanting eyes. He felt parched and feverish. What are you standing there for? Hurry up, I'm waiting. Lin bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth, beckoning Yi Qiu with a finger and striking a boldly suggestive pose. Just as Yi Qiu's blood surged and he was about to leap forward, a sudden, loud knock at the door broke the moment, like a splash of cold water. Who is it? Lin asked impatiently. Mr. Lin, 2 police officers are here to see Mr. Yi, came the voice of the maid from outside. I understand. Lin Jingji sat up delicately and inquired of Yi Qiu, what do the police want with you? Yi Qiu shook his head, replying, I'm not sure. Come, I'll accompany you downstairs to see. Lin Jia, you still have injuries on your leg, and it's inconvenient for you to walk. You should stay here. I can go down alone. It's all right. I'll keep you company. As Yi Qiu and Lin Jingji descended the stairs, they encountered 2 uniformed officers waiting in the living room. Officers, may I ask what you wish to discuss with Yi Qiu? Lin Jingji's voice was as melodious as a golden aureole. The 2 policemen exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a moment of undisguised astonishment before one of them spoke. Ms. Lin, we have a homicide case that requires Yi Qiu's assistance in the investigation. A case? What kind of case? It pertains to the matter involving Guo Xiaocong. A jolt of shock surged through Yi Qiu's heart. He was taken aback. Guo Xiaocong had been buried alive by Zhao Yun's subordinates. How could the police have located him so swiftly? Lin Jingji smiled. Officers, perhaps you've made a mistake? Yi Qiu is a law-abiding citizen. How could he possibly be entangled in a homicide? Do you have any evidence? Lin Jingji gently probed. The 2 officers hesitated. If they had evidence, they would not be requesting assistance, but rather making an arrest. Lin Jingji's expression darkened suddenly, her demeanor shifting as she exclaimed, You dare to attempt to apprehend my man without even possessing evidence? Who gave you the audacity? The 2 policemen stared at Yi Qiu, their faces a mask of disbelief. This young man was Ms. Lin's partner? How could that be? He was merely a small-time doctor. What right did he have to be associated with the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou's business world? Was it? The 2 policemen exchanged a glance, and an unspoken thought emerged in their minds. Pretty boy. Indeed, please do not take offense, Mr. Lin. We merely request Mr. Ye's assistance in our investigation and have no intentions of causing him any harm. The policeman adopted a humble demeanor, well aware of the formidable reputation of Lin Jingji, a woman who commands respect and fear in the business circles of Jiangzhou. In any case, without evidence, you shall not take anyone from me. Lin Jingji's resolve was unwavering. The 2 policemen exchanged uncertain looks, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, Yi Qiu stated, I will accompany you. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's willingness to go with the 2 officers, Lin Jingji grew anxious and quickly interjected, Yi Qiu, they have no evidence. You are not obligated to accompany them. It's all right, Sister Lin, Yi Qiu replied with a smile. The police merely request my cooperation in their investigation. They are not arresting me. Furthermore, you would not wrong an innocent person, would you? Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we would never unjustly accuse an innocent individual. One of the officers affirmed promptly. The other officer gestured invitingly, saying, Mr. Yi, please. Sister Lin, I will go with them for now. You should rest well at home. Once they departed, Lin Jingji took out her phone and dialed a number. Soon, a cool voice answered on the other end. Hello, this is Bai Bing. It's me. Click. Just as Lin Jingji began to speak, Bai Bing abruptly hung up the phone. The odious woman actually hung up on me. It infuriates me. Lin Jingji continued to dial Bai Bing's number, but there was no answer. After a while, she decided to send Bai Bing a text message. Bai Bing, Yiqiu has been taken away by the police. No sooner had she sent the message than her phone rang 2 seconds later. Seeing that the caller ID displayed Bai Bing's number, Lin Jingji wore a smug smile as she answered the call, feigning ignorance. What do you need to discuss with me? What happened to Yiqiu? Why did the police arrest him? Bai Bing inquired immediately. Lin Jingji replied, the body of Guo Xiaozong has been discovered, and the police said they need him to cooperate with the investigation. What? Bai Bing gasped. Lin Jingji continued, Bai Bing, if the police come to ask you what you were doing with Yiqiu that morning, just say you accompanied him to Yunwu Mountain to treat the Dragon King, and refrain from mentioning anything else. I understand. Will Yiqiu be all right? Bai Bing asked anxiously. Oh, do you truly have feelings for Yiqiu? Let me tell you, Yiqiu is my man. If you genuinely like him, I wouldn't mind sharing, but just so you know, as long as I'm around, you'll always play second fiddle. Humph. Bai Bing angrily hung up the phone. Lin Jingji smirked, her expression one of unbridled satisfaction. In the interrogation room, 2 police officers sat across from Yiqiu. Very well. May I ask your name? Don't you already know? My name is Yiqiu. And your gender? Yiqiu stared incredulously at the questioning officer. Are you serious? You can't even tell what my gender is? Ahem, Mr. Yi. This is also an interrogation procedure. Male. Age. 23 and a half. Ethnicity? Han. May I inquire, did you murder Guo Xiaozong? The 2 police officers fixated on Yiqiu, their gazes sharp. No. Yiqiu immediately denied it. However, Guo Xiaozong's father, Guo Danru, furiously accused you of killing his son. What do you have to say regarding Guo Danru's allegations? Vice Dean Guo is deliberately framing me. Why do you assert that? Because I had a confrontation with Guo Xiaozong. Yiqiu explained. Guo Xiaozong had attempted to steal my girlfriend and, after plagiarizing my medical records, turned the tables to accuse me of copying his records. As a result, I almost faced expulsion from the hospital. Out of indignation, I confronted him. Your earlier statements suggest a deep-seated animosity towards Guo Xiaozong. Does this constitute your motive for murder? I have stated, I did not kill him. Yiqiu continued. Guo Xiaozong, relying on his father's position as the executive vice dean, has committed numerous wrongdoings. To be frank, his death is not a loss. We will investigate the circumstances surrounding Guo Xiaozong's case. One more question. On the morning Guo Xiaozong went missing, you sought him in the ward but found only Zhang Lily present. Subsequently, you left the hospital with your department head, Bai Bing. Where did you go? The police inquired. We went to Yunwu Mountain to treat the Dragon King. The 2 officers exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. It was one thing for Yiqiu to have ties to Lin Jingji, but how could he also be acquainted with the leader of the underground forces in Jiangzhou? By the way, what is your relationship with Bai Bing? The police officer inquired. Well, I can share this with you, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone else. Yiqiu replied slowly. Bai Bing is my girlfriend. Isn't your girlfriend Lin? Indeed. Sister Lin is also my girlfriend. What a scoundrel! The 2 officers exclaimed in frustration. In this day and age, finding a girlfriend is exceedingly difficult. Yet this young man has managed to secure the affections of not one, but 2 renowned beauties of Jiangzhou. What extraordinary charm does he possess? One officer, visibly irate, admonished Yiqiu, you are wantonly toying with the emotions of others, a blatant violation of morality. I believe you are mistaken. Sister Lin and Director Bai are fully aware of each other's existence and our relationship. They coexist harmoniously. The 2 officers glared at Yiqiu, envy gnawing at their hearts. We have another question. Half an hour later, Yiqiu emerged from the police station. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Guo Danu. To Yiqiu's astonishment, in the short span of a day, Guo Danu had seemingly transformed into a different person. His hair was disheveled. His ashen face was etched with deep wrinkles, as if he had aged decades overnight, losing all his previous vigor. Upon seeing Yiqiu, Guo Danu's expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He pointed at Yiqiu and exclaimed, Weren't you arrested by the police? How did you get out? Yiqiu smiled and replied, The police declared me innocent and released me. That is impossible. Guo Danu shouted. You killed Xiaozong. You are a murderer. Vice Dean Guo, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. You claim that I murdered Guo Xiaozong. Were you an eyewitness? You possess no evidence. By what right do you label me a murderer? Speak further nonsense, and I shall not hesitate to accuse you of defamation. Guo's anger rendered him momentarily speechless. Yi Qiu, do not presume to be arrogant. I shall not let this matter rest. Just then, before Guo could finish his tirade, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID was the dean, Guo suppressed his fury and inquired, "Dean, what is the matter?" "Guo, I am here to formally inform you on behalf of the organization that you have been dismissed." Chapter 92, The Ruin of a Family, Part 2 Dismissed? Guo was taken aback for a moment, hastily asking, "Dean, have you made a mistake? What grounds do you have for my dismissal?" "To keep a secret, one must first not act inappropriately. Old Guo, the matters you have engaged in are already known to the hospital." Guo was even more bewildered. "Dean, what exactly have I done?" "Old Guo, some truths lose their significance once revealed." Guo shouted vehemently, "Dean, you must clarify this. I have toiled for so many years in this hospital. Even if I have not contributed greatly, my efforts deserve recognition. What justifies my dismissal?" Yi Qiu listened intently from the side, astonished. Was the hospital truly going to dismiss Guo? This was utterly unexpected. "Guo, since you insist on clarity, allow me to speak plainly." The director stated, "From the very first day you entered this hospital, you have been accepting bribes from patients. In fact, the hospital once issued you a reprimand for this misconduct. Yet, despite this, you have shown no remorse. Since becoming the executive vice president, your actions have only escalated. According to anonymous reports, in the past 2 years alone, the bribes you have accepted amount to over 4 million, not to mention the countless luxury cigarettes, wines, and watches." Gao was furious, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and he exclaimed, "Director, do not believe these accusations. They are mere slander. I anticipated your defense. Very well. Let us set aside the issue of the bribes for now. Your conduct raises serious concerns as well. We are fully aware of your involvement with the head nurse of the internal medicine department." Boom. Gao's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. He could not fathom how the hospital had discovered his clandestine affair with the head nurse. "Old Gao, I do not mean to criticize you, but your behavior is utterly disgraceful. That nurse has endured 2 miscarriages for your sake. To put it in contemporary terms, you are nothing but a scoundrel. Director, even if my conduct is questionable, does it warrant my dismissal? I am willing to relinquish my position as executive vice president. Could I not remain at the hospital?" "Old Gao, how can you still not comprehend? I am merely a director, my rank slightly higher than yours. I possess no authority to dismiss you. It is the higher-ups who have decided your fate." "Higher-ups? Are you referring to the health bureau?" "No one knows who it is, but 20 minutes ago, a complaint letter was submitted to the authorities, containing every allegation leveled against you. And the evidence is irrefutable." The director remarked, "In addition to your problematic demeanor, your financial issues are quite grave. And there are serious concerns regarding nepotism and favoritism in your personnel arrangements at the hospital. The higher authorities are fully aware of everything. Yet, that is not the most alarming aspect. The most terrifying news is that your paramour, the head nurse of the internal medicine department, has filed a formal complaint against you." "What?" Guo was furious, struggling to comprehend the situation. "I have treated her so well. Why would she report me? Come now, you have caused her to undergo 2 abortions. Can that truly be considered kindness? Let us not forget, she has a family. Director, is there any way? I beg you. Sai Lao Guo, take care of yourself." The phone call abruptly ended. Guo stood frozen, like a statue. After decades of hard work, he had finally ascended to the position of executive vice president at Jiangzhou Hospital, wielding significant power and basking in glory. Moreover, with the director's poor health and frequent absences, he had been in charge of virtually all hospital matters. Not long ago, Guo had consulted his former superior, who hinted that once the director retired, Guo would be appointed as the new director. Who could have foreseen that in such a brief span, he would be dismissed, rendering decades of effort utterly futile? In that moment, Guo felt an icy chill envelop him. At this juncture, Yi Qiu's voice chimed in nearby, tauntingly stating, "Vice President Guo, what did I just say? Those who commit numerous wrongdoings will inevitably meet their demise. A person who engages in wicked acts will sooner or later face retribution." Guo's expression twisted into a mask of rage, and he lunged towards Yi Qiu. However, just as he moved, his phone rang once more. In a fit of rage, Guo Danu abruptly halted his steps, glancing at his phone to discover that his wife was initiating a WeChat video call. "I'll deal with you later," he seethed, directing a menacing remark at Yi Qiu before accepting the call. "Wife, where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? Ha ha ha, what are we doing? Can't you see for yourself?" From Yi Qiu's perspective, the video revealed a captivating woman entwined around the waist of a muscular young man, both panting heavily. As for their activities, anyone with a modicum of biological knowledge would comprehend. You shameless harlot, how dare you betray me with another man? I will kill you. Guadanu's eyes blazed with fury. Kill me? Ha ha. Come on, I'm abroad right now, his wife laughed heartily. Why have you betrayed me? How dare you question my fidelity? With that pathetic little toothpick of yours, which couldn't last 5 seconds, I've been living in solitude for years. And now I finally betray you. Consider it a bargain for you. I initiated this video call to inform you that the money in your foreign bank account has been transferred, and I have sold your villa in Jiangzhou. From this moment on, we are severing all ties. You vile woman, I. Before Guadanu could finish his tirade, the video call abruptly ended. With a resounding crash, he hurled his phone to the ground, cursing, "You wretched creature, using my money to entertain a stranger. This is not over." Yi Qiu retorted mockingly, "Deputy Director Gua, have you perhaps offended the stars this year? First, your son has passed away. Then you were dismissed from the hospital, and now your wife has betrayed you. Truly, your life is a tapestry of diverse experiences. You scoundrel, I shall take your life." Before Gua could finish his furious proclamation, his eyelids turned pale, and with a crash, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, within a prestigious private hospital in Jiangzhou, Zhou Hao, Li Qiansheng, and Feng Yuling were conspiring. "How is young Master Xiao?" Zhou Hao inquired. Leaning against the hospital bed, Feng Yuling replied solemnly. "Young Master Zhao's legs are paralyzed. The specialists have declared that he will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life." "What?" Zhou Hao and Li Qiansheng gasped in astonishment, although they had suspected the severity of Xiao Qingdi's condition on the night of the incident. Hearing Feng Yuling articulate it brought them a profound shock. Feng Yuling continued, "Young Master Xiao is now exceedingly angered and has commanded us to eliminate Yi Qiu. Otherwise, he will have us killed. Yi Qiu is exceptionally skilled. It would be exceedingly difficult to take his life," Zhou Hao lamented. "I have devised a plan," Feng Yuling stated. "Though it is challenging to kill Yi Qiu, eliminating another individual would be considerably easier." Zhou Hao immediately grasped her implication, exclaiming in shock, "You mean Lin Jingji?" "Precisely," Feng Yuling replied, her voice laced with murderous intent. "First, we shall eliminate Lin Jingji, and then we will deal with Yi Qiu." Chapter 93. Ambushed the following day. As Yi Qiu arrived at the hospital for his shift, he learned a disheartening piece of news. Gua, devastated by the loss of his beloved son and subsequent dismissal from the hospital, had succumbed to a mental breakdown due to the overwhelming dual blows. The individual has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Yi Qiu is aware that it is not merely a double blow, but rather a quadruple one. Guadanru's furious wife not only absconded with money, but also placed a proverbial green hat upon him. One's misdeeds inevitably lead to retribution, Yi Qiu mused. After a long day at work, he sought out Lin Jingji. As dusk approached, Yi Qiu gently pushed Lin Jingji along the tranquil path by the lake. The setting sun bathed her face in a golden hue, rendering her akin to a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. "Sister Lin, the person who reported Guadanru. It was you, wasn't it?" Yi Qiu inquired softly. "Why would you think it was me?" Lin Jingji countered. "Because whenever I find myself in peril, you are always there to shield me. Moreover, it took merely half an hour for the hospital to expel Guadanru. Such an accomplishment is certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person." Contemplating the matter, Yi Qiu concluded that among his acquaintances, only Long Wang, Bai Bing, and Lin Jingji possessed such power. When the police took him away, neither Long Wang nor Bai Bing had any knowledge of the situation, thus, it must have been Lin Jingji. Her swift and ruthless actions aligned perfectly with her character. "In truth, once I became aware of the discord between you and Guadanru, I commenced a covert investigation into them. What I discovered was quite unexpected. Neither father nor son are virtuous, each more despicable than the other," Lin Jingji revealed. "In just 2 years, Guadanru amassed over 4 million yuan in bribes, and he even extorted red envelopes from patients and their families who were unable to provide them. Did you know that last year a child was gravely ill, teetering on the brink of death, and required a kidney transplant to survive? At that time, the hospital happened to have a matching kidney available, yet Guadanu refused to arrange the surgery, brazenly demanding 500,000 yuan in exchange for the organ. Ultimately, the child's parents sold their home, scraped together the sum, and presented it to Guadanu, only then securing the kidney. This is but one of many such instances." Lin Jingji, her face flushed with indignation, remarked, "In this era, doctors accepting bribes is not an isolated phenomenon. However, those like Guadanu, who shamelessly extort money, are exceedingly rare. He is truly a disgrace to the medical profession. Yichio replied, I always suspected Guadanu was no good, but I never imagined he could be so vile. Fortunately, the hospital has dismissed him. Otherwise, who knows how many more lives he would endanger in the future. Suddenly, Lin Jingji inquired, Yichio, have you ever accepted red envelopes from patients? Without a trace of hesitation, Yichio admitted, yes, some patients offer bribes when seeking treatment. Initially, I would refuse outright, but then Director Bai reprimanded me. Lin Jia, you misunderstood. Although Director Bai occasionally accepts such envelopes, he always finds a way to return them to the patients after the consultation. If the patients insist on keeping them, he would then incorporate the amount into their hospital fees. Lin Jingji, perplexed, asked, why go through such trouble? Why not simply refuse? Yichio elucidated that when patients offer red envelopes to doctors, it is an expression of their hope that the physicians will be more attentive and earnest in their care. If a doctor declines such gestures, patients may feel uneasy, and at times, accepting the red envelope serves to reassure them. This insight was imparted to me by Director Bai. It appears I had misconstrued Bai Bing's intentions. Yichio then inquired if there were any additional issues concerning Guadanru. Furthermore, it was revealed that he has a romantic partner, the head nurse of your hospital's internal medicine department, who has endured 2 miscarriages for his sake. Besides these matters, he faces other complications. Had he not been admitted to a psychiatric facility, he would likely be incarcerated for no less than a decade. Yichio was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the multitude of issues surrounding Guadanru. Evidently, entering the psychiatric hospital has, paradoxically, provided a favorable resolution for him. I had previously believed that Gua Xiaozong's descent into depravity stemmed from Guadanru's inadequate upbringing, only to realize that Gua Xiaozong was merely emulating his father. A true reflection of the saying that an unworthy upper beam results in a crooked lower beam. What remains paramount? To perpetually embody the essence of a good doctor. Treating each patient with equity, regardless of their wealth or poverty, refraining from accepting red envelopes, and avoiding unreasonable demands. Uphold medical ethics and remain steadfast in the noble pursuit of saving lives. Lin Jingji sighed, expressing that although there are many doctors in this era, truly exceptional ones are exceedingly rare. Rest assured, Sister Lin, I shall not let you down. Yichio, with a solemn expression, remarked, Lin Jia, do you recall what I mentioned previously? My greatest aspiration in this lifetime is to become an extraordinary physician. I remember, Lin Jingji replied, her voice delicate. As long as you put forth your efforts, your dreams will materialize. Regardless of the time, I will always support you. Keep striving. Lin Jia. Last time at the Crystal Palace, you stood up for me, and yesterday you helped me resolve the issue with Guadanu. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Yichio confessed, a hint of distress evident in his demeanor. He dreaded owing favors to others. Yet he felt significantly indebted to Lin Jingji and was uncertain how to repay her kindness. If you wish to show your gratitude, it's quite simple. Lin Jingji said playfully, gazing at Yichio with her sparkling eyes. How about dedicating yourself to me? All right, Yichio responded without hesitation. Lin Jingji paused momentarily before bursting into a delightful laugh, her chest rising and falling in a captivating display. Lin Jia, what are you laughing at? I suddenly find you quite endearing at times, Yichio thought, a pang of disappointment washing over him. What did Lin Jia mean? Was she subtly rejecting him? After all, she was a goddess, and he felt unworthy of her. Push me onto the bridge, Lin Jingji instructed. Yichio looked up and noticed an arched bridge ahead. He guided Lin Jingji onto the bridge. Just as they arrived, before they could take in the scenery, a delivery rider dressed in a yellow jacket rushed towards them from the opposite end of the bridge, clutching a takeout box and appearing quite anxious. Suddenly, when he was merely 3 meters away from Lin Jingji, the delivery rider's feet slipped, causing him to lose his balance and nearly tumble to the ground. The delivery box slipped from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air before landing with a thud right in front of Lin Jingji. She bent down to assist in retrieving the box and, with genuine concern, inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm sorry, he replied. It's no trouble at all. Lin Jingji smiled as she handed the delivery box back to him. Thank you, he said, extending his hand to accept the box. However, as his left hand grasped the delivery box, a sharp dagger suddenly slipped from the sleeve of his right arm, lunging towards Lin Jingji's heart. Chapter 94. Lin Jingji's sacrifice. This delivery rider possessed an utterly unremarkable appearance. The kind that one could see just moments before and then lose in a crowd without a second thought. He wore a cap and a yellow vest. coupled with a pair of black sneakers, indistinguishable from the myriad of delivery riders we encounter in our daily lives. So ordinary, it was almost banal. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly mundane individual harbored the intentions of a killer? As he expressed his gratitude to Lin Jingji, bending to retrieve the delivery box from her hands, the dagger slipped from his sleeve and aimed directly at her heart, intent on a swift and lethal strike. He seemed exceedingly confident in his deadly intent, as a slight smirk curved upon his lips, betraying a sense of triumph. Yet, this subtle gesture did not escape Yichio's keen observation. A delivery rider, having just stumbled and fallen, would typically embody the essence of misfortune, yet, how curious it is that he displayed an expression of triumph. This was indeed an anomaly. Yichio's gaze then shifted to the rider's hand, where a dagger glistened ominously. "Be careful," Yichio shouted, exerting force with both hands to swiftly pull back, causing the wheelchair to glide backward just in time to shield Lin Jingji from a lethal strike. However, the assailant, undeterred by his missed attempt, lunged forward with another slash aimed at Lin Jingji's throat. Relentless in his pursuit, he was determined to eliminate his target. In this critical moment, Yichio reacted with astonishing speed, extending his right arm to intercept the dagger. The blade pierced his skin with a sickening sound, instantly saturating his right arm in crimson. The assassin, taken aback by such an unexpected defense, momentarily narrowed his eyes in surprise. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yichio stepped forward, positioning Lin Jingji behind him. While delivering a powerful punch, the assassin crouched low, narrowly evading Yichio's blow, then executed a series of backflips, plummeting into the lake beneath the bridge, vanishing without a trace. Yichio, however, refrained from pursuing him, suspecting that this might have been a deliberate tactic to divert his attention, anticipating that other assassins awaited to strike Lin Jingji. Nevertheless, Yichio harbored no intention of letting this assassin escape unscathed. After the assassin plunged into the lake, he swiftly employed a tracking talisman, a wisp of dark energy materializing and darting into the water. It was only at this moment that Lin Jingji noticed the blood streaming from Yichio's arm, her voice laced with panic as she inquired, "Yichio, are you all right?" "I am fine," he assured her. Yichio chuckled. This assassin is rather cunning. Disguising himself as a delivery rider, he nearly succeeded. "Let's not dwell on him. I shall take you to the hospital," Lin Jingji urged anxiously. "Why go to the hospital? I am a doctor myself." Yichio glanced at his arm, where blood flowed steadily down, staining his entire hand crimson. "No, your injury is too severe. I must take you to the hospital." After saying this, Lin Jingji retrieved her phone, preparing to call for assistance. "I assure you, it is merely a superficial wound. I can heal it myself." Finishing his statement, Yichio drew a blood-stopping talisman. Soon, the bleeding ceased. "See, I told you it was nothing," Yichio smiled. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Jingji produced a medical kit and pointed to the sofa, commanding, "Sit down." Once Yichio complied, Lin Jingji gently wiped the blood from his hand. And to her astonishment, the wound had vanished. "It healed so quickly?" "Indeed, I told you it was nothing." Only then did Lin Jingji remember Yichio's proficiency in Maoshan talismans, and she exhaled in relief, expressing her gratitude. "Yichio, thank you. There's no need for formalities between us." Yichio replied with concern, "Sister Lin, were you frightened just now?" "I was startled when I saw your hand covered in blood," Lin Jingji admitted, her gaze fixed intently on Yichio. "Why did you save me earlier?" she inquired. Yichio smiled and replied, "As a man, it is my duty to protect women." "Is that all there is to it?" Lin Jingji questioned, skeptical of his words. Yichio finally spoke candidly, "Sister Lin, you are a person I hold in great esteem. I cannot bear to see you harmed." He had intended to express that she was someone he cherished deeply, but fearing that such an admission might upset Lin Jingji, he opted instead for respect. Lin Jingji regarded Yichio with a penetrating gaze, as if striving to see through him. Yichio hastily shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Sister Lin, that rider earlier displayed considerable skill. It was evident they were a professional assassin." "Indeed," Lin Jingji replied with a slight nod, sharing his assessment. "Do you have any idea who might want to kill you?" Lin Jingji shook her head. "I do not know. Allow me to investigate this matter," Yichio offered. "Jiao Qiansui has entrusted me with the management of Jiangzhou, and I have several thousand brothers under my command. Locating an assassin should not prove difficult." "There's no need for that," Lin Jingji interjected. Yichio was taken aback. "Why not? Over the years, while I have made many enemies, I understand them well enough. They lack the courage to kill me." The only ones with the audacity to do so are merely two. Are you referring to Qian Yinru? She is one, Lin Jingji confirmed. She has long held me accountable for Qian Dong's death and seeks my life in return. However, the likelihood points more towards Xiao Qingdi, given that I crippled his leg. That is a deep-seated vendetta. If the roles were reversed, Yi Qiu would seek retribution as well. Regardless of who it may be, you must remain vigilant and consider hiring additional bodyguards, Yi Qiu advised. Do not worry, Lin Jingji reassured him. Even if they wish to harm me, it will not be an easy feat. Besides, you will continue to protect me, will you not? Lin Jingji blinked her large, enchanting eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. Yi Qiu murmured in response. Lin Jingji continued. I am tired. Carry me upstairs to rest, would you? Very well. Yi Qiu replied as he lifted Lin Jingji into his arms and brought her to her room. Just as he gently placed her on the bed and was about to rise, she unexpectedly grasped the sleeve of his shirt. Lin Jia, what's the matter? Yi Qiu asked, puzzled. You like me, don't you? Lin Jingji inquired. Yi Qiu hesitated for a moment before giving a slight nod. Then swear to me that you will treat me well for a lifetime. Lin Jia, what's wrong with you? Swear. Unsure of Lin Jingji's true intentions, Yi Qiu reluctantly declared, I swear, if the heavens were to collapse, I would shoulder it for you. If the earth were to sink, I would lay down my life to protect you. Even if the world changes dramatically and the tides of fate shift, I shall forever remain by your side. That is more like it. Suddenly, Lin Jingji wrapped her arm around Yi Qiu's neck, leaning closer to whisper sweetly in his ear. Would you like to engage in some exercise? Chapter 95, The Opening of the Heavenly Eye, Part 1. Would you like to do something? Lin Jingji breathed softly, her sparkling eyes gazing at Yi Qiu with a playful allure. Absolutely, Yi Qiu thought fervently. Not only did he yearn for it, but he also understood that any normal man would share this desire. It is no exaggeration to say that many would willingly sacrifice 10 years of their lives for the chance to experience something with a woman like Lin Jingji. Yet, Yi Qiu also recognized that Lin Jingji was merely teasing him. Lin Jia, please don't do this. Yi Qiu averted his gaze, feeling somewhat hesitant to look upon Lin Jingji's delicate visage. He feared that he might lose control and act upon his impulses. What have I done? Lin Jingji's charming face was etched with confusion. Stop teasing me. It's rather tiresome, Yi Qiu remarked. So you dislike it? Then let us try another approach. Do you prefer this? Upon finishing her words, Lin Jingji leaned forward, resembling a sinuous water snake, entwining herself around Yi Qiu. This left him both embarrassed and flushed. Sister Lin, this isn't appropriate. Do you not enjoy this? Lin Jingji's eyes sparkled mischievously as she seized Yi Qiu's collar and pulled him closer. Initially, when she had ensnared his neck with her hands, Yi Qiu had propped himself up with his arms against the bed, maintaining a distance of 20 centimeters. However, with her sudden tug, that space vanished entirely, bringing them into intimate proximity. In an instant, his heart fluttered. The enchanting fragrance emanating from Lin Jingji's neck stirred a tumult of emotions within Yi Qiu. It was his first experience being so close to a woman. Sister Lin, I'm sorry, he began, ready to apologize, only to have Lin Jingji place a gentle finger upon his lips, whispering, You haven't done anything wrong, so there's no need for an apology. But this feels inappropriate, Yi Qiu protested. I am willing, she replied, catching him off guard. Lin Jingji continued, Kiss me. Yi Qiu thought he had misheard, entirely dazed. Just then, Lin Jingji leaned in and pressed her lips against his cheek. The temperature in the room surged dramatically. Suddenly, Lin Jingji pushed Yi Qiu aside. Yi Qiu thought it was the end, yet he noticed Lin Jingji deliberately performing a captivating gesture. Then, lowering her head, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, she bit her lip, feigning shyness. Instantly, a line of poetry flashed through Yi Qiu's mind. It is the gentleness of that lowered head, akin to the water lily's delicate blush under the cool breeze. Having never witnessed such a scene before, his heart raced uncontrollably. What was he still doing in a daze? He should act quickly, dear husband. The way Lin Jingji uttered husband nearly made Yi Qiu's bones melt. Just as he was about to leap forward and take action, Lin Jingji stopped him. Yi Qiu, if I become your woman, will you be responsible for me for a lifetime? Her gaze was clear, her expression profoundly serious. Not just for a lifetime, even for 3 lifetimes. I will be responsible for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingji chuckled softly and added, I have one more request that you must agree to. What is it? Do not move. Is that the request? Lin Jia, your leg injury hasn't healed yet. No, I want it this way. 3 minutes later, it will be over. I'm sorry, Lin Jia. Yi Qiu felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "It's all right," Lin Jingji comforted him. "Are you all right? I can manage." Before long, a melodious sound filled the entire room. 3,000 words omitted here. 40 minutes later, the sounds within the room ceased. Lin Jingji lay delicately upon Yi Qiu's chest, her fair visage adorned with a rosy hue, exuding an exquisite beauty. With a playful pout, she inquired, "How is it that you are so robust?" "Ah, there's no secret. I have been exercising since childhood," Yi Qiu replied, a glimmer of pride evident in his smile. Lin Jingji shot him a teasing glance and asked, "What did you feel just now?" "Utterly invigorating," Yi Qiu responded, then turned the question back to her. "And you, Sister Lin?" "Equally so," Lin Jingji replied, but suddenly her expression shifted, her brows knitting together as a pained gasp escaped her lips. "What's the matter, Sister Lin?" Yi Qiu inquired with concern. "You fool," she playfully chided, tapping his forehead with her finger. As comprehension dawned upon him, Yi Qiu swiftly sat up, only to discover a crimson stain upon the sheets. "Sister Lin, you... What? Do you think it's a fabrication? Am I merely a woman of loose morals in your eyes?" Lin Jingji's gaze shimmered with unshed tears, her voice trembling. Yi Qiu immediately enveloped her in a comforting embrace, fervently explaining, "Sister Lin, please don't misunderstand. It's just that you believe I possess a wealth of experience." "Do you?" she interrupted with a teasing tone. "More than just wealth. You could be considered a master in this regard," she continued, her voice laced with playful sarcasm. "Do you think I am not a proper woman?" "No, Sister Lin, please don't misconstrue. I am the one who has misinterpreted," she chuckled softly, adding, "I shall reveal the answer to that question in due time." Then, she nestled into Yi Qiu's embrace. As he held Lin Jingji close, he confessed, "To be honest, I still feel somewhat as though I am in a dream. I never expected to find myself with you." "Neither did I," she replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. Lin Jingji remarked, "Over the years, many have pursued me. Noble lords, super-rich magnates, affluent young heirs, and illustrious stars, each more remarkable than the last. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I have not found favor in any of them. However, upon our first encounter, I inexplicably felt a profound affinity for you, as if we were acquainted in a past life. Perhaps, this is what we call destiny." Yi Qiu found the concept of fate to be extraordinary, not long ago. He had been cast aside by Zhang Lily, and yet, here he was, embraced by Lin Jingji. "Darling, why don't you freshen up?" Lin Jingji now appeared utterly transformed, exuding a gentle demeanor akin to that of a devoted wife. Yi Qiu entered the bathroom. After a brief interval, the bathroom door swung open to reveal Lin Jingji clad in a form-fitting silk purple nightgown that accentuated her graceful figure. "Do you find it beautiful?" she queried with a playful smile. "Indeed," Yi Qiu replied, as the embers of desire that had long been extinguished flared anew within him, prompting him to pull Lin Jingji into his embrace and profess, "Sister Lin, I love you. My love, I cherish you as well. Will you love me for a lifetime?" Lin Jingji responded, her arms encircling his neck as she willingly offered her lips. In that instant, the room was perfumed with an intoxicating allure. Chapter 96, The Awakening of the Heavenly Eye, Part 2. An hour later, Yi Qiu emerged from the bathroom, holding Lin Jingji in his arms. "You rascal. You are quite the whirlwind. You've left me utterly exhausted. I feel as though I might collapse." Lin Jingji's hair was tousled, her fair skin adorned with a rosy glow, rendering her even more enchanting. Yi Qiu remarked, "Sister Lin, you cannot blame me. It is primarily your incessant energy that has left me weary and weak. Seriously, how can you criticize me? Just moments ago, you were like an exuberant little teddy bear. Far too vigorous. But do you enjoy it?" "Indeed, I absolutely adore it. There were several instances when I felt as though I had ascended to the clouds. It was indescribably delightful and exceedingly comfortable." Lin Jingji, with an air of sophistication, displayed no hint of embarrassment. "As long as you are pleased, that is all that matters." Yi Qiu felt a surge of happiness. Bringing satisfaction to his beloved was a source of immense pride. "Regrettably, your skills are still quite unrefined. Next time, I shall teach you a few techniques. Do you possess such knowledge?" Lin Jingji shot Yi Qiu a sidelong glance. "It is merely that I have watched a plethora of films and gleaned some insights. How about we watch together under the covers next time, practicing as we view?" "Agreed. Who would be foolish enough to refuse such splendid opportunities? I am feeling rather fatigued and wish to take a nap. Would you like to join me?" Lin Jingji blinked her large eyes, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies. "I shall not sleep." Yi Qiu's reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire, but from fear. Lin Jingji was enchanting. Not only was she stunningly beautiful and possessed a flawless figure, but her skills were commendable as well. If he were to share a bed with her, he would undoubtedly be unable to resist temptation. Despite his inner thoughts, his body could hardly withstand the allure. Boys of your youth must safeguard their vitality. Do you truly not wish to sleep with me? Lin Jingji raised her delicate brows, glaring at Yi Qiu in mild irritation. Are you perhaps harboring feelings for Bai Bing? Yi Qiu hastily replied, how could that be? My affections lie solely with you. Lin Jingji was utterly skeptical and pressed on. Are you truly saying you have never harbored any thoughts about Bai Bing? Director Bai is my superior, and I hold her in high regard. As for anything beyond that, I have never considered it, Yi Qiu replied. You're not deceiving me. Everything you say is genuine? Absolutely, I would never deceive you. That's more like it. With that, Lin Jingji planted a soft kiss on Yi Qiu's cheek and sweetly asked, Darling, I have given you all of myself. Could you grant me a small request? One request? I would fulfill 100, as long as it is within my ability. Yi Qiu responded, intrigued. What is your request? Find an opportunity to sleep with Bai Bing. What? Yi Qiu thought he must have misheard. I said, let me find you an opportunity to sleep with Bai Bing, Lin Jingji reiterated. Yi Qiu gazed at Lin Jingji, bewildered. He pondered, is this woman out of her mind? Having just shared an intimate moment with her, she now wants me to sleep with another woman? What is her intention? To share? Her boyfriend? Or is she testing me? Yi Qiu could not decipher Lin Jingji's true feelings and, with a feigned sternness, said, Sister Lin, please refrain from such jokes in the future. I am not joking. I am serious, Lin Jingji insisted. Sister Lin, may I ask you something? Am I now considered your boyfriend? Of course. All right. Since I am your boyfriend, why would you want me to sleep with Director Bai? Being your boyfriend and asking you to sleep with Bai Bing are not mutually exclusive, are they? How can there be no conflict? I am already your boyfriend. So how can you still sleep with other women? Yi Qiu truly cannot comprehend what Lin Jingji is thinking. Lin Jingji replied, speak honestly. Do not men desire to sleep with women like Bai Bing? They do. Yi Qiu candidly admitted. Bai Bing is stunningly beautiful and possesses a remarkable figure. She is renowned as the ice goddess. To sleep with such a woman offers a profound sense of conquest for men. Moreover, she dons a white lab coat every day, which is an immense allure for men with particular fetishes. So are you a man? Lin Jingji inquired again. Yi Qiu chuckled and replied, Sister Lin. Haven't you already tested that? Humph. Lin Jingji rolled her eyes and said, regardless, I do not care. You must find a way to sleep with Bai Bing. Yi Qiu remained perplexed and asked, Sister Lin, do you truly intend to share your boyfriend with others? Lin Jingji sighed deeply and remarked, throughout history, which man of great achievement has only had one woman? Thus, I have long since come to terms with this reality. As long as the man I choose holds me in his heart, I do not mind how many women he has. Besides, in this era, exceptional men are akin to luxurious treasures, coveted by many women. Lin Jingji cupped Yi Qiu's face with her hands and continued, moreover, I believe you will grow increasingly outstanding. And in the near future, you shall undoubtedly gain fame worldwide. If I were to possess you all to myself, wouldn't that be rather selfish? Yi Qiu found himself momentarily at a loss for words to counter Lin Jingji's assertions. Although her statements appeared to contradict traditional etiquette and morality, they were undeniably reasonable. Is this not the reality of contemporary society? Among the affluent and powerful men, who does not have a mistress? While I harbor a slight aversion towards Bai Bing, I must concede that her beauty and figure are indeed on par with mine. Rather than letting someone else benefit, it is preferable to allow you such privilege. A glimmer of cunning danced in Lin Jingji's eyes as she, with a hint of pride, declared, however, with me around, Bai Bing will forever remain a secondary wife. Oh, so this is your true sentiment? Well then, I shall retire for the night. Will you not join me? Lin Jingji gazed at Yi Qiu with expectant, shimmering eyes. I shall not sleep, Yi Qiu replied. When you awaken, I will prepare something for you. Sister Lin, what would you like to eat? I want to eat. Lin Jingji's eyes roamed over Yi Qiu before she bit her lip and mischievously smiled. I want to eat you. Yi Qiu felt a shiver run through him and teasingly replied, right now? Very well, if you sleep with me, I shall comply. Let us save that for another time. I shall take my leave to rest in the adjacent room. Yi Qiu fled the room as if in retreat. Don't go, my dear. Let us revel together. Lin Jingji's laughter echoed behind the fleeing Yi Qiu, a playful melody of delight. Upon entering the adjacent room, Yi Qiu hastily took a cold shower. Allowing himself to regain composure, he then settled onto the sofa, murmuring softly to himself, Sister Lin is truly enchanting. A mere gesture from her can leave me utterly entranced. I wonder if it is my youthful vigor or her innate allure. Subsequently, Yi Qiu sat cross-legged, embarking on his cultivation journey. Chapter 97. The Opening of the Heavenly Eye, Part 2. At this moment, the Dragon King's life hung by a thread, and Yi Qiu felt an urgent need to master this extraordinary technique. Over the past few days, he had devoted himself to his training. Sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, he prepared to channel his energy, when suddenly he was struck by a wave of fatigue in his waist and legs. Sister Lin's combat prowess is indeed terrifyingly formidable. Yi Qiu quickly summoned his internal energy. 10 minutes later, he opened his eyes, feeling invigorated and brimming with strength. If he were to face Sister Lin again in his current state, she might very well beg for mercy. A smirk crossed his lips as he cast aside distracting thoughts, focusing his mind and immersing himself entirely in his practice. After a while, his body began to levitate gradually, suspended 3 feet above the ground. Slowly, a golden aura enveloped him, illuminating his form as if he were a deity. Following the method for opening the heavenly eye, Yi Qiu concentrated his internal energy at his brow. Yet, no matter how he attempted to direct it, the energy continued to wander within his meridians, refusing to heed his commands. Why is this happening? Is my cultivation level insufficient to unlock the heavenly eye? Yi Qiu pondered in confusion. No. I must open the heavenly eye. Only then can I save the Dragon King's life. A few days ago, during the dismantling of the Witch God sect's branch in Jiangzhou, Dong Chun inadvertently triggered the poison within the Dragon King's body. Although Yi Qiu managed to provide treatment that temporarily suppressed the toxin, the Dragon King was left with only 7 days to live, with 4 days having already passed. It meant that if no one could save the Dragon King within the next 3 days, his demise would be inevitable. Yi Qiu exerted every ounce of his strength to save the Dragon King, not only out of gratitude for the numerous times the Dragon King had aided him, but also because, as a physician, it was his duty to strive relentlessly for the recovery of his patients, regardless of the challenges he faced. Yi Qiu continued his cultivation. Nearly 2 hours elapsed. Yet there were no signs of the energy within him converging at his brow. What could possibly be amiss? Was it the wrong method of cultivation? Or was there another underlying reason? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. Just as he was about to cease his practice, suddenly, the energy within him surged frantically towards his brow, as if something were pursuing it, an occurrence most peculiar. What was happening? Yi Qiu momentarily froze, then felt an overwhelming surge of joy, quickly focusing his mind and resuming his cultivation in accordance with the method to open his celestial eye. Once all the energy converged at his brow, Yi Qiu sensed a growing heat, which ultimately escalated to a burning sensation, as though something were striving to break through his skin. This state persisted for 20 minutes. After this span, the energy concentrated at his brow suddenly split into 2 streams, coursing through his meridians and entering each of his eyes. Instantly, a wave of intense heat enveloped his eyeballs. This situation persisted for nearly 5 minutes before everything fell silent. Yi Qiu opened his eyes and touched his forehead, a chill running through him. According to records, 2 inches above a person's third eye lies a hidden eye, known as the celestial eye. If one succeeds in cultivation, once the celestial eye is opened, it can not only see through illusions, but also perceive things ordinarily invisible, such as ghosts, malevolent energies, and demons. Furthermore, at the pinnacle of cultivation, one could foresee fortunes and misfortunes, discern personal destiny, and grasp the tides of the world. However, Yi Qiu now realized that there was no change at all on his forehead. What a waste of time. He felt a pang of frustration. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 9 in the evening. Hastily, Yi Qiu slipped on his shoes, intending to splash some water on his face before preparing a meal for Lin Jingxi. Upon entering the washroom and standing before the mirror, he paused in astonishment. Yi Qiu beheld his reflection, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. His skin appeared even more radiant than before, and his features were more defined. Most notably, his aura had significantly improved. With such striking good looks, it would be a shame not to pursue a career in acting. Yi Qiu gazed at himself in the mirror once more. Suddenly, he noticed a subtle change in his eyes. The pupils seemed darker than before. With such captivating eyes, surely few could resist their allure. Yet, what good were beautiful eyes if the celestial eye remained unopened? If only he could awaken it, he would be able to save the Dragon King. Ah, what was that? In a moment of inadvertence, Yi Qiu discovered that deep within the pupils of his eyes, it seemed as though there lay another pair of pupils. He initially thought he was hallucinating, rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing closely once more. Ultimately, he realized he was not mistaken. Indeed, deep within his pupils, there truly existed another pair. However, this pair was diminutive, barely discernible without careful observation. Double pupils. A shock coursed through Yuchio's mind. Subsequently, Yuchio undertook a thorough investigation and found that historically, there have been 4 individuals known to possess double pupils. The first was Tsang Jie, the sage credited with creating Chinese characters for the Yellow Emperor. The second was Chen, a virtuous ruler renowned alongside the Yao Emperor. The third was Xiang Yu, the formidable warlord of Western Shu, and the fourth was Li Yu, the last ruler of the Southern Tang dynasty. Notably, all these figures were born with this rare trait, whereas Yuchio's double pupils had only just materialized. Could it be that I am afflicted with an ocular ailment? As a physician born in an era of scientific advancement, his first inclination was to consider a pathological change in his eyes. In medical literature, there exists an explanation for double pupils, attributing this phenomenon to a condition wherein the pupils exhibit adhesion and deformation, also referred to as pair eyes, often regarded as an early manifestation of cataracts. However, Yuchio swiftly dismissed this interpretation. Having encountered individuals with early-stage cataracts, he noted that their condition differed significantly from his own, and moreover, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Could it be that I am also a natural sage? Of course, this last thought was merely a jest on Yuchio's part. He was an ordinary man, far from a sage. Moreover, prior to this day, his vision had been entirely normal. He had only just now become aware of the changes in his pupils. Yuchio remained perplexed, pondering the reasons behind this peculiar occurrence. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a flash of lightning. Yuchio exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be due to the cultivation of the heavenly eye? At that moment, he silently recited the incantation to activate the heavenly eye. After approximately 3 seconds, he felt as though everything before him had transformed. His vision penetrated the mirror, revealing the wall behind it, and then further through the wall, he glimpsed the situation in the adjacent bathroom. To his astonishment, Sun Mingjie was taking a shower. Chapter 98. A dark and windy night. A night for murder. Yuchio understood the principle of not gazing upon indecency, yet he was a man, and to miss such a scene would indeed be a pity. Moreover, one should seize opportunities when they arise. He widened his eyes to take a look and discovered that Sun Mingjie appeared far more charming than her usual fierce demeanor. Her slender physique and fair skin seemed delicate, as if it could be broken with a touch. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, imbued with an ethereal spirit. At that moment, her body was lathered in shower gel, concealing certain private areas. What a shame! Yuchio sighed inwardly. After a brief interval, Sun Mingjie turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded from the shower head. Beneath the curtain of water, the foam gradually washed away. However, at that moment, the mist obscured Yuchio's view once again. Cursing softly, he rubbed his eyes, and soon his vision cleared. Suddenly, he caught his breath. He noticed a scar running from Sun Mingjie's back to her waist, measuring over 20 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width. Although the wound had long since healed, the scar was strikingly prominent, winding and twisting like a menacing centipede, evoking a sense of horror. Yuchio observed carefully and discerned that the scar on Sun Mingjie's body was a result of a knife wound. It was curious. How could a young girl sustain such a severe injury? Clearly, she harbored a story within her. A chill swept over him, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, nearly causing him to falter. Leaning against the wall, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror and murmured softly, "What just transpired? Could it have been an illusion?" With that thought, Yuchio hastily exited, finding himself outside the door of the adjacent room, straining to listen. Indeed, faint sounds emanated from within. Bewildered, he pondered whether everything he had witnessed was genuine. How could his vision penetrate the walls? Was it possible that? A sudden realization struck him. Suppressing the excitement surging within, he silently recited the incantation to awaken his third eye. Soon, his gaze pierced through the door, revealing Sun Mingjie emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. However, this clarity was fleeting, as a wave of dizziness engulfed his mind. It worked. He had finally succeeded in opening his third eye. He conducted several more experiments and ultimately discovered that while his third eye had been successfully activated, it bore certain limitations. For instance, the duration of use could not exceed 30 seconds, lest it induced dizziness and a sense of weakness. Furthermore, the range of his newfound vision was restricted, allowing him to see only up to 20 meters ahead. As for malevolent spirits, ghosts, and fortunes, Yuchio was unable to perceive them at this stage. He surmised that this was likely tied to his cultivation level. Regardless of the challenges, his third eye had finally been cultivated successfully, and there was hope for the Dragon King. A radiant smile illuminated Yi Chio's face, brimming with joy. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Sun Mingjie clad in a delicate pink nightgown as she stepped out. Upon seeing Yi Chio standing outside with a beaming smile, Sun Mingjie inquired in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Yi Chio replied with a grin, "I am admiring the scenery." "What scenery is there to admire at this late hour? Speak. What are you secretly doing here?" Sun Mingjie demanded sharply. "As I just mentioned, I am admiring the scenery." Yi Chio glanced at Sun Mingjie, noting that it was the first time he had seen her in sleepwear, and added playfully, "The view before me is the most exquisite." Sun Mingjie grasped the implication of his words, her ears flushing with embarrassment as she retorted angrily, "Do you dare to tease me? Do you wish to meet your demise?" Yi Chio was undeterred, his eyes roving over her unabashedly. Sun Mingjie, feeling a mix of shame and anger, shouted, "Look again, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. You scoundrel! Speak such nonsense again, and I shall wish you dead." With that, she kicked towards Yi Chio's groin. If that kick landed, it would spell disaster for him, rendering him incapable for quite some time. However, Yi Chio was no longer the inexperienced youth he once was. He deftly sidestepped her attack and swiftly seized her kicking foot. "Let me go," Sun Mingjie fumed. "You think just because you ask me to let go, I will comply?" Yi Chio replied, "You, woman, wish for my downfall. Such cruelty. Humph. It is to prevent you from causing harm to others. Whom have I harmed? Who else could it be but Lin? Let go of me. I want to release you. What will you do about it?" Yi Chio not only refused to loosen his grip, but also playfully pinched Sun Mingjie's thigh. Sun Mingjie had never endured such humiliation before, her eyes reddening with fury. "I will kill you." With that, she forcefully kicked out with her other foot, completely disregarding the fact that one of her legs was firmly held by Yi Chio. As she attempted to kick, her body lost balance, leading her to a swift fall. Indeed, as soon as her foot launched forward, she realized her precarious position, letting out a sharp cry as she toppled toward the ground. In a swift motion, Yi Chio caught her in his embrace, gently inquiring, "Are you all right?" As Sun Mingjie looked up, she was met with a pair of dark eyes brimming with genuine concern, causing her momentarily to forget that she was in a man's arms. She softly shook her head. "I'm fine. That's good. That's good," Yi Chio reassured her. It was only then that Sun Mingjie became aware of her situation, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, Do you want to thank me?" "No need. No need. I simply delight in helping others," he replied, his hand gradually gliding over her waist. "Let go of me." Sun Mingjie, flustered and indignant, was taken aback by this rogue's audacity to take advantage of her vulnerability. Yi Chio suddenly found amusement in teasing her, saying, "On such a splendid occasion, why don't we discuss life and share our aspirations?" "Get lost," Sun Mingjie retorted, pinching the back of Yi Chio's hand fiercely with 2 fingers. "Let go. Let go, it hurts terribly," Yi Chio cried out, hastily releasing Sun Mingjie. "Scoundrel!" Yi Chio glanced at the back of his hand, noting a patch of skin had turned a deep shade of purple. This fierce woman certainly had a strong grip. He then turned to observe Lin Jingji, who appeared to have been exhausted from their earlier antics, now sleeping soundly. Raising his gaze to the inky sky, a glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he murmured, "It seems Sister Lin will not awaken for a midnight snack. Thus, it is time for me to attend to my own affairs." Chapter 99. The underworld palace in a luxurious hotel room in Jiangzhou. How Xiaoqiang sat upon the sofa. He was a professional assassin. Originally, he bore a different name, but upon reaching adulthood, he changed it due to the tragic fate of his father and grandfather, both of whom perished before reaching the age of 29. His name now symbolized resilience, an indomitable cockroach. He aspired to live a century, at the very least, outlasting his forebears. Today marked the final day of his 29th year. Once the clock struck midnight, he would officially step into his 30s. To commemorate this birthday, Hao Xiaoqiang had purchased a cake, intending to celebrate alone. He glanced at his watch. There remained a full hour and a half until midnight. Patiently, he awaited the moment. Time ticked by, and unknowingly, another half hour slipped away. Gradually, a look of vexation crept onto Hao Xiaoqiang's face as he muttered, "I had hoped to execute this job flawlessly, to conclude my 29th year on a high note. How infuriating that it has ended in failure." As he spoke, he retrieved a photograph from his coat pocket, revealing a woman of extraordinary beauty. Her features were exquisite, and she exuded an undeniable allure. Had Yi Chio been present, he would have instantly recognized the woman in the photograph as Lin Jingji. Furthermore, Yiqiu would also identify Hao Xiaoqiang as the delivery rider who had attempted to assassinate Lin Jingji earlier that day. One cannot deny the woman's striking beauty. It seemed cruel of the employer to order her demise without concern for the moral implications. Hao Xiaoqiang gazed intently at Lin Jingji's photograph, and gradually, a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. It felt a pity to eliminate such a beautiful woman without first experiencing her intimately. He chuckled lewdly to himself. Nevertheless, he only entertained such thoughts in the confines of his mind, for a professional assassin must adhere to a code of ethics. Moreover, harboring inappropriate feelings towards a target could prove perilous. Who was the man beside this woman? A bodyguard? Hao Xiaoqiang instinctively recalled Yiqiu. That man had reacted with remarkable speed, emitting an aura of danger when he struck. He must be a formidable opponent. Why was there no information about him in the dossier provided by the employer? Hao Xiaoqiang furrowed his brow, then chuckled again. If the target were so easily eliminated, the employer would not have invested such a significant sum to hire me. Suddenly, a knock echoed from beyond the door. Hao Xiaoqiang's gaze instantly sharpened as he seized the dagger from the coffee table, stealthily approaching the door. Peering through the peephole, he discerned a young female attendant pushing a food cart outside. Who is it? Hao Xiaoqiang questioned cautiously, refraining from opening the door. Good evening, sir. I am the hotel attendant, here to deliver your late-night snack, the young woman announced. I did not order any late-night snack, he replied. Indeed, sir. But the hotel provides complimentary late-night snacks for all esteemed guests, she explained. In the past, Hao Xiaoqiang would have outright declined, yet today was different. Having crossed into midnight marked the commencement of his 30th birthday. Is there red wine? He inquired. Upon opening the door, he surveyed the attendant, noting her pleasingly youthful appearance, which prompted him to lower his guard. Please, come in, he invited. Thank you, she replied, smiling as she wheeled the cart into the room. She then arranged a steak and snacks on the table. Noticing the birthday cake, she asked, Sir, is today your birthday? Not yet, Hao Xiaoqiang responded. It's only after midnight. Then allow me to wish you an early happy birthday, she said. Shall I uncork the red wine for you? Yes, he consented. Observing his acceptance, the attendant beamed as she retrieved a bottle of Bordeaux from the cart. Wait, who is that outside? She suddenly exclaimed. Hao Xiaoqiang quickly turned toward the door, but there was no one there. The hallway lay deserted. Bang! A sudden impact struck him, blood mingling with red wine as it trickled down his forehead. Hao Xiaoqiang observed that the waitress, who had just moments ago graced him with a sweet smile, was now aiming a firearm at him. You are not merely a hotel attendant. Who are you really? Hao Xiaoqiang inquired in a low voice. You lack the right to know my identity. Hao Xiaoqiang, you're under arrest, the woman stated coldly, producing a pair of handcuffs from her waist. Upon seeing the cuffs, Hao Xiaoqiang let out a cold laugh. I see now, you are associated with the underworld. The woman's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from behind. Since you are aware of our affiliation with the underworld, I advise you to be wise. Hao Xiaoqiang, surrender yourself. Hao Xiaoqiang glanced at the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust build and a square jaw, exuding an air of righteousness. Has the underworld grown so idle that they seek to provoke me? I have never crossed paths with you. Why must you pursue me? Hao Xiaoqiang's demeanor darkened further, realizing the meticulous preparations the underworld had undertaken to ensnare him. I never expected to fall into your hands. Humph, he scoffed, extending his hands. Witnessing this, the woman prepared to secure Hao Xiaoqiang with the handcuffs. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Hao Xiaoqiang seized her wrist, pulling her towards him, and deftly constricted her throat with his left hand. In an instant, the woman struggled for breath, her strength dissipating. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Xiaoqiang swiftly wrested the firearm from her grasp and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the man in the shoulder, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood gushing profusely. The entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Hao Xiaoqiang sneered. Do you two think you can capture me? Dream on. The female captain gasped in astonishment. The man, leaning against the wall and enduring the pain, said, Hao Xiaoqiang, I advise you not to resist futilely. Since we have found you, we are fully prepared. There is no escape for you. No escape, you say? Then I shall first eliminate you, and subsequently, I will have my way with this woman before ending her life. With both of you paying the price, it seems quite worthwhile. Ha ha ha. Hao Xiaoqiang raised his hand, aiming the gun at the man's forehead, just about to pull the trigger when suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway. Chapter 100. Age at Death, 29. It's you. Hao Xiaoqiang's pupils constricted sharply. The man who had abruptly appeared was none other than Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu smiled and remarked, "Didn't he expect to meet so soon, did you? How did you find your way here?" Hao Xiaoqiang was perplexed. It was understandable that the people from the underworld could discover his hiding place, but how had Yi Qiu managed to do so? "I have my own methods. If not for some delays, I would have come to find you during the day." Yi Qiu glanced at the injured man on the ground, and then at the woman being held hostage by Hao Xiaoqiang, taunting him. "You are a killer after all. Why do you always target women? Don't you have any sense of honor?" "I am a killer. I don't require any sense of honor." "But you are a man." Yi Qiu widened his eyes, feigning shock as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you are not a man? You are the one who is not a man." Hao Xiaoqiang glared at Yi Qiu with resentment and declared, "If it weren't for you today, I would have eliminated that woman. Your arrival is timely. Now I shall send you on your way." With that, he prepared to pull the trigger. "Wait." Yi Qiu interjected hastily. "I do not wish to be your adversary. I came here merely to inquire about the identity of your employer. Do you believe I would divulge such information?" Hao Xiaoqiang scoffed. "The first rule of being a killer is to never reveal the identity of the employer, even in death." Yi Qiu furrowed his brow slightly. "So, you would rather perish than speak?" "I would rather die than betray my employer," Hao Xiaoqiang asserted resolutely. Having been a killer for many years, he was well versed in the industry's codes. Revealing his employer's identity would tarnish his reputation, ensuring that no one would hire him again and that he would be hunted by the entire profession. "Why go to such lengths?" Yi Qiu urged. "If you provide me with your employer's information, I assure you, I will not kill you." "What did you say?" Hao Xiaoqiang believed he had misheard. "I said, if you tell me your employer's information, I will spare your life." Hao Xiaoqiang erupted in raucous laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in existence. After a prolonged fit of laughter, he finally composed himself and asked Yi Qiu, "Do you know who I am?" "Yes," Yi Qiu replied. "You are a killer. And do you know what my profession entails?" Yi Qiu glanced at Hao Xiaoqiang, pondering whether this killer was truly foolish enough to pose such a naive question. "Isn't a killer someone who takes lives?" Yi Qiu responded, "Since you are aware of my murderous intent, how dare you brazenly proclaim that you wish to kill me?" Hao Xiaoqiang aimed his gun at Yi Qiu's head, asserting, "With the slightest movement of my finger, your life could be extinguished. Is that so?" Yi Qiu boldly stepped forward. "Stop. Move any closer, and I shall pull the trigger." Hao Xiaoqiang bellowed, astonished by the audacity of this seemingly fearless individual. "Brother, be cautious. The gun is loaded," cautioned the man who lay on the ground. Yi Qiu appeared oblivious, continuing to advance while addressing Hao Xiaoqiang. "Go ahead and shoot. If you are so intent on death, I shall grant your wish." Bang! Hao Xiaoqiang fired his weapon. In that instant, Yi Qiu's figure surged forward like a gust of wind, racing towards Hao Xiaoqiang. Bang! 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 Hao Xiaoqiang incessantly squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon Yi Qiu. It was only after expending an entire magazine that he paused. However, at that moment, he realized Yi Qiu stood less than 2 meters away, utterly unscathed. Hao Xiaoqiang was taken aback. He could not fathom how so many bullets had failed to find their mark. Was this man human or specter? It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Hao Xiaoqiang's mind. He must flee from this place. The second rule of the assassin's code is to escape when outmatched. As a competent assassin, he had meticulously surveyed the room upon his arrival, ensuring an escape route was readily available. Now, a mere 3 meters behind him was a window. If he leapt through it, he could evade capture. "Who on earth are you?" Hao Xiaoqiang, while interrogating Yi Qiu, continued to retreat with the woman in his grasp. Inching closer to the window, "Who I am is of no concern to you. All I require is the identity of your employer," he stated. Yi Qiu replied, "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Dream on. I would rather die than divulge my employer's identity." As Hao Xiaoqiang continued to back away, the distance to the window diminished. "Alas, I intended to spare you, but you have chosen to court death instead. Do not blame me for what ensues." Yi Qiu stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura, an aura of lethal intent. "Stop. I warn you, if you dare to approach, I shall take her life first." Hao Xiaoqiang tightened his grip, causing the woman's eyes to glaze over, appearing on the brink of demise. Yi Qiu halted and suddenly inquired, "Do you know who I am?" "Who are you?" Hao Xiaoqiang sought to ascertain the identity of this formidable individual before him, questioning how he possessed such extraordinary skills. "I am a doctor," Yi Qiu declared. "A doctor?" Hao Xiaoqiang responded skeptically. "How can a doctor evade bullets?" A doctor can save lives, but can also take them. At that instant, as the words fell, Yi Qiu vanished from sight, swiftly appearing beside Hao Xiaoqiang, delivering a powerful punch. The impact struck Hao Xiaoqiang squarely in the lower ribs. The force sent him hurtling against the wall and crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qiu advanced, before Hao Xiaoqiang could rise. Yi Qiu crushed his throat beneath his foot. Blood continuously oozed from his mouth. In his final moments, Hao Xiaoqiang struggled to glance at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained until midnight. It seemed that even with a change of name, he could not escape the clutches of fate. A look of desolation crossed Hao Xiaoqiang's face, and within 5 seconds, his breath ceased entirely. He was but 29 years old. Yi Qiu approached the woman, assisting her to her feet. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I am fine, thank you," she replied gratefully, her eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. "Please, no need for thanks." Yi Qiu then moved to the side of the man who had been shot, swiftly examining his wounds. He discovered that neither bullet had struck a vital area and proceeded to extract the projectiles, subsequently applying 2 incantations to staunch the bleeding. "Thank you." The man expressed his gratitude. "You are police officers, I presume?" Yi Qiu asked with curiosity. "We are from the underworld," the woman began, but was abruptly silenced by a fierce glare from the man beside her. The man said, "Brother, I am Gu Feng. What do they call you?" "I am Yi Qiu." He replied, "Brother Yi Qiu, I cannot thank you enough for today. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Gu Feng conveyed his appreciation. "Indeed, thank you for saving my life." The woman echoed her gratitude. "It was merely a small effort, no need for thanks." Just as Yi Qiu finished speaking, his phone suddenly rang urgently from his pocket. He quickly retrieved it, and, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically. Chapter 101. Late Night Emergency. The call was from Zhao Yun. As Yi Qiu recognized the name on the caller ID, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He feared that something had gone awry with Long Wang. He swiftly answered the call. "Brother Zhao." As Yi Qiu began to speak, Zhao Yun's somber voice resonated from the other end of the line. "Yi Qiu, the Dragon King is in critical condition." A wave of dread washed over Yi Qiu as he urgently inquired, "What is the Dragon King's condition?" Just moments ago, the Dragon King had unexpectedly coughed up blood and lost consciousness. His heartbeat was weakening by the second. The attending physician expressed grave concerns that the Dragon King might not endure much longer. Yi Qiu's heart sank. Although he had been aware that the Dragon King had only a few days left, he had not anticipated the hour to arrive so swiftly. "Brother Zhao, regardless of the means you employ, you must not allow the Dragon King to cease breathing. You must wait for my arrival," Yi Qiu declared. "I can save him." "Really?" Zhao Yun exclaimed with joy. "I will await your arrival. I will come immediately." Yi Qiu ended the call and turned to Gu Feng. "Brother Gu, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave." "Go ahead. I will handle things here," Gu Feng replied, sensing Yi Qiu's urgency without further inquiry. Yi Qiu drove straight to Cloud Mist Mountain. 30 minutes later, upon reaching Cloud Mist Mountain, as soon as he parked the car, he noticed the villa ablaze with lights. The guards at the entrance recognized Yi Qiu and promptly opened the gates. He hurried inside and, from a distance, spotted Zhao Yun along with several elderly gentlemen seated in the living room. Yi Qiu. Upon seeing him, Zhao Yun's face lit up with delight as he quickly approached the entrance to greet him. The elderly gentlemen exchanged curious glances, puzzled as to why a young man would warrant such a personal reception from Zhao Yun. "Where is the Dragon King? How is he faring?" Yi Qiu inquired anxiously. "He remains unconscious," Zhao Yun replied. "Quickly, take me to see the Dragon King. I have a method to treat him. Please follow me." Zhao Yun instructed as he led Yi Qiu towards the Dragon King's chamber. Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted them. "Little Zhao, please wait a moment." An elderly man with white hair spoke, turning to Yi Qiu with a question. "Are you a doctor?" Zhao Yun introduced. "This esteemed gentleman is Sun Qinshu, a renowned physician from Jiangzhou, and one of the Dragon King's healthcare specialists alongside 3 other doctors." Yi Qiu courteously greeted Sun Qinshu, saying, "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Yi Qiu, a surgeon at Jiangzhou Hospital." "A surgeon?" Sun Qinshu furrowed his brow, inquiring, "You mentioned having a method to treat the Dragon King. I would like to know what your method entails." The other 3 elderly gentlemen also regarded Yi Qiu with curiosity. Naturally, Yi Qiu could not divulge the concept of opening the heavenly eye, as it was too extraordinary. He replied, "I regret that I cannot disclose that information." "Is it truly a matter of inability to disclose? Or do you genuinely lack a means to save the Dragon King? Sun Qingshuo's tone turned harsh. Yi Qiu maintained a calm demeanor and asserted, "If I say I have a method, then I certainly possess one." "I do not believe you," Sun Qingshuo retorted. "Over the years, the Dragon King has sought the counsel of countless esteemed physicians, including myself. Hundreds of renowned doctors have examined the Dragon King and found themselves helpless. How could a mere surgeon like you possibly possess a solution to save his life?" This was Sun Qingshuo's first encounter with Yi Qiu, and he remained unaware of Yi Qiu's capabilities. However, Zhao Yun understood. Given the Dragon King's critical condition, time was of the essence, and immediate action was imperative. Zhao Yun interjected, "Sun Qingshuo, Yi Qiu indeed possesses remarkable skills." Sun Qingshuo remarked, "Xiao Zhao, we have known each other for several years now, and your heart is excessively kind. It is precisely this nature that renders you susceptible to deception." Zhao Yun remained silent. Sun Qingshuo then addressed Yi Qiu. "You are well aware of the Dragon King's stature. Should any misfortune befall him, Jiangzhou will undoubtedly descend into chaos. If you do not disclose your treatment method, I shall categorically refuse to allow you to attend to the Dragon King. In the past, there have been impostors posing as eminent physicians who sought to get close to the Dragon King with malevolent intent. Sun Qingshuo, being a close friend of both Yi Qiu and the Dragon King, would never entertain such treachery." Zhao Yun added, "Were it anyone else, I would not hesitate to take more drastic measures. Yet Sun Qingshuo is not like the rest. This peculiar elder is not only a close confidant of the Dragon King, but has also served as his healthcare provider with utmost dedication over the years. To draw a weapon would be profoundly disrespectful. Senior, may I boldly inquire if you possess a way to treat the Dragon King?" Yi Qiu asked Sun Qingshuo. "No," came the response. "Then may I inquire further, given the Dragon King's current condition, how long can he endure without timely treatment?" Sun Qingshuo's expression turned grave. "I fear he may not see the dawn. Since the Dragon King's situation is so dire, and you possess no remedy, why not allow me to attempt a solution? I do not oppose your treating the Dragon King. I merely wish to understand your method of treatment. Without knowledge of your approach, I cannot place my trust in it." Yi Qiu smiled gently and replied, "Sun Qingshuo, with all due respect, if you are unaware of the ailment afflicting the Dragon King, how could you possibly trust my proposed remedy?" Sun Qingshuo opened his mouth slightly, and Zhao Yun seized the opportunity to persuade, "Sun Qingshuo, let Yi Qiu treat the Dragon King. I have faith in him." Yet, Sun Qingshuo remained apprehensive, his face etched with uncertainty. Yi Qiu, unwilling to squander any more time, proposed, "How about we make a wager, Sun Qingshuo?" Sun Qingshuo gazed at Yi Qiu in confusion. Yi Qiu continued, "If I fail to heal the Dragon King, you may do as you wish with me. However, if I succeed, you must treat me to a drink." "Agreed," Sun Qingshuo replied. "If you manage to heal the Dragon King, not only will I treat you to a drink, but I will also take you as my master." Yi Qiu thought to himself, how delightful it would be to have a beautiful and long-legged disciple. It's settled then. Yi Qiu, eager to prevent further procrastination, readily accepted. "Yi Qiu, come with me," Zhao Yun urged, leading him directly to the Dragon King's chamber. "Let us also take a look," Sun Qingshuo said, accompanied by 3 other medical practitioners. Inside the chamber, the Dragon King lay upon the bed, his complexion ashen, breathing faintly, and in a deep unconsciousness. In the span of a few days, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Observing the Dragon King's condition stirred a pang of sorrow in Yi Qiu's heart. "Yi Qiu, you must examine the Dragon King at once," Zhao Yun urged. Yi Qiu reined in his sorrowful emotions, taking the Dragon King's pulse for a careful examination. Witnessing his actions, Sun Qingshuo expressed his astonishment. "You practice traditional Chinese medicine? What is the prognosis for the Dragon King, Yi Qiu?" Zhao Yun inquired anxiously. His gaze fixed on Yi Qiu. "Is he salvageable?" "Indeed," Yi Qiu affirmed. However, what?" Zhao Yun pressed, urgency in his voice. "I will require acupuncture," Yi Qiu stated. Yi Qiu stated that there were silver needles at home, and he immediately went to retrieve them. Zhao Yun, upon hearing this, prepared to leave. "Zhao Gu," Yi Qiu called out to him, "Silver needles will not suffice. I require gold needles." Chapter 102. The Ancestral Gold Needles. Gold needles? Zhao Yun was taken aback. Typically, acupuncture is performed using silver needles. However, gold needles were elusive. Yi Qiu explained, "The Dragon King is afflicted by the yin-yang snake Gu, which currently resides within him. Gold needles embody the utmost yang, while the Gu worm is a malevolent entity, perfectly suited to counteract it." Zhao Yun found himself in a quandary. Silver needles are readily available, but I have never encountered gold needles. I do not know where to procure them. A health practitioner interjected. Xiao Zhao. Sun Xingqiu possesses a set of gold needles and carries them with him at all times. Oh, Zhao Yun's eyes brightened. Sun Xingqiu, may I borrow your gold needles? Sun Xingqiu ignored Zhao Yun's request and turned his gaze to Yi Qiu. You mentioned that the Dragon King is afflicted by goo poison? Indeed. Yi Qiu affirmed with a nod. Do you intend to use acupuncture for treatment? Sun Xingqiu inquired further. Yes, Yi Qiu replied. With gold needles. The Dragon King could awaken within half an hour. Sun Xingqiu regarded Yi Qiu intently, noting the confidence etched upon his face, before silently exiting the bedroom. Sun Xingqiu, do not leave, Zhao Yun exclaimed urgently, hastily following him. Approximately a minute later, Sun Xingqiu and Zhao Yun returned, with Sun Xingqiu now holding a medicine box. This medicine chest is crafted from rosewood, its hue a glossy, deep black, unmistakably an artifact of antiquity. Reminiscent of the medicine chests once carried by ancient practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Sun Xiu, bending slightly, gently opened the chest and retrieved a leather pouch. Subsequently inquiring of Yi Qiu, can the golden needles truly heal the Dragon King? Indeed, absolutely. With that affirmation, Sun Xiu handed the leather pouch to Yi Qiu. Upon opening the pouch, a dazzling brilliance of gold emanated forth. Inside, a neat array of golden needles lay, precisely 108 in total. Yi Qiu swiftly counted them, ensuring the number was exact, and noted that on the far left of the needle holder, 2 characters were embroidered in golden thread, Imperial Bestowal. A jolt coursed through Yi Qiu's heart. Could it be that Sun Xiu's set of golden needles belonged to the ancient imperial court? Sun Xiu continued, my ancestor was once a wandering physician. In the past, Empress Dowager Cixi suffered from a cerebral affliction that defied treatment, leaving her in a state of delirium. Ultimately, she dispatched someone to seek out my ancestor, who, through acupuncture, successfully cured her ailment. Overjoyed, the Empress Dowager honored my ancestor with the title of 6th-rank imperial physician. However, my ancestor preferred not to remain in the palace, choosing instead to traverse the land, healing the sick and impoverished, and thus declined the official position. Upon learning of his intentions, Empress Dowager Cixi gifted him this set of golden needles. Sighing, Sun Xiu remarked, since my ancestor's passing, this set of golden needles has remained our family heirloom, handed down to me. Since my childhood, I have always carried this set of golden needles with me, yet I have never utilized them. I hope they would serve as a constant reminder to adhere to the principles of medicine and to uphold the honor of my ancestors. Today, I lend them to you, hoping you can heal the Dragon King. Thank you. Yi Qiu bowed respectfully to Sun Xingqiu. Although this old man can be somewhat verbose, his intentions are pure. Moreover, the fact that Sun Xingqiu is willing to lend me a family heirloom is truly commendable. Young man, I have but one request. Heal the Dragon King, or else I shall not spare you, Sun Xingqiu said, his expression stern. Rest assured, Master Sun, I shall not disappoint you, Yi Qiu replied, turning to Zhao Yun. Brother Zhao, please assist in sterilizing the golden needles. I'll take care of it. Sun Xingqiu volunteered, taking the alcohol and diligently sterilizing the needles with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Yi Qiu unfastened the Dragon King's garments. He was struck by the sight of the Dragon King's body, one half a disturbing shade of red and purple, the other half a chilling white. When he pressed his palm against the fiery red side, it felt like searing charcoal, while the icy white side seemed to chill him to the bone, as if it were ancient ice. The yin-yang snake venom had already infiltrated the Dragon King's heart channels. Here, Sun Xingqiu handed the sterilized golden needles to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu swiftly inserted one needle into the Dragon King's glabella, followed by a second needle atop his head, and then a third into his throat. His precision in locating the acupoints was remarkable. The application of the needles was executed with unwavering decisiveness. Sun Xingqiu was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time witnessing such audacity in acupuncture. It is well acknowledged that the throat is a critical area of the human body. A moment's carelessness can not only fail to save a patient, but could also result in their demise. Hence, most practitioners typically exercise caution and avoid the throat during acupuncture. However, Yi Qiu displayed remarkable decisiveness as he inserted the needles. Truly, he embodies the audacity of youth, thought Sun Xingqiu to himself. Even he would not dare to perform such an act. The other 3 healthcare practitioners widened their eyes, their faces etched with confusion. Such an approach to needling is rather audacious. If it were me, I would not dare to needle in such a manner. What kind of technique is this? I have never encountered it before. Sun Xingsho, do you know what acupuncture technique Dr. Yi is employing? One of the healthcare practitioners inquired. Just then, Yi Qiu called out, Sun Xingsho, please hand me those 3 longest golden needles. Sun Xingsho promptly passed him 3 golden needles. These needles measured over 7 inches in length, thin as a hair, and exceedingly sharp. Merely gazing upon them was enough to induce trepidation. Yi Qiu grasped the 3 golden needles between his fingers and, with a swift motion, plunged them into the heart of the Dragon King, leaving only 2 inches protruding from the body. Following this, he flicked his fingers. Buzz! The 3 golden needles vibrated instantaneously, emitting a resonant hum, while a current of energy flowed between them, utilizing energy to guide the needles. My heavens, you can actually channel energy through the needles. Sun Xingsho exclaimed in astonishment, staring at Yi Qiu. What? This is energy-guided acupuncture? The other 3 healthcare practitioners were equally astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. Being practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, they understood acupuncture and were acutely aware of the immense difficulty that energy-guided needling entails. To wield the art of acupuncture with vital energy, one must first cultivate the essence known as qi, which fundamentally refers to inner strength. This elucidates why many renowned physicians of yore were often Taoists or practitioners of mysticism. They possessed the mastery of internal skills. While some doctors may devote their entire lives without attaining such inner prowess, Yi Qiu, merely in his early 20s, not only has cultivated his inner strength, but also adeptly employs acupuncture with qi, a truly astonishing feat. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one might find it utterly unbelievable. Given that Dr. Yi possesses the ability to utilize qi in his acupuncture, it is reasonable to surmise that the Dragon King is indeed on the path to recovery. Yi Qiu then proceeded to insert a dozen golden needles into the Dragon King's body, his expression turning grave. For the subsequent step is of utmost importance, should it succeed. The Dragon King shall swiftly recover, but if it fails, the Dragon King is doomed.